Tammy Zawicki was on her way to college in the fall of 1992, but shortly after setting out on her trip, her car broke down. Several witnesses spotted her on the side of the highway, and before long, a truck driver had pulled over to help. No witnesses reported anything suspicious, but just moments later, Tammy would vanish, leaving nothing but her car behind, and it would seem that this Good Samaritan wasn't so good after all. Tammy Zawicki was born in Pleasant Hill, Pennsylvania, back in March of 1971. Tammy was born into a family of brothers, being the only girl among her 3 siblings. Shortly after her birth, her family relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, where Tammy would spend the majority of her childhood. By the time she graduated high school, her family relocated once again, this time going to Marlton, New Jersey. By this point, Tammy had already moved on to college, attending Grinnell College all the way up in Iowa, a lengthy 17-hour drive from her parents' home. But when Tammy wasn't busy with college, she would return home to her family, and she would spend her summer months with her family in New Jersey. She could often be found at her summer job at the local Blockbuster video store. For Tammy, life was going quite well. She was a very well-educated young woman with a very promising future ahead of her. And it's clear to see that she was doing her best to make a name for herself, and her family were incredibly supportive. Tammy was attending college to major in both art history and Spanish, and the 1992 and 1993 college season was her senior year, meaning she'd nearly made it to the end of the line and was almost ready to start job hunting. Tammy never publicly mentioned what she planned to do after college, but whatever it was, she was excited. In virtually every photo that's been shared of Tammy, she's beaming with excitement and happiness, and a smile like hers doesn't come around very often. Tammy was genuinely happy about what the future had in store for her. But little did she know, this happiness was about to be stolen. It was August 21st, 1992. Tammy and her brother Darren had just left their parents' home in New Jersey together, heading back towards their colleges. Darren was heading off to college in Illinois, while Tammy was obviously heading up to Iowa. Tammy more or less needed to pass by her brother's college in order to get to her own, so she offered to drop him off along the way. Tammy planned on spending the night at her brother's college of Northwestern, located just outside of Chicago. She had a friend who was also attending Northwestern and didn't need to be back at her own college until September 8th, so she wasn't pressed for time by any means. Along their journey to Northwestern, Tammy and her brother Darren passed through Pittsburgh to spend some time with their parents, who'd been visiting family in the area. The two spent the night in Pittsburgh, then headed off towards Darren's college the following morning on August 22nd. Darren recalls that the two were having car troubles all throughout their journey, and they needed to pull over multiple times. Tammy had been driving her 1985 Pontiac T1000. In these days, these cars are notorious for their countless issues, so it's understandable that the two were having constant car troubles, even though the vehicle was only 7 years old at this point. Darren remembers that the two needed to pull over 2 or 3 times to add coolant and oil to the car, and each time they did this, the car would begin acting normally again. On August 22nd, the two made it to Northwestern, where Tammy was finally able to spend some time with one of her friends. But for reasons that remain unclear, she decided not to hang out for too terribly long. Despite the fact that she didn't need to return to college for several days, she opted to head back towards her own campus on August 23rd, the day after she dropped off her brother. It's rumored that she headed off to school early so that she could take photos of her school's athletes during practice. Tammy had a passion for photography, and she was hoping to take some of these photos to provide to the school's yearbook. Tammy left her friend's house at around noon on August 23rd. Her brother checked out her car before she left that day, and he told her that if it started acting up again, that she should stop at a rest stop for a while, presumably to give the car some time to cool down so it didn't overheat. It seems like her car did fine for several hours, as she made it all the way to I-80 around mile marker 83 before she ever needed to pull over. Unfortunately, she didn't end up making it to a rest stop as her brother had hoped. Between 3 and 4 p.m., Tammy was spotted on the side of the highway. We don't know exactly what was going on, but we know that she was spotted looking under the hood by several drivers who had passed by. She wasn't pulled over for too terribly long before an 18-wheeler driver offered to help her out. We don't know if he offered to give Tammy a ride to the nearest rest stop, if he offered to help fix her car, or if he offered to drive her to her college. There's just no way of knowing, because after the man pulled over and spoke with Tammy, she disappeared. Considering it was the middle of the afternoon and I-80 is a remarkably busy highway, I feel it's safe to assume that whatever happened to Tammy likely didn't happen on the side of the road. Investigators never pinned this down with any certainty, but what most likely happened is that Tammy was abducted by this driver and stowed away in his truck. Several witnesses got a pretty good look at the man, and he was described as being between 30 and 45 years old with dark, bushy hair. He was described as being about 6 feet tall, so with Tammy being 5'2", it's safe to say there was a distinct size difference between the two of them. Witnesses got a very good look at the suspect's truck, and they were able to provide investigators with a clear description of the vehicle. The truck and the trailer were said to have been white, and each of them had brown and orange stripes running across them, with what appeared to be a faded company logo stamped in the middle of the stripes. The truck also reportedly had Nebraska plates. Later that day, Illinois police noticed that Tammy's car had been abandoned on the side of the road. A ticket was placed on the car, and when no one returned to pick it up, the car was towed to the Illinois State Police impound lot the very next day. This was also around the time that Tammy's family realized something was terribly wrong. Tammy was in the habit of calling her family when she arrived safely at college. When her family never heard from her that night, they became incredibly concerned. By the following morning, on August 24th, Tammy's mother contacted the Illinois State Police and asked to file a missing person report. The police accepted the report and submitted it to their database, but it seems as though her case wasn't really taken very seriously. Tammy's family have been somewhat critical of the police and their lack of interest in the early days of the investigation. They revealed that police believed Tammy had run off with a boyfriend and didn't want to be found, but there was no evidence to suggest that Tammy even had a boyfriend at this time. It took police several days before they actually bothered investigating Tammy's disappearance, but by this point, it was far too late. About a week after Tammy was reported missing, police made a haunting discovery. They were contacted by a truck driver named Robert Bullington. Robert says that he saw Tammy on the date of her disappearance. He mentioned that he saw her entering into the aforementioned 18-wheeler, but he had even more info to share. Robert actually knew the driver of this truck personally, at least to a certain extent. The two had spoken on CB radio before, and they'd been in contact with each other earlier that day. Robert says that the truck driver went by the name of Jerry, but it's possible that Jerry was just a pseudonym that the man used on CB radio. Robert spoke with Jerry immediately after he picked up Tammy, but it's never been revealed if Jerry explained what his intentions were with her. Whatever the case was, Robert says that Jerry confirmed that Tammy was perfectly fine, and this was the last interaction they had. Robert remembered his conversation with Jerry when he noticed missing person flyers for Tammy. He immediately called the police to report his interaction with this man, but by the time he made the report, Jerry was long gone. But shortly after this report is when police made a startling update to the case, a report that would change everything. It was September 1st, 1992. A man had pulled over onto the side of the road in Sarcoxie, Missouri, near I-44, to relieve himself and stretch a tarp over some of his tools that he'd been carrying in the back of his truck, as he just heard that rain was about to roll in. As he stepped outside of his truck, he noticed something just off the side of the road but couldn't make out what it was. As he drew closer, the realization of what he had just walked into finally struck. He had stumbled onto a crime scene. Police responded to the scene of the discovery and quickly announced what everyone had feared. Tammy Zawicki had finally been found, but it was far too late for her. Her body was found wrapped in a red blanket that had a label tying it to the Kenworth Trucking Company. Some reports of Tammy's discovery suggest that she was wearing the same outfit that she had disappeared in, but her family claimed that she wasn't. They believed that at some point she changed into different clothes. But the worst thing was, police uncovered evidence that she'd been taken advantage of before she lost her life. The coroner was able to determine that she lost her life between 4 and 7 days before being discovered. So it's entirely possible she lost her life the same day she was reported missing. If all of this weren't bad enough, Police revealed that she'd sustained at least 7 wounds to her chest, all of which were within the vicinity of her heart, and this obviously is what led to her losing her life. Police say that if her parents are correct, and she was wearing different clothing than what she'd originally been wearing, then they haven't been able to recover this original set of clothes. It wasn't found in her car, nor was it found during any follow-up investigations. She was also known to have been wearing a very distinct Loris brand watch. It had a green band with a green umbrella on its face and played the song "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head." But this watch was never recovered, nor was her Canon 35mm camera, or a St. Giles soccer club patch that she was known to be carrying. After all of this was revealed, there was virtually zero progress in Tammy's case for the next 2 years. But in 1994, a nurse came forward after she'd spotted a man who came into her clinic who bore a striking resemblance to the man who was seen with Tammy when she vanished. Allegedly the same man who went by the name of Jerry on the CB radio. The man who came into the clinic that day was Lonnie Bierbrodt. Lonnie was a long-haul trucker who lived in Missouri at the time, the same state where Tammy's body was found, and his home was within a few miles of the dump site. The man had even grown up near the area where Tammy's car broke down. Soon after Tammy vanished, the man had sold his vehicle, and police found this a bit suspicious. But if this weren't bad enough, the man even worked for Kenworth Trucking Company, the same company who manufactured the blanket that Tammy's body was found wrapped in. Police were eventually able to locate the man's old vehicle that he had sold, but they weren't able to find any evidence inside of it. The man also supplied a DNA sample to investigators, but his sample didn't yield any results pertaining to the investigation. Shortly after, the man was cleared of any involvement, and detectives announced that they would be disbanding the task force that was dedicated to Tammy Zawicki's investigation. They reduced the number of officers on the case from 14 down to just 2. This would be the final update until 2002, 8 years after Lonnie was labeled as the primary suspect. Detective Martin McCarthy, a retired detective who'd been working on Tammy's case, spoke out about the investigation and mentioned that Lonnie had never truly been cleared as a suspect. Yes, they confirmed his DNA wasn't a match and this had more or less ruled him out, but he remained on their list as a person of interest. But Detective McCarthy clarified the situation by saying that things weren't as simple as the media made them out to be. According to McCarthy, Lonnie's DNA was only cleared on a technicality. The DNA sample that police had managed to pull from the scene of the crime was incomplete, and it was an incredibly small quantity as well, from what I can tell. Because of this, there wasn't enough of a sample available to definitively prove whether or not Lonnie was actually involved. This didn't mean that he wasn't responsible, it just meant that there wasn't enough evidence to prove it with any certainty, even though officers had heavy suspicions about this man. The main piece of evidence that I personally find incredibly fascinating is that not only did Lonnie perfectly fit the bill of the man that witnesses spotted with Tammy that day, but he also reportedly gave his wife a Loris brand watch around the time that Tammy disappeared. The watch was reportedly shockingly similar to the watch that Tammy wore, and if you ask me, it may have been the same watch. Unfortunately, Lonnie passed away in 2002. And his involvement in the case more or less ended here, as police obviously had no way to ask him any further questions. But by 2007, another 5 years later, police announced another update, in which they believed a man by the name of Bruce Mendenhall may have been involved in Tammy's disappearance. Bruce was yet another trucker with an interesting past. Detectives were able to convict Bruce for taking the life of another victim named Sarah Hulbert, and they even tied him to 11 more cases. But Tammy's case was never officially connected to Bruce. Police once again had strong suspicions that he may have been involved, but there simply wasn't enough evidence to tie him to the case with any certainty. He also seemed to prey on street workers and addicts, and Tammy didn't fit this bill at all. So the chances of Bruce being responsible are relatively slim, though we do know that he worked predominantly in Illinois at that time, so he certainly would have had the opportunity. There was one other man who police suspected may have been involved in Tammy's disappearance, a man by the name of Clark Perry Baldwin. Clark was a cross-country trucker who was arrested in 2020 after DNA tests tied him to the homicides of at least 3 other women. But very shortly after he was apprehended, police cleared him of any involvement in Tammy Zawicki's case. This brings us to 2023, 31 years after the crime took place. As it stands, this case remains officially unsolved, but I know there are a lot of you out there who don't really like cases like this that have no real ending, and I don't like it when crimes go unsolved either. So with this in mind, I'd like to revisit a couple things involving Lonnie Bierbrodt. If you remember Detective McCarthy, he believes, without a doubt, Lonnie is the man behind the crime. This may also explain why the task force that was dedicated to the case was disbanded so suddenly. It's possible that the detectives knew who the killer was, but they also knew that there simply wasn't enough evidence to ever pin him to the crime, so the unit was disbanded until further evidence could be found. And really, just look at the guy. He looks exactly like the descriptions given by witnesses. If you remember, the guy was described as being between 30 and 45. Lonnie was 32. He was described as having brown bushy hair. Lonnie had brown bushy hair. Lonnie was also a convicted felon who had been given 2 20-year sentences for armed violence and attempted murder. He made parole in 1990, after which he started driving for Kenworth Trucking Company, the same company that was branded on the blanket Tammy was found in. If this wasn't enough, Lonnie also had no alibi for the time that Tammy went missing, and investigators have reason to believe he was within Tammy's general vicinity at that time. The only details that I haven't been able to confirm are the height estimates given by witnesses. They described the man seen with Tammy as being about 6 feet tall, but I haven't been able to determine how tall Lonnie was. The literal only information I could find that might rule Lonnie out is that the witnesses who spotted the suspect that day never reported him wearing glasses, and we know that Lonnie had worn glasses pretty much his whole life. But we can't forget the watch. Lonnie reportedly gave his wife an identical watch to the one that Tammy was missing. Now, I don't know what other evidence you could possibly want. I'll never accuse an innocent man of a crime. That's just not the kind of show I'm running here, but this man is new levels of suspicious. In my own mind, I've made peace with the idea that Lonnie was most likely the killer. Being a 2-time convicted felon, we already know that he was a pretty bad guy. We just don't know if he managed to turn himself around while he was in prison. Detective McCarthy has also resigned to believing that Lonnie was the killer, and that alone says an awful lot, considering he has access to all sorts of additional evidence and information that's never been made public. And if all of this public information points to Lonnie, I can only imagine what information that's being withheld may implicate him as well. So in the end, Tammy's case may be officially unsolved, but I think I speak for nearly everyone when I say it's only a matter of time before this case is truly solved. I assume investigators still have Lonnie's DNA on file, as well as the partial DNA recovered from the crime scene. And with the rapid advancements in DNA technology these days, only time will tell. The peaceful rivers of North Carolina are not a place you would expect a terrifying true crime case to unfold. But for Irina Yarmolenko, that's exactly what happened. A young couple were out jet skiing on the Catawba River one afternoon when they got the shock of their lives. As they passed a small embankment, they noticed something odd lying on the riverbanks. At first, they probably thought it was just a bundled up pile of clothes, maybe some sort of animal taking a nap. But as they drew nearer, they realized this was no animal. This was a human body, and they just walked right into a crime scene. Irina Yarmolenko was known to her friends and relatives as Ira, and they described her as someone who had always had a sunny spirit, and who found it easy to make new friends no matter where she went. She originally came from Ukraine, but in the 1990s, her family fled from the country and headed to the US, eventually settling in North Carolina. Her parents managed to find work in Greensboro and found a home in Chapel Hill where they could live peacefully and raise their kids. In 2008, Ira was studying at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte after graduating from Chapel Hill High School in 2006. And in May of that year, she'd made the decision to finish out her semester there before planning to transfer to the university's Chapel Hill campus, where she intended on obtaining a public health major. When it came to her studies, Ira was known to be very dedicated and focused, and she also had hobbies of playing tennis and the piano. She also loved to spend time traveling around the country, since she enjoyed learning about the different cultures that she encountered and was also a member of her college's Russian club, helping her remember her roots. She also was a member of the college's newspaper team, where she worked as a photographer and on occasion she wrote a few articles. One of her main goals in life was to help other people, a character trait that was echoed by her brother, who's been quoted as saying, quote, "There was nothing bad about her. She was incredible." She was clearly a driven individual who had big plans for the future, and thanks to her nature, it seemed that she was set on the road to success. But Ira's story would soon take a tragic turn as she was robbed of that future in the most heinous way possible, when someone took her life. At just after 1 p.m. on Monday, the 5th of May, 2008, Dennis Loveless and his girlfriend Brenda Pierce got the shock of their lives when they were out jet skiing on the Catawba River in North Carolina. While out on their excursion, they noticed something odd lying on the riverbank, and they decided to investigate. But when they got closer, they were horrified to discover a woman's body lying by the side of the river. They knew they had to inform the authorities immediately, and so Brenda decided to ride her jet ski to a nearby bait shop, where she would call 911. At the same time, Dennis remembered seeing someone working at a nearby construction site, and he ran over to ask if they could contact the police as well. During the 911 call, Brenda stated, quote, "There's a car that's run off the embankment and a body lying there. I don't know if they're alive or not." And police officers were immediately dispatched to the riverbank. When authorities arrived on the scene, they unfortunately discovered that it was Irina's body that had been found, and she was located next to her car, a Saturn, that had seemingly left the road and crashed into a stump that was hidden in the dense brush, just a short distance away from the water. What struck them as strange was the fact that both the doors on the driver's side were open, but the airbags hadn't deployed from the collision with the stump. Stranger still, Irina's car keys were found lying in the back of the car on the driver's side. The engine was off, and strangest of all, the car was in neutral. Just about every detail from this scene just didn't make sense. If Irina's passing was the result of her crashing into the stump, she surely wouldn't have been able to put the car in neutral before turning off the engine, removing the keys from the ignition, and then opening the back door and dropping the keys. It would have been nearly impossible after such an impact. Something just didn't seem right about this scene. A short distance away, Irina was found lying on the ground with her feet closest to the water, and in one hand she was holding onto a vine. It was also noted that her hair and the clothes that she was wearing were soaked. While attempting to figure out what had happened here, investigators initially assumed that she'd driven herself to the river, where she'd then gotten out of the car and ended her own life. But this opinion quickly changed upon a closer inspection of her body. It was discovered that she had 3 marks on her neck that suggested that she'd been strangled and then left by the side of the river. A further search uncovered 3 ligatures, and it was quickly determined that Irina's killer used these to end her life. It was later revealed that the first came from the sweatshirt that she was wearing. The second was a blue ribbon that was a perfect match for another ribbon that was tied to her bag, which was still in the car. And the third was a bungee cord, similar to one that was discovered in the car's trunk. They also found a camera in her trunk, but its film had been removed. But the strangest detail of all was also found in the car's trunk: a half-eaten burger from Wendy's. Ira was vegetarian. The first order of business was to interview everyone who was present in the area when Irina was discovered. Dennis and Brenda recounted their experience of stumbling across her body and reiterated they were merely out on the river to do some jet skiing. The nearby construction workers added that they'd only become aware that something was wrong once Dennis showed up, asking them to call 911. Several people walked past the scene while it was being processed, and they were also questioned, but no one had seen anything, and they were just as shocked by the discovery as Dennis and Brenda were. But there was one man who'd been present this whole time as he was fishing about 100 yards from where Irina's body was found. 39-year-old Mark Carver told investigators that he and his cousin, Neil Casada, were unaware of anything that had happened, and added that he hadn't seen anything suspicious or untoward in the time that he'd spent next to the water. When asked to recount the movements of that day, he stated that he and Neil had arrived at the river at around 11 that morning, and they immediately started getting their fishing equipment ready. They'd been there for about an hour when they became aware of a strange sound further down the river, and Mark described it as sounding similar to a bulldozer scraping along the ground. He gave his and his cousin's information to the investigating officers, after which he left to pick up his daughter, presumably from school. He did return again later that same afternoon, and when asked why he was back, he claimed to have left his fishing net behind, but he was stopped from entering the area. He returned the next day after the area was accessible again, but was still unable to locate his net. Ira's car was then towed away to a secure garage, where it was processed for fingerprints by the Gaston County Police Department. This was done on the 5th and the 7th of May. Strangely, there seemed to be no reason for Ira to be in that area, since it was around 20 miles from her residence, and the only plausible explanation was that she'd traveled to the river with someone she knew, or she'd been forced to drive there by someone who had nefarious intentions. Mark had only given an informal statement at this point, and on the 15th of May, he was asked to provide an official account of his time next to the river. He stated that he saw Dennis and Brenda while they were jet skiing on the water, but added that there was also another boater present. He said that he heard Dennis speaking to the man in the boat, asking him to call 911, but he was adamant that he had no idea that a body had been found until he saw a news story about the case on the news. Since Mark and Neil were the only ones who were in the area when Ira's body was found, investigators decided to take a closer look at their lives and circumstances. They found that Mark was retired thanks to a medical disability. Mark's arrest record showed that he'd been taken into custody twice in the past. One of those instances occurred in 2007 when he and his son were wrestling, and somehow he'd ended up accidentally wounding him with his firearm. Neil was also interviewed on several occasions, but he was adamant that they'd never heard anything strange other than the sound that they heard and the sound of voices talking about calling 911. But they did allow for their DNA samples to be taken. The next step in the investigation was to try and create a timeline of Ira's movements before she was found by the river. Police found that on the day that she lost her life, Ira went to a bank in Charlotte at around 10:17 a.m., where she deposited some money into her account. She then traveled to a Goodwill store, also in Charlotte, where she dropped off a few bags of clothing at about 10:33 a.m. Following that, she went to Jackson's Java coffee shop, where she did a few shifts a week, though she didn't have a shift this day and was presumably just visiting with her coworkers while having a cup of coffee. They then found a strange piece of footage captured by CCTV security cameras in the area of the YMCA in Belmont. The footage showed Ira's car arriving at the building at 11:09 a.m., but instead of stopping and getting out, it showed the car driving around the parking lot before suddenly leaving again 1 minute later. Unfortunately, the security footage was somewhat blurry, and investigators were unable to see whether Ira was alone in the car or not. As the car left the parking lot, it could be seen driving in the direction of the river, where it would eventually be found a few hours later. This is where the trail went cold, as no one had seen Ira after that, and her car wasn't captured on any further security cameras. The interesting thing is, Ira hadn't been sexually assaulted. It didn't seem as though she'd been robbed, and by all accounts, she was an extremely likable person who got along with just about everyone she met. So for investigators, there was one big question. Was Ira alone in that car, or was there someone with her? There was some speculation between detectives that this was a crime of opportunity. But even if this was the case, what was the motive for ending Ira's life? When a crime like this is committed, it's usually out of jealousy, a robbery that's gone wrong, a planned hit, or because of a rivalry, among other reasons. But none of these seemed to fit with Ira's crime, since she had no enemies and hadn't gotten into any trouble before she lost her life. 2 months after Ira was found, her car was swabbed for DNA, along with the 3 ligatures that were determined to have been used to end her life. The processing of DNA evidence like this is a very timely process that usually takes several days, maybe even a couple weeks to complete. But it would be a few months after Ira's car was swabbed that the results finally came back, and they seemed to confirm the investigators' darkest suspicions. While it was reported that mixed DNA profiles were found in the car, the lab stated that a match had been found on the swabs taken from the car's driver's side back door, specifically the pillar above the door. It was found to be a match for Mark, who claimed to have never seen Ira or her vehicle. But his DNA wasn't the only DNA that was present in the car. They also reported that they found a match from swabs taken from the armrest of the front passenger door and inside the window of the same seat. This DNA matched Neil. It was now up to investigators to prove that the 2 cousins were in or around Ira's car at some point, and to do so, they had to establish what their movements were that morning. They found that the 2 men had indeed made plans to go fishing that morning, but only met up at the river later on. Mark had traveled to a store where he picked up a salt block that was intended for Neil's goats. Since the block was too heavy for Mark to carry on his own, he asked an employee at the store to carry it to his car. The employee did so and placed it in his car's trunk. Following this, he drove to the College Park Pharmacy, where he dropped off a prescription at 10:52 a.m. He then went to the river, to a spot where he and some of his family members had been fishing in the past, and a short while later, Neil arrived to retrieve the salt block from Mark's vehicle. Neither of the men could carry the block on their own, since Mark had carpal tunnel and Neil was suffering from a heart condition, but they eventually helped each other transfer it from one car to the other. According to Mark's statement, they then heard the strange scraping sound at around noon, and a short while later, Neil left, but Mark decided to keep fishing. He was then approached by a police officer after Ira's body was discovered, and was only allowed to leave at around 2:30 p.m. after he'd been interviewed and supplied the police with his identification, as well as his and Neil's contact information. He then drove away from the river and returned to the pharmacy to pick up the medication from the prescription that he'd dropped off earlier that morning. An employee at the pharmacy remembered seeing him that afternoon and told investigators that when Mark arrived, the case was being discussed on a television in the store. Mark told the worker that he'd been at the scene but didn't know anything about the incident other than being told someone had been shot. When he and Neil returned to the river later that day, Ira's car was being removed from the scene, and hence they were not allowed to go to their fishing spot. Considering their DNA was found at the scene, the two men were later brought in for questioning. Neil remained adamant that neither he nor Mark had been anywhere near Ira's car. The interrogators decided to lie to him by telling him that his cousin was in another interrogation room and that he had implicated Neil in the crime. But he remained steadfast in his statement that he had never seen the vehicle in question. It was then found that Mark wrote and read at a first grade level, and after testing, it was determined that he had an IQ level of 61, which matches with a clinical level of mental disability. Investigators then spoke to several doctors about Mark's physical conditions, and they confirmed that he was considered as disabled. They added that thanks to the carpal tunnel, he had a very weak grip strength and often had trouble holding on to something as light as a pen. Speaking of the DNA evidence that was found at the scene, DNA other than Ira's was found on all three ligatures that were collected for evidence, but neither Mark's nor Neil's DNA was present. 13 other areas of the car were swabbed, none of which showed any signs of the two cousins' DNA, and DNA collected from under Ira's nails also didn't match the two men either. Nonetheless, investigators felt strongly that either both men or one of the two had something to do with Ira's passing, and the decision was made for them to be taken into custody. At least 8 other people had their DNA tested, and hence must have been considered suspects at some point, but they were quickly cleared, leaving Mark and Neil as the only remaining suspects. Both men were still adamant that they were innocent, but the trial dates were set, and it would be decided that they would be tried separately after being charged with first-degree homicide. Though the day before Neil's trial was set to start, he unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack. Before Mark's trial started, he was given the chance to plead guilty in exchange for a lighter sentence of between 4 and 8 years in prison, but he refused, stating that he couldn't plead guilty to a crime that he didn't commit. And so Mark's trial went ahead. The prosecution made the case that Ira had traveled to the river on her own to take some photos, but while she was there, she caught the two cousins in a compromising position and took photos of them. They claimed that this would have angered the two men, who then decided to end her life before removing the film from the camera, then placing the camera back in the trunk of the car. There was also never any mention of whether or not either man's DNA was found on the camera, or even their fingerprints for that matter. A detective testified that the camera counter showed that 2 photos had been taken, which he found strange since there was no film inside. He later found out that this particular camera's counter could advance without any film being present, but he failed to mention this in court. But this is where another strange detail in the case arose. The defense was in possession of documents showing that the detectives knew that no film had to be present for the counter to work, but they failed to mention this at all, effectively ignoring a crucial piece of evidence. Basically, they knew that they were lying, or at the very least stretching the truth, but chose to use this misguided evidence to try to convict this man anyway. Not a good look. At this point, 3 things were clear in this case. First, Mark was definitely in the area where Ira's life was taken. Second, his DNA was found to be present in the car. And lastly, he had at some point mentioned that he knew how tall Ira was, despite stating he'd never seen her before in his life. Further hurting Mark's case was testimony from an officer who stated that he could clearly hear other officers speaking in normal volumes while he was standing at Mark's fishing spot, meaning Mark and Neil would have certainly heard Ira's car crashing into the stump, as well as the attack that followed. It would have been painfully loud given their location, and this proved the men may have been lying. In the end, Mark's defense team only relied on the fact that prosecutors couldn't definitely prove that Mark and Neil were guilty. Yes, they proved that the two had maybe lied, but that's it. The defense called no witnesses, didn't enter any items into evidence, and seemingly hoped that the jury would acquit Mark thanks to a lack of evidence. But this is not what happened. The jury found Mark guilty on all charges. On the 21st of March, 2011, he was sentenced to life in prison. Mark would appeal this sentence in 2012 and 2013, but was unsuccessful on both occasions. But unexpectedly, in 2019, a judge stated that Mark should be given a new trial, since there were several discrepancies in the evidence that were never brought to the jury's attention. To start with, the jury had never seen Mark's interrogation video, which showed a detective leading him into saying that he knew how tall Ira was. Furthermore, one of the responding officers failed to mention that he shook Mark's hand after questioning him, and then returned to the crime scene, thereby possibly transferring Mark's DNA to the vehicle, where it was later picked up by swabs. Since Ira's car's doors were seen left open in some of the pictures, but were closed in others, officers had to have touched the doors at some point before DNA evidence was collected, meaning the DNA evidence collected was totally unreliable. The defense also failed to mention that Mark was mentally disabled, or that he suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome, which would have made it impossible for him to carry out the crime, as he couldn't have tied the ligatures that were found at the scene. Thanks to this judge coming forward, Mark's conviction was finally overturned, and on the 11th of June, 2019, he was released from prison on a bond of $100,000. He was also ordered to wear an ankle monitor while awaiting a retrial. A new hearing date was set for the 16th of August, 2022, but this trial would never take place, as the charges against Mark were finally dropped on the 12th of August, as there simply wasn't enough evidence to link him to the crime. Mark is now a free man, but this means that Ira's case is still unsolved, and the person responsible for her crime has never been identified. It's a heartbreaking fact that this case had a major negative impact on two different families, neither of which received the answers they deserve. In Ira's case, how could someone claim the life of an innocent young woman? In Mark's case, how could a team of investigators seemingly knowingly convict a man who was 100% innocent? It's been mentioned in various forums that evidence exists proving that certain unnamed individuals may have been responsible for Ira's crime, but there seems to have been no further progress in her case, which means that there's been no closure for her family, and they still have no idea what happened to her on that fateful day. To top this off, a criminal is now running free, never having paid for his actions against this poor woman. As for Mark and his family, he spent nearly 8 years in prison despite a massive discrepancy in the case's evidence, and even now that he's been released, he hasn't received so much as an apology for the years of his life that he'll never get back. This case seems like a true crime story that just keeps on giving. At every possible angle, there's just so much more and more hurt, and never any answers. There's no word on whether or not the police are still investigating the case. If they are, they've certainly made no progress in the last few years, at least not that's been publicly mentioned. I just hope, for Ira's family's sake, they will eventually get to the bottom of this so that her loved ones can finally get a bit of closure, and maybe even a small amount of peace. It was October 1st, 2017, when Jesse Galganov went missing, leaving behind not a single trace of evidence for investigators to follow. Jesse was just 22 years old, and after getting a rough start in life, decided to go backpacking through Peru on a mission of rediscovering who he truly was, and in essence just proving to himself that he could do whatever he set his mind to. But almost immediately after beginning his journey, Jesse went missing. Detectives spent more than a year searching for any clues that could point to where Jesse had gone. But strangely enough, what they didn't find was much more shocking than what they did. Jesse Galganov was born in Montreal, Quebec on February 8, 1985. He grew up alongside his parents Todd and Alyssa and his sister Sammy. Those who knew Jesse described him as persistently happy, with a positive outlook on life. He had a huge heart and was extremely empathetic. He had a huge amount of friends who continue to remember him fondly to this day. Jesse was always very active and was the captain of his high school football team. But due to a severe concussion when he was 17 years old, he faced some educational setbacks. This left him unable to read and study as easily as the rest of us, and delayed his college application process. But this minor setback did not deter Jesse, and instead, he focused his energy on helping others. He did this by raising money for the Movember Foundation, a charity that helps to raise awareness for men's health issues, such as prostate cancer, testicular cancer, and men's mental health. Working with this charity certainly had a long-term impact on Jesse's life, and helped him put things into perspective. When Jesse was finally able to attend college, he opted to join the Wesleyan University, located in Middletown, Connecticut, and obtained dual U.S. citizenship and moved to the United States from Canada to pursue his bachelor's degree in mathematics. After graduating, Jesse was accepted into medical school at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia. His passion for helping others and desire to travel the world inspired him to use his newfound skills to work with Doctors Without Borders, a collective of medical professionals who help out those who are affected by injury or illness in conflict zones or countries affected by large numbers of diseases. Along with his empathy and love of learning, Jesse had developed a passion for traveling and learning about other cultures. So his work with Doctors Without Borders made a lot of sense for him, and his family could not have been prouder of him. To overcome the setbacks of his severe brain injury in high school and go on to become accepted into medical school just shows how tenacious Jesse truly was. His passion for travel and appreciation for other cultures prompted Jesse to take a gap year away from schooling, where he planned to explore new places on an 8-month backpacking trip through South America and then to Asia. Jesse had spent time traveling in the past, previously spending a semester in Prague, as well as taking a 7-week backpacking excursion in Western Europe. Before his trip, Jesse spent considerable time at home with his mom planning out every detail of the trip. He mapped out his routes, planned camping sites and hostels along the way, made lists of supplies that he would need, and ensured he didn't go into the trip without a plan of action for any situation that may arise. He even made plans to meet up with some friends who would be in the areas he passed along the way. Now, if you've never been on a trip like this yourself, it's important to mention that trips such as these give the adventurer the ability to meet with significant self-discovery, while broadening their worldview and allowing them to experience a wide array of cultures, and oftentimes things that take you out of your comfort zone. And this was exactly what Jesse was looking forward to. After healing from his brain injury, Jesse was on a mission to rediscover who he truly was and to never take life for granted again. But unfortunately for Jesse, these plans would never come to fruition. Jesse planned to be gone from September 24th, 2017 until May 15th of 2018, quite a long journey. The first stop was in Peru, which is in South America, where he would spend time backpacking and hiking trails until heading to Asia for the second leg of his trip in early January. Jesse's mother dropped him off at the airport on the morning of September 24th, wishing her son safe travels, not knowing this would be the last time she would ever see him. Later that afternoon, Jesse arrived in Lima, where he stayed for a couple of days before taking a bus on September 26th to Huaraz, Peru, which was approximately 7 hours from Lima. He arrived in Huaraz in the early morning hours of September 27th. Just after arrival, at 6:13 a.m., Jesse used his phone to Google directions to the nearest Kame house. Then at 6:15, searched for directions to the nearest Kame house hostel. A few moments later, he searched for directions to the address of the backpacker hostel where he intended to stay, and dropped a pin at 6:24 a.m., beginning his walk to his destination. At 6:25, about a block from the bus station, Jesse sent a Snapchat to a friend. 5 minutes later at 6:30 a.m., security footage shows Jesse checking in at the hostel. At 6:33 a.m., he sends another Snapchat just outside of the hostel, before Googling directions to the nearest marketplace. About 10 minutes later, he sent text to check in with friends and forwarded confirmation of his check-in to his mom. This digital footprint serves as proof that Jesse was diligent about keeping his friends and family informed about his travels, and he wasn't one to overlook the safety of being in a foreign area alone. The next morning, CCTV footage shows Jesse leaving the hostel at 4:30 a.m. and walking toward an area where people were known to wait for transportation. That morning, Jesse sent a text to his mom about his 4-day excursion. He informed her that due to a lack of cell service, he wouldn't be in touch until October 2nd. Jesse was embarking on a 31-mile hike along the Santa Cruz Trail, a hike he had long dreamed of taking. It's typical for this hike to take 3 to 4 days, so his texts with his mother were perfectly normal and likely meant to keep her from worrying if she didn't hear from him for a few days. Hikers on this trail have the option of hiking from east to west or west to east. Jesse decided to hike the trail from west to east and wanted to complete the hike in 4 days due to a pre-purchased bus ticket intended to take Jesse back to Juarez at the end of his trek. Jesse opted to do this relatively difficult hike solo instead of completing it with the guide, as a companion on this hike more than doubled the cost, and Jesse was confident in his ability to complete the hike on his own, despite it being recommended to utilize a trekking company. The elevation in this region is significantly different from what Jesse was used to. To put this into perspective, the elevation at his college in Connecticut is around 30 feet, while this trail ranges from between 9,000 to over 15,000 feet of elevation. Most experts recommend spending a minimum of 2 nights in the region to get acclimated, but Jesse had only spent 1. Not adjusting to elevation properly can lead to altitude sickness, which can cause symptoms such as headaches, nausea, and even death. Nevertheless, Jesse set out from the trailhead to begin the hike of his dreams, but instead, it would become the hike of nightmares. Settled in the snow-covered peaks of the Cordillera Blanca range in the Andes, this Santa Cruz backpacking trip is known to be one of the most beautiful trails in the world. While most people gather in this area to traverse the trails near Machu Picchu, this often overlooked hiking area offers incredible solitude for such a stunning place. This hike traverses through the valleys of the Cordillera Blancas while passing gorgeous lakes along the way to the highest point on the trek, Punta Union. Despite its stunning beauty, advertisements for this hike strongly advise against embarking on this trek alone if you're not a highly experienced backpacker. There are also several warnings about AMS, or acute mountain sickness. Most people coming to Peru are arriving from near sea level, much like Jesse was, and require a few days in camp to acclimate before heading out on the Santa Cruz trek. It's strongly recommended that travelers go on several day hikes in the area to prepare themselves for this multi-day backpacking trip. Nevertheless, Jesse arrived at the trailhead, paid his fees, adjusted his pack, and embarked on his solo journey through the mountains of Peru, completely unaware of the dangers to come. A few days later, October 2nd came around, and no one heard from Jesse. His mother, who was patiently waiting to hear from her son, didn't instantly begin to worry. She assumed that Jesse may have taken an extra day or two to complete the hike, especially considering that he went at it alone. It was October 7th before his mother really began to worry about him. She still had not heard from him, so she began to reach out to his friends to see if anyone had been in contact with him. As mentioned earlier, Jesse was great about staying in contact and frequently used social media, such as Snapchat. She was soon to find out that there had been no word from Jesse since September 28th, the day he began his hike, meaning he'd been MIA for over a week at this point. She began combing through any sources she could think of to find information about Jesse's whereabouts. Looking a little closer, his mother was relieved to see that Jesse had purchased an app that day, leading her to believe that Jesse was somewhere safe. But unfortunately, it was later revealed that Jesse downloaded this app on the 28th, likely as a free trial, and just the first automated charge was made on the 7th. This would be the first of many disappointments as Alyssa attempted to locate her missing son. No one close to Jesse wanted to jump the gun about something being wrong, in case he was just enjoying himself, but after a week of no contact from him, his family and friends became convinced that something was wrong. See, Jesse was meticulous. He scheduled each day of his trip with careful precision and had a strict budget to adhere to. He was not one to deviate from his plans. Realizing just how out of character this was for her son, Alyssa decided it was time to report her boy missing. Jesse's mother finally decided to file a missing person report on October 14th, 16 days after he left the trailhead. This report was filed with embassies in Peru, Canada, and the US. She also reported her son's disappearance to the FBI. The same day she filed the report, she also hired a private search and rescue team to help search for him. This team traveled all the way from Mexico City to assist in locating the missing hiker. On October 17, Alyssa landed in Juarez to search for her son. Authorities in Peru did not have many resources to help her search for Jesse, so most of this landed on her own shoulders. Shortly after her arrival in Juarez, Jesse's family and friends quickly began to spread the word about his disappearance. And on October 21st, a $10,000 reward was posted. The next day at a news conference, his mother voiced concerns that all of the info she'd gathered led her to believe that he may have been abducted, and stated that she believed this was the only plausible theory, since people don't just disappear into thin air. About a week later, on November 8th, Alyssa hired an elite search and rescue team from Israel, known as Magnus, to aid in the search for Jesse. Israel is one of the only countries in the world with the ability to search for missing people on an international level. This team conducted interviews, searched the trails, utilized drones, underwater robots, and dogs, and various other resources to locate Jesse. They initially found absolutely no evidence of Jesse, and were unable to confirm that Jesse even made it to the trail that day. But their inability to find any evidence of Jesse's whereabouts is just the beginning of the mystery surrounding his disappearance. You see, to even access the trail, travelers are required to check in with their passports, pay their fees, and sign in. Yet there was no record of Jesse ever doing so. The park employees were initially uncooperative and would not agree to hand over the check-in documents from the day Jesse began his hike. It was later discovered that those working the check-in area on the day Jesse was supposed to begin his hike were not legitimate employees of the park, so the sign-in documents from that day were incomplete, and some had even been forged. The original sign-in sheets were either accidentally or purposefully destroyed or lost, so that when authorities asked to see the sign-in sheets for September 28th, the people working at the trailhead just copied the sheet from the 28th of August and just changed the date. Obviously an incredibly immoral thing to do when there's a person's life at stake here. These workers were more worried about losing their jobs than they were about saving a life, which really shows the character of the type of people we're working with here. Now, while it's possible that the document from September 28th was accidentally misplaced or never properly logged in the first place, it could also be possible that these employees knew something had gone wrong, but they weren't willing to talk about it. Meanwhile, authorities began contacting those who lived and worked on these trails, including the local guides who often accompany travelers on their journeys. Unfortunately, though, the natives of this region were unwilling to speak with authorities, which isn't super uncommon. This is a small, poor, tight-knit community, with the belief that if anyone were to be found dead on one of these trails, they would likely be blamed for it. While the locals were largely unhelpful, authorities did discover that it's considered a common practice for local guides to place any bodies they find on the trail in the nearest body of water. Yet those underwater robots that Magnus utilized never found anything substantial located in the surrounding bodies of water, so much of this has essentially been ruled out. Magnus also used technology to search social media for photos taken on the trail and the surrounding areas during the time that Jesse would have been there, and began reaching out to people to see if anyone remembered seeing him. They were able to locate two men from France who camped next to Jesse on the night of September 30th, proving that Jesse had indeed been on the trail after the 28th of September. This was the first major lead the investigative team had come across. The campers reported that Jesse told them he wasn't feeling well and that he was suffering from headaches and diarrhea. He might have also been dehydrated. They also reported that he seemed disoriented and was likely suffering from altitude sickness, which was highly likely. The next morning, when the hikers woke up, they stated that Jesse told them he was feeling better and appeared to be doing better than the day before, so they didn't object when Jesse continued on his hike. He carried on his way, and they believed Jesse would be perfectly fine, but they had no idea just how wrong they really were. Another group of hikers reported seeing Jesse later on October 1st, shortly after 3 p.m. They reported that he appeared to be sick again and was walking very slowly, about a kilometer from the highest point of the hike. They told Magnus that Jesse asked them where he could find some water and mentioned that he was struggling to stand. Due to Jesse's state, it's surprising that no one offered to help him in any way. Those who reported sightings of him noticed his fragile condition, but chose to leave him to fend for himself, offering him no water, no food, nothing. Now, it's possible they didn't have any of these items to spare, but that doesn't make the situation any less heartbreaking. These backpackers were the last people to report seeing Jesse. On November 30th, 2 months after Jesse went missing, his mother, Alyssa, went on global news to highlight the extensive search for her son. She stated she would never stop looking for him and would do whatever was necessary to bring him home. His father, Todd, spent over 9 months living in Peru, spending every day trying to locate their son. He went door to door looking for answers and hiked the surrounding area daily. He set up a website, jesseprotected.com, where he posted updates about his search. He also posted flyers all over the surrounding area in hope that someone would recognize Jesse and help lead to his discovery. Because he hadn't located his body, and because he hiked the same trails as Jesse, Todd believes his son has to be alive somewhere. He doesn't see anywhere that Jesse could have fallen or had an accident. These facts reinforce his parents' belief that Jesse was abducted by someone. They refuse to believe that Jesse could have lost his life without some sort of physical proof, and rightfully so. But on May 16th of the following year, the day after Jesse was supposed to return home from his backpacking trip, his mother completed her hike on the Santa Cruz Trail. Upon completion, Alyssa stated that she was finally willing to admit that Jesse must have lost his life due to altitude sickness. She explains that the trail is difficult and poorly marked. She added that without a guide, she wouldn't have been able to complete the journey. Afterward, her search for Jesse became a recovery mission. She returned in August of 2018 to hike the trail again with a canine team specializing in finding human remains, but still, they found nothing. 1 full year after Jesse's disappearance, Alyssa spoke with the Montreal Gazette and stated that she no longer believes her son to be alive, but she is still focused on locating his body and bringing him home. She continues to pay his cell phone bill just in case Jesse's still out there somewhere, but she knows that the likelihood of this is very, very small. Todd, on the other hand, believes differently. He's firm in his belief that since they've been unable to locate any remains, Jesse was abducted and is being held against his will to perform forced labor. He's raised the reward to $500,000 in hopes that his money will motivate someone to come forward or release his son. In the beginning stages of the investigation, it initially seemed as if Jesse got lost or had some type of accident on the trail, which is all too common in stories such as these. One would figure that if this were the case, he would have been found hungry and dehydrated, or possibly injured by other backpackers. Worst case scenario, one would assume that his body would have been found somewhere along the trail. But without any trace of Jesse, there remains a sense of mystery surrounding his disappearance, a sense of hope that his parents just can't let go of. And who could blame them? Certainly not me. There's no evidence to suggest that Jesse lost his life that day. So it's wholly understandable that his parents are so determined to continue searching for him. What makes this situation so much more difficult is that detectives have concluded that many people with a connection to Jesse on this trip have withheld information from searchers, making it all the more suspicious. Not only those working in the park that day, but even the man who owns the hostel that Jesse was staying at, Chris Garcia. Video surveillance shows Jesse at the hostel. However, when questioned by authorities, Chris states that Jesse was never there. This hostel has great reviews, and many who rated it so highly have great things to say about the security. So why would the owner lie and say Jesse was never there when he clearly was? Comments on the Find Jesse Facebook page place him in several places around South America, with commenters stating that they saw him firsthand, with a plethora of theories being thrown around. So the question remains, what happened to Jesse? Where is his body? How have authorities been unable to find a single trace of him anywhere? Due to this being a huge area of land with treacherous terrain and many dangerous native predators, the possibilities of where Jesse ended up seem endless, not to mention the well-known fact that locals dispose of many bodies found in the area by dumping them into nearby bodies of water. The private investigative team Magnus believes that Jesse had succumbed to the elements, and when his body was discovered, someone moved it and never reported it to the authorities. Otherwise, someone would have surely found it by now. His family and friends fiercely loved Jesse. It's heart-wrenching to imagine the pain and everlasting uncertainty that they've endured. knowing that someone so smart and so talented with such a bright future disappeared on a trip he'd been dreaming about, never to be seen or heard from again. Jesse's loved ones worked tirelessly to locate him, only to return home empty-handed and emotionally drained each and every time. Those familiar with this disappearance hope that one day there will be a discovery so that his family and friends can have some sort of closure. In the meantime, the search for Jesse continues, and we can only hope that one day his family will find some answers and the closure they so desperately seek. Brianna Maitland completed her shift at a local hotel on March 19, 2004, and began her journey home for the night. It was a routine she'd performed countless times before, a familiar rhythm to the ebb and flow of life in Sheldon, Vermont. But little did she know that this night would be different, and the path she tread upon would veer off course into the realm of the unknown. The following morning, a ski team visiting the snow-capped mountains of Vermont was traveling down Route 118 when they spotted something that sparked their curiosity. So much so that they pulled to the side of the road and photographed an Oldsmobile Delta that had been backed up suspiciously into a barn. They poked around momentarily, looking to offer assistance, but no one was around. They loaded back into their vehicle and drove off, not knowing that their photos would be the only remaining images of a crime scene where Brianna Maitland vanished without a trace. Brianna Maitland was born October 8, 1986, to parents Kelly and Bruce Maitland of Franklin, Vermont, a remote town just before the West Berkshire border, crossing over into Canada. It's a small town of just over 1,000 residents. Nestled in the heart of Vermont's picturesque landscape, Franklin exudes an aura of tranquility, its rolling hills blanketed in lush greenery that stretches as far as the eye can see. This quaint rural town, with its scattered clusters of weathered barns and farmhouses, seems frozen in time, a relic of simpler days gone by. But beneath its serene facade lies a community grappling with a haunting mystery that has lingered for years. Franklin is not just a dot on the map. It's a place marked by the enigmatic disappearance of Brianna Maitland, a young woman whose vanishing continues to cast a long shadow over the town. Brianna grew up on her family's farmland with an older brother. As a child, she trained in jiu-jitsu, and friends say that she was no pushover. Her upbringing made her fiercely independent. Her friends and family describe her as being a kind and a good friend. She was never afraid to stand up for what she thought was right. Her father, Bruce, says Brianna had a strong sense of justice. As she got older, Brianna spent most of her time with friends and had a vibrant social life. But because of the remoteness of her family's farm, most of her friends lived several miles away in a neighboring town. Her father reports that Brianna didn't fit in with the kids at her small-town high school. So during her sophomore year, against her parents' wishes, she moved out of her home and started couch surfing and attended school with her close friends in Sheldon, Vermont. Brianna was seeking a fresh start. In this close-knit community of Sheldon, where everyone knows everyone, she found a sense of belonging that eluded her elsewhere. By March of 2004, Brianna had completed her GED, found a job to support herself, and moved in with her lifelong friend, Jillian Stout. She was looking forward to the extra money that a second job would bring in, and was due to start in just a few days. But after leaving work as a dishwasher at the Black Lantern Inn at around 11:30 p.m. on March 19th, Brianna disappeared. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Brianna was a vibrant presence in the town of Sheldon. Tall and slim with long flowing brown hair and a radiant smile, Brianna possessed a natural beauty that captivated those around her. Outside of work, Brianna was known to enjoy spending time with friends, attending local events, and exploring the surrounding countryside. But there were also reports of occasional conflicts and disagreements in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, adding a layer of complexity to the circumstances surrounding her vanishing. Despite these challenges, Brianna remained hopeful and optimistic about the future. In small-town environments, the drama between teens can spread like wildfire. As someone who was outspoken, Loyal and a little naive, not many people were shocked when Brianna was in a physical altercation with a girl named Keely LaCrosse, or Kelly, weeks before her disappearance. I'm not 100% certain on the pronunciation of the girl's name. Although she trained in martial arts, Brianna chose not to fight back against someone that she once considered a friend. While there's been copious speculation about the reason for the fight, Bruce maintains that it was all because of jealousy. Photos taken after the fight show Brianna with 2 black eyes, even though she supposedly never even raised a hand towards the other girl. While receiving medical care, doctors determined that she also suffered from a broken nose and a concussion. After Brianna was urged by her friends and family, she went on to file charges with the police. The case against Keely was to be heard by a judge on April 9, 2004, but Brianna would be missing by that time. Without her appearance in court, the case was dropped. On the morning of Friday, March 19th, Brianna took and passed her GED test. To celebrate, Brianna and her mother Kelly went out for lunch and to go shopping. Kelly is quoted in the Trace Evidence podcast as saying, quote, "It was an upbeat day." Despite the celebratory nature, though, Kelly reports that while they were standing in line to buy some items, Brianna was staring out one of the windows into the parking lot and stated out of nowhere that she'd be right back, leaving her mother standing alone in line. After checking out, Kelly exits the store, heading for the parking lot where Brianna meets up with her. Kelly reports that at this point, Brianna seemed agitated. Kelly didn't want to push her daughter on the matter, so she accepted the answer that she just needed to get ready for work. Those close to Brianna have since come forward, stating that she was confronted in the parking lot and was urged not to go to work that night. People following the case have made some wild assumptions about this warning, coming up with all sorts of theories about what may or may not have happened that day. But with the looming court date, the reason for this confrontation seems obvious. Despite her daughter's abrupt change in attitude, Kelly dropped Brianna off at the apartment that she shared with Jillian without pressing the matter. This was the last time she saw her daughter. Before going to work on that frigid evening, Brianna left a note for Jillian that she would be back later after work. But Brianna would never return. The Black Lantern Inn was busy when Brianna arrived that evening. During the winter months in Vermont, the red-bricked bed and breakfast is expected to have no vacancies due to its proximity to Jay Peak, a popular seasonal sports destination. The Black Lantern Inn stands as a timeless beacon of hospitality amidst the rolling hills and serene countryside of Sheldon, Vermont. Nestled at the heart of the town's historic district, this charming establishment exudes an air of warmth and welcome that draws travelers and locals alike into its embrace. Behind the scenes, Brianna found her place within the bustling rhythm of the Black Lantern Inn, her bright smile and easy charm making her a beloved fixture among staff and patrons alike. Brianna's genuine warmth and hospitality left an amazing impression on all who crossed her path. When questioned after her disappearance, none of her coworkers indicated anything unusual happened that night. Brianna, a dishwasher, spent most of her shift in the kitchen. At 11:20 p.m., Brianna clocked out of work. Her coworkers invited her to have some food with them, but she declined, stating she just wanted to go home. Coworkers see Brianna walk out to her car, where she gets in and drives down the road towards her apartment. Drivers traveling along Route 105 between the inn and Brianna's apartment would later tell investigators that they'd gone past the barn where her vehicle was later recovered, and had seen her Oldsmobile backed in with the taillights illuminating the pitch-black night. If these motorists are reliable witnesses, this detail means that there is a 10-minute window for things to go tragically wrong, as these reports came in around 11:30 p.m. The details of what transpired in the hours that followed remain shrouded in mystery, obscured by the passage of time and the unreliable impulses of memory. What is known is this: Brianna was last seen leaving the Black Lantern Inn in her car, a 1985 Oldsmobile sedan, sometime after 11:20 p.m. It was a sighting that would later become the focal point of the investigation into her disappearance, a breadcrumb trail leading to the darkness that swallowed her whole. The following morning, police stumbled across Brianna's car, abandoned and backed into the side of a dilapidated farmhouse on East Berkshire Road, just a short distance from the Black Lantern Inn. Mind you, at this point police had no reason to suspect that Brianna had vanished, so they were a bit confused not only by the state of her car, but also its location. Its windshield was shattered, and its rear end was lodged firmly against the side of the building. It stood as a silent lookout to the mystery that had unfolded in the dead of night that evening. But most intriguing of all about this discovery was that Brianna was nowhere to be seen. Tuesday, March 23rd, 4 days after her shift at the Black Lantern Inn, Jillian calls Kelly to ask if Brianna is there. Kelly, surprised by this question, tells Jillian that the last time she saw Brianna was on Friday, after she dropped her off at the apartment where the girls lived together. Jillian says that she received a note from Brianna on Friday, but left for the weekend, and when she returned, everything was just as she left it. As far as she could tell, Brianna had never come home. After not hearing from Brianna for several days, that's when Jillian decided to call Kelly. This means Brianna was missing for 4 days before anyone began to look for her. Rattled by this phone call, Kelly calls around looking for her daughter. Each call ends the same way. The person on the other line tells Kelly they haven't seen or talked to Brianna in several days. Kelly's worry increases with every phone call, and after she hangs up the phone for the final time, she decides she needs to report her daughter as missing. Shortly after, she drives to the Vermont State Police headquarters with her husband to provide them with the details of her missing daughter. While at the police station in St. Albans, they tell the police that Brianna drives an older model green Oldsmobile. Interesting, the police think. They then show Kelly and Bruce a photo of a vehicle they towed away only a few days prior, after they found it crashed into the side of an abandoned farmhouse. This interaction with the police made two things evident to Bruce and Kelly. Their daughter crashed her car and had been missing much longer than they initially believed. But worse yet, the police had failed to notify them about the car, meaning, in the eyes of some people, the police could be, to an extent, at fault for the delay in Brianna being reported missing. Police told Bruce and Kelly that they responded to the scene after several drivers called in to report the vehicle abandoned on the side of the road. But what's really interesting about this case is just how Brianna seemingly vanished without leaving a single shred of evidence behind, but also the similarities that this case has to another incredibly popular disappearance, Maura Murray. I'm curious how it's possible that with Maura Murray disappearing just 60 miles away, just a few weeks later, no alarms went off. By now, I'm sure most of us have heard of Maura Murray's disappearance. Her case has become one of the most recognizable true crime cases in recent history. She too vanished without a trace and left investigators with very few leads. To this day, she's still never been found. Many people have been asking one question. Is it possible that her case remains unsolved due to small-town negligence? Another bizarre link between the case was the presence of what many consider a red herring, a clue that's distracting or misleading. In Maura's case, a red rag was found inside her tailpipe, and it was never really explained. Who put it there and why? In Brianna's case, a single lime wedge stuck to the trunk of her car was recovered at the scene. Investigators initially shrugged off this lime, but many have since asked who put it there, and more importantly, why? Another similarity to Maura's case was the vicinity of a local snow resort, the local community's primary source of revenue. Is it possible these cases were initially classified as runaways to prevent disturbing the local tourism industry? Or simply that a small rural police force is largely incapable of handling such a sinister crime? On March 20th, 2004, at 1 p.m., a deputy was sent to the scene of Brianna's abandoned car. Upon arrival, this deputy assumed the car was abandoned after a drunk driving accident. The vehicle was found unlocked with the keys missing. The responding officer located 2 unopened paychecks addressed to Brianna Maitland from the Black Lantern Inn, only a mile down the road, and went there to see if they could locate her. When he arrived, the inn was closed. Because he needed to respond to another call, the deputy ultimately decided to have Brianna's car towed to a local lot. He maintains he had no reason to believe it was a crime scene. While Vermont, this area in particular, has a comparatively low crime rate, especially concerning violent crime, I have difficulty believing that a low crime rate deters police from receiving proper training. I also wonder, in what world is a car towed without first contacting the registered owner, especially in the event of a supposed crash? This just seems a bit backward to me. Following the missing person report, filed by Brianna's parents, police searched around the Dutchburn barn with canines but found no substantial evidence. Like Maura's case, many close to Brianna felt that the unsolved status stems from negligence and simple lazy police work. Police took no pictures at either scene. The responding officers ran neither plate to establish contact with the registered owner. Despite both cars having wrecked at night in freezing temperatures, there was seemingly no concern for the driver of either vehicle. After towing each car away from the scene, law enforcement waited a substantial amount of time before contacting the family. As we all know, making assumptions in law enforcement can be a tragic mistake. While there are several similarities between the disappearances of Brianna and Mara, locals, Brianna's family included, don't believe they're related. That's because they believe they know who did it. Speculation surrounding Brianna's disappearance has spanned a wide range of theories, each attempting to unravel the mystery of what happened to her on that fateful night in March of 2004. One prevailing theory suggests that Brianna may have met with foul play, perhaps falling victim to an unknown assailant or encountering someone with malicious intent along her journey home back from the Black Lantern Inn. This theory is supported by the mysterious circumstances surrounding the discovery of Brianna's abandoned car, its windshield shattered and its rear end wedged against the side of an abandoned farmhouse, suggesting a possible struggle or altercation. Another theory claims that Brianna may have voluntarily left her life behind, choosing to embark on a new path without informing her loved ones of her intentions. Believers of this theory point to Brianna's reported desire to leave Sheldon and start anew, as well as her purported involvement in those altercations in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. But this theory is largely speculative and lacks concrete evidence to support its claims. In fact, as far as we know, Brianna loved it in Sheldon. She also had a new job lined up that she was expected to start in just a few days, so this theory doesn't make much sense to me personally. Additionally, some have theorized that Brianna's disappearance may be connected to the drug trade, citing rumors of drug activity in the area and Brianna's alleged involvement with individuals known to be involved in illicit activities. While there's no direct evidence linking Brianna's disappearance to drug-related issues, the presence of these rumors has fueled speculation and added complexity to the investigation. Now, there have been suggestions that Brianna's disappearance may be linked to other unsolved cases in the region, such as Mara's, leading to speculation about potential connections between her vanishing and other missing persons or criminal activities. But without tangible evidence to substantiate these claims, they remain mere speculation and have not yielded any significant breakthroughs in the investigation. As investigators continue to sift through leads and explore new avenues of inquiry, the search for answers remains ongoing, with the hope that one day, the truth of what happened to Brianna will finally come to light. Until then, speculation serves as both a driving force and a reminder of the unsolved questions that linger in the hearts and minds of those touched by this tragic case. But all hope isn't lost. Greg Overecker, a private investigator deeply invested in this case, stated in a 2017 podcast interview from Crawlspace Media, he says he believes he knows where she is, but because it's on property that he, quote, can't get on, her body remains undiscovered. This property belongs to one of 4 local men suspected to be involved with the case. Katie, a close friend of Brianna's, also spoke with the podcast and regarded Brianna's case as incredibly solvable. She maintains that 3 or 4 men are involved and that just one of them needs to be the one to talk, which leads to one question. Who will it be, and what kind of deal will they get? In March of 2016, investigators revealed that they'd recovered DNA inside Brianna's car that they believe belongs to their primary suspect. On March 18th of 2022, Vermont State Police announced that a lab in Texas ran tests on forensic samples sent to them in the fall of 2020. They examined these samples using advanced DNA sequencing to identify a match to an individual on law enforcement's radar. Scientists used genome sequencing to build a DNA profile. This method is similar to one used to create the profile that led to convicting Joseph DeAngelo, the Golden State Killer. This means Vermont State Police have a match for one of their people of interest. The only problem is, police have yet to name a suspect in their investigation, leading to the continued question of who this unnamed person of interest is and why, with a DNA match, this person hasn't become their primary suspect. While Detective Angela Baker of the Vermont State Police maintains that this evidence, quote, doesn't mean they have identified a subject, to those following the case it means they are close. Due to the active status of the investigation, officials won't release many solid pieces of evidence to the public. Doing so would jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. I suspect that with a DNA match in hand, law enforcement is working to solidify their case, and they're probably inching closer each and every day. One significant development in the case occurred with the emergence of new leads and potential evidence. Advances in forensic technology have enabled investigators to re-examine existing evidence and explore previously unexplored avenues of inquiry. Additionally, the widespread use of social media and online platforms has facilitated communication and collaboration among law enforcement agencies, independent researchers, and the public, leading to the sharing of information and the generation of new leads. In recent years, there have been sporadic reports of potential sightings of Brianna, or individuals matching her description, prompting renewed hope among her family and supporters. While many of these sightings have ultimately been proven to be unsubstantiated, each new lead is thoroughly investigated in the hopes of uncovering valuable information that could lead to a breakthrough in the case. What happened to Brianna Maitland on that fateful night remains a question that haunts the collective conscience of Sheldon and beyond. Law enforcement agencies launched a comprehensive investigation into her disappearance, scouring the surrounding area for any sign of her whereabouts. Yet, despite their best efforts, no trace of Brianna has ever been found. But amidst the uncertainty and anguish, one thing remains abundantly clear. Brianna Maitland will never be forgotten. Her legacy lives on in the hearts and minds of those who knew her, her memory kept alive by the undying hope that one day the truth of her disappearance will come to light. Until then, she remains a symbol of the enduring mystery that lies at the heart of the human experience, a reminder that sometimes the answers we seek are simply beyond our grasp. As the sun sets over the rolling hills of Sheldon, casting long shadows across the landscape, the mystery of Brianna Maitland's disappearance endures, a silent testament to the fragility of life, but the resilience of the human spirit. And though she may have vanished into the night, her light continues to shine as a beacon of hope in the darkness that surrounds us all. It was just minutes past midnight on March 23, 2015. Britney Gargle and her best friend Cheyenne Antoine posed for a photo together to commemorate a much-needed night out after months of hectic studying for school. But what was expected to be a fun night out on the town turned into something much worse. Just hours after this photo was snapped, tragedy would strike, and one of the girls would never make it home. The crime would send police on a 3-year hunt for justice, and when detectives finally tracked down their main suspect, well, it wasn't someone that anyone would have expected. This is the tragic story of Britney Gargle. Britney Gargle was just 18 years old when this case took place, back in the spring months of 2015. Britney was born to her mother, Suzanne, and her father, Everett, back in 1996 in Saskatoon, located in Saskatchewan, Canada. It doesn't seem like Britney's parents stayed together throughout her childhood, and while she maintained a good relationship with them both, Britney certainly seems to have been closest with her mother, Suzanne. Growing up in Saskatoon, Britney seems to have had a pretty solid upbringing. Her mother certainly had a good head on her shoulders, and Saskatoon is an all-around great place to live and raise a family. Being one of the safest cities in Canada, there isn't too much to complain about. The town has all sorts of beautiful nature trails and scenery, but it also has a very lively nightlife, filled with restaurants and all sorts of attractions to keep locals and tourists busy and entertained. For Britney and her family, Saskatoon seems to have had everything they could have ever hoped for. Great people, great amenities, and even greater friends. For Britney, it was her friends that she cared about more than anything. See, Britney was known for being a pretty outgoing young girl. Throughout her high school years, she'd done very well for herself. She got pretty solid grades, never got into much trouble, and she had several close friends that she felt she could depend on. Considering she was 18 years old when this story takes place, it's rather obvious that Britney was getting pretty excited for her school year to come to a close. as that meant that she'd be heading off to university to get her degree in business, something that she'd been looking forward to for years. Unlike many of the other young adults her age who were just focused on getting to college to drink and party and get up to who knows what, Britney was very goal-oriented, hyper-focused, and was known for being a critical thinker. Britney had plans of getting her business degree so that she could begin managing and maybe even own a couple hotels one day. To help make these dreams a reality, Britney had begun working multiple jobs so that she could stockpile all the money she would need to both fund her education as well as get a head start on life when she did eventually get her degree. One of her main jobs was at a local pizzeria, and it was a job that she took surprisingly seriously. Her mother recalls her as being incredibly driven, and others who knew her made sure to mention that she was an expert at balancing school, work, and her home life. She even held a job at a local German cultural center when she wasn't busy tossing pizzas. If Britney was anything at all, she was dedicated. This girl had the willpower of an ox and would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. But while she was super hardworking and career-focused, she always made time to hang out with friends. Her closest friend was a young woman named Cheyenne Antoine. The two were about the same age and had been friends for several years, first meeting when they were in 9th grade together. Unfortunately, Cheyenne's upbringing was in stark contrast to Britney's. While the two certainly had some common ground and had plenty of similar interests, things just weren't as easy for Cheyenne as they may have been for Britney. See, from the outset, Cheyenne had a hard time in life. She was known for having a seriously rough childhood, and her parents are considered to have been victims of Canada's boarding school system. Now, Canada's colorful history with boarding schools and foster care, it's not something I'm incredibly familiar with, but I've certainly heard some stories. To put it plainly, it's not a system you want to be a part of, and Canada is notorious for its mistreatment of individuals who end up in these systems, at least in years past. For Cheyenne, her parents were both forced into the system involuntarily, and they paid a hefty price for it. The years of torment and mental as well as physical abuse that they endured left a lasting impact on their lives, an impact that would trickle down to their offspring, leaving them hurt and vulnerable as well. It's been reported that Cheyenne lost both of her parents at a very young age. Due to the abuse that her parents endured in these systems, they both fell deeply into addiction and less than desirable lifestyles. This in turn meant that Cheyenne was doomed to suffer the same fate, being plunged into the exact same system that completely consumed her parents. Life was never easy for Cheyenne. It seemed everywhere she turned, things just got worse. But when Cheyenne decided to try to forge a relationship with her mother after being separated from her for years, well, she would discover a new kind of low, unlike anything she could have imagined. I cannot overstate the devastating impact that addiction can have on your life. We all know this, and far too many people have experienced it firsthand. Cheyenne was one of these people. It was her mother's addiction that ultimately landed Cheyenne in foster care after she was pulled from her family for fear of her safety. But as the years passed by, Cheyenne always tried to maintain contact with her mother, albeit from a safe distance. But as she became a teenager, her longing to have a bond with her mother grew stronger and stronger. She'd reached out to her mother countless times, but truth be told, her mom just couldn't have cared less. Her mother was so concerned with fueling her addiction that it was as if Cheyenne didn't even exist. Now, I feel it's important to recognize that Cheyenne's mother was just as much a victim as Cheyenne was. The years of abuse, the crippling addiction, you name it. But we also have to acknowledge that her mother was a grown adult, capable of making her own decisions. But she made the wrong ones time and time again, and Cheyenne paid for it. After being forced into foster care, Cheyenne was abused both physically and mentally, just like her parents. The only difference is that Cheyenne took steps to better herself and try to heal from her current and previous trauma. Her parents were not afforded the same luxuries. But all of these reached a peak when Cheyenne was just 15 years old. Her mother finally lost her battle with addiction and passed away, leaving Cheyenne, for the most part, to face the world alone. Unfortunately, if the situation wasn't already bad enough, the loss of her mother left her feeling as though she had nowhere else to turn, other than to the same vices that her mother had. Before long, Cheyenne had become involved with some rather shady people, and it only took a matter of months before she too fell into the trap of addiction. But Cheyenne had one saving grace that her mother didn't have: Britney. It was around this time that Cheyenne and Britney's relationship had really begun to blossom. For Cheyenne, all she wanted was for a friend to have her back and just listen and be there for her. Britney also wanted nothing more. The two hit it off like you wouldn't believe, and before long, they were inseparable. This brings us to March of 2015. The two had been studying incredibly hard for their end-of-year exams, and more than anything, they each just wanted to spend a night out in the town and unwind for a bit. We don't really know what the two had planned for that night, but on the evening of March 23rd, 2015, the two agreed to meet up, and they snapped a few photos to share to social media. These photos were taken just moments before they headed off into the night, neither of them knowing that, for one of them, this night would be their last. It was around midnight on March 24th that Britney and Cheyenne headed towards a family friend's home, a woman named Atasha Story. Atasha says that the girls stopped by her home on their way out and asked to borrow some money for gas. Atasha was happy to oblige, and she even took things a step further, telling the girls that if they needed anything at all that evening, just call her and she would show up. She offered to pick them up wherever they were, no matter what time of night it was. Britney thanked her with a hug, and the two friends set off. According to investigators, we don't know exactly where the two went right after this, but we know that they shared the aforementioned photo on social media at exactly 12:02 a.m. on March 24th. This would be the last time anyone heard from Britney, as all contact after this post ceased. She never responded to any phone calls, social media comments, nothing. Just 6 hours later, at exactly 6:02 a.m., a driver was traveling down a remote road on the outskirts of Saskatoon when he spotted something off to the side of the road. As the driver passed by, he was a bit shocked. He had to do a double take. As he was riding along, he could have sworn he saw the body of a young woman lying just off the side of the road. He turned the car around and went back to get a better look, knowing good and well he couldn't have seen what he just thought he saw. But he did. As he returned to the location, the realization quickly washed over him, and he just stumbled across a crime scene. Not knowing what state the young woman was in, he rushed to her aid but quickly realized she was cold to the touch. The woman was missing her shoes, and all attempts to bring her back to life failed. Police were quickly dispatched to the scene of the crime, but by the time they arrived, there was nothing they could do except collect evidence and begin an investigation. According to police officers who were at the scene, they immediately suspected foul play. Something about the scene of the crime, it didn't feel right. And to top this off, they began investigating the woman's body a bit more closely and found obvious signs of bruising around her neck that were consistent with a crime. When they started collecting clues and evidence from the scene of the crime, detectives gathered up a leather jacket, a woman's watch, as well as a very unique belt, all of which had just been abandoned at the scene. The only real problem is that at this point, officers had no idea who this young woman even was. To try to track down her identity, they took photos of several of her tattoos, including a group of stars and a lion's head, posting these images into the local media, hoping someone could shed some light on this poor girl's identity. Fortunately, it didn't take officers long at all to make a positive identification. That morning, Atasha Story had been watching the news, and what she saw, nothing could have prepared her for. As she sat on her couch, mindlessly watching early morning television, the images of the tattoos popped up on screen, and Atasha's jaw hit the floor. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she didn't even know what to do with herself. She immediately recognized the tattoos as belonging to Britney. But how? She'd just been there a few hours before. She was in a great mood and made sure to tell Britney if she ever needed anything to call. So how could this have happened? Atasha did the only thing she knew to do, and she called the police. After a very brief discussion, the body that officers had found earlier that morning was positively identified as belonging to Britney Gargle. Once investigators discovered the identity of Britney, they sprang into action to try to piece together what had taken place that night before. They started their search on social media, and that's when they came across the photo that Britney had taken with Cheyenne the night before. Interestingly, just a short while before police found this photo, they noticed that Cheyenne had posted to Britney's Facebook wall, asking, quote, "Where are you? Haven't heard from you. Hope you made it home safe." Police knew that this meant the two had certainly been together on the night that Britney had been attacked, so they began their investigation with Cheyenne. Police paid her a visit and asked for a rundown regarding what had taken place that night. As far as a night out in Saskatoon goes, things were pretty typical. The only strange thing was, Cheyenne revealed that the girls had been bar hopping all night, but I'm not sure how they managed to do this because they were both underage at the time. But anyway, they somehow managed to gain access to multiple bars in the area, starting their adventure around midnight and ending it sometime around 4 a.m., when they were invited to a local house party by an unidentified man who they believed to be in his 30s. What happened after this house party is a bit of a blur. According to Cheyenne, she and Britney went their separate ways a short while after 4 a.m., with Cheyenne being dropped off at an assisted living facility so that she could visit her uncle. When police spoke with the uncle, he corroborated this story and said that he and Cheyenne had in fact visited at around 4 a.m. that morning. But where was Britney? It would take a few days before detectives made any further progress in the case. They sent Britney's remains off for a forensic analysis, and when the results came in, they were a bit surprised. Britney had lost her life after being strangled with a black belt, the same belt that was found abandoned at the scene of the crime. If this attack had been deliberate, and police believed it had been, why would the criminal have ditched the evidence at the scene of the crime? That just seems careless. For the investigating officers, they hoped that this meant the case would be open and shut. They now knew what happened, they knew what weapon had been used, now all they needed to do was tie the weapon to the criminal. This was when even better news came in, when the belt was sent in for analysis. They found 2 profiles of DNA left behind on it. One matched Britney, and the other, presumably, would be a match to the criminal. It was as if all the pieces of the puzzle were just falling together perfectly. But all was not as it seemed. See, it was at this point in the investigation that officers began to realize something wasn't right. They'd taken statements from several people who had spotted both Britney and Cheyenne that evening, but their stories just weren't lining up. Cheyenne claimed that the girls had begun their evening at a bar called the Manchester Brew Pub, then also claimed that their time together ended at the Colonial Pub and Grill, with this being around the time the 2 girls went their separate ways. Rather obviously, police headed off to these 2 bars to try to figure out what the girls had done afterward, and determine if anybody may have spotted the 2 that evening. Well, when they began their search at the Manchester Brew Pub, everything was in order. They didn't really find any information that was particularly useful, but they did confirm that the girls had been there that evening at the time that Cheyenne said they were. But when detectives made their way to the Colonial Pub and Grill, that's when things started to get fishy. According to senior Crown Prosecutor Robin Ritter, it didn't take him long at all to realize that the girls' trip to the Colonial, it didn't happen. After this revelation came to light, Detective Ritter was hot on the trail of Cheyenne. Every aspect of the story and the investigation up until this point hinged on facts that Cheyenne had shared with detectives, but they quickly began to realize that Cheyenne clearly wasn't being entirely truthful with them. If she was willing to lie about what bars the 2 had been to that night, what else was she lying about? Police decided to approach the case from a different angle. They decided to pay a visit to Cheyenne's uncle, the one who was in the assisted living facility. When they began pressing him about what had taken place that night, they quickly began to realize that he didn't know much at all about the evening that Britney vanished. In fact, it only took him a few minutes to realize that the chain of events he'd reported to officers before simply didn't happen. In the end, he confessed that he had given false testimony to officers, admitting that he did so to protect his niece. But with this in mind, what really happened that night? Well, according to the uncle, Cheyenne had approached him that evening and asked him to lie for her to help cover her tracks. Cheyenne admitted that she and Britney had gotten involved with a bad group of guys that night and ended up following 2 men to a motel that evening, after the men had promised the girls access to certain substances and alcohol. Cheyenne reportedly told her uncle that the 4 of them had gotten into an argument about these substances, with Cheyenne leaving in the middle of the argument to use the bathroom. She claims that when she came back, Britney was lying lifeless on the motel bed. Shocked and confused at this rapid change of events, Cheyenne began to freak out, but the men threatened her with a weapon and demanded that she help them cover up the crime. Cheyenne seemed to be pretty shaken up by this encounter, but rather strangely, investigators very quickly learned that this entire story was a fabrication as well. Literally none of it happened. They could find no evidence of such an event taking place at the motel, nor any evidence that the girls had ever been to that motel that night, much less with the company of two grown men. Well, about 5 weeks passed by after this. Cheyenne, in the meantime, had been arrested for shoplifting and was now being held in a local jail while she was awaiting her trial. Detectives decided that they would pay her a visit in jail and see if she'd finally be willing to tell them the truth. She wasn't. In fact, when police pressed her about the night of Britney's passing, she refused to tell them a single thing, not one word. But actually, this was all the prosecutors needed to hear, because it was now clear they were on the right track. Police may not have had much evidence to go on, but now knowing that Cheyenne certainly knew more than she was letting on, they decided to keep tabs on her and watch her from a distance, hoping that at some point she would slip up and make a mistake that might just shed new light on their investigation. And as fate would have it, they were right. One day, totally out of the blue, Britney's family received a phone call from Cheyenne's aunt. According to the aunt, Cheyenne had come over to her house that evening that Britney had disappeared, and it was clear she was pretty drunk, upset, and panicking. She couldn't really make sense of what Cheyenne was saying, but she mentioned something about strangling her friend and even mentioned the name Britney. Obviously, Britney's family turned this information over to the police, and Cheyenne's aunt was more than happy to share her story with investigators. But despite this, Cheyenne was still unwilling to cooperate. She denied knowing anything about her friend's passing, and just 6 months later, Cheyenne even took to social media to make a post in remembrance of Britney, saying, quote, "I miss you so much. You came and visited me in my dream last night. You were way too young to go." It would be another 2 years before the case would see any more progress. But one final piece of evidence that investigators collected blew the entire case wide open, and as it would turn out, it had been staring them in the face all along. While Cheyenne had been dodging police time and time again over the last 2 years, investigators finally stumbled across an incredibly damning piece of evidence that had, up until now, been completely overlooked. It was 2017 when Detective Ritter said that his team had a, quote, aha moment. As they were reviewing old photos from the early days of the investigation, they noticed something very, very interesting. If you remember, just before the two girls headed off for their night out, they posted a photo to Facebook. You may also remember that when police showed up at the scene of the crime, they found a leather jacket, a woman's watch, and a black braided belt. Take a look at this photo. Now take a closer look at that belt. Somehow, for nearly 3 years, police had a photo of Cheyenne wearing the very belt that she used to claim the life of her best friend, and they totally missed it. Now, don't think I'm blaming them for this, I'm certainly not. But it's so crazy that something like this went unnoticed for all this time. This image finally blew the case wide open, and it was a piece of evidence that police had in their possession this entire time. I mean, heck, the photo had even been posted publicly on social media this whole time too, and not one single person noticed the belt. If you remember, police had already collected an unknown DNA profile from that belt years earlier. But now, when they compared it to Cheyenne, they finally found their match. Cheyenne was, without a doubt, responsible. But the bigger question here is, why? The two girls were best friends. They were clearly on good terms. So what could have led to a simple night out ending in such a heartbreaking tragedy? Well, now that she'd been caught red-handed, Cheyenne was finally willing to talk. Cheyenne finally admitted that she and Britney had attended a house party that night, where they were given access to alcohol and various illegal substances. She says that the two were heavily under the influence all night, and her last memory with Britney was at around 4:30 a.m. when they visited a local McDonald's. She remembered that at some point around this time, the two had argued, but she had no idea what they were arguing about. It was all a blur. Cheyenne claims that just moments after this, she blacked out and has no memory of the rest of the evening, though she did admit that she woke up several hours later knowing something had gone horribly wrong, but she didn't know what it may have been. By all accounts, Cheyenne claimed the life of her best friend, then just forgot about it. Detective Ritter spoke about the crime and says that one of the most frustrating things about the investigation is that Cheyenne never really admitted to anything, and they have no further evidence to prove whether this was all just a tragic accident or something much more sinister. Cheyenne, to this day, has never opened up about what happened to Britney. And I think we have to accept the possibility that, truth be told, she may really not know what happened. While I hate to entertain the thought of it, it's truly possible that this was all some sort of drunken, substance-induced mistake. But we do still have to understand and accept Cheyenne made a choice to put herself and her best friend in a dangerous situation that night by partaking in illegal substances. While she may or may not have been in control when the crime unfolded, one thing is for sure, she was entirely in control when she took that first dose, and her poor decisions led to her best friend losing her life. In the end, prosecutors wanted to pursue second-degree charges against Cheyenne, but these charges just wouldn't stick. This prompted them to work out a deal with Cheyenne in which she pleaded guilty to much lesser charges of manslaughter. Cheyenne was obviously convicted, and she was sentenced to 7 years in prison, and she'll be eligible for parole this year. I feel like Britney's stepmother said it best when she spoke about the tragedy that unfolded that evening, saying, quote, "Britney was a wonderful person whose life was cut short. It's not fair. It's just not fair." Skyler Neese was your typical teenage girl from Pennsylvania. She had a couple close friends that she depended on and didn't have any real struggles in her life outside of the typical teenage grievances of relationships and identity. But on June 5th, 2012, Skyler climbed out of her apartment window at midnight to head out on a late-night adventure with two of her best friends. This was supposed to be a fun girls' night out, but Skyler would never make it home. Skyler Neese was a young girl who'd never really made any enemies. She was incredibly smart for her age, not just smart, but wise as well. She was an honor student at school, and all of her teachers knew that she had a very bright future ahead of her. She never got into much trouble and certainly never gained any unwanted attention from her peers. She was about as clean-cut and honest as a teenage girl could be. One of Skyler's favorite activities was reading. She could lose herself in a book for hours, only to snap out of it long past her bedtime, not even realizing she'd spent her whole afternoon in a fairy tale. Skyler was also deeply involved in the early days of social media, making a point to post her every last thought on Facebook and Twitter for the world to read. I'm sure most of us understand these days that making a habit of this is incredibly unhealthy. It's part of the reason I don't run any social media pages for this channel, but at the time, Skyler's parents were just happy that she was interacting with other kids her age, and from the outside, having a great time doing it. Skyler also had a job at Wendy's that she appears to have loved, as she never missed a day of work, no matter the cost. For a teenager to be so dedicated to a job at a fast food chain, it just further shows you that Skyler was a girl of character. Skyler was incredibly close to her friends Sheila and Rachel. The trio did everything together. It's actually difficult to find individual photos of each of them online because in virtually every photo I can find, the three are together either hugging or posing for the camera. These three were the very definition of inseparable. The three also went to school together, attending University High School in Morgantown, West Virginia. Skyler had reportedly known Sheila since the two were just 8 years old, but Rachel would join the two during freshman year in high school, becoming an irreplaceable member of their friend group. According to Skyler's parents, Skyler wasn't just best friends with the two. In fact, she was more of a mentor than anything else. Unfortunately, both Sheila and Rachel had parents who had recently divorced, leaving both of the kids shaken and honestly probably a bit confused about where to go from here. Skyler was in a much different situation. She was an only child, and her parents were very close with her, making sure she was making the best decisions for herself and passing on that wisdom to other... Making sure she was making the best decisions for herself and passing on the wisdom that they could offer. Skyler, in turn, would pass this wisdom on to her friends. Her mom recalled several occasions where Skyler could be overheard on the phone giving great advice to her friends, scolding them if they did something that she thought was dumb and helping them make good decisions in the wake of their father or mother's absence. Skyler's mother also says that Sheila became so close that she didn't even knock on their door when she came over. She just walked in and was treated like one of their daughters. The only rift in the relationship between Skyler and Sheila was that Sheila didn't come from a particularly religious family. Skyler, on the other hand, came from a Catholic household that was strong in their beliefs. To an extent, Skyler envied Sheila's freedom and ability to do virtually whatever she wanted. But it was this very freedom that would ultimately lead to Skyler's downfall. By May of 2012, cracks had begun to form in the relationship between the three girls. This was proven by a tweet that Skyler posted, passive-aggressively calling someone close to her a rather hurtful name, adding that her friend thought she'd never find out about something, but we don't know for sure what this something was. She followed this tweet up with another one a few days later, saying, "Too bad my friends are having lives without me." It seems pretty clear to assume that Sheila and Rachel may have been getting pretty close with one another behind Skyler's back, and Skyler certainly wasn't happy about this, and she began getting jealous. According to one of Skyler's classmates, Daniel, Skyler and Sheila had begun to fight non-stop over the last few months. He recalled a moment during sophomore year when Rachel was on her phone during class. Rachel leaned over to Daniel and said, "Listen to this." She put the phone against his ear and he could hear Skyler and Sheila arguing with each other. According to Daniel, Sheila knew that the two were about to get into an argument, so she secretly called Rachel so that Rachel could listen as the two went at it. This would be the final argument the girls ever got into. Not because they made up and became friends again, but because of something far worse. On July 6th, everything would change for Skyler's parents when they woke up to find that Skyler had gone missing. When she didn't show up for work later that day, her parents knew something was wrong. Their first thought was that she might have run away, but when they learned that her phone charger, toothbrush, and bathroom supplies were all still in her room, they knew something was wrong and they reported their daughter missing immediately. CCTV footage would soon reveal that Skyler had snuck out of her apartment's bedroom window around midnight on July 5th. She was seen getting into a sedan, but no one knew at the time who was driving the car. This would be the last time that Skyler was seen alive. Skyler's mom was naturally worried sick about her daughter. It seems that Sheila and Rachel caught wind of this, so Sheila called Skyler's mother to tell her the story of the last time that she had seen Skyler. According to Sheila, she'd convinced Skyler to sneak out of the house so that the three could hang out that evening, driving around Star City and generally having a good time. Sheila confessed that the three were under the influence that evening, but explained that the two had dropped Skyler off at the entrance of their street a few hours later because Skyler didn't want the sound of a car engine or headlights to wake up her parents. Sheila claims that she and Rachel picked up Skyler sometime around 11 p.m. that night, assuring Skyler's mom that Skyler was dropped off just before midnight. But the CCTV footage from that evening proves that Skyler left the apartment at exactly 12:35, and she would never return. Sheila would show up to Skyler's home in the following days to help search for Skyler and try to round up any clues or evidence, but there was none to be found. Rachel was absent during this time because she'd been sent off to Catholic camp for the summer. It was around this time that rumors had begun to circulate around the school and local neighborhoods, suggesting that the girls had actually been to a party that night and that Skyler had overdosed. These rumors grew so concerning that the local police were forced to take them seriously, with one supposed witness telling a police officer that Skyler had overdosed and the partygoers had panicked, so they hid her body. The only problem with this story is that one detective had a gut feeling that this was nothing more than a lie. Now, in reality, detectives can't use a gut feeling to pursue leads during an investigation, but this situation was a bit different. The investigator says that when she spoke with Sheila and Rachel about the evening of the supposed party, the two girls shared the exact same story. But not only were the details of the story the same, but their stories matched word for word, almost as if they had rehearsed the whole thing. The investigator says that every alarm in her brain was going off, telling her that these girls were not telling the truth. But without any evidence of foul play, police couldn't do anything other than continue with their investigation. When police began to dig into Skyler's social media history, they quickly uncovered that the afternoon before she vanished, she posted several derogatory marks about Sheila and Rachel. This made it quite clear to police that something was going on between these girls, and it seems incredibly unlikely that they had all happily attended a party together just a few hours later. But this is when one investigator had a great idea that may have just helped to blow the case wide open. Detective Chris Berry had an epiphany. He'd been in the police force for a number of years, and he recalled that many criminals will often brag about their crimes after the fact, hoping for clout or respect from their peers. Even though the police didn't have any hard evidence to prove that Sheila and Rachel were involved in Skyler's disappearance, he came up with a plan to try to lure the girls into confessing, that is, if they were in fact involved. He decided to create a fake online profile, disguising himself as a teenage boy who went to West Virginia University. He befriended both Sheila and Rachel on Facebook and Twitter, allowing investigators to have virtually limitless access to both of the suspects' social media accounts. It was a few weeks after this that detectives noticed a strange post that was made by Sheila. In the tweet, she said, "No one on this earth can handle me and Rachel. If you think you can, you're wrong." While this post wasn't incriminating, it certainly raised a few eyebrows. Around this same time, though, police feared that their cover might soon get blown. There had been rumors circulating on social media claiming that Sheila and Rachel were behind Skyler's disappearance. In some instances, people had directly tweeted at the girls, outright accusing the girls of taking Skyler's life. As days passed by, the two retreated from social media a bit, putting a huge damper on the probe that officers had been performing. But then, they struck gold. As they were searching through Sheila's social media accounts, they noticed a photo that caught them off guard. She had posted an image of her car, and the car bore a striking resemblance to the one that had been picking Skyler up that evening. Now, this may not sound like much of a breakthrough considering that Sheila had already told Skyler's mother that the three had been out partying that night when Skyler vanished. But for investigators, this was now concrete photographic proof that Sheila was the last person to have seen Skyler alive. Police now cross-referenced CCTV footage from all over town, searching for footage of Sheila's car near the locations where she claimed the three had been that evening. Turns out they hadn't visited any of the locations they claimed they had. In fact, Sheila claimed that they'd been hanging out on the eastern side of the city that night, but CCTV footage placed them on the west side of town. While this certainly proved that the girls were lying, it still wasn't enough to lead to any charges being filed. But that's when the unthinkable happened, and one of the suspects opened up about what had really happened that night. On December 28, 2012, a 911 call rang into the local station about a teenage girl who had seemingly lost her mind. The woman on the other end of the phone was explaining to the dispatcher that her daughter had suffered some sort of a breakdown. She explained that she'd become violent, was striking her parents, and running all throughout the neighborhood screaming. This caller was Patricia Schoaf, Rachel's mother. In the call, Rachel can be heard in the background shouting for her mother to give her the phone, screaming, "This is over," repeatedly. When police arrived, Rachel had enough. She couldn't keep things a secret any longer, and she was ready to talk. She opened up to investigators and confessed that she and Sheila had taken Skyler's life. In a twist, she explained that the two had been plotting the crime for more than a month before going through with it. Rachel explained that they were complaining to one another about Skyler while they were in science class one day. It was then that they proposed the idea of claiming Skyler's life. Rachel agreed to bring a shovel from her dad's house, and Sheila agreed to steal 2 knives from her mother's kitchen. They both also brought along cleaning supplies and a change of clothes. The two then concocted a lie to convince Skyler to come hang out with them that evening, setting aside their differences and offering a truce. Once Skyler was in the car with them, they claimed that they wanted to find a spot out in the woods where they could smoke and hang out, and Skyler was on board with this plan. All three headed off into a patch of woods. Skyler was taking the lead, with Rachel and Sheila walking close behind her. Then, without notice, the two pounced and began attacking Skyler. She broke free of the two at one point and tried to run away, but the girls eventually caught up and overpowered her, striking her time and time again. The only thing Skyler was able to ask her attackers before she lost her life was why. When the two girls were taken to trial, they were asked this exact question: why? According to Rachel, their motive was simple. They didn't like her. This was the only excuse she ever gave for their actions. Needless to say, both girls were charged with homicide. In court, Rachel pleaded guilty, hoping to be given a more lenient sentence for her participation in helping officers bring the case to a close. Thankfully, they weren't playing into her games and did their very best to have Rachel locked away for life. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible because Rachel was a minor at the time of the crime. Thankfully, officers won a bid to have her tried as an adult, and she was eventually sentenced to 30 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10 years, meaning she's eligible to apply for parole right now. In fact, on May 9th of 2023, her parole application was denied, meaning she'll be locked away in prison for at least a few more years. This brings us to Sheila, the alleged mastermind behind most of the plan. Sheila never admitted guilt and even entered a not guilty plea at her trial, despite the fact that her best friend had just confessed and implicated her in the crime. Sheila was tried as an adult as well, but she didn't cooperate with officers. They came down on her even harder than Rachel. In the end, Sheila was tried as an adult as well, but she won't be eligible for parole until sometime around 2028, though it seems safe to assume that she'll most likely never see the light of day again. Both of the girls are now in their 20s and they're being held at the Lakin Correctional Center in Mason County. Skyler's memory will not be soon forgotten, and thankfully her case led to a major update in the procedure for missing teenagers in West Virginia. Before Skyler's disappearance, it was the state's policy that families needed to wait 48 hours before they could report a teenager missing. But in West Virginia, it's now the law that when a teenager goes missing, an Amber Alert is issued immediately, provided that the child is believed to be in some sort of danger. When this bill was proposed to the West Virginia House of Delegates, the law was approved with a 98-0 vote, making it an unprecedented success. Skyler Neese lost her life for reasons that are almost unbelievable. It doesn't seem real how two teenage girls could dislike one of their peers so much that they're willing to take her life. After stories like this, I always try to find a silver lining, but there just isn't one in this scenario. Skyler had the rest of her life taken away from her because two selfish teenagers were so hot-headed that they couldn't put some dumb feud behind them. I just hope that in the next life, Skyler was able to find peace. John Sharp and his wife Anna had a difficult marriage from the very beginning. The two had a beautiful little girl named Gracie, as well as a second child on the way, a boy they planned to name Francis. But just months before Francis's birth, tragedy would strike in the Sharp family home. In the dead of night, someone rushed into the bedroom of Anna, claiming her life. Just days later, the same maniac would claim the life of young Gracie as well, leaving only John to pick up the pieces. Detectives say that this case was unlike anything they had ever seen, and it would take police months to dig up even the slightest amount of evidence to prove what sort of twisted criminal could be capable of such a gut-wrenching crime. But before long, the clues started to fit together, and in the end, investigators found their primary suspect, and he'd been standing right there in front of them all along. Before we get into the story, I wanted to let you know about today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that allows you to make it appear as though you're located pretty much anywhere in the world. This allows you to access the internet as if you were actually in a specific country. So if you live in the United States, you could have your device appear as though you're located in India or Canada or pretty much anywhere. Doing this lets you view and unblock certain websites that you may not have otherwise had access to. A great example of this would be Young Sheldon on Netflix, or several other series and movies that can be viewed on Netflix, but not on Netflix in the United States. But with Surfshark, you can watch these films right here in the States by simply switching your location to the UK, or any other country that may have access to the films or TV series. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. because Surfshark also encrypts your online presence and data to help protect your passwords, documents, banking info, everything. What's really cool is that Surfshark uses the same level of encryption as the United States government, which is seriously impressive. Surfshark is the only VPN that offers one single account that can be used on all of your devices. You can check out Surfshark by using my code TIEKNOTS, which will give you an extra 3 months for free. Or you can access the deal by visiting surfshark.deals/TIEKNOTS. If 3 free months isn't enough, Surfshark also offers a 30-day money-back guarantee if you're unsatisfied for any reason, so you've got nothing to lose. So visit surfshark.com to learn more, or click my link below for an extra 3 free months with your subscription, and help support the channel in the process. Thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring today's video. John Sharp was born and raised in Mornington, located in Victoria, Australia. John has always been a fairly private man, and he's never revealed much about his upbringing publicly. The same is true for Anna, John's wife. She was born in New Zealand, but that's more or less all we know about her. What we do know is that the couple began their lives together after meeting at the Commonwealth Bank in Australia, where they both worked. Before long, they decided to settle into John's hometown of Mornington. Mornington is a relatively small town, located on the Mornington Peninsula in Melbourne. With a population of around 25,000 people, Mornington is well known for its village-like atmosphere. While 25,000 people isn't really a particularly tiny town, it's small in relation to the surrounding areas. But it's truly the way of life and the general atmosphere of Mornington that makes it feel so quaint and cozy. The main draw for Mornington is its beaches and wineries, which are a hotspot for tourists during the warmer months of the year. There are also several well-known horse breeders in the area, as well as some of Melbourne's greatest restaurants and shops, all of which help to bring in thousands of visitors each year. Overall, Mornington is a pretty great little town to raise a family in, as there's easy access to schools that cover kids of all ages from pre-K to graduation. This is likely why John and Anna decided to settle down here. The couple got married in October of 1994, and they'd moved around the small peninsula of Mornington for several years before finally finding a place to call their own on Prince Street. Around the time they moved here, Anna would give birth to their first child in August of 2002. Little Gracie Sharp was an adorable little girl, but she was born with a crippling disability, and I mean crippling in the literal sense. She was born with a deformity known as hip dysplasia, which would have made walking incredibly difficult for her as she got older, maybe even making it impossible depending on the severity. Her doctors required her to wear a type of harness that would gradually change the shape and orientation of her hips over the course of about 3 months. She began wearing this soon after she was born, and after a while it seemed like her deformities had been corrected. But this wasn't an easy process by any means. As you can imagine, changing the shape of your hip joints is not a very pleasant experience, leading Gracie to cry pretty much 24/7 for the first several months of her life. This put an exhausting strain on the Sharps' marriage, with John becoming incredibly frustrated by the whole ordeal. To top this off, due to the pain, Gracie also had issues feeding, which led to a whole host of other medical complications. To sum it up, Gracie had a very hard time during her first year of life, and it left the Sharp family on edge, begging for any type of relief for their little girl and for themselves. If this weren't bad enough, it's been said that John and Anna didn't even truly love each other from the very beginning. And this isn't just some rumor that's been spread around town, this information came straight from Anna. According to Anna's brother, when Anna and John returned from their honeymoon back in 1994, Anna revealed that she'd made a mistake. She told her mother that she felt no passion and no love towards John, but Anna was devoted to her Christian faith, being a fiercely dedicated Catholic. Because of this, divorce was never an option for Anna, as it's essentially forbidden by the Catholic Church. Regardless of whether or not she felt like marriage was a mistake, though, she vowed to make things work and did her best to love her newfound husband, which, despite what most of the world may say, is a fairly honorable thing to do. We don't know if John felt the same way about Anna, or if he may have truly loved her from the start. It would be a bit strange to hear that both Anna and John felt nothing towards one another. After all, if they didn't even like each other, why get married? But realistically, stranger things have happened, and unhappy people get married every day. But my guess is that John must have felt something for Anna, and that's likely why she committed herself to trying so hard to make the marriage work. But marriage issues aside, the couple did make things work. and about a year after settling into their new home with their daughter Gracie, Anna announced that she was pregnant again. This announcement came as both a shock to John and their family, but particularly John. See, John gave an outward appearance of being a pretty calm and collected guy. He had his enemies, that's for sure, but it doesn't seem like most people had any problem with it. But behind closed doors, John was a much different person. While John had initially seemed pretty excited about the idea of starting a family in years past, after the difficult birth of Gracie, he had checked out completely. He felt like Gracie was much more of a burden than she was worth, and he certainly didn't want to have another child thrown into the mix. While it's pretty normal to either not want children or simply not want two children, John never shared these feelings with Anna, at least not as far as I can tell. As a result, as time passed by, you can understand that John's frustration grew more and more with each passing day. While Anna was ecstatic to be bringing a new little boy into their family, John couldn't have been angrier if he tried. While he kept it quiet and cool to friends and family, inside, John was about to burst. By March of 2004, the Sharp family had been attending a birthday party for one of their nephews. Dozens of people were present at this party, and everything seemed to have gone along without a hitch. The children were playing, and the parents were chatting and laughing, and everything seemed to be great on the surface. But beneath it all, the Sharp family was struggling. With each passing day, the arrival of their son ticked ever closer, making John more and more nervous for what the future may hold. A few months prior to this party, John had developed a sudden interest in spearfishing. His family found this to be pretty strange because John wasn't much of an outdoorsman, nor was he ever interested in fishing prior to this moment. For many, they likely just assumed that John needed some sort of way to clear his mind and step away from the struggles of Gracie's disability for a while. John would spend hours upon hours practicing with the new spear gun he had purchased. But as far as his friends and family know, he never actually went fishing with the gun. He more just enjoyed target practice. Just 2 days after the aforementioned birthday party, John and Anna had gotten into a very heated argument. We don't know what the context of this argument was, but it's safe to assume it likely had something to do with their upcoming son's birth. The two eventually cooled off and went to bed around 9 or 10 p.m. on March 23rd. Anna was so exhausted that she fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, but John was still fuming from their heated debate. After lying in bed for a while, he decided to just get up as he couldn't get himself to fall asleep. He went out to their backyard garage for a while before coming back inside and sleeping on the couch. According to John's version of events, at some point during the night, Anna awoke and announced that she'd had enough. John soon learned that Anna had been having an affair. She was finally ready to move on with her life and told John that she was moving in with her new lover and taking Gracie with her. John was understandably devastated, but what made this revelation so strange is that Anna didn't take Gracie with her immediately. Instead, she left Gracie at the couple's home, claiming that she'd be back in a few days to pick her up. After this sudden and unexpected announcement, Anna left. What's interesting is that she never bothered to call her family and inform them of her sudden change of plans. She also never called Gracie's daycare to let them know that John would now be picking her up and dropping her off over the next few days. It's almost as if Anna just up and left without any regards for anyone but herself, something her family says was incredibly strange. John arrived at Gracie's preschool the next day and explained the situation in a bit more detail, further claiming that he'd be in charge of Gracie's trips to and from school for the next few days. After speaking with the daycare, John also spoke with Anna's mother, and the two had a brief conversation about what had taken place with Anna. The only thing was, by this point, Anna had still not reached out to her mother on her own, at least not as far as I can tell. The details around this moment in time are admittedly a bit unclear, but John told his friends and family that he didn't know where Anna had gone. All he knew was that she was moving in with someone that she'd been having an affair with. But as days passed by, Anna still refused to reach out to any of her family members. Though after around 3 days, she had reportedly returned to the family home and picked up Gracie, leaving John alone. By March 29th, around 7 days after Anna's initial disappearance, her mother had become incredibly worried for her well-being. No one had been able to get in touch with Anna at all. She still wasn't answering her phone or returning any of her family's calls. Her mother knew that she needed to do something, so she decided to report Anna and Gracie missing. John went along with this plan and agreed that it was time to get the police involved. John would eventually appear on television begging his wife to at least return a call and confirm that she and Gracie were all right. But that's when an email finally came through. Anna's mother received an email from her daughter in which she assured her that everything was fine and everything was going according to her plan. She confirmed the affair and her impending divorce with John, as well as the fact that she had taken Gracie with her. The only problem is she wasn't willing to reveal where she was, and it's unclear why she was being so secretive about this. After all, as far as we know, John wasn't abusive, he was just unhappy. John was certainly a man with a short temper and a lot of frustration, but Anna didn't have any reason to run away and hide like this. The whole situation just didn't make any sense. John told Anna's family that he had a reason to believe that Anna had moved to the nearby suburb of Chelsea. But he didn't know anything other than this, and according to police, he repeatedly denied any further involvement or knowledge of her disappearance. As weeks passed by, Anna's mother would eventually receive flowers from her daughter on her birthday, but still no verbal contact with her. John continued to appear in television appeals for information about Anna's sudden disappearance. And in one interview, he explained that he knew the couple's marriage was over, but he begged his wife to come forward, as he still loved her and obviously had a deep love for their daughter as well. But that's when things started to take a turn. During his interview, John's tone of voice changed, and he began to refer to his wife and daughter in a past sense. Detectives picked up on this right away, and that's when they began to press John a bit more regarding his knowledge of his wife's disappearance. It was clear that John knew something, but what was it? And why was he keeping it a secret? By May 20th, 2004, about 2 months after Anna's disappearance, police requested to speak with John once again. During their interview, they questioned John at length about his wife's sudden disappearance and her alleged affair. In particular, they found it very odd that Anna would have chosen to stay with John for more than 10 years, then up and left him all of a sudden. After all, if she was half the devoted Catholic that she claimed to be, this would have never been an option for her. If she had any plans of leaving him due to a lack of love or passion, why hadn't she just done this immediately after their honeymoon all those years ago? Worse yet, investigators were even more confused about her decision to leave Gracie with John for a few days before returning to pick her up. If Anna felt the need to run and hide from her husband and her family, seemingly out of fear, then why didn't she take her daughter with her from the very beginning? It was around this time that police began to realize that Anna's ATM card and phone had remained active throughout the duration of her disappearance. Her card had been used repeatedly throughout the southeastern suburbs of Victoria, and her phone had pinged from towers in the area as well. But when police checked around those areas, there was no trace of Anna or Gracie, nor were there any witness sightings. Detectives would continue to grow increasingly suspicious of John. They soon began to track his every move, hoping that his whereabouts may reveal some sort of hidden knowledge about Anna's sudden disappearance. And it turns out, they were right. They witnessed John visiting several of the areas where Anna's phone and ATM card had last been used. As luck would have it, they even witnessed him retrieving some of Anna's belongings from a hidden location inside of a public restroom in southeast Victoria. They also reportedly saw John dispose of a few pieces of evidence in trash cans along the side of the road in the area, but it doesn't appear that they were ever able to retrieve these items for testing. By this point, they still had no reason to suspect that John may have been responsible for Anna's disappearance, but they had certainly begun to believe that he may have had some sort of knowledge of Anna's whereabouts that he wasn't sharing with police. This brings us to June 22nd, 2004. Police believe that, at a minimum, John had been interfering with their investigation. They arrested him and brought him in for questioning, but they weren't able to learn anything that they didn't already know. While he was in police custody, though, they questioned him again, pressing him much harder during this particular session. And this time, having nowhere else to turn, John finally decided to open up. As it would turn out, and as I'm sure we've all come to expect, John was the one responsible for using Anna's ATM card and cell phone in the weeks and months after her disappearance. Worse yet, detectives even learned that John had been the one who sent flowers to Anna's mother on her birthday. And he'd also been the one sending her mother text messages and emails throughout the duration of her disappearance. But why would he have done such a thing? If he knew where his wife was and was supposedly helping her to create this paper trail, what was with all the public appeals for information? Well, on June 22nd, John finally opened up and revealed everything he knew about Anna's disappearance and the disappearance of his daughter. We don't know what led him to make such a dramatic confession, but John finally explained the real story of what had taken place the night that his wife disappeared. If you remember, the two had been in a heated argument just before they went to bed. John, unable to sleep, had gone to their backyard garage to clear his head, but this wasn't his only reason for going out there so late at night. John revealed that he was so incredibly angry with his wife and fearful for his future that he grabbed his spear gun and returned to the house. He entered the couple's bedroom, placed the spear gun against Anna's head, and fired. When this didn't finish the job, he fired a second round, ending the life of both his wife and his unborn son at the same time. He then went downstairs and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. The following day, a TV repairman showed up at their home to address some issues with their television service, but John turned the man away, saying that it wasn't a good time. John then went upstairs and retrieved his wife, burying her in the backyard while their daughter Gracie was at daycare. A couple days later, he took Gracie with him to a local sporting goods store, where he purchased more spears for his spear gun. A couple more days passed, leading us to March 27th. That evening, Gracie was put to bed at her usual time, and John headed to the kitchen to make himself a glass of whiskey, then another, and then another. After he was suitably drunk, he decided to do the unthinkable. He once again retrieved his spear gun from the garage, then headed into Gracie's bedroom to finish what he had started. He then placed Gracie in the trunk of the car. John later went out to the backyard and dug up the remains of Anna. He went to the store and purchased an electric saw, then returned to Anna's side, doing his best to conceal his crime by placing the remains in multiple bags, then tossing them in the back of his car alongside Gracie. He then loaded up all the evidence from the home, including the couple's mattress, and headed off to a nearby landfill where he dumped the contents of the car's trunk. When police searched John's home, they found the receipt for the additional spears that he had purchased at the sporting goods store that day, as well as the receipt for the duct tape and the tarps that he had used to help conceal the crime. When detectives searched the dumpsters in the nearby area, they even found handwritten notes from John, where he had written out his alibi so that he could study it and rehearse it for when the police inevitably questioned him about his wife and daughter. When asked why he would do such a thing, it doesn't seem that John ever gave a direct answer to detectives, though according to his friends and family, the most likely reason is simply because he didn't want to raise another child, and his family was too much of a burden. John admitted that his wife was controlling and moody, and that he no longer wanted to deal with her, and this crime was somehow the only way he could figure out how to escape his marriage. He admitted that he planned on taking care of Gracie by himself, but at some point along the way, he changed his mind. But things got even more crazy when police spoke with John's family after the fact. According to several family members, John had a history of abuse against minors. In his younger years, he had forced several female family members against their will, each of them being children at the time. It was never explained why these accusations were never reported to the police, but John's family believes that he may have been carrying out the same abuse on little Gracie, and that his wife found out about it. In order to silence her, he ended her life, and in order to silence Gracie, he ended her life as well. Now, this is merely a theory, and there's no evidence found to support this belief, but it's interesting nonetheless, and it certainly makes sense. In the end, John was sent right where he belongs, to prison. He was given 2 life sentences and is tasked with serving a minimum of 33 years, at which point he'll be eligible for parole when he's 71 years old. Stephanie Scott was a well-known and very well-respected high school teacher from New South Wales, Australia. Investigators say that Stephanie had been at school on Easter Sunday of 2015, getting prepared for some upcoming classes. Detectives say that as soon as she began to leave later that afternoon, she was ambushed from behind, being forced into a storage closet where a grisly, callous, and disturbing crime unfolded. This isn't the worst part, though. As police would soon learn, this crime would hit much closer to home than anyone could have expected. That's because, as the evidence would soon reveal, Stephanie knew the person behind the crime, and she knew them well. The story of this crime is heartbreaking, stomach-churning, and easily one of the most cold and heartless crimes I've ever covered here on True Crime Stories. So strap in, because this is going to be a wild one. Before we get into today's video, I want to let you guys know about a great new mobile game called June's Journey. If you're into true crime and mysteries as much as I am, this game will be perfect for you. June's Journey is a hidden object game, but with a pretty captivating story involving a murder mystery. It takes place back in the 1920s, and each new scene and level takes you through a different chapter of the story, setting up June Parker, the main character, to solve the mysterious murder of her sister. This game is completely free to download, and the basic idea of the game is hunting for clues and hidden objects that may help bring June one step closer to solving the case. You can customize and remodel your mansion as well as your garden island along the way. Now, I grew up playing seek and find games like this, so this game is right up my alley, and I feel like you guys will enjoy it as well. It's super relaxing to play, and it's easy to pick up if you just have a few free minutes here or there throughout the day. You can click the link below in the description to download the game on iOS and Android devices, but it's also available on PC through Facebook Games. So if you're ready to dive headfirst into a captivating murder mystery and help June solve the mysterious case surrounding her sister, just click the link below to download June's Journey. Thanks to June's Journey for sponsoring today's video. Before we get too far into the case, I just want to remind you that pretty much all of these cases come from suggestions that you guys provide. So if there are any other cases you'd like to see me cover in the future, just let me know in the comments or in an email. I may not be able to cover every case, but I'll certainly look into every suggestion that you guys provide. Stephanie Scott was born on October 14th, 1988 in Sydney, Australia. The daughter of Robert and Marilyn Scott, Stephanie was just 26 years old in 2015 when this case took place. Stephanie's father was a principal at a nearby high school for much of her childhood, meaning Stephanie was well educated about the ins and outs of the public school system. With this in mind, it's no surprise that she herself decided to join in and become a school teacher after college. Stephanie had been teaching at Leeton High School in Leeton, New South Wales. Leeton, when compared to similar cities here in the States, is a very small community with a population of just around 7,400 people. It's pretty far off the beaten path, over 80 miles from the nearest city. When doing research into this case, I found several local residents who insist that the town is a wonderful place to be, but I also found a couple remarks about crimes in the area that are pretty concerning, with one person claiming that substance abuse is a pretty big issue in Leeton. This person claims that it's become such a problem that you'll see people on the streets of Leeton dealing in broad daylight or dealing over the counter at their local grocery stores, seemingly without a care in the world regarding who may see them or report them. Now, I obviously can't confirm these rumors, but it definitely makes you question just how great of a town Leeton really is. Overall, though, most people claim that the town is the perfect place to raise a small family, as Leeton is known for being a fairly quiet, clean, and affordable place to live. For Stephanie Scott, things couldn't have been better for her in Leeton. She had a wonderful job that paid well enough, as well as a loving fiance that she was fiercely dedicated to. In fact, Stephanie and her fiance, Aaron Leeson Woolley, were scheduled to be married just after Easter of 2015. The two were high school sweethearts, meaning they must have been dating for close to 10 years by this point, becoming engaged about a year earlier in 2014. Their wedding date was scheduled for April 11th, 2015, but an unexpected and tragic change of plans would force Aaron to cancel their wedding and leave the Scott and Leeson Woolley families begging for answers. It was April 3rd, 2015. Stephanie and Aaron kissed each other goodbye at around 12:30 p.m., not knowing that this would be their last time to ever see each other. The couple had been invited to attend a party later that afternoon, but Stephanie had much bigger plans on her mind. With Stephanie and Aaron being scheduled to get married on the 11th, Stephanie had requested a few weeks off of school so that the two could go on a honeymoon together. The school faculty were more than happy to allow this, so they hired a substitute teacher to take Stephanie's place while the two were gone. I couldn't find any specific mention of how long the couple planned on being gone, but it seems like most sources suggest that it may have been about 2 or 3 weeks. With this in mind, Stephanie was still expected to put together a curriculum for her students, though these lessons would be taught by the substitute teacher. This meant that Stephanie had a lot of work to do if she wanted to leave her students with enough work for the upcoming weeks, while also providing herself enough time to plan and get ready for their upcoming wedding. So Stephanie told her fiance that she would unfortunately have to miss the party that they'd been planning on going to, but she assured Aaron that she still wanted him to go. Stephanie instead would be heading to Leeton High School so that she could work on finalizing some of the lesson plans for her students before turning the info over to the substitute teacher. The couple kept in contact with each other for the remainder of that afternoon, texting each other every so often and even calling and speaking on the phone at about 10:30 p.m. that night. The following morning, Stephanie headed back to the school to make final arrangements, informing her fiancé of her plans via text message, letting him know when she was leaving the house. Aaron got dressed, said his goodbyes to his wife through the phone, and charged up his phone so that he could call Stephanie when he was heading back to the town of Leeton. They had spoken the night before about heading out to one of their favorite restaurants that evening when Aaron returned, and Stephanie was on board with this. But strangely enough, when Aaron tried to call Stephanie later that day, his call went to voicemail. He tried multiple times after this, but each and every time, Stephanie refused to answer. Aaron convinced himself that Stephanie must have just been distracted by work or had stepped out of the classroom, and he didn't think much of it. But when he arrived back home later that evening, he noticed that her car was missing, and there was no sign of his soon-to-be wife anywhere. This was incredibly unusual, as Stephanie was known for being a very punctual and organized person. Aaron was incredibly confused, and he began to wonder if Stephanie may have been spending time at a friend's house. He got back into his car and began to drive around town, trying to find any signs of Stephanie, all the while admitting to himself that this was a bit ridiculous, knowing there was virtually no chance of finding her without any clues to go on. He didn't feel like circling the town would prove anything, but he gave it a shot regardless. He felt that he had to do something because this was so unusual for someone like Stephanie. His search of the town naturally didn't yield any results. By this point, he was getting pretty anxious. He began calling all of Stephanie's friends, but when none of them had heard from her either, he knew something was terribly wrong. With nowhere else to turn, Aaron canceled the couple's dinner plans for the evening, and eventually had to go to bed, though he admits that he didn't sleep for even a single moment that entire night. By the time morning broke and Aaron still had not heard from Stephanie, he knew that it was time to contact her family. Her family had also not heard from Stephanie in quite some time, so together they decided it was time to get the police involved. Considering how small of a town Leeton is, it didn't take long at all for word of Stephanie's disappearance to spread like wildfire. Social media posts were made and shared around with locals, and one missing person post was shared more than 1,500 times. Rumors began to spread around town, with many people even suspecting that Aaron may have been involved. When looking at photos of Stephanie, she just fills you with this feeling of innocence, happiness, and compassion. So who could have possibly done something like this? Aaron answered every question he received from journalists with complete honesty, patience, and sincerity, even when the questions were clearly directed at his own potential involvement. Aaron never once changed his story. All he ever did was beg for Stephanie to return home or to call him as soon as she could, but this call never came. The Scott family began to wonder if Stephanie may have gotten into some sort of terrible car accident. This is because, at this point, her car had never been located. A few days after her disappearance, her family arranged for various agencies to conduct air and water searches in the surrounding areas, but all of these searches turned up no evidence. Dive teams searched nearby canals, ditches, and water channels. Volunteers searched nature trails and roadsides, but there were no clues found that would indicate where Stephanie had gone. But after a few days had passed, investigators made a breakthrough. Detectives announced that they'd located Stephanie's car in a field about 11 kilometers outside of Leeton. The car was totally out of place, being parked a short distance away from a trail that was surrounded in tall grass. The only problem was, Stephanie still wasn't found. She wasn't in the car, and there was no indication of how the car could have ended up here in the first place. Aaron and the rest of Stephanie's family were now forced to the realization that Stephanie had most likely not left her car there of her own free will. She had been kidnapped. What's interesting about Stephanie's school, Wheaton High School, is that the school seems to have had remarkably tight security. The school was surrounded by 2 steel gates, each with its own lock so that no one could get in without a key, and these keys were only held by approved personnel. On the day that Stephanie disappeared, one of her colleagues from the school showed up to let her into the school. Both gates had been locked as it was a Sunday, and no other members of the faculty were present outside of the usual weekend cleaning crew. After Stephanie made it past both locked gates, she headed towards the English teacher's staff room so that she could get started on her lesson plans. She remained there for about 2 hours and 40 minutes before deciding it was time to go home for the day. She then packed up her things and headed for the exit, walking along an interior hallway and calling out to one of the cleaning crew members as she left, shouting for him to have a happy Easter and that she would see him on Monday. A few moments later, Stephanie made it to the exit of the building, which was locked. She stopped just inside the doorway so that she could grab the keys out of her purse. But as soon as she looked down, she was grabbed from behind, with someone forcing their hand over her mouth so that she couldn't scream. Stephanie fought back very aggressively, clawing at him, screaming the best she could, and fighting every step of the way. She scratched at the criminal's face but couldn't get a good enough grip to allow herself to break free. The assailant easily overpowered Stephanie, prying her away from the door and dragging her to a photography room just a short distance away. This room had been used as a dark room for the photography department, allowing them to develop photos for their assignments. Stephanie continued to fight, but it was all in vain. The assailant, still holding her from behind, closed the door behind themselves, then shoved Stephanie onto the ground, with her landing face down with some serious force. She continued to fight even after all this had taken place, but her best efforts simply weren't enough. Her attacker fiercely laid into her, hitting her a total of 40 times directly in the face. After about 40 or 50 seconds, detectives say that she most likely fell unconscious. The attacker then did the unthinkable and took advantage of Stephanie while she was incapacitated. The unknown assailant then pulled out a weapon and ended Stephanie's life right there in the darkroom of the high school. But here's where things get particularly crazy. If you remember, Stephanie wasn't alone in the school that day. According to school records, there was one other person in the school with her, a man who worked for the school cleaning crew. 24-year-old Vincent Stanford had been working at the school for quite a while, being one of their most popular janitors. Vincent lived at home with his mother and brother, and seeing as how he was likely the last person to have seen Stephanie before she vanished, police wanted to ask him a few questions to better understand her last known movements. Police spoke with Vincent on a couple occasions, but for reasons that remain unclear, they began to grow a bit suspicious of him. They asked for permission to search his home, and it seems that Vincent and his family agreed. This would prove to be a critical mistake for Vincent. As they searched his room, police found a set of keys that looked strikingly similar to a set of keys that Stephanie used to carry. But things were about to get far, far worse for Vincent. Police soon asked to take a look at Vincent's phone, and that's when they found the most disturbing piece of evidence thus far. A photo that Vincent had taken that showed a burnt crime scene, as well as a human body that they had a strong belief may have belonged to Stephanie. Why Vincent would have left images like this on his phone is beyond me. Why he held on to Stephanie's keys doesn't make any sense either. I guess he must have been keeping them as a trophy or something. Needless to say, police knew without a doubt Vincent was involved in Stephanie's disappearance. But don't click away just yet, because that's only the tip of the iceberg. As police continued to interview Vincent about the crime, they would learn just how twisted and disturbed this man really was. As police continued to speak with Vincent, he quickly realized that he had nowhere left to run. He gave police a haphazard excuse about why he had such strange and disturbing photos on his phone, but his excuses were very clearly lies. Police had also uncovered a set of blood-stained handcuffs in his bedroom, so it was pretty obvious what had taken place here. But the details of the crime and the crime that Vincent had planned for the future are two of the most shocking details about this case. Investigators say that after being confronted with so much condemning evidence, Vincent gave up and confessed to the murder of Stephanie Scott. When police asked him to explain how the crime had taken place, well, that's when things got extremely creepy, to put it lightly. Vincent confessed to everything we discussed just a moment ago, grabbing her from behind, tossing her into the photography darkroom, then ending her life while she was unconscious. But after he had done this, Vincent explained that he dropped his knife on the darkroom floor, got up, and went home. He made himself a cheese sandwich, poured himself a cup of coffee, and enjoyed a nice meal before heading back to the school to clean up after himself. He casually picked up all the items that had been dropped by Stephanie during the struggle, including her car keys. He then picked Stephanie up, placed her on a plastic tarp in the trunk of her own car, then headed back into the school to finish cleaning. He says that he used a pressure washer to clean the scene of the crime, then hopped into her car and drove back to his own home. He parked Stephanie's car behind a shed in his own backyard, then walked back to the school to pick up his own car. Once he arrived at the school, he got his car and decided to head back inside to remove some of the floorboards from the darkroom to better conceal his crime. This timeline was confirmed by a police officer who picked up Vincent's car on his dash cam at around 3:35 p.m. that afternoon. A while later, he got back into Stephanie's car and drove to a local gas station, filling up a gas container and then getting back into Stephanie's car. This scene was later picked up on CCTV cameras, confirming the story that Vincent had told investigators. The next day, April 6th, Vincent drove Stephanie's car once again, this time to Cocapara National Park, between 50 and 70 kilometers from the high school. He placed her body on the ground alongside various pieces of evidence from the scene of the crime and potentially condemning items found in Stephanie's car. He covered Stephanie and all of the items in gasoline, then lit a fire and drove away. While driving Stephanie's car, he dumped various items in trash cans along his drive back towards Leeton. None of these items were ever recovered by police, as they'd already been taken to various landfills by the time police arrived to investigate. When police carried out additional searches of Vincent's home after he had admitted to the crime, they came across a strange notebook that included various details about a local girl believed to be about 12 years old. When police questioned Vincent about these notebooks, he didn't even try to lie. He admitted that he'd been stalking a local girl and she was planned to be his next victim. Upon further interviews, Vincent would admit that he'd had violent thoughts since he was about 8 years old. He often thought about what it would be like to end someone's life. And Stephanie just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Vincent finally saw his opportunity to act on his twisted fantasies. Stephanie was a bright, loving young woman who was stolen from the world far too soon. Stephanie had so much to offer to her students, but this worthless lump of human waste stole her from her family, her beloved fiancé, and her students before her life had really even begun. In the years since the crime, Vincent was naturally sentenced to life in prison. Her family filed charges against the New South Wales Education Department, as well as the cleaning company in charge of Vincent. A private settlement was reached, but this did nothing to ease the pain that Stephanie's family will hold on to for the rest of their lives. Aaron, Stephanie's fiancé, eventually found love again and became engaged to someone in 2021, doing his best to heal from the unforgettable trauma that he was forced into. Stephanie's life may have been tragically cut short, but the only silver lining to this story, if there even is one, is that the investigation helped to shut down yet another monster prowling the streets, and thankfully may have saved the life of that 12-year-old girl that was next on Vincent's list. "13-year-old Bradley Hansen left his home on November 10, 1995, without telling his mother that school had been canceled. Instead, he snuck over to a friend's home and never returned. When trash collectors visited the area later on to empty the bins, workers noticed some concerning evidence inside one of the neighborhood trash cans. But unfortunately, this small amount of evidence wasn't enough to lead to a conviction, at least not yet. But when investigators finally revealed their primary suspect, Bradley's family was shocked because the crime hit much closer to home than any of them could have expected. Bradley Hansen was your average teenage boy growing up in the mid-90s. Being 13, he had just reached the age where he was starting to become interested in finding a girlfriend, and there were plenty of girls his age at his school in Phoenix, Arizona. Bradley was enrolled at Centennial Middle School in Phoenix, where he'd established a core group of friends that he felt he could depend on. One of his closest friends was a kid named Jeremy Bach, and Jeremy and Bradley were pretty much inseparable. The two would often hang out before school started, and they were the first two kids to meet up after school had ended, too. It was November of 1995. Brad and Jeremy were speaking sometime earlier that month about Veterans Day, a popular holiday here in the United States. Knowing that the two would be off of school for the holiday, they'd been excitedly planning on what they could do with all their free time. But the crazy thing is, Brad's mother didn't even realize that the children would be out of school for the holiday, and Brad had no plans of telling her. We don't know if he kept this information a secret from his mother because he feared that she may interfere with his plans, or if he simply didn't realize that his mother was unaware of the holiday. But whatever the case was, Brad and Jeremy had quite a day ahead of them. When Veterans Day finally rolled around, it was November 10th, and Brad woke up that morning, got dressed, and prepared for the day as it were any other. He then hopped on a bike that he had borrowed from his neighbor and headed off in the direction of the school. His mother watched him leave and, obviously believing it was a school day, didn't think much else about the situation. But as we know, Brad had no plans of going to school that day. Somewhere along the way, Brad changed course and began heading toward his friend Jeremy's house. It's believed that one of the reasons why Brad was so excited about his plans that day was because a girl named Taylor was expected to show up at Jeremy's house later on that afternoon. Taylor was a friend from school, and if I had to guess, one or both of these boys likely had a bit of a crush on the girl. And considering everyone's parents were at work for the day, you can only imagine what must have been going through these teenagers' minds when Taylor agreed to stop by for a visit. Now, we don't know for sure what the boys had planned on getting up to while they had the entire day to themselves, but the fact that they kept their plans a secret from their parents seems to allude to the idea that they may have been getting up to no good. Now, I can't say this with any certainty, but considering what would take place just a few short hours later, well, this theory may not be as far-fetched as it seems. No sooner than Brad arrived at Jeremy's house, the two ran into Jeremy's stepdad, Daniel, in the kitchen. It seems that Jeremy's dad also didn't realize the boys were off from school for the day, as he claims he was under the impression that the boys would be heading off soon after he left at around 7 a.m. that morning. Needless to say, the boys were over the moon that they had managed to fend off their parents and claim the entire day to themselves, meaning they could do pretty much anything they wanted with no supervision. A scary thing for two teenage boys. But their plans were nearly foiled, because at around 8 a.m., Brad's mom, Rhonda, had a sudden realization that it was Veterans Day. She began paging Brad repeatedly. Mind you, this is 1995, but Brad never responded. She sent him several pages all throughout the day, but Brad simply refused to answer. Rhonda didn't get off of work until 2 p.m. that afternoon, but once she got back home, she still couldn't locate Brad. This was very much unlike him to not respond to his mother's pages and calls. While Brad was your average, reckless teenage boy, he always made sure to stay in touch with his mother, so the fact that he'd suddenly dropped off the map sent every alarm in Rhonda's head ringing. Rhonda reached out to several of her neighbors and friends and tried to determine if anyone had seen Brad that day, but no one had any idea where he may have gone. She even called several of Brad's friends and classmates, but no one reported anything. Rhonda eventually decided to call Jeremy, and that's when things got interesting. Jeremy opened up to Rhonda about what the boys had been up to that morning, but the problem was Jeremy claimed that Brad had left sometime early that morning, but he had no idea where he may have gone. As far as Jeremy knew, he simply hopped on his bike and left, pedaling off into the distance. Rhonda asked Jeremy that if he sees Brad, to let him know that if he's not home by 5 p.m., she'll be calling the police to file a missing person report. Jeremy agreed, and the two hung up the phone. Now, there's some unusual information about what took place immediately after this call with Jeremy. It's been reported that Rhonda decided to call Jeremy's stepfather, Daniel, who explained that he'd last seen both of the boys at 7 a.m. that morning. Daniel explained that he'd speak with Jeremy as soon as he got home, and that he would report back with any information he managed to find. But immediately after the call, Rhonda decided that she just couldn't sit around and wait for Brad to show up. She had to do something. Thus, she hopped in her car and started traveling to all of the nearby hangout spots, desperately hoping to find some trace of Brad. But she never did. And later that evening, things took a turn for the worse. Once Jeremy's stepfather, Daniel, got off of work later that evening, he spoke with Jeremy just as he said he would. But after the two spoke, for reasons that remain unclear, Daniel never bothered calling Rhonda back. He knew that Rhonda was still actively searching for her missing son, yet never bothered to pick up the phone. When police arrived to take statements from Rhonda, it seems as though they initially classified Brad's disappearance as a runaway case. They didn't know why, but they believed Brad had likely run away from home. But Rhonda didn't believe this to be true. She felt that something terrible had happened to her son, and believed there was no chance he would run away like this. But it seems as though detectives were largely undeterred by her claims, and pushed forward in their own way. When Brad still never returned home that night, Rhonda's fears and concerns began to grow to epic proportions. Police seemed to have requested that Rhonda not go around and investigate her son's disappearance on her own, seemingly for fear of hindering their own investigation. But Rhonda didn't obey their wishes, and she went to the ends of the earth to try to find her boy. She spent the entire weekend speaking to everyone she knew that had ever met Brad, hoping someone had some sort of information, but no one did. That is, except for a couple of Brad's classmates. After Brad had disappeared, there were rumors circulating around the school that something terrible had happened to him. The rumors would suggest that a gunshot had been heard ringing out in the mid-afternoon on the day that Brad went missing. These rumors suggested that Jeremy and Brad had found a weapon inside the home that day, and Jeremy had accidentally fired a single round, which narrowly missed Brad and got lodged into the wall. But these rumors grew far more concerning when it was suggested that Brad was now in possession of the weapon, and he may have planned on using it to end his own life. Now, this may sound like a sudden and unexpected jump in the story, and it certainly is. Rather obviously, up until this point, there had been no reason for anyone to suspect that Brad would have been capable of such a thing, nor was he ever described as being depressed. This only made Rhonda and the police all the more suspicious about these rumors. But the thing is, a rumor has to start somewhere. So it's possible there may have been more truth to this story than anyone else cared to admit. Daniel, Jeremy's stepfather, would call Rhonda sometime around November 13th, about 3 days after Brad had gone missing. During their call, Rhonda opened up about the rumors that she had heard regarding Brad's intentions. Daniel assured Rhonda that these were nothing more than rumors, and even went as far as calling home to his girlfriend, asking her to check and make sure that all of the family's weapons were safely stored away and accounted for. When Daniel's girlfriend Debbie checked the safe, she confirmed everything was in order and nothing was missing. This did a lot to calm the nerves of Rhonda, but in a sense, it also made things worse, because this meant that she was back to square one. This is when Jeremy decided that it was time to speak with Brad's mother personally. Jeremy called Rhonda shortly thereafter and explained everything that had transpired that day. Now, we don't know all the specifics of their call, but Jeremy said that he'd last seen Brad when he left and rode off on the bike that he borrowed from his neighbor. He added that Brad wasn't in the best of moods when he left that day. Jeremy was able to confirm that, as far as he knew, he had been the last person to have seen Brad. But he also added that in the last conversation that he had with Brad had allegedly claimed that his life, quote, sucked, shortly before pedaling off on his bike. But by the following Monday, when Brad still had not been located, and rumors were beginning to grow far more frequent and far more concerning, the school decided that it was time to get involved. This is when Anne Schelling stepped in. Anne was one of the school's lead administrators, and she spoke with Jeremy twice that day, as well as dozens of other students who had some sort of relation to Brad. Now, according to Anne, she was able to determine that Jeremy, Brad, and Taylor, the female friend who had stopped by, had all been hanging out that day. Now, prior to this, it doesn't seem as though Jeremy had ever mentioned that Taylor had been at the house that day. It seems that this information was first brought up when Anne had spoken with Taylor privately. For whatever reason, Jeremy was doing his best to keep Taylor out of the situation, but now things had escalated. Anne decided to bring both Taylor and Jeremy into the room at the same time, and that's when Jeremy adapted his story slightly, saying that the two had last seen Brad heading off on his bike, with Brad claiming that he would return in about 10 minutes, but he never came back. This is where things get incredibly interesting, and the story that Jeremy shared with his parents and investigators, well, it began to fall apart. Jeremy knew something about where Brad had gone, but he wasn't willing to let this information slip. Realizing that Taylor and Jeremy had each been telling completely different versions of the story, Anne decided to pull Taylor aside and ask her what had really happened that day. Taylor was incredibly honest, even when she realized that her confession may get Jeremy in a lot of trouble. Taylor admitted that she had made plans with the boys to meet up at Jeremy's house that day. She added that when she arrived, she noticed Brad's bike in the driveway, a fact that didn't align with the story that Jeremy had shared, claiming Brad had already driven off on his bike. But strangely, when she entered the home, Brad was nowhere to be found. She noticed Brad's backpack sitting on the kitchen table alongside his pager, yet Brad wasn't inside the house. When Taylor asked Jeremy where Brad was, Jeremy explained that Brad had left. Taylor obviously didn't believe him. All of his things had been left behind, so where had Brad gone, and why would he leave all of his stuff? Taylor felt that Jeremy was playing some sort of a joke and believed Brad must have been hiding somewhere in the house. But after wandering all throughout the house and calling Brad's name and getting no response, Taylor finally began to believe that Jeremy was telling the truth. But no sooner than she believed him, she began to doubt him once more. That's because, as she wandered into the laundry room, she found Brad's shoes covered in red stains. After finding Brad's shoes, Taylor continued looking around the room and noticed that Brad's t-shirt was in the washing machine. It too had been stained red. But the most concerning detail was that there was a small hole in the front of the shirt. Immediately after, Taylor found a few red drips in the kitchen. When she asked Jeremy what had happened, he explained that he and Brad had gotten into an argument about her. One of the boys had called her a name, and the other boy took issue with that. A fight ensued, and Brad eventually hit Jeremy with a bar stool, causing the hole in his shirt, the red stains, and the spots on the floor. But Jeremy clearly didn't have any wounds on his body. But then Taylor noticed a small hole in the kitchen wall. Jeremy claimed that Brad had grabbed one of the weapons from Jeremy's stepfather's cabinet and fired a single shot. Thankfully, it missed Jeremy, but it left a hole in the wall. Shortly after this is when Brad ran out of the home, claiming that he would be back soon. After Taylor revealed all of this, Anne decided to bring Jeremy back into the room. She asked him about various aspects of Taylor's story, and he finally admitted to nearly all of them. But when she asked about the hole in the kitchen wall, as well as the weapon being fired that day, he denied all of it. Jeremy claimed it was nothing more than a rumor. When Anne reached out to Daniel, Jeremy's stepfather, he stood by his son's claims and insisted that no weapons were used that day, nor was there a hole in the kitchen wall. Police would speak with Jeremy a few weeks later at his school, and Jeremy would alter his story once again, this time claiming that Brad had attacked him with a butter knife before leaving the home and never coming back. Jeremy also added that he believed Brad had run away to Arizona with a man named Poppy, or that he had run away to California to find his dad. He wasn't entirely sure. But the following month, December 15th, Daniel reached out to two detectives who were working Brad's case and asked to speak with them. He explained that Jeremy had finally admitted that he and Brad were playing with the weapon on the day that Brad went missing. He claims that Jeremy came clean and admitted that a single shot had been fired that day. Jeremy even dug the slug out of the kitchen wall and held on to it all this time, with Daniel turning the slug over to investigators for further research. But my question is, if all of this is true, how had Daniel not noticed the hole in the wall until now? When detectives later showed up at the family's home, they asked Jeremy to reenact what had transpired the day that Brad vanished, and he claimed that the two got into an argument and Brad grabbed a weapon, firing a single round at it, which narrowly missed his shoulder. But when detectives took note of the location where Jeremy claimed all of this transpired, they realized how low the hole in the wall was, and there was no way that the slug could have narrowly missed Jeremy's shoulder. It would have gone right through him. When Jeremy was confronted with this evidence, it's reported that he slumped down a bit lower so that the hole in the wall would align more closely with his shoulder. Detectives then realized that there was something fishy going on here. About 3 weeks went by, and this now brings us to January of 1996. The detectives who were working the case had thought long and hard about the situation, and they no longer believed that Brad had run away. They felt that there was much more to this story than Jeremy was willing to admit. They didn't know if Jeremy was guilty of something, or if he was just covering up for his best friend, but they knew something was off. Based purely on a gut feeling, they decided to seize the family's trash can, bringing it in for forensic testing. Now, I've heard one version of the story that claims that the detectives were tipped off by local trash collectors, but other resources claim that the detectives seized the can purely off a gut feeling. I'm not sure which version of events is true, but admittedly it's largely irrelevant to the case. When detectives gained possession of the can, though, they noticed a brown pool in the bottom, as well as some brown drippage on the outside. According to detectives, they believed there was a small chance that this dried liquid may have belonged to Brad. Unfortunately, when samples were taken and compared with Brad's mother, there was a direct link between the two, meaning that whoever the evidence belonged to, they were a direct relative of Rhonda. Around this same time, Jeremy and his mother decided to uproot and move to Las Vegas. The two never explained why they had decided to do this, especially in the middle of an active investigation. But thankfully, police were able to make the proper connections with Arizona police, and they maintained contact with Jeremy, and thankfully so, because in February of 1996, about 4 months after the disappearance of Brad, Jeremy decided that enough was enough. He finally opened up with detectives and confessed what had really taken place that November day. When Jeremy arrived at the police station, he quickly confessed that he and Brad had, in fact, been playing with weapons on the day that Brad was last seen. He says that they'd been playing with multiple weapons when he aimed one at Brad. When he did, he bumped his hand on something, causing him to flinch, and the weapon went off without him ever having his finger on the trigger. The slug struck Brad, but he was still alive. But what's crazy is that Jeremy had begun to panic and clean up the crime scene, leaving Brad there, desperate for help. Jeremy dug the slug out of the wall and tossed it into the trash, along with several cigarette butts that the two had been smoking earlier that day. Now, Jeremy's version of events is incredibly graphic, but based on what he told detectives, Jeremy insists that the whole situation was an accident. He claims the weapon wasn't even cocked when it went off, but this is completely impossible. According to experts, there's a distinct possibility that Brad was alive for an entire hour after the shot had rung out, meaning there was more than enough time for him to have been saved. Yet, because Jeremy panicked, Brad lost his life due to sheer negligence. We don't know if Jeremy was afraid that his parents would find out that they've been playing with weapons, or if he was afraid that he may go to prison. This has never been fully explained. But regardless, Jeremy was too busy cleaning up the scene of the crime and covering up his own mistakes to have taken the time to actually help his best friend survive what was apparently an honest mistake. In the end, Jeremy claims that he hauled Bradley out to the family trash bin and tossed him inside. Bradley would remain in the trash bin for an entire week before trash collectors even dumped the bin. Now, we don't know how they didn't discover Brad's remains inside, but somehow they didn't. In the end, Jeremy was arrested and charged in the second degree. Investigators believe there is zero chance that the weapon went off that day accidentally. After inspecting the weapon, detectives say that there's no possibility a simple bump could have caused the weapon to have been discharged. They believe that the trigger was pulled with intent, even if the demise of Bradley was truly just a mistake. Though many people, including investigators, refuse to believe that this was a mistake at all. The sheer fact that Jeremy went to such great lengths to conceal his wrongdoing suggests there may have been far more to this case than Jeremy is willing to admit. After all was said and done, Jeremy was convicted and sent to prison for 22 years after being tried as an adult, despite only being 13 when the crime was committed. He entered prison in January of 1998 and was set to be released back in December of 2021, meaning he's now a free man. But the main thing about this case that I just can't wrap my head around is, what about Jeremy's parents? Now, I'm not accusing them of anything, that's certainly not my intention, but how could all of this have unfolded without them realizing anything? After all, Jeremy's stepfather, Daniel, claims to have inspected the weapon and even smelled it, yet claimed it had never been fired. He also claimed that all of his ammunition was accounted for, but it couldn't have been, because one round had clearly been fired. He also claims that all of his weapons were locked away in the family's safe. So does that mean Jeremy had a key or a code to the safe? It's certainly possible that he stole the key from his father without him knowing, but that still doesn't explain how his father claimed there was no hole in the kitchen wall when there certainly was. It also doesn't explain how, when Daniel reached out to investigators shortly after the crime, he opened up to them and explained that Jeremy had admitted a weapon had been discharged that day. He even handed in the slug that had allegedly come out of the wall. But this couldn't have been the one that ended Brad's life, because we know that Jeremy had already thrown that one away. So this would mean that a total of 2 rounds had been fired from this weapon, yet Daniel didn't notice the missing ammunition. But if all of this weren't enough, what about the trash bin? Did no one ever take the trash out in the 4 months since Brad had vanished? Surely one of Jeremy's parents would have noticed all the liquid that was in the bottom of the can and dripping down the sides on the outside of the can. Surely someone would have noticed a boy in the bottom of the bin for that first week. Worse yet, surely someone would have smelled something. Now, like I said, I can't with a clear conscience accuse Jeremy's parents of anything, but the whole situation just feels suspicious to me. I hate this so much for Rhonda and the rest of Brad's family. So much more could have been done to save this boy. I even hate it for Jeremy too, because if this was some sort of simple accident or mistake, Jeremy's own panic caused him to lose his best friend and be sent to prison for 22 years, when all of this could have been avoided with a simple phone call for an ambulance. This whole case is just tragic from beginning to end. I just hope that Rhonda was able to make peace with things, even though there's nothing in the world that could bring back her little boy. Tiffany Valiante was only 18 years old when she went missing on a warm summer night in 2015. While Tiffany had, by all means, been your typical teenage girl, she'd been involved in some extremely suspicious and mysterious situations in her final hours. Years later, her parents are still working to piece together what exactly took place on the night that their daughter vanished. Tiffany snuck out of her home that evening and was spotted on CCTV footage heading toward the nearby train tracks. Just before midnight, investigators located a crime scene on the tracks after it was reported that a train had struck a pedestrian. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Detectives ruled that Tiffany had taken her own life that night, but subsequent investigations paint Tiffany's final moments in a much different light. In fact, many people, including Tiffany's own parents, now believe that Tiffany may have been ambushed in the woods that night, and that the train wreck was nothing more than a disturbing cover story. Tiffany Valiante had grown up in Mays Landing, New Jersey. She attended high school at Oakcrest High School, where she was known for being an excellent volleyball player. In fact, volleyball was one of Tiffany's main callings in life. She was one of the best athletes in the school, so much so that after graduating high school, she planned on going to college free of charge with a volleyball scholarship to Mercy College in New York. Considering Tiffany was a staggering 6 foot 2 inches tall, it's clear to see that she would have been a force to be reckoned with on the volleyball court, and talent scouts saw her massive potential. Growing up in Mays Landing, Tiffany had a relatively normal childhood to an extent. Mays Landing isn't known for being a particularly safe area, and in fact it's one of the least safe areas in all of New Jersey. But as far as I can tell, neither Tiffany nor her family ever had any major issues in the area. Now, if this case is starting to sound a bit familiar to you at this point, it's likely because Tiffany's case was covered on the Netflix series Unsolved Mysteries. Specifically, the episode titled Mystery at Mile Marker 45. But the reason I wanted to cover this case is because Netflix made, in my opinion, some pretty serious mistakes with their coverage of the story. They left out some pretty major details that ultimately changed the entire course of the investigation and the story. See, for the most part, Netflix painted Tiffany's upbringing as fairly typical, and it was, to an extent. The area where the writers really dropped the ball was in regards to the final couple years of Tiffany's life. In nearly every retelling of this story, Tiffany is often regarded as being a model student, a perfect daughter, a blameless, innocent girl, all the typical stuff you hear after someone's lost their life. And in reality, when we look back on the people we love and care about, it's super easy to look over all the negatives and only remember people for the positive impact they left behind. And don't get me wrong, Tiffany left a positive impact on nearly everyone who knew her. Very few people had anything negative to say about her, but that doesn't mean she didn't have her flaws. One of the key aspects of her life that's often overlooked is that while Tiffany's upbringing was fairly normal, relatively speaking, she certainly had her issues. In fact, in 2014 alone, it's been reported that Child Protective Services had visited the Valiante family home at least 3 times. It seems that these visits came after one of Tiffany's teachers reported some concerning bruises to the authorities. Now, Tiffany was always covered in small bruises. It was the nature of her volleyball career. She was bound to get hurt all the time. But according to her teacher, these bruises were not consistent with volleyball practice, and they appeared as though Tiffany had been being abused at home. When CPS visited the family home, they found that her teacher had, in fact, been correct. Tiffany's mother opened up about the issues that they'd been dealing with and admitted that she had punched Tiffany in the arm on at least one occasion during an argument. Both Tiffany and her mother were entered into therapy after this confession, and the therapists believed that they struggled from simple communication problems and that they had an otherwise stable relationship. Now, I don't know about you, but I've never struck a child due to communication problems. Becoming angry with your children is natural. Children's ideas and beliefs don't always align with your own, but crossing the line of abusing a child because of a disagreement is something else entirely. Now, I'm certainly not trying to incite a witch hunt or paint Tiffany's mother as a bad or violent person. The truth is, context is everything, and we simply don't know the context here. In all reality, Tiffany was 6'2", a very large girl, and may have struck her mother first, and her mother fought back in self-defense or even out of fear. We truly have no idea what took place here. But there were clearly issues at home, and issues that seem to have often been overlooked during most retellings of Tiffany's story. But that's not where the story really ends with Tiffany's difficult teenage years. See, the Netflix documentary also mentioned a time when Tiffany stole money from one of her friends. Specifically, she stole her friend's credit card and spent her money without permission. Now, the Netflix documentary basically chalked this up to nothing more than a simple mistake, claiming that Tiffany was a well-educated girl who should have known better. But that's not the full story, and not by a long shot. According to a civil disposition transcript that was pulled by the Daily Beast, Tiffany had stolen money from her parents on what appears to have been multiple occasions. In the past, Tiffany's mother had defended Tiffany's actions in regards to her stealing money from her friend, but she conveniently left out the fact that Tiffany had stolen from her own family just months before this. It's been suggested that Tiffany did this as a way to lash out against her parents when they had disagreements, but the truth may go much deeper than this. Kids steal for a variety of reasons. They may simply steal because someone else has something that they want. But in Tiffany's case, her actions seem to have been her way of communication. In particular, her family claims that she would steal from her parents when she was upset with them. This just further proves the major communication problems that her family was dealing with. A lot of times, children steal to get their parents' attention, to prove a point, or to bring awareness to an underlying issue in their home life, even if it's all done subconsciously. Now, I'm certainly not a child psychologist, but I'd be willing to bet that this is what was happening here. Tiffany was very clearly struggling, and if investigators are to be believed, this may have been what ultimately led to that terrible summer evening when Tiffany put an end to her struggles once and for all. It was July 12, 2015. Tiffany and her family were out celebrating the high school graduation of her cousin. At around 9 p.m. that evening, Tiffany's friend made a call to Tiffany's parents and told them that she feared Tiffany may have stolen money from her by taking her debit card and purchasing clothes and food. This is the instance that I mentioned just a moment ago in regards to Tiffany's habit of stealing. Investigators were never called and no charges were ever filed, but obviously her parents were well aware of Tiffany's habit. Later that evening, a private investigation of their own was conducted by Tiffany's parents, and they looked through her room and found receipts that totaled around $86. And if I'm understanding the situation correctly, this is the exact amount that the friend claimed Tiffany had stolen. This was all the confirmation that Tiffany's mother needed to know that she'd been up to no good once again. Just a few minutes later, Tiffany's mother confronted her about the crimes that she'd been committing. Tiffany obviously wasn't happy to hear that her mother had found out about her secret habit, but she'd been caught red-handed. According to investigators, Tiffany had finally had enough of her mother's constant complaints and abuse. As soon as her mother left the area for a brief moment, Tiffany fled the home and ran away. But this is just one of the many unexplained details about Tiffany's sudden disappearance. See, Tiffany had recently been diagnosed with nyctophobia, or an extreme fear of the dark. Yet she ran away into the darkness of the night and didn't look back. This was incredibly unusual and downright bizarre. The final image of Tiffany was captured on a CCTV camera in the family's yard. The camera took a surveillance image of Tiffany leaving the property at approximately 9:30 p.m. In the photo, she can be seen wearing a t-shirt and shorts, as well as a headband and a brand new pair of shoes that she just bought for college. After her parents realized that Tiffany had snuck out, they did their best to contact her several times, but she never answered her phone. Her parents didn't contact investigators or file a missing person case immediately, as they thought she might have just needed time to clear her head and she'd come back later that evening. But Tiffany never came home. In fact, the CCTV image was the final time that Tiffany would ever be seen alive. It would be around 11 p.m. that Tiffany's father left the home and finally began searching for her. This was about an hour and a half after the argument with her mother. Her father didn't even make it to the end of the driveway before he found a disturbing piece of evidence that gave him chills. Tiffany's cell phone had been dropped on the pavement just outside the home, and Tiffany was nowhere to be found. According to her parents and crime scene investigators, Tiffany never went anywhere without her phone, and the fact that she'd left it behind told her parents that her disappearance was far worse than they could have ever imagined. Just 30 minutes later, Tiffany's parents filed a missing person report with the local police department. Investigators got to work very quickly, but unfortunately, before a proper investigation could even really begin, the police had terrible news for her parents. Detectives who were combing through the nearby woods found several harrowing pieces of evidence that painted a very grim picture of what had transpired that evening. Police say that they have reason to believe that immediately after fleeing the home, Tiffany had run through these very same woods. But strangely, all throughout these woods, they found various pieces of Tiffany's clothing. Her shoes were also found, but no one knows why she would have removed her shoes while running through the thick brush like this. It would have only made things more difficult for her. But as investigators followed the pieces of evidence all throughout the woods, they quickly realized that all of the clothing led right to a set of train tracks. And as soon as they arrived at the tracks, their hearts sank. Tiffany had been found, but she was no longer alive. It was around 11:03 p.m. when a report was made to the local police that a train passing through the area had struck a pedestrian. This report was called in less than 30 minutes before Tiffany's parents reported her missing. At this point, it doesn't seem that investigators had any reason to believe that Tiffany had been the one struck by the train, but when all of her clothing was found leading to the tracks, the evidence was clear. A nurse who had been nearby arrived at Tiffany's side by 11:16 p.m., but it was already too late. It was early the following morning that Tiffany's parents were given the news that brought their world crumbling down around them. But to make matters worse, less than 24 hours later, police explained that they believed Tiffany had done this to herself. This came as a shock to Tiffany's parents because, according to her mother, Tiffany wasn't depressed, and she certainly hadn't planned to take her own life. But we have to keep in mind, Tiffany and her mother had very clear communication issues, and Tiffany was obviously going through a lot in the months leading up to her disappearance. So it's entirely possible that her mother simply didn't recognize the signs, or Tiffany didn't communicate them in a way that her mother was able to understand. But there's also another distinct possibility here. Tiffany didn't do this to herself. Someone had hunted her down through the woods that evening and claimed her life. And this theory isn't as far-fetched as you might believe. See, according to Tiffany's parents, the investigation into her disappearance was botched from the start. Unfortunately, since the crime occurred on a set of railroad tracks, the New Jersey Transit Police were the ones tasked with conducting the investigation. The transit police were not properly equipped and may not have even been trained to conduct homicide investigations. Their bread and butter is merely investigating transit crimes. It's right in the name. But considering the location of the crime, the county sheriff's office was severely limited in what they were able to do in terms of the investigation. According to Unsolved Mysteries, the transit police did a terrible job securing the scene of the crime, leading to mountains of evidence either being mishandled, poorly stored, or overlooked entirely. But Unsolved Mysteries themselves actually skipped out on an incredibly vital piece of information that's been shared by NJ.com. According to this report, investigators recovered an axe at the scene of the crime. Not only this, but the axe is listed as being covered in red stains. Now, the obvious assumption here is that this axe may have been covered in blood, and Tiffany's family believe that this is likely the case as well. But there's one big problem here. While this axe was mentioned during the investigation, and it was collected as part of the investigation into Tiffany's passing, it was lost before it could even be processed. All that was left were vague descriptions of the weapon, but the weapon itself has since disappeared due to the poor handling of the investigation by the New Jersey Transit Police. Tiffany's family firmly believe that this axe may hold the answers to what happened to Tiffany that day, but until it's recovered, those answers will remain unknown. In all reality, this axe may have been completely unrelated to Tiffany's disappearance, but we have no way to prove this one way or the other. But that's only the tip of the iceberg, and there's one other vital piece of evidence that may just change everything. When detectives arrived at the scene of the crime to collect Tiffany's remains and process her for any additional evidence, they noticed a very specific detail that didn't make sense. If you remember, Tiffany's shoes were found in the woods surrounding the train tracks. We know that she'd run quite a considerable distance through the woods before eventually making her way to the tracks. Yet her feet showed no signs of running through the brush, through the thorns and the tree limbs that would have obviously been scattered all around the woods. Her feet were totally smooth and free of any abrasions. According to one report, Tiffany would have run nearly a full mile without her shoes, so this made no sense at all. Nearly all of Tiffany's clothing was recovered in the woods that day, including her headband and shirt that she'd been wearing in the CCTV footage. But investigators also found a keychain that Tiffany's parents didn't recognize. Now, it is possible that this keychain was already in the woods and was unrelated to the case. But when you consider the keychain in combination with the rest of the evidence, we have to ask ourselves, did Tiffany actually run through the woods that evening? Or was she carried? And could this keychain belong to the person who carried her? Considering her clothing had been removed, her feet were baby smooth, and she allegedly showed no signs of depression, well, all of this in combination with the axe that was found nearby has led many people to believe that Tiffany may have been abducted that evening. This would also explain why her phone had been dropped at the bottom of the family's driveway. Now, to clarify something I mentioned earlier, in the moments before Tiffany allegedly ran off into the night that evening, her mother had been pressing her about the credit card that she had stolen from one of her friends. According to Tiffany's mother, both she and Tiffany headed out to Tiffany's car to search for the credit card. Tiffany told her mother that the card wasn't in the car because she wasn't the one who stole it, but her mother insisted that they check anyway, firmly believing that Tiffany was lying. As they were searching through the car, Tiffany's mother claims to have seen her daughter secretly grab a card and slip it into her back pocket, hiding it away from sight. When her mother pressed her about this, Tiffany once again denied it. This is when her mother walked back into the house to tell her father about the situation, and when she returned outside, Tiffany was gone. All that was left behind was the CCTV footage of Tiffany walking through the yard toward the end of the driveway. With this in mind, considering there were no witnesses to the exact moment when Tiffany left the family's home, we have to at least entertain the idea that Tiffany didn't leave her family's property of her own accord that day. Yes, the CCTV image captured her walking directly toward the end of the driveway, but who may have been waiting at the end of that driveway that we're completely unaware of? Who could have been lurking behind a tree or a bush? The fact that Tiffany dropped her cell phone at the end of the driveway that night just doesn't sit well with me, and the fact that she was stripped of nearly all of her clothing yet didn't have a single scratch on her feet is just plain suspicious. When you combine this with the axe and the keychain, well, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. Now, there is a distinct possibility that Tiffany did this to herself, and the axe, the cell phone, the keychain, and the lack of cuts on her feet are all simple coincidences. that is a possibility. But giving this case even 2 full seconds of thought leads me to believe that something far more sinister took place in those woods that evening. And I don't believe Tiffany did this to herself, not for one moment. I haven't been able to confirm whether or not the transit police are still investigating Tiffany's case, but her family are certainly doing everything they can to keep things moving. There have been several developments and new pieces of evidence that have come out over the years, but nothing has led to any arrests or warrants, and considering the transit police believe she did this to herself, well, arrests are beginning to seem increasingly unlikely unless something major happens, such as the aforementioned axe being found. As it stands, the best I can tell, Tiffany's case is considered solved, but the trail of evidence that was left behind has left so many people wondering what really happened to Tiffany Valiante. On Halloween night of 2002, the von Richthofen couple were peacefully asleep in their bedroom. But in the middle of the night, a trio of criminals broke into the family's home and ambushed them with metal rods, ending their lives instantly. This heinous crime made headlines around the world, and investigators originally believed it was a case of larceny. But just a few days later, detectives announced they'd arrested a suspect that no one would have ever expected. The von Richthofen family were anything but ordinary. They were residing in Sao Paulo, Brazil, making a great name for themselves in the late 90s and early 2000s. To be straight with you, these guys had mountains of money, with their multiple bank accounts each seemingly bursting at the seams. The head of the household, Manfred, was a lead director for Dersa, a state-owned company that manages the highway systems in Sao Paulo, where the family had lived for most of their lives. He had a very high-paying job and was in charge of some of the most expensive highway projects in the area. Mauricia, the mother of the family, was a psychiatrist who seems to have been doing great in her career as well. The family's 2 children, Suzanne and Andreas, were also doing great in life. Suzanne had graduated from a German high school when she was younger, but she was now studying law in Sao Paulo when she returned back to her home country. Not too much is known about Andreas outside of the fact that he was just a bit younger than Suzanne. We know that he had an interest in model planes at a fairly young age, leading him to take lessons in flying them. He partnered with a local instructor named Daniel. Suzanne would often tag along with her brother to these lessons, but it would soon be revealed that she wasn't doing this because she too had an interest in planes. Instead, her interest was in the young man teaching the course, Daniel. The two met in 1999, and Daniel and Suzanne quickly began a romantic relationship. The two were seemingly attached at the hip, and they even began taking jiu-jitsu classes together. Overall, things were going great for the family. Or so it may seem on the surface. Remember how I told you that the family was absolutely loaded? Well, they were, but not officially. As far as financial records show, the family was only worth around $1 million, though some reports claim that this number may have been as much as $17 million. While that's certainly a lot of money, it's not enough to keep up with the family's lifestyle. After a careful investigation, police would learn years later that Manfred had been hiding overseas bank accounts, particularly in Sweden. We know that he set up at least 2 accounts for his daughter's inheritance, which she was scheduled to receive when she graduated college. But how many of these accounts were strictly for their own personal use remains unknown. But considering his daughter's 2 accounts were worth more than £10 million each, well, it's safe to say he probably had quite a nest egg stashed overseas. To add insult to injury, this money wasn't even received legally. Investigators would uncover that he'd been embezzling large amounts of money from highway construction projects. He would report to the state that a project would cost, say, $10 million. But in reality, he may have only spent around $5 million on the job. Using various methods, he would bounce the money around until it eventually landed in his own overseas account, virtually untraceable. Repeat this process a few dozen times over the years and you'll end up with a decent pile of money after a while, even though your tax returns may only claim that you made a few $100,000, officially speaking. Needless to say, the family members were no strangers to crime. Their lives were almost entirely funded by theft and lies, but love it or hate it, it's who they were. As fate would have it, once rumors around town started to spread about how much this family was really worth, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Some people were even willing to go to great lengths to get it, even if it meant prying it from the hands of those who stole it in the first place. Suzanne was a deeply troubled kid. While she may have seemed rather normal from the outside, her parents knew that something was unique about her that didn't sit well with them. For example, she always seemed rather self-entitled. Not only was she entitled, she was truly selfish according to some that knew her. It seems like she didn't care much about the people she hurt, she purely wanted to get what she felt she was owed and move on with her life. Suzanne was just 16 years old when she first began dating her boyfriend Daniel. Daniel came from a very poor family, but to Suzanne that didn't matter. No one really knows what Suzanne saw in Daniel, but she grew to admire him in ways that only a young teenager could. The pair soon began spending every minute of every day together, meeting up after Suzanne's studies and after Daniel's long days at work. As their relationship continued to grow, Suzanne decided that she wanted to move in with Daniel. This led her to ask her father to buy the two their own apartment so that they could begin their lives together. Suzanne's father, a very wise man, didn't approve of her relationship and more or less laughed at the idea of her asking him to spend his own money so his teenage daughter could move in with someone that he believed to be a lowlife. To be honest, it's kind of hard to blame the guy. Now, I don't know what kind of background you may have, but where I come from, if you want to move out, you work, make money, and buy a place of your own, not ask your parents to buy you an apartment. This just shows the mindset of Suzanne and the crazy lengths she was willing to go to in order to get what she wanted. But while Suzanne's father may have been stern and somewhat old-fashioned, he also wanted to make sure that his children were taken care of. This led him to set up a trust fund for Suzanne, and presumably for her brother as well. Suzanne was specifically entitled to around £20 million, like we mentioned a moment ago, but she would only receive this once she graduated college. He revealed this to Suzanne at some point around the time that she asked for an apartment, as far as I can tell. But Suzanne, being selfish, unemployed, and I'll say it, lazy, didn't want to finish school. She wanted what she felt was rightfully hers, and she wanted it now. Luckily for Suzanne, she was about to get her wish, but not in the way that anyone would have expected. It was Halloween night of 2002. Suzanne had snuck out of the family home around 9 p.m. that evening, quietly disabling the home's alarm system as she did so. According to her interviews with investigators, she snuck out so that she could be with her boyfriend at a nearby motel for the evening without her parents ever finding out. When she arrived back at the family home around 4 a.m., she noticed that the home was eerily quiet. Not only this, but something didn't feel right. She soon began to notice that several items were out of place. Papers had been strewn across the floor and all around her father's library. But as she made her way towards her parents' bedroom, she was chilled to the bone when she uncovered a crime scene of disastrous proportions. While she was gone, someone had broken into the family's home without leaving a single trace behind. They had ransacked her parents' bedroom and, worse yet, had taken both of their lives. The home was a total mess. The scene of the crime was nauseating to say the least, but worst of all, no one had witnessed anything. The home's alarm system never went off, as Susan had obviously disabled it to sneak out with her boyfriend. The perpetrators had broken in, stolen whatever they could find that had any sort of value, and then crept away into the night without leaving even the tiniest shred of evidence behind. When investigators arrived later that morning, they began collecting whatever clues they could and tried their best to piece together what had taken place here. But the problem was, nothing made any sense. They weren't able to find any point of entry for the burglars, meaning they likely had a key or the home had been left unlocked. Considering the net worth of the family, it's almost certain the door was not, in fact, left unlocked. Keen-eyed detectives also noticed that papers were found all throughout the home, but these papers weren't in random piles, nor were they tossed around haphazardly. It seemed as though they had been evenly spread all throughout the home, with the layout seeming intentional, as if someone was trying to stage the scene of the crime. To put it more plainly, the home looked like a crime scene that you would see in a movie or a TV show, not what you would expect from a real-world crime. But the most disturbing detail of all came when detectives began to interview Suzanne and her brother about what may have taken place that night. Throughout the interview, Suzanne seemed cold and distant. This could easily have been explained as her being in shock by the sudden loss of her family, but that just didn't seem to be the case. Just the day after the crime, Suzanne was spotted by officers hanging out with her boyfriend in the family's swimming pool, laughing and having a great time. It was as if nothing had ever even happened. Just a couple days after this, her parents were buried. That same afternoon, she went out with a bunch of her friends and threw a party for her 19th birthday. This wasn't a girl who was masking her grief with alcohol and friends. This was a girl who, by all means, couldn't have cared less that her parents were gone. It was extremely out of character and downright weird. For investigators, this proved that Suzanne had been up to something, but what was it? Following Suzanne's remarkably strange behavior, police began to trail her and her boyfriend. It should be noted at this point, Suzanne had been given free reign of her family's finances as far as I can tell. Since her brother was still underage, it seemed as though this 19-year-old girl had millions of dollars and was able to freely spend it however she wanted. She no longer needed her trust fund, nor did she need to finish school. Now, while this would be a great thing to learn at such a young age, it doesn't negate the fact that her parents were now gone. For any normal person, the money wouldn't matter. The grief would overshadow any joy that may have come with being a sudden millionaire. But for Suzanne, there was nothing but happiness. As police tailed both Suzanne and her boyfriend, they noticed her boyfriend's brother had recently purchased an incredibly expensive motorcycle. While this wasn't particularly concerning, what made it suspicious was the fact that such a young boy was able to pay for the bike using cash, no financing required. Mind you, he had come from an incredibly poor family. This was the final straw for investigators. They knew that this young man had ties to Susan's family. They also knew that large amounts of cash were stolen from the family's home just a few days prior. For police, this was all the information they needed to justify arresting the young man and bringing him in for questioning. Now, we don't know for sure what went down during this young man's interrogation. All we know for sure is that no sooner than he was taken in, Suzanne and Daniel were arrested as well. Police didn't know much for certain, but they knew that something wasn't right. But thankfully, it seems as though they had all the information they needed, because within a matter of hours, all three of the kids began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night, and it was unlike anything friends or family would have ever expected. After speaking with both Daniel and his younger brother, Suzanne realized that her hands were tied. Police knew that something was up, and they knew that she was involved somehow. This is what led her to finally reveal what truly happened on Halloween night. As it would turn out, Suzanne knew exactly who had killed her family because she was a witness. Suzanne was deeply upset by her father's dismissal of her request to buy an apartment with her boyfriend. So much so that she was willing to go to any lengths to get what she wanted. Her selfish desires couldn't be contained, no matter the cost. So as time passed by, Suzanne had concocted a plan to take full control of her family's estate, but she'd need the help of her boyfriend in order to do it. She told her boyfriend that she had hatched a plan that would make both of them rich. She promised to cut her boyfriend in on the deal, provided he helped make her dreams a reality. Her boyfriend agreed, but he wanted to bring his younger brother into the agreement as well, as he would need an accomplice to make sure that the plan went through without a hitch. So remember how Suzanne claimed that she had snuck out of the family home that night to spend the evening with her boyfriend in a motel? Well, that was only partially true. During the interrogation, police were able to uncover that Suzanne had been working on a plan to end her parents' lives for several months. She'd come up with the idea for her boyfriend and younger brother to sneak into the home after dark, take the lives of her parents, and then flee the scene. So on the evening of Halloween, Suzanne waited around until her parents were asleep. She then quietly disarmed the home security system, then let her boyfriend and his brother inside. The brothers ran upstairs and ambushed the couple as they slept, attacking them with metal rods and wrapping plastic bags around them. All the while, Suzanne waited just outside of reach, quietly anticipating her boyfriend's signal to let her know that the deed had been done. After this, the three of them ransacked the family home and left everything in disarray, simulating a burglary. Immediately afterwards, Suzanne and Daniel fled the scene and spent the rest of the night in a motel. Daniel's brother then ran off to play video games at an internet cafe. By around 4 a.m., Suzanne returned home and pretended to discover the crime scene, with police being called soon after. Needless to say, all 3 of these perpetrators were tried and found guilty, with Suzanne being given 40 years behind bars. But here's the crazy thing, she didn't even have to serve half of her sentence. By 2018, Suzanne was eligible for parole. She applied for release, but the justice system decided that she'd shown no signs of improvement. They cited her egocentrism and narcissistic personality disorder as the reasons for their decision. They believe that both of these traits are what led her to commit the crime in the first place, so they didn't feel that she was suitable for release. But over the next 5 years, it seemed that all of that changed, allegedly of course. Suzanne would spend just 16 years of a 40-year sentence behind bars. She applied for parole once again in 2023, and on January 11th, she was released. She's now operating a sewing studio in Sao Paulo, essentially starting her life over again at the age of 39. If it's not criminal enough that she was released after just 16 years, get this, she's also entitled to the 20 million pounds that her father left behind for her in those overseas bank accounts. While the rest of her family's assets appear to have been seized, her inheritance is still up for grabs, provided she finishes her schooling, which allegedly she had been doing behind bars. As far as I can tell, the only other thing she did behind bars was get married, twice. She married a woman named Sandra back in 2014, but they got divorced in 2015. By 2017, she had married again, but then divorced again in 2020. As it stands, Suzanne appears to be a free woman. Her studio is doing great, and her life is all around pretty good. While this may have been a happy ending for Suzanne, if you ask me, it's a complete miscarriage of justice. Suzanne should have been locked up for the rest of her life, but instead she served a mere 16 years while her parents were forced to give up the rest of their lives for her greed. This is a tragedy in every sense of the word for multiple reasons, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Sometimes the bad guy wins. It's always tragic when someone with a promising career in an industry they love has that opportunity taken away from them. The case of Tammy Lynn Leppert is no exception. Tammy was a promising film star, having landed a role in an incredibly popular movie, Scarface. But Tammy's life would take an unexpected turn when she vanished without a trace. Investigators would end up following a series of bizarre and unexpected leads while searching for the missing woman. But the clues and evidence they found, well, they were strange to put it lightly. Tammy Lynn Leppert was born on the 5th of February, 1965, and from a very young age, she was destined for stardom. She had the incredible confidence needed to perform in front of an audience, as well as beauty pageant judges, without a care in the world. She'd been doing this from a very young age, but later on in life, she aspired to become a Hollywood actress. But as she stood on the edge of realizing her dreams, she suddenly disappeared without explanation. In the weeks that followed, investigators would learn of Tammy's strange behavior and anxiety before she vanished, and since her demeanor is said to have changed overnight, many people believe something happened to her that affected her so deeply that her life would never be the same again. Speaking of Tammy as a child, her mother, Linda Curtis, described her as a remarkably beautiful girl who would always wake up with a smile on her face, and who still had that same smile when she went to bed at night. It's no surprise then that Linda decided to enter Tammy into a beauty pageant while she was still young, and it soon became apparent she had a knack for it. Linda started acting as Tammy's agent, and before long, they had to keep up with an increasingly demanding schedule, as they needed to attend rehearsals for the pageants, as well as casting interviews, since Tammy also had aspirations of becoming an actress. These days, we all understand that this type of schedule with the child is, to put it mildly, unhealthy. But keep in mind, this was back in the 60s and 70s, so this information wasn't really available. With this in mind, it isn't very often that such a hectic schedule remains sustainable. And after Tammy turned 7, her parents' relationship started to fail, and they ultimately decided to get a divorce. But Linda and Tammy forged ahead. They moved out of their family home and continued chasing Tammy's dream of stardom. But mind you, Tammy was just 7 years old, so I don't know whose dream they were really chasing, Tammy's or Linda's. That's a question that's still up for debate. Being an experienced model and theater agent, Linda took on extra clients, one of whom would eventually become a part of the family. 11-year-old Wing Flanagan soon moved in with the mother and daughter duo, and in just a short while, he and Tammy became very close, with people describing the relationship as akin to being brother and sister. Wing would later describe that Tammy would always kiss him on the cheek before he left the house for the day, and at first he would feel embarrassed by the lipstick mark that it left on his cheek. But as time went by, he started to cherish the gesture, and would often leave the mark on his cheek as a badge of honor. As time went by, Tammy proved that her success as a beauty queen was no fluke, and by the time she turned 16, she'd taken part in more than 300 pageants, walking away victorious an impressive 280 times, which is no small feat. Then, in 1983, Tammy got the chance that she was looking for. She landed a role in the movie Spring Break, which was directed by Sean S. Cunningham, probably best known for directing the movie Friday the 13th, A Stranger is Watching. She played the role of a female boxer, and is also believed to have been the model for the movie's poster. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction, and Tammy's future looked bright, to say the least. She had cemented her status as a beauty queen without any doubt, and now she'd landed a role in the movie. But then, everything changed, and to this day, no one is certain what or who caused it, but soon enough, Tammy's life would never be the same. When filming on the set of Spring Break had been completed in July of 1982, the cast and crew were invited to attend a wrap party to celebrate, and Tammy decided to attend on her own, not bringing any guests with her. It isn't known exactly what happened, but following the party, Tammy's family and friends, including Wing, stated that she seemed like a completely different person. Her demeanor had become sullen, and while she used to be talkative and bubbly, she now suddenly retreated into her own world. Her smile seemed to fade, and when Wing asked her what was wrong, she would quickly change the subject, at times appearing to be too scared to talk about whatever was bothering her. On other occasions, she would merely laugh the question off and try to make light of the situation. But those who knew her well could tell that something was very wrong, but Tammy remained tight-lipped. Her mother started noticing that she would sometimes sit or stand in front of the house's windows, staring outside as if she was watching the street as cars passed by. But she could never get Tammy to explain why. On one occasion, she'd been looking out the window when she called Wing over to look at something. She pointed to her neighbor's house across the street and asked him to tell her what he saw. He pointed out that they'd bought a new van, to which she replied, "Exactly." This confused him, and he asked her to elaborate. She stated that the van had mirrored windows that could hide anyone inside, and added that she was certain someone was watching her from inside that van. This must have been exceedingly hard for Linda to see, since she was used to seeing her daughter happy with a smile on her face and always ready to take on the world. Whereas now she'd seemingly shut down and refused to let anyone in, either out of fear or because she didn't want to get them involved. This was already worrying behavior, but things were only set to get worse. Tammy soon started acting paranoid, as if someone was out to get her. And soon she started refusing to eat any food that hadn't been prepared without her being present. This made it seem as though she was worried that someone might tamper with her food or drinks. But Linda couldn't imagine who would want to harm her in such a way, since Tammy was liked by everyone who knew her. Wing stated that on one occasion, the phone in the house rang and he went to answer it. But before he could do so, Tammy made sure to tell him that if the person on the other side of the line asked for her, he was to say that she wasn't home and that he didn't know where she was. She then made a startling admission to Linda. She stated that, quote, they were trying to end her life, but she wouldn't divulge any further information. Linda did her best to figure out who they were, but was never able to get Tammy to say any more, since she was too afraid. This gave rise to further worrying behavior. Tammy would stay in her room for most of the day, and before she ate any meal that was served to her, she would get someone else to test it first, in case it had been tampered with. Since she never opened up to her mother or any of her friends, no one was certain whether she was afraid of something or someone that was real, or whether she was in the midst of a nervous breakdown and was afraid of things that were simply imaginary. Now, having a nervous breakdown is an easy assumption to make, especially when someone had never shown such behavior before, and since her claims seemed rather outlandish, much like a movie script, no one could be blamed for wondering whether she was suffering from a mental condition. After some time went by, Tammy eventually gave in and informed her mother that it all started when she attended the after-party for spring break. She told her that while there, she'd seen something that she wasn't supposed to see, and as a result, someone was looking for her, and she was worried that when they found her, they would kill her. Try as she might, Linda couldn't get Tammy to tell her what she saw that night, and she was at a loss as to how to help her daughter, which must be a terribly helpless feeling as a parent. All she could do was try to be there for her when she needed her, and hopefully she would find the courage to eventually open up. There was hope on the horizon, though. In 1983, Tammy landed a role in the movie Scarface, which starred Al Pacino. If ever there was a chance for her to make an impression, this was it, and she seemed to grasp the opportunity with both hands. While filming was underway, she stayed in Miami, Florida with her lawyer, Walter Leibowitz, who was a friend of her family's. In the film, she played the part of a beautiful woman who distracts one of the main characters while he's waiting in a getaway car. It's been said that she made quite the impression on the film's set, and before long, she was being spoken about by some of the bigger actors. Tammy not only seemed happier, but she relished the chance that she'd been given, and it seemed that she might be on the road to recovery. That is, until the fourth day of filming, when things once again took a turn for the worse. One scene in the movie showed someone being shot, and to make it as realistic as possible, the shot included fake blood coming out of the wound with force. While this would be just another day on set for most actors and crew, Tammy, who was watching the scene being filmed, found it too unnerving to watch, and it had a profound effect on her. The casting director then contacted Walter, the family friend, and informed him that something was wrong with Tammy. He stated that she'd started crying uncontrollably while the scene was being acted out, and eventually she had to be removed from the set and taken to her trailer, where they tried in vain to calm her down. She seemed to be frightened beyond help and was trembling with anxiety, but still she wouldn't tell anyone what was going on. Walter then contacted Linda to tell her what had happened, and he suggested that Linda take Tammy to a doctor or a psychiatrist to figure out once and for all what was causing her so much distress. He feared that if she didn't get help, her career would be over. No one can handle such a large amount of pressure on their own for very long, and at this point, Tammy must have felt very alone, since she was too scared to tell anyone what or who was bothering her. Keep in mind that she was never the type of person to exaggerate a situation, and hence her fear must have been very real. Walter also suggested that if someone was really coming after Tammy, she and Linda should go immediately to the police to file a report, and hopefully get the help she needs. But this never happened, and Linda didn't know what to do next. Walter was of the opinion that Tammy wasn't delusional and that her claims were very true. He added that once he heard her talking about money laundering, he thought this may have had something to do with whatever she saw that night, but he was unable to confirm his suspicions. Following her breakdown, Tammy went back home, and Linda immediately followed Walter's advice. She took her to the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, where she felt that they would give her the help she needed. But Tammy refused to divulge anything to the police, and didn't even mention that she feared for her life. Tammy may have been a lot of things throughout her life, but a rat wasn't one of them. The only solace in this situation at this point was that Tammy was home among the people she knew and loved, but this seemed to bring her very little comfort, as her behavior only continued to baffle Linda. There were times when Tammy seemed almost normal. Some days she would wake up and be as talkative and bubbly as ever, but this usually didn't last long, and soon enough she would retreat back into her own fearful world where no one else was allowed. This gave Linda and Wing hope that she was on the road to recovery and that she would eventually return to her normal self, but those hopes were soon dashed when Tammy seemed to finally snap and she would never be the same again. In July of 1983, Wing was sitting in the living room reading a book when Tammy suddenly confronted him and accused him of looking at her. He was completely baffled and could only defend himself by saying that she was mistaken. He quickly realized something was very wrong and tried to talk to her, asking her what was going on. But this only seemed to make matters worse, as she suddenly flew into a rage, yelling at him before suddenly storming out of the house. She opened the front door and ran out onto the porch, but she suddenly found the situation all too daunting, and she changed her mind. But then, the front door of the house had blown shut behind her and it automatically locked, leaving her trapped outside. This caused her a massive amount of anxiety, and she started frantically banging on the door with her fists while screaming hysterically for someone to let her back inside. But before anyone could move to open the door for her, she'd gotten a hold of a baseball bat and started smashing the house's windows, giving us some serious insight into her state of mind. Wing eventually managed to open the door to let her back in, but as soon as he did so, Tammy threw herself at him and knocked him to the ground. She then jumped on him and started hitting him, all the while screaming at him. She was convinced that he had locked her out of the house on purpose, when the door had actually just blown shut by the wind. Linda heard the commotion of windows breaking and yelling, and she rushed to the living room to see what was going on. She couldn't believe that she was seeing Tammy attack the man who was like a brother to her, and in an effort to calm her down, she told her over and over again that she loved her. At first, Tammy barely seemed to notice, but when Linda repeatedly told her, "It's your mother, it's me, Tammy," she seemed to snap out of it and started to calm down. This was by far the worst incident regarding Tammy's behavior, and Linda knew she needed to find help, and quickly. She decided that Tammy should undergo a psychiatric evaluation, and she took her to a psychiatric hospital in Brevard County. She was placed under observation for 72 hours, during which time tests were done to check for alcohol and drugs in her system. But these came back clear, and it was determined that she was suffering from no mental issues. Staff at the hospital had no choice but to send her back home with no resolution, which would have been very worrying for Linda, since she was concerned that Tammy would have a similar episode again, and she might not be able to get her to calm down next time. Tammy was taken home, but as soon as they arrived, she turned to her mother and stated that, quote, he was still after her, and that he would likely soon end her life. She asked that when that happens, Linda make him pay for what he did. But once again, she refused to tell her mother who this person was that was after her, and it became clear no progress had been made. Tammy's fear was as real as ever, with no end in sight. The day after she returned home, Tammy called one of her friends, Rick Adams, and asked him to pick her up. She told him that she needed to go to church to pray, since she'd seen something she wasn't supposed to, and feared that she would be tracked down and killed. Her friend would later tell investigators that while they were at the church, Tammy was praying and crying inconsolably, and once they left, she told him that she loved him and that she may need to go away for a while. He then drove her home and left, perplexed by what had happened. The following day, she contacted a different friend, Keith Roberts, and asked if he could accompany her to Cocoa Beach. Linda wasn't sure whether this was a good idea, since Tammy was still acting strangely, but she allowed her to go with him, and they left the house at around 11 a.m. But still, she felt nervous. She felt that Tammy was possibly making an effort to carry on with her life as normal, since she would usually stay in her room or at the very least in the house. Little did she know that as she watched her daughter walk down the driveway and get into her friend's car, she would never see her daughter again. When questioned by investigators, Keith later reported that he and Tammy were on their way to the beach when they got into an argument. She asked if she could borrow $300 from him, then got upset when he refused to drive her to Fort Lauderdale, where she wanted to meet with a friend. He tried to reason with her, but she seemed to get more upset with every passing moment, and she eventually told him to stop the car so that she could get out. They'd only driven about 5 miles at this point, and he pulled into the Glass Bank building's parking lot to let her out of the car, with this being the final time Tammy was ever seen. No one is certain what was going through Tammy's mind at this point, but it's clear that she was looking for help, as she called her aunt's nearby shop 3 times, but had forgotten that she was on vacation, so she never received the calls. She then phoned one of her other friends, but they were also unable to answer the phone and would only realize later that Tammy had tried to contact them. What happened to Tammy after that remains a mystery. She never returned home that night and has not been seen or heard from since. Linda filed a missing person report on the 11th of July, but Tammy was nowhere to be found. It seemed to her friends and family as though she'd simply vanished into thin air. During their investigation, the police interviewed everyone close to Tammy, including the 2 friends who'd spent time with her in the 2 days that she was last seen. No one seemed to have a motive to want to harm her, and she hadn't mentioned any plans to anyone. It wasn't known whether she was taken against her own will or if she left by choice, and if so, where she could have gone. Most worrying of all was the fact that she was still very unstable and may have been acting irrationally out of fear. Her friends told investigators that Tammy and Linda had been arguing a lot lately, mostly about the direction of her career. They added that Tammy had stated on several occasions she couldn't wait to leave home to set out on her own. But Linda refuted these claims. She stated that her relationship with her daughter was fine, taking into account the stress that she'd been under lately. She, in turn, felt that one of Tammy's friends may be responsible for her disappearance, and specifically mentioned Keith's name as someone to be looked at. She claims that Tammy had told her that Keith was likely going to end her life, and Linda felt strongly that he was the one that she was afraid of. But after he was interviewed, investigators felt he wasn't a suspect, and no arrests were made. What doesn't make sense is, if Keith was the man she was so afraid of, why would she have called him directly and asked him to pick her up and take her to the beach? This has never been explained. What is known is that Tammy was wearing a blue floral shirt with a denim skirt and flip-flops at the time of her disappearance, and she had a gray purse with her when she was last seen. But none of these items have ever been found. Witnesses later came forward to report that they'd seen Tammy on the day that she went missing, and that she wasn't wearing any shoes, but this has never been confirmed. Now, this is the part of the video where I'll usually do a deep dive into the investigation surrounding the disappearance and what police found and what evidence they followed. But I can't this time, because police never found anything. I mean, they literally found nothing. It was as if Tammy was zapped clean off the face of the earth. The investigation ended as quickly as it had begun, because there were no trails to follow, just nothing. She was dropped off by Keith in the parking lot that day. Then she just ceased to exist. Linda added that she left the house without brushing her hair that day, which was highly out of character for her. After all, the girl was a model. But her mother is certain that she didn't run away, since she'd been planning to return to Hollywood in about 3 months, and had told her mother as she walked out the door, "Bye, Mommy. I'll see you later, okay?" These were the final words spoken by Tammy, and she was never seen again. Those words remained with Linda until she passed away years later in 1995. Never having learned what happened to her daughter. At one point, it was suggested that Christopher Wilder, also known as the Beauty Queen Killer, who had claimed the lives of several women in the Florida area during the mid-'80s, was responsible for Tammy's disappearance. He was known to falsely offer women the chance of modeling for magazine covers before ending their lives, but no solid evidence was ever found to link him to Tammy, and he was never officially named as a suspect since he lost his life during a shootout with police in 1984. There was another suspected serial killer at work in the area at the time, though. John Crutchley is thought to have ended the lives of as many as 30 women between 1978 and 1985. But once again, no link between Crutchley and Tammy was ever found, and it's unlikely that he had anything to do with her disappearance. Linda stated on several occasions that she believed Tammy had inadvertently stumbled across a huge money laundering operation while at the spring break after party, and that her life had been threatened by someone involved. She felt that she was then targeted by these people, and eventually either abducted or had her life ended, since she had information that could not be allowed to be brought to the police. Whether these claims are true or not, we'll likely never know. Tammy's case is one that rings of not only tragedy, but also a promising life that changed in the span of just one night. She had the support of the people around her. She was tended to by doctors and even sat across from police officers who were willing to listen. But fear is an emotion that cannot be easily contained, and we can only imagine the terror she must have been feeling to remain silent under such dire circumstances. Still to this day, Tammy has never been found, nor has a single shred of evidence that proves she's either alive or otherwise. It's almost as if the young woman never even existed. There's just nothing at all left behind. Unfortunately, whatever the case may be, Tammy's career ended just months after it had begun. A career she'd spent her entire childhood trying to create. We can all hope that Tammy made it out of this situation safely, and that she managed to start up a new life somewhere else. In fact, following Tammy's disappearance, Cocoa Beach detective Harold Lewis received 2 telephone calls from an anonymous woman, claiming that she had proof Tammy was still alive. In the first call, the woman said that Tammy would make contact when the time was right. During the second call, she said that Tammy was doing what she always wanted, going to school to become a nurse. Proof of these claims was never provided to the police, and it's largely believed that these calls were a hoax. But it really makes you wonder. After graduating high school early, Kylie Rodney headed off to a celebration with friends in the Tahoe National Forest. In the early morning hours of August 6, 2022, investigators say she left a campground party and was never seen again. Kylie was smart and talented, with a loving family and lots of friends. She was looking forward to starting college in the next few weeks and was happy to spend some time with her friends before saying her goodbyes. No one knew that some simple fun at a campground, so close to home, could end so badly. Locals and law enforcement alike showed up in strong numbers to locate Kylie, but no one could be prepared for what they found. Friday, August 5th, 2022, was a beautiful day in the Tahoe National Forest, hosting clear views of Mount Shasta in the distance. Wildflowers were blooming, following the wildfires of summers past, dotting the landscape with purple and yellow hues. Summertime was ending, and people were squeezing in the last few days of seasonal fun before heading back to school. Kylie Rodney had just graduated high school early and with honors, and that's no easy feat. She was due to attend Sierra College in the coming weeks, and her family couldn't have been more proud. On Friday, August 5th, she spent time with her friends making creme brulee, and later she had plans to take part in a summer send-off party at Prosser Campground, which is about a 45-minute drive from Reno, not far from the state line, but it was only about 15 minutes from Kylie's home. Prosser Campground is located on a large reservoir and is commonly known to locals as the Sanctuary. This was the perfect place for friends to have one last hurrah before going off to college for new adventures. The following morning, around 9 a.m. on August 6th, Kylie had made plans to meet her closest friends, but she never showed. It would turn out that Friday, August 5th, is the last day anyone saw Kylie. Kylie was born and raised in Truckee, California. Her parents, Lindsay and Daniel, were loving and dedicated parents. She also had an 8-year-old brother who thought that she was the best person on earth. Kylie and her family lived in a more rural area of Truckee, and some would describe it as more off-grid, although many locals in the mountain towns of California live this way. For Kylie, this was just her ordinary way of life. She was known for being a very happy person, so it was clear that her more off-grid lifestyle was panning out great for her. As the weekend finally rolled around, Kylie couldn't have been more excited to attend the campground party with her friends. At around 6 p.m. on the 5th of August, Kylie set out towards the party, with their parents never realizing they would never see their daughter again. Shortly after 6 p.m. on the 5th, Kylie goes into a gas station in Truckee, about halfway between her home and the party's location, where surveillance cameras captured footage of her browsing the store. A couple hours later, close to 10 p.m., Kylie arrives at the campground with her friend Magdalene, and she then links up with another friend, Sammy Smith. Sammy and Kylie spend most of their time at the party together, sharing drinks and breaking off briefly to chat with others. While this was supposed to be a tight-knit gathering of local teens, word about this campground party traveled fast, and soon people from all over Northern California were making their way to Prosser to attend. Reports state that anywhere from 200 to 300 people were in attendance that night. Due to the tendency for wildfires in this area, the partygoers could not light a bonfire, meaning that unless there were other sources of light, the area was pitch black. It's been said that many people used glow sticks, electric lanterns, and their headlights to illuminate the area. Kylie and her group of friends had of course attended parties like this before. Kylie's mom trusted her daughter and had told news outlets that she never, ever drank and drove. Kylie was both smarter than that and incredibly responsible. Kylie's friends have backed up this statement, saying they never saw Kylie drink at a party and then drive afterward. Thus, Lindsay had no qualms about letting Kylie attend. At around 11 p.m., the girls walked to Kylie's silver Honda CR-V to charge Kylie's phone. They sat there and talked for some time, sharing a few drinks, and part of the conversation included Sammy asking for a ride home that evening. At around 11:30 p.m., Lindsay says she received a text from Kylie, saying she was about to leave the party and was headed straight home. Lindsay, who'd witnessed Kylie's hard work to graduate early with honors, trusted her daughter to be home when she said she would be there. She had no doubt in her mind that Kylie would be home shortly. Lindsay texted her back, telling Kylie to be safe and that she loved her. Kylie's response was, "Okay, I love you too." Between 11:30 p.m. and 12:20 a.m., Sammy decides that Kylie is too intoxicated to drive her home and arranges for another ride. The two girls parted ways, Sammy telling authorities that she said her goodbyes with Kylie at about 12:25 a.m. Minutes later, at 12:36, Sammy explained that she received another call from Kylie inquiring about her ride. Sammy says she could hear talking in the background, so she believed Kylie to still be at the party, but she couldn't be sure. Unbeknownst to Sammy, this would be the last time anyone spoke to Kylie.
Kylie?
Lindsay woke up the next morning to discover that Kylie was not in her room and that her vehicle was not parked outside. After she'd been unable to get a hold of her after a few calls, she instantly phoned the police and reported that Kylie was missing. But the police didn't issue an Amber Alert immediately. They said that there was no evidence that Kylie had been abducted. They went to the area where the party was held to conduct a search and interviewed about 1/3 of the partygoers. Investigators urged more people who attended the party to come forward, but many of the attendees were skeptical about speaking with authorities. Most of them were about to start college and were fearful that the repercussions from their activities at the party would ruin their future in some way. The police were vocal about the fact that no one would be in any trouble for things that happened at the party. They just wanted to find Kylie. But this wasn't enough to sway the minds of the partygoers. Most of them remained tight-lipped.
I can't.
Word traveled fast about Kylie's disappearance, but despite there being over 200 people in attendance, no one reported seeing anything.
Is that Kylie?
Yet both Kylie and her vehicle were missing. How is this possible? Surely someone would have seen something. Sammy decided to host a meeting with everyone who attended the party that night. No detectives were allowed at this meeting, in hopes that speaking with peers and friends would put them more at ease. But still, nothing new came from it. Sammy told authorities several times that she was the last person to see Kylie. Sammy and other girlfriends of Kylie were vocal about the pushy older guys that were creeping them out at the party. And this is when Sammy and the other friends decided to leave. This caused many people to raise their eyebrows. Why would a group of girlfriends leave one friend behind if they knew that she'd been drinking and that there were older men in attendance who were making these young girls feel uneasy? Even though Sammy reported that there were hundreds of photos and videos from that night, not a single one gave any evidence to Kylie's state of mind or whereabouts. Police were simply at a loss. Finally, days after Kylie's initial disappearance, investigators were able to confirm the last time her phone connected to cellular data was at 12:33 a.m., which would have been about the time she spoke with Sammy on the phone. So whatever happened just seconds after that call, well, it couldn't have been good. Police now had their first and only lead, and the search for Kylie was on. Sammy quickly became crucial to the investigation, having spent so much time with Kylie the night she disappeared, and she went on to do several media interviews. When asked about an interview about what she believed happened to her friend, Sammy says she thinks that, quote, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, but didn't give her a ride home. Another initial theory is that she crashed somewhere along the way home. The area is mountainous, and the roads can be difficult to navigate, especially if you're an inexperienced driver who's been drinking and it's the middle of the night. For any of you who may not have ever driven through the mountains, let me just say, some of these mountain roads can be hard to navigate even in broad daylight. Adding drinks into the mix as well as the darkness of night, well, it's a recipe for disaster. Sammy Smith cooperated with the investigation, as did Kylie's reported ex-boyfriend, Jagger. But media interviews with Sammy and Jagger presented the public with discrepancies. Speculation circulated about the relationship between Kylie, Sammy, and Jagger. Many reported that Sammy and Kylie were not as close as Sammy had led the police to believe. At the time of her disappearance, Kylie and Sammy weren't even friends on social media, but internet sleuths discovered that Sammy and Jagger were. When Sammy and Jagger requested via social media that all in-person leads be directed to them instead of the authorities so that they could, quote, filter information, well, many started to get the feeling that something much more sinister had occurred. This, coupled with what many believed to be suspicious behavior, led to the belief that the girl claiming to be friends with Kylie may have had something to do with her disappearance. Following Jagger's public request that he be contacted with the leads, the Placer County Sheriff's Department released a statement via Twitter on August 11th, saying that they never instructed Jagger to collect witness testimony. They emphasized that all information be relayed directly to them. This only increased public suspicion around Jagger and Sammy. As photo and video footage from the party started surfacing, it was sent over to be reviewed by the authorities. By August 12, 2022, the search for Kylie intensified. Authorities and volunteers extensively searched her last known location as well as her home, looking for anything that might have led them to finding Kylie. In a town hall meeting the week after her disappearance, the Placer County Sheriff's Office outlined their extensive searches. Officials told news outlets that they'd searched as far north as Sierraville and as far east as Verde. To the south, they searched all around Truckee and extended beyond the Jackson Meadows Reservoir to the west, about a 25-mile radius from her last known location. People from the area volunteering in the search explained they didn't believe Kylie or her car was still in the Tahoe National Forest, which stretches over 800,000 miles. This is a vast and scenic area with a diverse landscape ranging from rugged peaks and dense forest to immaculate lakes and rivers. Kylie could have been anywhere, but the search team felt confident that if she was in that forest, they would have found her by now. Due to conflicting information about Kylie's relationships with Jagger, Sammy, and other partygoers, many were left thinking the worst, but hoping for the best. All the while, authorities continued to piece things together bit by bit. At a press conference on August 12th, law enforcement informed the public that they'd received reports from people inside the community that there was an adult dissuading people from coming forward, prompting officials to open a 100% anonymous online portal where people could submit photos, videos, and other information concerning Kylie's disappearance. By this point, the case was just getting downright bizarre. It seemed exceedingly clear that someone knew something, and they were going to every possible effort to make sure that this information didn't get out. By August 13th, law enforcement held another press conference where Public Information Officer Angela Musala explained that they had ramped up their search for the weekend. She explained that on August 12th, there was a potential burial site that was located near the campground that had been found by search and rescue ground teams in the area. She continued saying that Kylie's family was notified, and the FBI responded to the scene, accompanied by the Placer and Nevada County Sheriff's offices, whereupon further examination, they uncovered the remains of a dog. Angela went on to address the audience by saying, "Let me be clear. We have one team, one mission, and one goal, and that's to find Kylie Rodney." As the 9th day of the missing person investigation came to an end, the Placer County Sheriff's Office continued to follow up on 720 leads, looking for a single tip to lead them in the right direction. Meanwhile, people across the nation continued to speculate about what happened to Kylie, sitting on the edge of their seats waiting for the next clue. Occam's razor says that it's usually the simplest answer, but with an accident looking less and less likely with each passing day, what's the next simplest answer? What else could possibly cause someone to vanish without a trace from a crowded party? For a little over 2 weeks, Kylie's family had to go to sleep each night, not knowing where their precious daughter was, and her friends faced accusations from strangers all across the nation. And police worked tirelessly to find this missing girl. But then, a breakthrough. On August 21st, 2022, search and rescue YouTubers Adventures with Purpose pulled Kylie Rodney's silver CRV from the Prosser Reservoir. Adventures with Purpose is a YouTube channel that focuses primarily on cold cases. They specialize in underwater recoveries. When Kylie initially went missing, many familiar with their recoveries requested they join the search for the missing girl, and the team were happy to oblige. AWP states that a law enforcement agency reached out to them and asked for their help. Yet when they arrived, they were told that the lake had already been extensively searched with dive teams and there was nothing there. The search began in Prosser Reservoir at 10:40 a.m. on August 21st. They launched 2 sonar boats, one of which located an object at 11:15 a.m., 55 feet offshore and in only 14 feet of water, using a specialized Garmin sonar device. Nick, one of the divers, entered the water and confirmed the vehicle was the one belonging to Kylie Rodney by matching the license plate. A diver was sent down, and unfortunately, he found a body inside the cargo area of the vehicle. According to Adventures with Purpose, the Garmin Echo Map Ultra that they used to locate the vehicle cost around $2,500, a small investment for a police force of this size. It appears to be a solid investment for search and rescue teams. So if this technology is crucial for underwater searches, and a simple YouTube channel managed to purchase one, why are search and rescue teams in the area not using it? The FBI must have had the latest technology, So why were they unable to find the vehicle in the 2 weeks they helped local agencies in the search? After making the discovery, AWP made a Facebook post about the recovery mission. The team maintains that they reached out to law enforcement first, as they were working with them to locate Kylie. But at the press conference the following day, the spokesperson for the sheriff's department stated that AWP never reached out to them and that the police had to go out of their way to contact the team. Due to the amazing reputation of AWP, people have been skeptical about this information, with some believing that local law enforcement were just embarrassed by their oversight. The discovery of Kylie's vehicle was devastating to her family and the community. But even worse was when police made the haunting announcement: the body found in the back of the car was, unfortunately, Kylie. Most would assume that this would be the end of it, case closed. But things continued to get weirder from here, as people began to question local law enforcement about their efforts in finding Kylie. Doug and Nick of Adventures with Purpose stressed that they have a unique and rare skill set, and that aiding police agencies in this way is an honor. They acknowledge their support for law enforcement across the US, including the FBI. But as the news of the discovery surfaced, many people following the case began to wonder, how could the men from Adventures with Purpose do in less than 2 hours what several agencies, large and small, couldn't accomplish in 2 weeks? Adventures with Purpose discovered Kylie's vehicle upside down in an area that had been, quote, extensively searched by authorities. This led many to question the competence of local law enforcement, and rightfully so, especially since a trail camera in the area shows that at 12:32 a.m. on August 6th, a vehicle drove straight into the water where Kylie was found, and at the exact location where her cell phone last pinged. The local police department said that they'd spent over 15,000 man-hours searching for Kylie, only for another team to come in and find her in less than 2 hours, in the same spot where her phone last pinged. Aerial views of the location clearly show something in the water where they recovered her body. So if there were air searches conducted, how was this missed? If she drove her vehicle into the water, it should have driven through the sand. How were those tracks missed when her mom reported her missing the very next morning, less than 12 hours after she'd vanished? Doug Bishop from AWP went on to state in an interview that he found the circumstances extremely suspicious. He cites many of the things already discussed, that she was highly intelligent, on her way to college, and disappears from a large party only to be found a few hundred yards away. He explains that it isn't possible that Kylie went the wrong way down the road. He explains that this road was one way in and one way out, not to mention a road that she was very familiar with. Yet the road her vehicle ended up on had a very hard, sharp left turn onto a rough dirt road that requires four-wheel drive. Essentially, whether she was drunk or not, Kylie would have known immediately she wasn't going the right way, making her crash even more suspicious. Doug Bishop explains that where she was found within the vehicle, in the cargo compartment, was also suspicious, and that the whole thing just doesn't add up. The fact that no one is willing to talk is a huge red flag and adds to this suspicion. While this very well could be an accident, there are many inconsistencies in this story. Her friend stated that she seemed too drunk to drive and reported strange men at the party, but had no problem leaving her there alone. She clearly and coherently texted her mother, yet 30 minutes later was too inebriated to know that she was going the wrong way down a road that she'd traveled many times before. Law enforcement searched extensively, but couldn't locate a vehicle that was clearly seen from aerial cameras. It just doesn't add up. Bishop also says that it's suspicious that Kylie was located in the cargo area of the vehicle. He explains that had the windows been up, Kylie would have had the time to crawl back there. But why would she do that?
Why, Kylie?
Well, we don't know. But the thing is, when the vehicle was recovered, multiple windows were rolled down. This means the vehicle would have filled with water so quickly that she wouldn't have had time to maneuver back there. And why would she? She could so easily have maneuvered out the window to safety. The fact that she became stuck in the back of the car just makes no logical sense whatsoever. News reports claim that over 400 people pass away each year in their cars from being trapped in water. Your best chance of survival is to get out of the car before it's fully submerged. Most cars, when driven into the water, are fully submerged in less than a minute, so every second counts. Experts explain that your best bet is to get the windows down as soon as possible and escape through the front windows, not the rear. But in Kylie's case, this raises more questions. Kylie's driver window, along with the other windows, appeared to have been down when the vehicle was pulled from the water. yet it's been reported that she was located in the backmost part of the vehicle. Furthermore, the driver's side mirror was broken off and there was a dent in the driver's side door, and neither of these appear to have been there when she left her home that evening. So where did this damage come from? Footage of several other vehicles that were recovered from the water show no damage to mirrors or doors. So what happened to Kylie's vehicle? If there were over 200 people in attendance, how did no one hear the vehicle go into the water? While there's so much that's still unknown, Kylie's autopsy report soon revealed the truth of this case. And it's a truth that many of us are unlikely to accept. The autopsy report was released on Thursday, October 13th, 2022, in which the cause of Kylie's passing was declared as an accident. The official report claims that she drowned. Locals find this conclusion surprising, to put it mildly. They cite suspicions due to the chief of police and the coroner being one and the same. They say that many crimes in the area are covered up or declared an accident because this is a tourist location, and having a reputation for crime would be bad for the local economy, and I second this notion. In fact, this is one of the main reasons my wife and I left our hometown. In the few months before we packed up and moved, we personally spotted firsthand 3 crime scenes where people had lost their lives. One beside an apartment complex, one in a ditch on the side of a major highway, and another where the location escapes me at the moment, but not one of these crimes was ever officially documented. They were all covered up because the town was a tourist destination. The money from tourism is what kept the city afloat, and they couldn't risk losing all that money. The autopsy report says that Kylie was fully dressed and there was no evidence of any assault. The toxicology report showed caffeine, nicotine, and a minuscule amount of THC were in Kylie's system. Liver tissue samples taken showed that there was an alcohol level in her system of 0.08, right at the legal limit to drive. But many experts claim that these ethanol levels in her system were likely the result of the decomposition process. This leaves people questioning if Kylie was drunk at all. Roads in the area are not lit with street lamps. They're winding dirt paths that aren't well marked. It is possible, despite Kylie having been to this area many times, she took a wrong turn and drove herself directly into the water. But if so, what prevented her from climbing out an already open window? The most interesting element of the autopsy report is that there was virtually no water in her lungs. A medical examiner explained that the lung weights were surprisingly low for a case of water inhalation. One would expect that if a person passed away from drowning, there would be a lot of water in their lungs, but there wasn't nearly enough to conclude such a thing. Detective Sunnier reported that because there was no evidence of foul play, the manner of her passing had to be listed as accidental. I don't know about you, but to me, this just means that the team didn't dig deep enough to find the evidence they needed. I mean, heck, they clearly have a track record for this. Her vehicle was found in a spot they claim to have searched multiple times. In the end, there's a hole in the lives of Kylie's friends and family that will never be filled. Worse yet, they've never even been able to find out for certain what happened to Kylie that day. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be able to let this situation rest until I had some proven answers. But despite this incredibly heavy loss, I just hope this serves as a remarkably valuable lesson to never leave a friend behind.
Bye, Kylie.
This tragedy could have been avoided, but from it, there are lessons to be learned. For law enforcement, for partygoers, and for the true crime community. Kylie didn't have to lose her life that night, but I sincerely hope that the story of her loss may, in some way, help prevent others from meeting the same fate. A detective's daughter isn't someone you would expect to become caught up in a true crime story. But in the case of Georgia Williams, that's exactly what happened. Now, Georgia wasn't this criminal's first victim, but investigators ensured she was certainly his last. Georgia was lured to the home of someone she felt completely comfortable around, someone she felt she could trust more than anyone else in the world. But this notion of trust was quickly shattered when Georgia realized she was in for a lot more than she bargained for. Georgia was subjected to what was likely hours upon hours of unspeakable terror, unlike anything you could imagine. What should have been a calm evening between friends turned into the stuff of nightmares. Georgia Williams was born on a cool day in mid-September back in 1995 in Shropshire, England. She had a sister who was a bit older than her, and the two would grow up in the home of their parents, Lynette and Steve Williams, with Steve being a detective. Georgia is remembered for being a very lively girl that was always full of energy, someone who could make friends with darn near anyone, the type of person many of us aspire to be. Growing up in her younger years, though, Georgia didn't always have it easy. When she was in middle school, she began to be bullied quite a lot. Thankfully, this bullying didn't last very long, and after enduring a few years of aggravation and pain, high school rolled around, and that's when things really began to take shape for Georgia. By the time she reached the age of 16 or 17, Georgia's luck had completely turned around, and not only was she now considered to be one of the popular girls, but she was eventually elected head girl of her class. Now, for anyone who may not be familiar with this term, myself included, that's basically the British equivalent of being class president, a single student who the others have elected to be the lead voice of the entire student body. Needless to say, Georgia had a pretty prosperous time in high school, and when her schooling finally began to wind down when she turned 17, she revealed that she planned on continuing her education so that she could become an Air Force paramedic, an incredibly noble position to aim for. In order to make these dreams a reality, though, she needed to fund her future education, and to do this, she opted to get a job at a local gas station. After beginning work at the gas station, Georgia made friends incredibly quickly. It didn't take long before she was on good terms with every member of staff, but there was one guy in particular who Georgia took an interest in. She noted that he was incredibly shy and didn't really hang out with the rest of the team, but she wanted to change that. Knowing all too well how it felt to be an outcast in her younger years, Georgia made sure to take time with this guy to make sure he felt welcomed and accepted. This man would be Jamie Reynolds, who was about 22 years old at the time. Georgia went out of her way to make sure Jamie was invited to all of the coworkers' get-togethers and gatherings. While he wasn't the type of person to really be seen in a social or a public setting, well, things quickly changed. As soon as he began hanging out with Georgia, it was like his entire personality changed. While he'd previously been reserved, awkward, and shy, his confidence had finally come to the surface. It was clear that there was a deep bond developing between the two, but it seems like they weren't really on the same page. As you probably have come to expect, before long, Jamie had fallen head over heels for Georgia. But there was one problem. She didn't really feel the same way about it. Jamie ended up asking Georgia out on a couple of dates, but she turned him down and explained that she wasn't really looking for a boyfriend at the moment. She was more focused on making her career dreams a reality, and she explained to him in the gentlest way that she could that she just wanted to be friends. Jamie was understandably upset about this, but he made it clear that he completely understood why Georgia had turned him down. He took the letdown in stride and basically just let it go. Or so it seemed. As anyone who's been rejected knows, being turned down isn't always easy. Now, it's simple enough to let the situation pass and move on with your life. But just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy. Jamie understood this all too well, because this was one of the hardest things he'd ever done. It would seem that Georgia was one of the only people who was ever really willing to give Jamie the time of day, and he was terrified of letting her slip away. So he concocted a plan to make sure that would never happen. By the time Jamie turned 23, he and Georgia had been friends for the better part of a year. Feeling like he could confide in her, he'd spoken with Georgia multiple times about how unsatisfied he was with his life. He couldn't fathom the thought that the best life would ever be for him was working a job at a gas station. He wanted more, and who could blame him? Georgia spoke with him about what his dreams were, what his hobbies may have been, and what he wanted to do with his life. Jamie explained that one of the biggest passions of his was photography, and that's when Georgia suggested that he try taking up a job as a photographer. Find some people to shoot photos for, maybe do weddings, things of that nature. Jamie loved this idea, so much so that he asked Georgia to help him establish a professional portfolio to show off his work. Not only this, but he asked Georgia to be his first model, and she jumped at the opportunity to help out her friend. The plan was for Georgia and a few others to head over to Jamie's house on May 26, 2013. They'd planned a huge photo shoot for that day so that Jamie would be able to get heaps of photos of various people to ensure his portfolio was as diverse as possible. The only problem was, Georgia would soon learn that her family had planned a big barbecue party that same day, and her grandparents would be coming to town for a short visit as well. Georgia did not want to miss this barbecue, but she also didn't want to let Jamie down. She knew that the two only lived about 4 or 5 minutes apart, so she decided to get dressed up and go do the photo shoot, then hurry home afterwards so that she could spend time with her grandparents. She did her hair, put on jeans and a leather jacket, and then took off. It would be around 7:30 that evening when Georgia headed off towards Jamie's house. Her family expected her to be back within a fairly short amount of time, maybe 30 minutes to an hour or so, but when 3 full hours had passed by, they started to get a bit concerned. They weren't worried or anything, but they couldn't understand what had been taking so long. Her mother ended up texting her to make sure everything was going okay, and Georgia explained that they'd finished the photo shoot quite a while ago and that she'd been hanging out with friends there and she simply lost track of time. Georgia explained that she would probably not be home until fairly late that night, letting them know not to wait up for her. With that, her parents turned in for the night, but they had no idea that the person they'd been texting, it wasn't Georgia. By the following morning at 6:30 a.m., Georgia's mother quickly realized that Georgia still hadn't returned home. This is when things really began to become bizarre, because her mother knew that Georgia had a music festival scheduled later that day, and she wouldn't miss it for the world. She'd been planning on attending for weeks. Her parents assumed that she'd probably just be heading off to the festival from her friend's house, so again, they didn't put too much thought into it. After all, Georgia had never been the type of person to get into trouble, so they assumed she had it all figured out, as she always did. By later that evening, though, they started to get suspicious. See, Georgia didn't have her driver's license just yet, and she was taking driving classes before actually taking her test to ensure that she knew the ins and outs of everything. Her classes were scheduled to take place early the next day, so her parents expected her to return home later that evening, but she never did. They waited up late that night, expecting her to come home at any moment, but they never heard a word from her. She also stopped responding to texts and calls. By late that evening, her parents had taken to calling friends, family, anyone who may have seen Georgia, but no one had. When Georgia still hadn't returned home the next morning and eventually missed her driving lesson, that's when her parents called the police to file a missing person report. When police showed up at the Williams home later that day to take their statements, they asked all the usual questions, including when they'd last seen their daughter and where she was supposed to have been. Her parents explained that the last they knew, she'd headed off to a photo shoot at her friend Jamie's house. Admittedly, this wasn't much information to work with, but the obvious first step was to look into Jamie and see what he may know about her disappearance. But as officers began to look up information in their database about Jamie, they were shocked, to say the least. As they brought up Jamie's profile in their system, they quickly learned that Jamie was caught by officers back in 2008 for attempting to claim the life of a teenage girl. The crazy thing is, the police didn't actually arrest him, nor was he charged with a single crime. Now, I'm sure there's more to the story than what's been reported, but this definitely seems bizarre to me. In the end, Jamie was just given a warning and was allowed to walk away without any repercussions, while this innocent girl was left with lifelong trauma. This seems utterly nuts to me, but again, I feel like there has to be more to the story than this. Surely the police weren't this negligent, but the truth is, maybe they were. Thankfully, investigators weren't willing to take Georgia's case so lightly. They knew now that Jamie had a history of violence, so they began the hunt for Georgia, firing on all cylinders. They showed up at Jamie's door and knocked, but received no response. Desperate for answers, they didn't waste any time. They kicked down his door and forced their way inside. They searched every inch of the home, but didn't find any signs of Jamie. They immediately sent out calls for help, and Jamie was now considered to be a wanted man. Detectives first went to the gas station where Jamie and Georgia worked, but none of their coworkers had seen them in days, and both of them had missed their shifts. This was not good news. They tracked down details of Jamie's van and sent out information to all available officers to be on the lookout for the vehicle. After searching the ends of the earth for any sign of him, officers eventually tracked him down more than 200 miles away in Scotland, of all places. This man hadn't just skipped town, he fled the country entirely. This was all the info police needed to know that Jamie was up to something. But what was it? When police questioned him about Georgia, he quickly pulled the "I don't know" card and left it at that, insisting he had no knowledge of where Georgia went after the photo shoot that day. Investigators weren't having any of it. They detained him and transported him all the way back to Shropshire for a proper interrogation. But the news that he would reveal, well, it wasn't anything that Georgia's family wanted to hear. Police were now highly suspicious of Jamie. In fact, the text messages that Georgia's family had received on the night that she went missing, now these were getting called into question as well, as Jamie may have been the one to send them. Considering he had a history of assault and was found while fleeing the country, police now had enough evidence to search his home for clues about Georgia. They didn't know how he was involved in her disappearance, but they felt highly confident, at the very least, that he knew more than he was letting on about Georgia. As they searched his home, they managed to track down the camera that he'd been using on the day of the photo shoot. Lucky for them, the SD card was still inside the camera too. The only problem was the card had been completely wiped. Not a single photo remained. But investigators weren't going to let this stop them. Detectives brought the SD card to their digital forensics team, and without much issue, the team was able to recover all of the deleted photos. See, when you delete a photo off of something like an SD card or a hard drive, those photos aren't actually deleted. To put it in super simple terms, they basically just be moved to a hidden folder where they'll just sit there and wait until that space is needed for other files. Then they'll be gradually deleted one by one. You could think of it as throwing something in the trash, but not taking the trash out. Yes, the trash is out of your way, but until it gets taken to the dump, it's easy enough to just take things back out of the bin. That's basically how these photos were recovered. When forensic specialists managed to recover the photos, nothing could prepare them for what they had found. Turns out Jamie did have a photo shoot that day, but he and Georgia were the only ones in attendance. Unbeknownst to Georgia, no one else had ever even been invited. The photo shoot began like any regular photo shoot. There were various photos of Georgia looking happy, smiling, and posing. But all of a sudden, the tone of the images shifted. Soon, Georgia's clothes were missing. Things only got worse from here, as the next few photos showed Georgia with a rope hanging loosely around her neck with a very concerned, terrified expression on her face. The next few photos, well, they were worse. It was incredibly clear that Georgia was being held against her will. What was even more clear is that between two of the photos, things took a tragic turn, and Georgia had now lost her life. Immediately after Georgia's life had been taken, Jamie continued to take hundreds of other photos, literally hundreds, of her in various poses at different angles, so on and so forth. I truly can't get into all of the details of what these photos showed, but it was unlike anything you could ever imagine. This was horrendous, and that's putting it so lightly. Police continued to search Jamie's home, and that's when they found, in addition to the photos of Georgia, a minimum of 16,800 photos that showed incredibly violent acts being carried out on various people. Detectives don't believe Jamie took all of these photos himself, if he took any of them at all, but simply possessing them was a crime. There were also 72 graphic videos that were found as well, and again, each was more and more violent than the one before it. Considering Jamie was still living with his parents when all of this came to light, his parents were asked to speak with officers to give their side of the story, hoping they could shed some light on the situation and explain how all of this had taken place, and how Jamie managed to get a hold of these photos and videos. What his parents told the police was downright shocking, because what police had found in Jamie's room, it was nothing new. In fact, his parents had known about it for the better part of a decade. When all of this was taking place, the photo shoot, the crime, and everything in between, Jamie's parents had been out of town on vacation. But as soon as they got the call from investigators about Jamie's arrest, they rushed back home as quickly as they could. When police confronted the couple about what they'd found in Jamie's room, their jaws hit the floor. See, they knew about Jamie's, well, fantasies, to put it lightly. They knew that he'd been watching violent sexual videos for quite some time. When the police pressed them about this issue, Jamie's parents admitted they'd first caught Jamie watching videos like this when he was just 14 years old. After this discovery, his parents reached out to their internet provider and had them block access to these websites. But that's pretty much all that was ever said about the situation. To make matters worse, I feel the need to clarify that this is simply when his parents caught him watching these videos. That doesn't mean it was the first time he'd ever done it. Truth be told, he could have been watching stuff like this since he was in middle school. We just don't know. But here's where things get crazy. When Jamie found out that his parents had blocked access to these websites, he actually called the internet provider himself and paid for his own private internet connection. His parents were none the wiser. Each month, he would pay the bill with his own money, and his parents never had a clue. When his parents did eventually find out about his private internet access, they decided to call the police as well as Child Protective Services. From what I've gathered, neither of these parties did anything to actually fix the situation. I found one report that claimed that possessing these videos isn't even illegal in England, but I personally find that hard to believe. If these videos were as violent as some sources suggest they are, then they may have been documenting actual crimes, which in fact is a crime in and of itself, at least here in the States. I feel it's safe to assume that this would be a crime in England as well, but I may be wrong. But regardless, no one did anything about it. Jamie wasn't willing to obey his parents, and despite their constant complaining, he made it very clear that he was going to do what he wanted to do, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Jamie continued to grow up surrounded by this incredibly damaging content, and needless to say, it had a profound effect on him in his later years, as is evidenced by this very case. When police continued searching Jamie's home after his arrest, they managed to track down at least 40 separate notepads on which Jamie had written stories and fantasies about what he wanted to do to Georgia, as well as various other women. Now, these weren't your typical fan fiction type stuff that you'd find on the internet. No, these were highly detailed, incredibly graphic stories about what he planned to do to a woman if he was ever given the opportunity. Each of these stories ended the same way, with the females losing their lives. As police combed through each and every one of these stories, they found one that caught their eye. It was titled Georgia Williams in Surprise. The story documented in explicit detail exactly what happened to Georgia that day. It was like a play-by-play of the crime. According to one article, police say that he began writing the story in January and finished writing it just a few weeks before the crime actually unfolded. When police confronted Jamie about this story, he didn't budge. He continued to claim that he was innocent and was 100% uncooperative with the investigation. This meant police had to resort to good old-fashioned detective work to figure out what exactly had happened to Georgia and where she was now. Their investigation first began at a gas station nearby. It's unclear if this is the same station where the two had worked or if this was a different station entirely. Jamie was caught on CCTV here, filling up his van with gas. It's believed that at this very moment, Georgia had already been stowed away in the back of the vehicle. Immediately after getting gas, he drove to a nearby movie theater and watched a movie, all while Georgia was still in the back of the van, just leaving her there for hours while he laughed it up inside the theater. Police weren't sure where he went after this, but a few witnesses later reached out and explained that they'd seen that exact van driving through a mountain road in North Wales. As it would turn out, while driving through the area, Jamie's van got stuck in the mud, and a few people actually helped him get his van unstuck and back onto the road. All the while, Georgia was likely still in the back. This is what led police to head to the woods where the van was stuck and check out the surrounding area. Sure enough, in the thick brush of the woods, they found Georgia's body, tossed amongst the trees like some animal. It should go without saying that at his trial a short while later, Jamie was found guilty. Interestingly, he'd been proclaiming his innocence all the way up until the very day of the trial. Then, as he stood before the court, he finally changed his tone and pleaded guilty. He was the youngest person in English history to be given a life sentence with no possibility of parole. In the wake of the trial, it came to light not only did the police fail the public back in 2008 when Jamie tried to take the life of that teenage girl, but various other institutions also failed to properly get this man off the streets. A mental health nurse made a public statement in which she said that she knew about Jamie's violent behavior years before the trial. She recalled a series of photos that Jamie had drawn, presumably when he was a child, each of which depicted a woman with a rope hanging around her neck. According to this nurse, nothing was done about this and the situation just faded away. Now, she didn't say this part outright, but her verbiage led me to believe that she may have attempted to speak with investigators about this, but it didn't really go anywhere if so. By this point, Jamie's parents were also well aware of his violent tendencies, having caught him watching the aforementioned videos on multiple occasions. His parents did everything they knew how to do, but outside of kicking Jamie outside of their house, what can you do if your child just outright refuses to cooperate? Now, I suppose he could have been involuntarily admitted somewhere, and surely if his parents knew just how bad this behavior was, they would have explored that. But the truth is, this case can't just be blamed on one person. Jamie isn't the only one responsible. If he'd gotten the help he needed when he was younger, it's likely that none of this would have ever happened. And I'm not blaming his parents for this by any means. From the reports I've read, they legitimately did their best. The mental health nurse that he saw also seems to have done her best to bring awareness to this situation, and the poor teenager who he attacked also seems to have done her part. But the investigative teams at each of these institutions just fail. There's no other way to explain it. Let this be a lesson to parents everywhere. Take note of what your children are doing on the internet, what content they watch, what games they play, who they're speaking to. Cases like this don't have to happen. Stories like this don't have to be told. If something seems a bit weird, chances are it's because it's weird. If your kid is watching something you don't understand, take the time to understand it and make an educated judgment call. If you catch your child repeatedly watching content like this, it's your job to go as far as you need to keep them safe. Cancel your internet entirely if you have to. Take their phone, their computer, tablet, whatever it is, and throw that junk in the trash if that's what it takes. I don't care what it costs. We're all responsible for the children in our lives, even if they're not our own. It's our job to keep these children safe and keep tabs on them until they're old enough to make good decisions on their own. If something strange is going on with your kid, it is never too early to reach out to a professional for help. There's no shame in it either. It doesn't make you a failed parent or a guardian if you learn that your kid needs more help than you can provide. What makes you a failed parent or guardian is if you're unwilling to reach out and admit when both you and your kid need help. Ultimately, in Jamie's situation, his parents didn't know just how disturbed he really was, and his parents reached out to the police and mental health experts, but sadly that still wasn't enough, because their cries fell on deaf ears. I don't know who to think is responsible for this, but I do feel, with every ounce of my being, that this could have been avoided. It didn't have to end this way. It was 1992, and Shanda Sharer was just 12 years old. She recently moved to a new school and was having trouble with one particular girl who just wouldn't leave her alone. The girl would send Shanda countless threatening letters, with each letter growing more and more violent than the last. This all culminated in one seriously disturbing crime that investigators simply couldn't understand. Shanda would eventually go missing, but two of her so-called friends would soon make a shocking confession that no one could have seen coming. Detectives were left speechless, questioning how a few teenage girls could have such twisted minds and carry out a crime of such vile and repulsive proportions. This is one story you won't want to miss. Shanda Sharer was born in Pineville, Kentucky, back in June of 1979. Her parents, Stephen and Jacqueline, were deeply in love at the time of her birth, but unfortunately their marriage simply didn't stand the test of time. I can't tell exactly when this took place, but the two divorced while Shanda was still quite young. After the two were divorced, it didn't take too long for Jacqueline to get remarried, moving to Louisville to live with her new husband. Here, Shanda would begin attending her 5th and 6th grade school years at St. Paul. Shanda got on very well at St. Paul and was able to find many friends here, very quickly becoming a member of the in crowd. Shanda would go on to play volleyball and softball and was even accepted onto the school's cheerleading team. It was very clear to everyone that Shanda was destined for greatness, but her success wouldn't last very long. The details of the situation have never been made public, but for some reason, Shanda's mother once again got divorced and once again decided to pull Shanda from school and transfer her to yet another middle school. This time, Shanda and her mother moved to New Albany, Indiana, reportedly so Shanda could be closer to her biological father, though I wasn't able to confirm whether or not this was entirely true, as all the records I could find simply said that Shanda's father lived in the neighboring state of Kentucky. They never got more specific than that. In 1991, after settling down in New Albany, Shanda was enrolled at Hazelwood Middle School. I'm sure, as is true with most kids, Shanda was terrified about having to start a new school and make new friends. And for this to have happened to her twice over the span of just a few years, I'm sure it only made things that much more difficult for her. But it certainly didn't help things when Shanda almost immediately began getting into fights at her new school. See, the kids in Shanda's past always welcomed her with open arms, and she was always considered to be one of the popular girls. But at Hazelwood, things were much different. Just a few days after starting school, a girl named Amanda Heverin came into the picture and appears to have been dead set on making Shanda's life miserable. Now, we don't know who started the bullying, but before long, they were both deeply involved in it. The two girls got into a fist fight with one another on at least one occasion, and Shanda's mom seems to have suggested that Amanda was the one to throw the first punch, though admittedly this is all rather irrelevant because they both ended up in detention regardless. But things got a bit weird from here. Once the two were forced to sit beside one another in detention, they actually got to know each other and found out they had a lot in common. While Shanda's mom certainly had some reservations about Amanda, considering they'd just been at each other's throats just days before, Jacqueline was just happy that Shanda was beginning to make new friends. But things got a lot more serious for the girls from here. As it would turn out, Amanda didn't simply want to be friends, she wanted to be much more than that. The two girls would often pass notes to one another in class and in detention, and Amanda began to ask questions about Shanda, specifically asking if she liked girls. Amanda would compliment her clothes and always made sure to tell Shanda how pretty she was. Now, we've all heard the stories of how kids bully each other, not specifically to be mean, but because they secretly like each other but don't know what to do with these complex emotions. Well, this seems to have been the case here as well, because before long, Shanda and Amanda began a romantic relationship with one another, and even went to the school's fall dance together. Something that was really daring for a couple young kids in a strongly conservative state in 1992. But this dance wouldn't lead to the happy memories that the two had hoped for. While the dance itself went along perfectly, issues began to arise when Shanda was introduced to a 16-year-old girl named Melinda Lovelace. The only problem was, Melinda wasn't looking to become friends. That's because, in her eyes, Shanda had stolen her girlfriend. See, Melinda had been dating Amanda for about a year, and to a teenager, a year may as well have been a lifetime. The two broke up a short while before Amanda met Shanda, but Melinda hadn't healed from the breakup just yet. At the dance, Amanda repeatedly threatened Shanda, and days later, she began writing hateful letters to Amanda, expressing how much she hated the fact that Amanda and Shanda were spending so much time together. This is where things began to get a bit complicated. Now, I mentioned that Amanda and Melinda had broken up, but this isn't entirely accurate. While Amanda was certainly under the belief that the two had broken up, Melinda hadn't really accepted the breakup. She felt that the two were just having problems and that they would eventually work things out. But it seems as though Amanda had checked out of the situation entirely. So while Amanda thought that she was in the clear to start dating other people, Melinda was stuck in the mindset that Amanda was cheating on her. This was all made worse by the fact that while all of this was taking place, Melinda's father had just left the family high and dry, and her mother was quickly moving on to someone else. Needless to say, Melinda was already feeling completely betrayed by her family, and the last thing she needed was to be betrayed by her girlfriend as well. These compounded emotions were too much for Melinda to handle, and before long, she wanted revenge. It was late 1991 at this point in the story. Melinda was at an all-time low, but somehow she felt like she couldn't stop herself from sinking even lower. It's been reported by Midwest crime files that Melinda and all of her older sisters decided to come out to their mother around this time. Apparently, while Melinda had come out at school a long time ago, her mother was blissfully unaware. But no sooner than Melinda came out, all of her siblings joined in to back her up and express their relationship preferences as well. Melinda's mother was shocked by this, to say the least. In fact, some reports claim she was downright furious, but as time passed by, she had come to accept her children's decisions. By November of that year, Shanda's mother began to have the same realization as Melinda's mother. But unfortunately for her, Shanda didn't trust her mother enough to directly come out and tell her how she'd been feeling about other girls. Instead, Shanda and Amanda kept their relationship a secret, pretending to simply be friends around Shanda's family. But one day, Shanda's mother came across a series of handwritten notes that were shared between Shanda and Amanda, and what she learned shocked her to her core. While we don't know the specific contents of these notes, Shanda's mother says that they were very clearly revealing that the two were far more than friends, and certain details suggest that the two had been involved in a physical relationship with one another. Shanda's mother immediately forbade her from hanging out with Amanda anymore, but as is true with most teens, this didn't stop Shanda from doing what she wanted to do. All it caused her to do was be more secretive about it. According to Shanda's mother, her issue wasn't with Shanda being interested in other girls, her issue was with the age gap between the two. Amanda was 14 at the time, and Shanda was just 12. While 2 years isn't really a big difference in the grander scheme of things, you gotta remember, to younger kids, even an age difference of 6 months can make a world of difference in terms of your maturity, your mental ability, and your decision-making skills. In her mother's own words, Shanda was still a baby, and she felt that she was being pressured into doing things she wasn't comfortable with. Now, she may have been right about this, or she may have been completely wrong, we just don't know. But that was all beside the point because things were about to get much darker. Rumors had begun to spread that Melinda was truly livid with Amanda for seemingly stepping outside the relationship, but it doesn't appear as though she was specifically mad at Amanda. Instead, she was mad at Shanda. These rumors suggested that Melinda wasn't going to sit back and watch this all unfold, she was going to do something about it. By the fall of 1991, Melinda had begun to publicly discuss her plans of ending Shanda's life. Melinda began to deliver more and more threatening letters to both Amanda and Shanda, and Amanda grew so concerned that she began turning the letters into a local youth prosecutor. But the problem was, the prosecutor didn't take the threat seriously. In fact, in Amanda's opinion, the prosecutor never followed up on the letters at all. Now, we obviously don't know if this is 100% accurate, but as far as the evidence suggests, there's nothing that would suggest any sort of investigation took place during this time. And things were about to get very serious very quickly. It was January 10th, 1992, a night that Melinda had been anticipating for a very long time. Melinda had spoken with 3 of her friends, Lori Tackett, Hope Rippey, and Tawny Lawrence, and asked them to come over to her house that afternoon. Once the 3 arrived, Melinda revealed that she'd concocted a plan to get Shanda away from Amanda once and for all. She then showed the girls a knife. Melinda explained that she was going to use the knife to scare Shanda into breaking up with Amanda. She told her friends that she believed Shanda was nothing more than a copycat that stole her girlfriend. The girls had learned that Shanda had been staying with her father on the weekends, with Shanda's father living in Jeffersonville at this point. It appears that Lori must have either owned or borrowed a car, and the girls all headed towards Shanda's father's house. Once they arrived, they came up with a plan. 2 of the girls knocked on the front door of the home and claimed to be friends of Amanda, saying that they were on their way to meet Amanda, but that Amanda had requested that they all stop by to pick up Shanda along the way. They urged Shanda to get into the car so that they could meet at an old abandoned house nearby, known locally as the Witch's Castle. Shanda wanted to go with the girls, but she knew her parents wouldn't allow her to. It was still fairly early at this point, but Shanda assured them she'd be able to sneak out if they came back around midnight. Melinda was incredibly angry about this, but they left anyway and attended a local concert while they waited. The girls began to drive back towards Shanda's house around 12:30 a.m. And remember, at this point, all the girls believed that Melinda simply wanted to scare Shanda into breaking up with Amanda. But things began to get more and more twisted as the ride progressed. And before long, Melinda spoke out and said she couldn't wait to kill Shanda. Naturally, This change in plans shocked the girls, but if I had to take a guess, I'd say the girls probably didn't think Melinda was actually serious, but they had no idea how wrong they would be. When the girls finally arrived at the house, Tawny refused to coerce Shanda into the car, seemingly having a change of heart after learning about the lengths Melinda was willing to go to, but that's just a guess. Either way, two of the other girls went to speak with Shanda, while Melinda ducked down into the back seat and hid under a blanket, clinging to a knife that she had brought with her. Shanda was a bit reluctant to go with the girls. I don't know if she sensed something was wrong or if she just believed that she would get into trouble, but regardless, the girls talked her into leaving, and just minutes later, Shanda got into the car with them. As the group drove down the road toward the witch's castle, Melinda leapt out from underneath the blanket and placed the knife on Shanda's neck. She began interrogating her about the details of her relationship with Amanda, and Melinda only got more and more angry as time passed by. Soon enough, they arrived at the witch's castle and Shanda was forced from the car, tied up, and taken into the building. Once inside, Melinda and her friends stole Shanda's jewelry, including her favorite Mickey Mouse watch. Melinda spoke about how pretty Shanda's hair was, then asked how she would look if she were to cut it all off while running the knife through her hair. One of the girls then pulled a shirt out of the car and brought it into the so-called castle, lighting it on fire just a moment later. Why the girl did this, I have no idea, but the smoke coming from the shirt was so overwhelming that the girls feared someone passing by might notice. So they gathered up Shanda, stowed her away in the car, and drove further down the road, eventually towards Madison, near where Laurie lived. Laurie directed the girls to an abandoned logging road that was surrounded by forest and trees. The girls drove deep into the road, and when they reached an agreeable location, they pulled Shanda from the car. Shanda was then forced to remove all of her clothes, and immediately after, Melinda began to attack her, punching her, kicking her, and repeatedly kneeing her in the face. Two of the girls stayed inside the car because they were terrified by what was about to take place, but before long, Melinda coerced the girls to help hold Shanda down while she finished the job. She then pulled out the knife that she'd brought along with her and attacked Shanda again, then used a rope that she'd found to ensure that the deed was done. Once this night of terror was seemingly over, the girls then loaded Shanda back into the trunk of the car and drove to Laurie's house to clean up and get a few drinks to cool off. While they were inside the house, they began to hear Shanda screaming from the trunk of the car. Laurie immediately sprang into action, grabbing a paring knife and quickly making her way back to the trunk of the car. She then came back inside, cleaned up again, and then Laurie and Melinda got back into the car and began to cruise the local country streets. It was about 2:30 a.m. at this point. Before long, they heard Shanda calling out from the trunk once again. This time they pulled over and grabbed a tire iron, with Laurie believing she had finally finished the job at this point. It's also been reported that around this time, their attacks took on a more sexual nature, but this isn't something I'm really comfortable discussing, so if these details interest you for whatever reason, I'll let you look up that aspect of the story on your own. When Melinda and Laurie returned home early the next morning, the two girls were still at Laurie's house waiting for them to return. When they asked what had happened to Shanda, Laurie began to laugh and described the crime in extreme detail, adding that Shanda was still in the trunk of the car. Later that morning, the girls drove to a local gas station and filled their car up with gas. One of the girls went inside and grabbed a 2-liter Pepsi, pouring out the Pepsi and filling the empty bottle with gasoline. The girls then drove to Lemon Road, north of Madison, and pulled Shanda back out of the car. They placed her just off the side of a gravel road, poured the gasoline on her, and started a fire. A coroner would later reveal that, despite what the girls believed, Shanda was still alive at this point. All of the girls returned home after stopping at a local McDonald's and having breakfast along the way. Melinda met up with Amanda later on that day and proudly confessed what she had done to Shanda. Amanda obviously didn't believe her at first, but that's when Melinda took her to the trunk of the car where Shanda's handprints could be seen all over the trunk, with her socks still being found inside as well. Amanda was speechless, truly speechless. Melinda then turned to her, swore her love for her, and begged Amanda not to tell anyone. Terrified, Amanda agreed. Later on in the morning, on January 11th, the morning after the crime took place, two brothers were heading out to the Jefferson Proving Ground to go hunting. Along the way, they noticed something on the side of the road that looked an awful lot like a crime scene, but they believed it to be a mannequin that someone had ditched, until they got closer. They ran to the nearest phone to call the police as soon as they realized what they had uncovered. The police asked them to return to the scene of the crime and wait on a team of investigators to take their statements. Several state troopers and detectives showed up and began to collect forensic evidence from the scene of the crime. Police initially believed that this was some sort of gang violence, especially considering that the body had been placed in a suggestive pose before being burnt and abandoned. They also learned that the victim's face and hands had been a particular point of focus for the assailant, as it seemed as though they were purposefully burnt so that the victim couldn't be identified. As all of this was taking place, Shanda's father had just woken up and found out that Shanda wasn't in her room. He looked all over for her, but she was nowhere to be found. He called her mother and explained what was going on, and they both searched for her, all to no avail. By that afternoon, they met with local investigators and filed a missing person report with the Clark County Sheriff. By 8:20 that evening, Hope and Tawny, Melinda's two friends, unexpectedly showed up at the local police station alongside their parents. The two girls were hysterical and could barely even speak. They were eventually able to get out that the victim police had found earlier that day had been none other than Shanda. The girls confessed to everything, telling investigators the entire series of events that had taken place that evening. Several local counties worked together to piece the story together, and eventually the Clark County Sheriff was alerted that the missing person report that had been filed earlier that day had officially been solved. Detectives soon obtained dental records and were able to positively identify Shanda. Both Melinda and Lori were arrested the following day, while the other two girls were already being held in police custody. By April of 1992, Tawny accepted a plea bargain with police. By September, both Melinda and Lori accepted plea bargains as well. Both Melinda and Lori were later sentenced to 60 years in prison, but rather shockingly, they were both paroled after just 26 and 25 years respectively. The two other girls were given much lesser sentences, with Hope being given 35 years though she only served 14, and Tawny being sentenced to 20 years but only serving 9. At the end of it all, I really don't know what to make of this case. I usually give you guys my brief input before the end of the story, but I just don't know what to say here. Many people may be quick to defend Melinda, blaming her actions on her remarkably dark childhood that was filled with abuse and deception, and I'll admit, Melinda had a very, very hard time growing up. So much so that Melinda's story would be enough to fuel a video of her own. But in the end, Melinda's actions and the actions of her friends are inexcusable. There's no denying that Melinda was fully aware of what she was doing, and she was fully aware of the consequences of her choices, but she continued with the crime anyway. But particularly disturbing were the actions of Lori Tackett, as it's rumored that she hadn't even met Shanda until the night that she helped claim her life. I wish there was some sort of silver lining here, but this just isn't one of those cases. I just sincerely hope that while spending all that time behind bars, the girls were able to truly rehabilitate themselves from the awful, disgusting crimes they committed. And maybe somehow they can learn from their terrible choices and become decent people moving forward, however unlikely that may be. It's just terrifying to know that these women are now walking free among us. It was January 8th, 2012. Melinda Coleman was sleeping peacefully in her bed when she was startled awake by the sound of a commotion in her front yard. Without hesitation, she ran to the front door and looked outside. What she saw brought her to her knees. Lying just feet away from her, covered in snow, was her teenage daughter, Daisy. She was unconscious and wearing nothing but a t-shirt and yoga pants. Daisy had been lying here so long that her hair became frozen and stuck to the ground. Melinda ran to get the help of her 3 sons, and together they pulled the girl from the snow and dragged her inside to the warmth of their home. They first tried to warm her up by wrapping blankets around her, but when that didn't work, they placed her in a tub of warm water. That was when her mother noticed the bruises. Daisy was immediately rushed to the hospital for treatment, but when the police arrived, her mother couldn't have prepared herself for what she was about to hear. See, the police were largely unconcerned. In fact, in their eyes, this young girl, she got what she deserved. Considering this story takes place in the small, peaceful town of Maryville, Missouri, it was a story that shocked the entire state when news began to break regarding what had happened to young Daisy Coleman. Daisy had grown up in Missouri with her 3 brothers and her mother, Melinda Coleman, who was a local veterinarian. The children were forced to grow up without a stable father figure in their lives because, tragically, Michael, Daisy's father, lost his life in a car accident when Daisy was about 11 years old. To say that Michael's passing had a profound effect on the family would be a tragic understatement. The loss of Michael nearly tore the family completely apart. The family of 5 had only just begun to recover from Michael's passing when this situation with Daisy reared its ugly head. Prior to the crime, Daisy had been an outgoing, incredibly happy, and carefree young girl. She was incredibly popular in school and was even one of the star cheerleaders. To say that she had it all, well, that'd be putting it lightly. Daisy was a girl that every other girl her age aspired to be. She was surrounded by a flock of close friends, had access to all the cutest guys in her school, and to top it off, her brother was best friends with the school's most popular football player. With all this in mind, it made it all the more shocking when the events of that fateful evening unfolded, leading up to Daisy being found nearly frozen on her front lawn. When Daisy was rushed to the hospital at about 5 a.m. on January 8th, it quickly became clear what had taken place. Doctors and nurses ran to Daisy's side, and from the very beginning, they were certain of one thing. Daisy had been forced against her will and taken advantage of. The evidence was obvious. She had bruises that covered the insides of her legs, proving she'd endured some serious trauma. She was almost completely unconscious, and her alcohol level was 0.13%. The legal limit in Missouri is just 0.08%, so Daisy was nearly double that. But you have to keep in mind, by the time Daisy was taken to the hospital, it's believed it had been about 5 hours since the crime had actually taken place, meaning her alcohol level had been gradually dropping that entire time. So if it was at 0.13% after all this time, you can only imagine how intoxicated she must have been when the crime unfolded. She would have been nearly comatose. When Daisy finally began to regain consciousness a few hours later, it was very clear that she was in no condition to recount the events of that evening. But thankfully, she wasn't the only person present that night when the crime unfolded. Daisy's close friend, Paige Parkhurst, stepped up and helped police better understand what had taken place that night. Paige appeared to have been profoundly affected by the events of that evening. When she spoke with investigators about the night in question, she seemed a bit distant and was clearly rattled. Still, she managed to tell detectives that she and Daisy had been invited to a small party at the home of Maryville's star football player, Matt Barnett. She recalls that Daisy had gotten the phone number of Matt, and the two were texting back and forth throughout the evening. Now, some sources say that the two had been flirting between one another, but I haven't been able to 100% confirm this. Either way, during their conversation, Daisy learned that Matt was having a small get-together at his parents' house in the basement. The only thing was, his parents didn't know about it. It was just a small gathering between Matt and a few of his friends, nothing crazy, and Matt asked the two girls if they wanted to come. Obviously, with Matt being the most popular guy in school, the girls jumped at the opportunity. No sooner than the girls arrived at this party, though, they grew a bit nervous because they quickly realized they were the only two girls in attendance that night. This definitely put them on edge a little bit, but nothing about the party seemed too crazy. It was just a bunch of teenagers getting together to share some laughs amongst their friends. But then the alcohol came out. Shortly after they arrived, Paige says that the host of the party, Matt Barnett, started pushing drinks on Daisy. Paige seems to have suggested that prior to this night, neither she nor Daisy had ever had alcohol before. But not wanting to disappoint their peers, they both accepted drinks and vowed to have a good time. They were both ushered to the basement, where they were told to stay quiet so as not to wake up Matt's parents. And this was the moment when everything changed. Paige says that as the door to the basement shut behind them, she realized what was really going on here. Just minutes later, without any warning, one of the boys grabbed Paige by the hand and forced her into a nearby room. And when he shut the door, well, things didn't go the way Paige had planned. She was taken advantage of, and considering this boy was far, far larger than her, she was helpless to stop him. When the event was finally over and Paige was able to break free, she took off into the other room and quickly noticed Daisy was nowhere to be found. Matt Barnett was missing as well. Paige made her way to one of the only other rooms in the basement, and that's when she found both Matt and Daisy. Tragically, Daisy was in the midst of suffering the same fate as Paige. It didn't take long before Matt exited the room, seemingly clear-headed and perfectly coherent, almost looking as though he was proud of what he had done. When Daisy finally stumbled to the doorway, it was clear she was not in a good place. She wasn't able to stand up on her own without assistance, and she was more or less limp due to the amount of alcohol she'd consumed by this point. We don't know how much alcohol she consumed willingly and how much was forced on her by the boys at the party, but needless to say, she was wildly drunk and had no idea what was going on. Almost immediately after Daisy exited the room, barely even conscious, the girls were then led to a car and taken home. The boys drove the girls back to Daisy's house, where the two had been having a sleepover before sneaking out for this party. As soon as they pulled up in front of the house, the boys told Paige to go on inside and get some sleep. They said that they would take care of Daisy and make sure that she made it in. Paige believed them and headed back inside, going to bed fully believing Daisy would be inside just a minute or two later. As soon as Paige's head hit the pillow, she was out like a light. She only awoke hours later when she heard the commotion caused by Daisy's mother and brothers bringing her inside from the cold. No one knows just how many hours had passed since Paige had gone inside that night, but considering Daisy's hair was frozen solid and stuck to the ground beneath her, it's safe to assume she'd spent an incredibly long time out in the cold. It would eventually be discovered that after Paige made it inside that night, the boys just pulled Daisy from the car, then tossed her onto the front lawn in the middle of the snow, speeding away from the scene so as not to get caught in the act. They could not have cared less about her if they tried. And after Paige revealed all of this to the police, Daisy's brother Charlie opened up and said that he knew Paige was telling the truth because he'd found Daisy's phone buried in the snow near where she'd been dumped. When he looked through her text messages, he found that she'd been having flirtatious conversations with Matt Barnett, a guy who, up until this point, he'd considered to be one of his closest friends. Considering he knew Matt better than anyone, he knew what he was capable of. But the police, well, they weren't buying it. After Paige told her story to investigators, they called Matt Barnett down to the station for questioning. Needless to say, Matt's version of events was completely different from what Paige had said. According to Matt, he didn't simply invite Daisy and Paige over that evening. According to him, Daisy had begged him for an invite to their get-together, and he seems to have only agreed because he found her attractive. He also claims that Daisy had been slightly drunk when she arrived at the party, and this statement may have actually been true because Paige admitted later on that she and Daisy had snuck a few sips of alcohol from Daisy's mother's liquor cabinet just moments before sneaking out to go to the party, trying to loosen themselves up and not embarrass themselves in front of Matt. According to Matt, when the girls arrived at the party, Daisy agreed to follow them to the bedroom before she'd ever even been handed a drink. He insists that their actions were consensual, and Daisy only began drinking after their relations were over. He made it painfully clear that Daisy knew exactly what she was getting herself into, and that she had been a willing participant. But the more he shared his version of events, the more things changed. See, at first, he claimed he didn't know the name of the girl that had tagged along with Daisy that night, but just a few moments later, he referred to her by name, Paige. He also claimed to have never given Daisy a drink until after they had relations, but again, moments later, he admitted to giving her a few drinks to, quote, break the ice. What's insane about this whole ordeal is that the officer who was conducting the interview with Matt was totally unconcerned, and he made that incredibly clear. In fact, at one point during the interview, the officer can be seen lounging in his chair, hands behind his head, as if shooting the breeze with a close friend. When Matthew admitted to dropping Daisy off on her front lawn that evening, literally tossing her into a pile of snow, the officer didn't even question it. He actually applauded Matt for making sure she made it home, quote, safely. If this weren't bad enough, one of the other boys who'd been present that evening, Jordan Zek, admitted that he'd filmed the relations between Daisy and Matt that evening, capturing the footage through a small crack in the doorway. But interestingly, as soon as the police asked to take a look at this footage, it had miraculously been deleted. Why he deleted the footage, well, that's never been explained. But I think it's clear to see that Jordan was most likely covering for his friend. Thankfully, despite the fact that the police had largely been blowing the whole thing off and doing their best to sweep it under the rug, they finally agreed to act on the situation, Before the sun had set that evening, police arrested Matt Barnett, Jordan Zek, and another boy who's never been named. But unfortunately, things wouldn't be that easy. By this point, Daisy had begun to wake up. And the story she told investigators, well, it wasn't pretty. When we hear about awful stories like this, it can be easy to forget that we can all end up in bad situations sometimes. Whether it's a night out with friends that suddenly goes horribly wrong, or if it's a simple mistake we've made that alters the course of our day or even our lives. The best way to keep ourselves out of dangerous situations is to keep our wits about us. But for some of us, we may need a little extra help doing that. This is where I place my trust in Magic Mind, an awesome mental performance shot that helps me feel a lot more focused and certainly provides a much needed boost of energy. Magic Mind has nearly everything you could want to help improve your mental clarity, including nootropics for focus, matcha for a boost of energy, adaptogens to keep your stress levels low, and heaps of vitamins. My favorite thing about Magic Mind is that the caffeine doesn't leave you all jittery. Since it comes from ceremonial grade matcha, it's a very smooth and even wave of energy that lasts most of the day and still lets you fall peacefully asleep at night. Magic Mind is backed by real-world doctors, and it was developed over the course of 10 years. Over 200 studies have been conducted regarding the ingredients in Magic Mind, and all of the mushrooms, and yes, mushrooms, that are used in it are grown organically in California. Now, I'll admit, I'm not much of a supplement guy, but the effects of Magic Mind, in my opinion, are undeniable. Now, it's not a one-shot fix-all. It takes a few days for the ingredients to build up in your body before you'll get the full effect, and it's designed to become a part of your morning routine to enhance your mood, motivation, and your focus. And it's certainly the best mental performance shot that I've ever used. The taste isn't too bad either. One of the main flavors that comes through is passion fruit, which I personally love. Give Magic Mind a try by visiting magicmind.com/tieknots and using code TIEKNOTS20 to get up to 56% off your first order in the next 10 days. The best part about this offer is that there's a 100% money-back guarantee if you decide you don't like it. All of your money back, no questions asked. Pretty much a risk-free investment, so give it a shot and let me know what you think. But let's get back to the story. As Daisy finally began to come to her senses, she could only remember bits and pieces of what had unfolded that evening. She didn't remember many details at all, but she did remember drinking before sneaking out of her home that night, then being given copious amounts of alcohol after arriving at the party. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that she'd overindulged until it was far too late. She couldn't recall having any sort of relationship with Matt that evening, and the only clear image of that evening that she could remember was a dog jumping on her lap while she was sitting on a couch. Seconds later, she passed out. Now, for anyone with half a brain, you know that Daisy's version of events clearly proves that from the moment she arrived at that party, she was not in control of her body. This alone should prove that Matt almost certainly took advantage of her that night. There was no way that he didn't, especially if she was already drunk the moment she arrived, as she would later admit. Even though Matt denied all of the charges that were placed against him, his friend, the one who's never been named, confessed to what he had done to Paige that evening. He pleaded guilty in court and recalled every detail of that night, including every time that Paige begged him to stop and she repeatedly told him no. In the end, he was sentenced to spend time in a juvenile facility, but Matt wasn't going down without a fight. He denied everything from the very beginning and even made sure to tell all of his friends and peers that Daisy was nothing more than a liar. With the intention of putting this whole situation behind her and letting the law decide how things should play out, Daisy then made the incredibly brave call to return to school while the investigation was carried out. She'd hoped that her friends and peers would support her and back her up on her allegations against Matt. But nothing could have been further from the truth. When Daisy arrived back at school, it seemed as though the entire student body had turned against her. In stark contrast to her expectations, everybody was being supportive of Matt, not Daisy. She was subjected to every type of bullying you could imagine because everyone believed that she'd made the whole thing up. The thing is, in the small community of Maryville, Matt's family name was known far and wide. His whole family was known for being the best of the best in everything they did. So it seemed unfathomable that Matt would be capable of something like this. Considering the influence his family had over the town, well, it's easy to see why everyone sided with Matt. As a result, Daisy lost most of her childhood friends who'd now turned their back on her. She was labeled every offensive name you could think of, and no one wanted anything to do with her anymore. Daisy's brother Charlie, who was supremely popular at the school and had formerly been best friends with Matt, was pretty much the only person who tried to protect her from the hate and the bullying. He took every opportunity to explain that he had proof that Daisy's allegations were true, but no one wanted to hear it. Within a matter of days, Daisy was merely a fragment of her former self. She lost all of her friends, she lost every bit of her popularity, and worse yet, she had to live in a world where no one believed a word she said. If this weren't bad enough, the Maryville Town Sheriff, Darren White, had spoken up and made it painfully clear he didn't believe Daisy either. He repeatedly claimed that his sympathy was with Matt, who was being held against his will for crimes he didn't commit. Sheriff White wanted more than anything to have these charges dropped and move on with his career. But in his eyes, these two lying girls simply wouldn't let that happen. When Sheriff White was later confronted with the idea that he may be wrong and the girls may be telling the truth, he literally laughed. He believed that the girls were simply doing it for attention, even though Paige's assailant had already confessed, been charged, and sent to juvenile detention. If this wasn't bad enough, he even took to insulting Daisy's mother, Melinda, claiming that Melinda loved being able to play the victim and get sympathy from her peers. Remember, this is a widowed single mother who was simply doing the best she could to keep her family together less than 3 years after the tragic loss of her husband and the horrific assault of her daughter. At what point in time are you allowed to be a victim if not in this exact situation? But if you could imagine, the worst was yet to come. After several months of being told that a court date would be set very soon, the Coleman family finally received news from the local authorities. They were excited to hear what kind of development had taken place in the case. But that's when they were told every charge against both Matt and Jordan, the boy who filmed the ordeal, had been dropped. Nothing else would be done, and both boys were free to return to their daily lives. The reason the police were able to do this was because of a slip of the tongue on Daisy's part. When Daisy was first coming out of her drunken days in the hospital, the officers posed a loaded question. Is there any chance that you may have told the boys that you would exchange sexual favors for alcohol? Daisy replied, quote, "I guess," and that was the end of it. The legal team used this statement against her and had the entire case dismissed. Paige, who was coherent the entire evening, claimed she'd never witnessed such a phrase leave Daisy's mouth. But it was pointless. The damage was done and the case was closed. The thing you have to keep in mind is that Daisy didn't even remember anything from that night. So her response of, "I guess," was nothing more than an honest assessment of the situation, not a suggestion or admission of guilt. Think of it like this. I hand you a sealed cardboard box, and I ask you, is there a chance there's a cat inside this box? Well, the only honest answer would be, sure, I guess. You have no idea what's inside the box, any more than Daisy had any idea what was going on in that basement. At this point, many people began to wonder if Matt's grandfather may have played a part in having these charges dropped. See, his grandfather was a former cop and a state representative, so to say that he had some pull with the Maryville Police Department would be an understatement. I honestly can't find the words to describe just how much of an influence the Barnetts had over this small town. It's truly sickening. At this point, for Daisy, her life was essentially ruined. She faced relentless bullying, both online and in person, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. This led her to attempt to take her own life 4 times. She became so fragile and such a danger to herself that her family removed the door from her bedroom so that they could always keep an eye on her. I can't believe I'm saying this, but somehow things still managed to get worse from here. Because while the family were away one evening, someone actually set their home on fire. Thankfully, no one was harmed, but the Coleman family vowed this was the end of the road. They packed up what was left of their belongings and left the city, moving several miles away to a neighboring town with a different police force and a whole new set of faces, finally giving themselves a fresh start. It was around this same time that Daisy's case started to gain attention on a national scale. And it didn't take long before an underground group of hackers learned of the criminal mischief that Sheriff White was up to, and they promised to put an end to it. A team of hackers known as Anonymous stepped up, and they didn't just ask for the case to be reopened, they demanded it. Their historic tagline sent chills down the spine of the Maryville Police Department and everyone involved in the investigation. "We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget." For those of you who may not be aware, Anonymous is a group of people that you don't want to mess with. No one even knows how many members of Anonymous there are, but each and every one of them is the best of the best when it comes to hacking. These people will find out information about you that you yourself probably didn't even know. They took on a similar case from Ohio and managed to hack into the personal social media accounts of various high school students who were connected to an eerily similar crime that took place there, exposing not only their personal information, but also private chats, photos, and videos, each of which confirmed the involvement of many students who police didn't even consider to be suspects at that time. When Anonymous took on Daisy's case, the Maryville police knew they had messed up. When they demanded justice for Daisy, Missouri state authorities finally knew they had to step in and do something. Soon afterward, they announced that a new prosecutor would be taking a look at the investigation and re-examining the evidence. But unfortunately, there simply wasn't enough here to lead to a conviction, or even lead to new charges. The police had Daisy cornered. That one statement she made while still stuck in a drunken stupor had tainted the entire case. There was simply nothing that could be done. Thankfully, Matt was finally held accountable for something, though. While he couldn't be charged for taking advantage of Daisy, he was charged and convicted for dumping her in the snow that evening. But still, he didn't spend a single night in jail. He was given 2 years probation and a 4-month suspended sentence. He also had to pay $1,800 in restitution to the Coleman family, as if that actually did anything. After all was said and done, Daisy somehow managed to continue pushing herself through high school and eventually even got a scholarship to Missouri Valley College. She later decided to get as far away from her haunting past as she possibly could, opting to move to Colorado to begin life anew as a tattoo artist. By this point, she was suffering severely with PTSD. She wanted so desperately to get away from the ghosts of her past. But no matter how fast she ran, tragedy was lurking just around the corner. In June of 2018, as Daisy was packing up her things and moving homes, her mother and brother offered to help her with the move. Her brother Tristan was riding with Melinda, their mother, when they were involved in a single car accident. Melinda was severely injured but made it out. Tristan did not. He lost his life immediately upon impact, leaving yet another dark hole in this family's history. But by this point in the story, you have to realize there's several minutes of this video left, and the story of the Coleman family is far from over. In the years following the horrific ordeal that Daisy had endured, she decided the only way to move past this was to share her story with others as a warning. She didn't want what happened to her to ever happen to any other child on this planet. She started speaking much more openly about her traumatic past and appeared in various interviews and speaking events to share her message. But by the summer of 2020, Daisy's past had finally caught up with her. At around 4 in the afternoon on August 4th, 2020, Melinda called in the Denver police and asked them to perform a welfare check on Daisy because she'd been incredibly depressed and hadn't heard from her in a while. When officers showed up, everything seemed fine. As a precaution, a crisis prevention agent stayed behind for a good while to better assess the situation and ensure that Daisy was safe. He left later on that evening. No sooner than he drove away, Daisy claimed her own life. She was pronounced deceased at the age of just 23 at 8:30 that evening. When Sheriff White found out about Daisy claiming her life, it seems he had a change of heart and finally admitted he may have been wrong all those years ago. At least that's the story I wish I could share. As it would turn out, Sheriff White doubled down on his stance against Daisy. In fact, it was election season, and he was running to be re-elected as the town's sheriff. In one of his speeches, if you could even imagine, this man took to the stage and proclaimed that Daisy decided to take her life at this particular moment as a way to spite him, bringing her story back into the spotlight and ruining his chances of winning the re-election. This man literally said this. Praise God, this man lost the election by a landslide. But still, the story isn't over. 4 months after Daisy claimed her own life, her mother took to social media, posting several remembrances of her daughter. It's safe to say at this moment she wasn't just thinking about Daisy, though. I feel certain that memories of Tristan, as well as her late husband, must have been flooding her mind. Because right after posting to social media, she too took her own life. An innocent victim or a common criminal. These are the two labels that have been given to Rachel Hoffman, a 23-year-old college student whose life was turned completely upside down after working with Florida police in a sting operation that went horribly, horribly wrong. Rachel had no idea that a simple routine traffic stop would send her life into a tailspin, and before Rachel knew it, she was facing a weekend in jail. But by April of the following year, things had turned sour. Rachel was now facing years of jail time after detectives tried to pin her for a crime that would have essentially ended her life. She was offered a once-in-a-lifetime get-out-of-jail-free card. The only catch was, she had to work undercover for the police. With nowhere else to turn, Rachel accepted the offer, not knowing that this job would be her last. Rachel Hoffman was by no means your average young woman. By the time she was 18, Rachel had done all the things most of us only ever dream of doing. Rachel was born in Clearwater, Florida, where she had, best I can tell, a largely ordinary childhood. The only thing that sets Rachel's childhood apart from most is that she had opportunities most of us could never imagine. See, Rachel wasn't a particularly wild kid, but she also wasn't a kid who was willing to settle down. She and her family were always up to something. By the time she was 12 years old, Rachel had already learned ballet, learned to ride horses, and she'd even been a major competitor in a Little Mermaid contest. Her life never seemed to stop moving forward, and having lived in Clearwater, Florida, it's easy to see why. Because Clearwater is a beautiful place to be, and it's a city that's filled with attractions and all sorts of things for a small family to do. As the name suggests, there are several beautiful clear beaches, all kinds of museums, cruises, sports events, restaurants, parks, everything. The only real issue with Clearwater is crime. While Clearwater certainly isn't a particularly dangerous place to be, there are definitely pockets of the city that you want to stay clear of. It's certainly not a city where you'd need to fear for your life while walking around at night, but it's absolutely a place where you need to keep your eyes open and maintain a little bit of common sense. For Rachel, she certainly had enough common sense and confidence to go around, but being the free-spirited woman she was, well, she wasn't going to let anything keep her from doing what she'd set her mind to doing. By the time Rachel had turned 18, she was on her way out of high school. By this point, her resume had grown to include being a flute player, a piano player, a skydiver, a Grand Canyon hiker, and so much more. Rachel just didn't know when to quit. After graduating high school, Rachel continued on with her academics and joined Florida State University. She was here from the time she was 18 until she was 23. And after graduating from Florida State, she planned to continue her education by moving to Arizona to pursue a culinary degree. By February of 2007, Rachel was continuing on her path to greatness. But that's when everything came crashing down around her. What should have been a simple traffic stop and an ordinary speeding ticket turned into so much more. Before Rachel even knew what was going on, her life had changed forever. It's stories like this that remind us that danger can pop up when we least expect it. And when you're injured, your injury could be worth millions. Insurance companies often love to lowball claims, but if you become a client of Morgan & Morgan, they will help to fight to get you what you deserve. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan is as popular as they are for a reason. They've won a lot. If you're ever injured, whether in an accident or otherwise, you should know that you have rights, and Morgan & Morgan will fight for their clients to protect those rights and get them the compensation they deserve. Just in the last few months, Morgan & Morgan has won a $12 million case in Florida, a $26 million case in Philadelphia, and a $6.8 million case in New York, all of which were dozens of times higher than the insurance offer. The best thing about Morgan & Morgan is that their fee is absolutely free unless you win the case. And there's a good reason why over 3 million people each year trust Morgan & Morgan and call them in their time of need. If you've been injured, it's super easy to start a claim with America's largest injury law firm in just a few clicks. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/truecrimestories, or click the link in the description. That's forthepeople.com/truecrimestories. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's video. It was February 27th, 2007. Rachel was in her final days of Florida State University and was already gearing up to transfer to Arizona. But before that could happen, her life changed in the blink of an eye. While Rachel was out driving one day, she got pulled over for speeding. It happens to everyone, and it's unlikely that Rachel thought much of it. The officer approached her window and asked for her license and insurance, but that wasn't all. Now, the details of what unfolded next are a bit uncertain, but it seems like the officer knew that something was a little bit off about Rachel. In fact, he could smell it. As soon as he caught a whiff of Rachel's car, he asked her to exit the vehicle. He then asked Rachel's permission to search the car. What he found in the car brought Rachel to her knees. As the officer combed through every square inch of the car, he finally found what he was looking for. He turned to Rachel with a bag that was filled with a certain plant, and at this point in history it was illegal in Florida. Rachel knew that she was in serious trouble. Not only did this crime mean that she may be spending some time in jail, or at the very least paying a very steep fine, but she also knew that a crime like this could cost her everything, including her getting kicked out of Arizona College before classes had even started. Rachel did everything she could to keep this off of her record, but her best efforts simply weren't enough. After the officer reported the crime, Rachel was forced to enter a rehab program and was told that she would be subjected to periodic testing to ensure that she was free and clear in the future. What's crazy to me is that the state was incredibly serious about these routine tests. Usually the state doesn't care about much of anything at all, but that wasn't true in this scenario. Now, we don't know how long Rachel was required to attend this rehab program, nor how long she was required to take these regular tests, but more than a year later, in March of 2008, we know that she was still going through with these tests. The only problem was, in March, someone close to Rachel lost their life. This meant that Rachel needed to travel all the way to Tallahassee to attend the loved one's funeral. But there was only one issue with this. On the day of the funeral, Rachel was also due to take one of her scheduled tests. She missed this appointment and, as a result, was ordered to spend a weekend in jail in April of 2008. Rachel did her time, got out of jail, and went back home. It wasn't really the end of the world for her. No, that would come just 2 weeks later. And this time Rachel would be doing a lot more than spending a couple days in a cage. This time, she was in deep. Just 2 weeks after Rachel was released from jail, she was in her apartment minding her own business when all of a sudden there was a powerful knock at the door. She opened the door to see what was going on, and that's when she noticed 2 police officers who stood there to greet her. There was a familiar skunky odor that poured out of Rachel's apartment, and she knew her time was up. The officers reported that there had been odor complaints from one of her neighbors. They then asked if Rachel had been using anything illegal that evening. She had. They then asked if she had anything illegal in her apartment. She did. They asked Rachel's permission to search her apartment, and she allowed them to. When they asked her what was going on to cause such an odor, Rachel knew she couldn't hide any longer, and she admitted to everything. But what was originally a fairly innocent crime and a somewhat light sentence turned into something much more, and in record time. That's because this time around, Rachel wasn't just holding on to a few grams of a plant. This time she'd been caught with much more. Now, because of the rules and terms of service on these streaming platforms, I can't specifically discuss what officers found, so we'll just say that under Rachel's couch cushions, officers found some illegal medications that very clearly proved that Rachel was looking to party. Not only that, but she had more than enough to share with her friends, so police began to fear that she may be selling these goods to other people. Needless to say, Rachel was arrested, but she could have never imagined what would unfold next. As she was taken to the local jail, Rachel learned that she faced multiple felony charges. If her previous charges didn't risk ending her college career, these charges certainly would. Rachel was set to be put away for a very long time. At the age of just 23 years old, Rachel didn't know what to do. She was nothing more than a college student who was looking to experiment, learn more about herself and who she really was, as well as have a good time. But she quickly learned the hard way that this type of a good time is rarely all it's cracked up to be. It was then that Rachel was introduced to Officer Ryan Pender, who offered her a deal that she simply couldn't refuse. All those drug charges, he'd make them go away. All she had to do was work for him. Desperate for any way out of this mess, Rachel agreed. This would turn out to be a mistake, that would cost her her life. Rachel's job with Officer Pender was simple. She would work undercover for the local police, helping them to locate and eradicate local smuggling operations. She'd show up to the homes or hotspots of various dealers, make a successful exchange, then report everything back to Officer Pender. The police told her that if she helped to get the weapons and illegal goods off the street, they'd wipe away any trace of her previous arrests. According to her boyfriend Ben, she was only initially asked to take part in 1 or 2 sting operations, but things quickly grew out of control. We don't know the specific number of undercover ops that Rachel went on, but we know that it was far greater than just 1 or 2. But by May of 2008, one of these operations took a dangerous turn that cast the entire state of Florida into a negative light. It was May 7th when Rachel reported to the Tallahassee Police Department for her next mission. She was taken to the office of Officer Pender, who would explain the details of her next assignment. Officer Pender would explain that Rachel was to be given a wire, then given $13,000 in cash. She was instructed to purchase a weapon, 1.5 ounces of one substance, and 1,500 tablets of another. She was to bring her haul straight back to the police so officers could link the crimes to the dealers. This sting operation was incredibly large. A total of 3 DEA agents, 15 police officers, Officer Pender, and Rachel had all been assigned to this investigation. And according to the Tallahassee Democrat, this was the largest sting in the department's history. The operation was scheduled to begin at 7 p.m., but from the very beginning, things did not go according to plan. At first, Rachel was set to meet up with the men at a predetermined location, but all of a sudden, they changed the meeting spot. A few hours later, they changed it again. Rachel was driving herself to Forest Meadow Park, where she was to meet up with these 2 men, but on her way there, she got a phone call from one of the men. Yet again, there was a change of plans, and during this one phone call, they changed the meeting twice more. They asked Rachel to meet them at a plant nursery, then switched to Gardner Road, a dead-end street with no hope of an easy exit. Rachel hung up the phone with the dealers and immediately called HQ to speak to Officer Pender. Officer Pender claims that he immediately picked up on what was taking place here, and he told Rachel to abandon the mission, saying that it was unsafe. He says that he doesn't know if Rachel hung up before hearing this command or if she purposefully ignored his warning. But after this call, Rachel was never heard from again. Police drove to Gardner Road, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rachel. There was no sign of her car, nor any indication she'd ever made it to the meeting spot. Detectives then drove over to Rachel's boyfriend's home, asking if he'd seen any sign of her. He hadn't, and that's when investigators knew that no matter what, this wasn't good. Either Rachel had run away and made off with the $13,000 they'd given her, or worse, the dealers had found out about the sting. It would be 2 more days before Rachel was finally found, but unfortunately for everyone involved, she lost her life. Rachel was found dumped in a gully and tangled up in vines in Perry, Florida, about an hour away from Tallahassee. She'd been hit with 5 rounds, then dumped like yesterday's garbage. A deep and extensive investigation into her disappearance was carried out, and that's when police learned that Rachel had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, sort of. As it would turn out, the dealers had made plans to rob Rachel that evening, taking the $13,000 and selling her aspirin rather than the substances she'd actually shown up for. But at some point during the meeting, things went awry. One thing led to another, and the dealers ended up grabbing Rachel's purse and searching it, and that's when they found the wire. The dealers did what dealers do best and tied up any loose ends, meaning Rachel lost her life right then and there. But the story isn't so simple. After news of Rachel's demise made it into the local media, the entire state of Florida was up in arms. How could a local police officer send an untrained young woman into the middle of a sting operation of this proportion? The biggest sting in the department's history was no place for a newly acquired informant to be. As it would turn out, just 3 years prior in 2005, the Department of Justice had issued a very clear and specific set of guidelines for how confidential informants were supposed to be treated and used. The Tallahassee Police Department failed to follow these guidelines, placing Rachel in harm's way without so much as a second thought. Rachel had no formal training and was remarkably unprepared for what she was thrown into. But that's not all. See, when Rachel was just about to start her mission and meet up with these dealers, Officer Pender claims that he knew something fishy was going on, and he claims that he immediately told Rachel to abandon the mission and return back to the police department. But the thing is, many people have begun to question whether or not this actually happened. Now, I haven't been able to find any evidence to point one way or the other, but many people feel as though Rachel was treated as little more than a disposable pawn in a much larger game of chess. Some people have speculated that Officer Pinder never gave any warning to Rachel, nor did he tell her to stand down and return home. He claims that Rachel either hung up before hearing his command, heard the command and didn't heed his warning, or that their call was disconnected and his commands didn't go through. Either way, after locating Rachel's body on May 9th, officers immediately closed in on the two dealers, and they were both charged and convicted for ending Rachel's life. They were each sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. In the ensuing investigation into the Tallahassee Police Department, several officers were suspended from their positions. In the end, the department openly admitted to their wrongdoing, confessing that Rachel had zero training as an informant, and admitting that she didn't even have any experience or prior knowledge of the substances that she would have been purchasing that evening. She quite literally went into the operation blind. Naturally, the police department was found to be at fault, but there's no mention of whether or not they faced any real repercussions for this. Now, Officer Pinder was fired as a result of the failed operation, but less than 2 years later, he was reinstated, so it doesn't seem like the department learned anything from this. Rachel's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the department, and they were eventually awarded $2.6 million, but that's pretty much the end of it. No further repercussions were faced. But there is somewhat of a silver lining here. Rachel didn't lose her life for nothing. In the wake of this disaster, in May of 2009, Rachel's law was passed by the Florida State Senate. This law helped to instate some seriously strict guidelines for how Florida officers are allowed to use informants, ensuring that a situation like this never happens again. This law requires every single police department in the state to subject informants to extensive training exercises to ensure that they're as prepared as they can possibly be for anything that gets thrown their way. If Rachel had had this type of training, it's incredibly likely she would still be here. If Rachel had had any training at all, she'd probably still be here. The thing we have to keep in mind is that laws like this cannot be substituted for common sense. Yes, Rachel's law is an incredible thing, and it's guaranteed to save countless lives. But it shouldn't take a lawyer or some college degree to understand that you can't throw an average civilian into the biggest police operation that the Tallahassee Police Department has ever seen. On what planet is this okay? And in what world did anyone think this was safe? I love the fact that Rachel's life wasn't stolen for nothing. There was some good that came of it. But she didn't have to lose her life for this to have taken place. Her fate should weigh heavily on the shoulders of all 19 officers who were involved in this operation. Not one of them spoke up. Not one of them suggested, hey, this is a bad idea. Not one of them did anything to preserve her life. Actions speak louder than words, and it's clear to see that the Tallahassee Police Department saw Rachel as nothing more than disposable. Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka, known in the media as Ken and Barbie, are two of the most twisted criminals that Canada has ever seen. And after hearing this story, I think you'll agree. Paul Bernardo is a particularly disturbing man who, along with the help of Karla, committed a series of crimes against young women in Ontario between 1986 and 1992. When the two were eventually apprehended, Karla struck a controversial plea bargain with prosecutors after she claimed she was an unwilling participant in the crime. But investigators would later find out this wasn't exactly true, but their deal had already been made. In more recent years, this plea bargain has been described as a deal with the devil. A total of 23 victims are involved in this case, making it an incredibly important story to tell, and one that you can't afford to miss. This story is so convoluted and filled with so many twists and turns that it's difficult to determine even where to begin. But I want to begin with a word of caution. Typically, I make these videos in remembrance of the victims. If you watch true crime stories for any length of time, you know that the victims are always my prime focus, but today's video will be a bit different. The sheer brutality of this case is something that needs to be spoken about so that the crimes that these two people committed will not be forgotten, especially considering one of these monsters is no longer even behind bars. So this video, rather than focusing on the victims, will be particularly focused on the criminals and the awful crimes they committed. So with that said, let's begin with the story of Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka, the Ken and Barbie killers. Paul Bernardo was born in Ontario in 1964 to his parents Kenneth and Marilyn. Paul's father was a seriously sick man. It's been reported that Kenneth had an unusual fascination with his daughter, Paul's sister. Kenneth would reportedly abuse the girl in front of the entire family, including Paul, his brother, and their mother. Now, the details of this abuse haven't been clarified, but it's safe to say that whatever went on in the Bernardo household, well, it wasn't pretty. Thankfully, Paul's father would eventually be held accountable for his crimes, but the family never recovered. Even years after the abuse had ended, Marilyn, Paul's mother, suffered from severe mental health issues, including depression and uncontrollable anxiety. During the time that her husband still lived in the family home, Marilyn grew so afraid and paranoid that she packed up her things and moved into the basement, just to have some physical distance between herself and her husband. The natural question many people may be asking is, why didn't she just leave it? Well, you have to keep in mind, when you're living alongside a ticking time bomb and also a proven psychopath, you can't really afford to rock the boat, so to speak. Marilyn was likely just doing the best she could to make sure that she didn't end up 6 feet under. Regardless of his troubles at home for much of his childhood, Paul didn't really present himself as being someone with a troublesome home life. All in all, he was a fairly ordinary kid. But as he entered his teenage years and young adult years, things began to change. While he grew up being a very outgoing boy, taking pride in his enrollment with the Boy Scouts, underneath, the cracks had begun to show. He began to develop an obsession with fire. By the time he was 16, his parents had gotten into a monumental argument after Kenneth, Paul's father, discovered that Marilyn had been having an affair. Soon after, Paul found out that Kenneth may not even be his biological father. This planted a seed of resentment in Paul, who had now developed a hatred for his mother. The two would often curse at one another, call each other names, and ultimately make an already difficult childhood just that much worse. Around this same time, Paul had been dating a girl from his school. Paul was head over heels for this girl, but then she unexpectedly left him for one of his best friends. This rather obviously only made Paul's hatred that much stronger. But now, he didn't just hate his mother, he hated all women, seeing them as little more than objects that he could take advantage of. He later took several of his ex-girlfriend's belongings and set them on fire in retaliation for what she had done to him. As years passed by, somehow Paul managed to get into college. It was here that his behavior towards women reached a worrisome peak, and Paul was soon headed down a path that very few ever returned from. He and his college friends were now of drinking age and begun concocting new ways to pick up women from local bars. Paul's attempts were unfortunately fairly successful. He would convince his dates to come back home with him, where he would engage in disturbingly aggressive behavior in the bedroom, often without the consent of these women. This eventually led to 2 women getting restraining orders against him, but many of the other women were too afraid to go to the police, as Paul had already threatened their lives if they were to do so. But it was around this same time that Paul met someone new, a woman named Karla Homolka. While many of the other women that Paul had dated were resistant to his behaviors, so to speak, Karla encouraged them. The two had an immediate attraction for one another, and overall, their compatibility was undeniable. This all took place in 1987, and as the years passed by, the relationship between Karla and Paul only got stronger. But something else was taking place during this time as well. A series of attacks against women have been sweeping across the Scarborough area. The bulk of these attacks occurred between 1987 and 1990, with many of these victims being underage. The criminal would wait near bus stops and wait for lonely women to exit the bus, ambushing the victims when they were most vulnerable, often completely unaware that someone had even been following them. At least 19 of these cases were reported to the police, but it's possible there were many more that were never spoken of. Police caught on to this series of crimes quite quickly, and DNA samples were taken from each confirmed report. Police spoke with Paul about these crimes, and he even voluntarily submitted his DNA for comparison. But for reasons that remain unclear, his DNA was never actually tested. And this would prove to be a fatal mistake. By 1990, Paul and Carla had gotten engaged. Not too long after this, Paul lost his job as an accountant, and Carla's family allowed him to move into their home. Carla lived at home with her parents and younger sister, Tammy. Tammy was just 15 years old at the time, and Paul was about 26 or so. No sooner than Paul moved in, he became fixated with Tammy. Even though he was set to marry Tammy's older sister, he couldn't control his lust for her. In the end, Carla and Paul worked together to get Paul exactly what he wanted: unrestricted access to Tammy's bedroom. The two concocted a plan to feed Tammy spaghetti that had been laced with a sedative, and once Tammy passed out, well, I think you can infer what happened next. All the while, Carla was seemingly a willful participant in the crime against her sister, with some rumors saying that Carla sat back and watched the whole crime take place, while others say that she joined in. At the same time, Carla was working for a local animal clinic. When working one day, Carla was left alone with prescription medications long enough that she was able to grab a few additional sedatives, bringing them home to Paul. This was around December. In Carla's own words, she wanted to sedate Tammy and give her to Paul as a Christmas present. Thus, she dosed her sister up once again, but this time things wouldn't go according to plan. The two had moved Tammy down into the basement so that Paul's so-called gift wouldn't be witnessed by Carla's parents. But while in the basement, Tammy, still unconscious, began to vomit. Considering she had no control over her body, there was nothing she could do to keep from choking, and she very quickly stopped breathing. Paul and Carla began to panic. So before calling an ambulance for help, the two cleaned up the scene of the crime, vacuumed the basement, washed and changed clothes, and got themselves cleaned up. And only then did they call an ambulance for help, but by this point, it was far too late, and Tammy had lost her life. Somehow, despite being witnessed cleaning the basement from top to bottom in the middle of the night, police accepted the theory that Tammy passed away after drinking heavily, then choking on her own vomit. The case wasn't investigated any further, and Carla and Paul got away with it. Soon after this crime took place, Paul and Carla moved out of the Homolka household and got a place of their own, allowing them even more privacy to carry out their disturbing crimes. By now, it was June of 1991. Paul had been traveling through Burlington while looking for license plates that he could steal. While driving around, he came across a young girl who had been locked out of her house after she had missed curfew. Paul approached the girl and, rather strangely, openly told the girl that he was planning on breaking into her neighbor's house. Even more strange, the girl didn't even bat an eye. She didn't even question it. She just asked Paul if he had any cigarettes. Paul then led the girl back to his car, where he blindfolded her, forced her into the car, then drove her back to his home, where he informed Carla that he'd found their next victim. Over the following few days, Carla and Paul videotaped themselves doing all sorts of things to the girl. The situation was far too graphic to mention here, and I know that's not something you guys want to hear, but I just can't get into these sorts of details when these victims are so young and the crimes are just so unnaturally terrible. After the crime had been completed, Paul and Carla encased the victims' remains in cement and dumped the evidence in Lake Gibson, about 11 miles from their home. The dump site was discovered just 2 weeks later, but there wasn't enough evidence to immediately link the crime to Paul and Carla. This brings us to April 16, 1992. Paul and Carla were driving around near St. Catherine's School looking for other potential victims. As they drove past the Holy Cross Secondary School, they spotted someone. Now, again, due to the girl's age and the circumstances of the crime, I won't be revealing her name as it really doesn't add anything for the story here. For this reason, we'll just call the girl Kay. Paul and Carla pulled into a parking lot just a short distance away from Kay. Carla then got out of the car with a map in hand, pretending to be lost, hoping for some assistance. When Kay grabbed the map to help Carla out, Paul ran up from behind, forcing her into the front seat of the car, restraining her and driving away. When Kay didn't return home that afternoon, her parents knew something was wrong. Around 24 hours later, her shoe was found in the parking lot where she was abducted, and investigators knew they had a crime on their hands. Once again, for the few days that the girl was held captive by Karla and Paul, they videotaped themselves doing whatever they wanted to the girl. Kay was found in a ditch just 2 weeks later, about 40 minutes away from her school. All evidence had been washed away before she was abandoned, meaning investigators had very little evidence to go on. Her hair had all been cut off as well, so identification was a bit more difficult than it needed to be. Keep in mind, the victims we've just covered only account for 3 of a total of 23 crimes, meaning there are confirmed to have been at least 20 other crime scenes connected to the couple, but there are likely dozens more that officers simply don't know about. But by 1992, things were beginning to heat up, and the police were hot on the trail of these two. Both Karla and Paul were questioned several times in connection to the crimes, but at this point, the investigation was well underway. While investigators only had 2 confirmed victims at this moment, the unexpected demise of Tammy, Karla's sister, was beginning to look a bit suspicious as well. But without any hard evidence, there wasn't much that could be done. It was December of 1992 when all of that changed. Karla and Paul had gotten into a heated argument, leading Paul to attack Karla with a flashlight, hitting her over and over again and causing her to become so badly injured that she told her friends she'd gotten into a car accident, and some of them believed this to be a plausible excuse, meaning the extent of her injuries must have been pretty severe. But when Karla's parents found out, they weren't so easily convinced. They showed up to the couple's home and physically removed Karla from the situation. They took her to a local hospital where she revealed that Paul had done this to her. She was treated for her injuries and a police report was filed. Paul was arrested but was released a short while later. Now, if you remember a while ago, I mentioned that Paul voluntarily submitted his DNA to the police, but they didn't really do anything else about the cases that had been piling up. Well, 26 months later, more than 2 years later, they finally submitted Paul's DNA for comparison and found that it was a match. Paul was then placed on a secret 24-hour surveillance by investigators. Around this same time, Karla opened up to her family about the extent of Paul's abuse, revealing that he was not only abusive towards her, but that she knew, without a doubt, that Paul was the man who had harmed all 23 of those girls. But in a shocking twist, she revealed that she'd been involved in some of the crimes as well, though she explained that she'd been forced into compliance by Paul, who had allegedly threatened to harm her if she didn't do exactly as he had asked. Police arrested Paul almost immediately after this confession, and they began an intense search of his home. They had caught wind of there allegedly being videotapes that documented some of the crimes, but when they searched the home, only one of these tapes was found. Now, normally in cases like this, police will tear a house apart while looking for evidence, but for some weird reason, police weren't allowed to conduct any level of demolition inside the home, meaning they were incredibly limited in their abilities to search. Their search of the home took a total of 71 days. After this search was concluded, the evidence against Paul was minimal. Police only found the one aforementioned tape, but the only evidence that it contained would have implicated Karla, not Paul. And this is where things get a bit strange. See, before the discovery of this tape, Karla had struck a deal with police. In exchange for a dramatically lesser sentence than Paul was facing, Karla spoke with police and revealed the extent of their crimes against these girls and young women. Police agreed to this plea bargain with Karla. They were under the assumption that Karla had been forced to commit these crimes after being threatened by her husband. But even though Karla had been forced to commit the crimes, the fact of the matter is, she still committed them. This meant that she wasn't completely immune from charges, but police assured her that her sentence would be far less severe. Karla agreed to the terms of this bargain, and police drew up a contract for her, and she revealed everything she knew about the victims, helping police in their search of Paul's home. But after this search was concluded, as mentioned, they found minimal evidence. But that's when Paul told his lawyer where he had hidden all of the secret tapes. Paul instructed his lawyer to remove a light fixture from the upstairs bathroom, and inside of this fixture, all of the tapes were hidden away. The lawyer hid these tapes from investigators, but soon after this discovery and the realization of the extent of Paul's crimes, the lawyer resigned. Paul's new attorney was then given access to the tapes, which he immediately handed over to the authorities. When police viewed these tapes, they found all the evidence they needed to put Paul away for life, but there was only one problem. They also found enough evidence to put Karla away for life as well. Despite claiming that Paul forced her into submission, investigators quickly learned that this was all a ruse. The tapes clearly revealed that Karla played an almost equal role in these crimes. She wasn't forced at all, she was a willing participant. But the fact is, they'd already signed a plea bargain with Karla. This meant that regardless of what the tapes documented, there was little they could do. Paul was eventually handed a life sentence, though he was given the possibility of parole after 25 years. Thankfully, parole has never been granted. Karla, on the other hand, was given a maximum sentence of just 12 years behind bars. As a result, she was released almost 20 years ago, back in 2005. Despite her release, Karla was still kept under pretty strict supervision. She was required to submit a DNA sample to police, as well as required to tell police if she planned to be away from her home for more than 48 hours. She was also required to attend regular counseling and therapy, and has been prohibited from being in an isolated presence of anyone under the age of 16. She's also been barred from contacting Paul or any of the victims' families. When she was analyzed by a psychiatrist, Karla was, by all means, determined to be a relatively normal person. She doesn't have a particularly disturbing past, nor does she show any of the usual markers of being a volatile person. But one of her psychiatrists remarked that while Karla comes across as a perfectly normal person, her morality is questionable at best. She was ultimately declared as being a normal person, albeit one with particularly dark desires, which is likely how she was able to be so complicit in so many of these chilling crimes. In the end, this is a case that's just truly bizarre. Karla and Paul were subsequently described in the media as being Ken and Barbie, the perfect partners for one another. There isn't really much commentary to add to this case, outside of the obvious, what the heck? I mean, seriously. Thankfully, Paul has since been locked away for life. Karla, on the other hand, remarried immediately after her release and has been married to the same man since 2005. All we can really do is hope that her dark desires don't re-emerge as time passes by. The small town of Bathurst in New South Wales is rarely interesting. Being a small college town, when the students are at school or gone for the holidays, the town falls eerily silent. But this wasn't true during the holiday season of 2001. Janine Vaughn was a local shopkeeper who was known all throughout the town. So when she vanished without a trace on the evening of December 7th, the entire town waited on the edge of their seats to find out what had happened to her. Janine was last seen stepping into a small red car, but after this, she was never seen again. The police force were hot on her trail, taking action the moment she was reported missing. But that's when a few people started to suspect that investigators may have known a lot more than they were letting on, and one of their own detectives may just be responsible. Cold turkey may be great on sandwiches, but sometimes it's not the greatest way to break bad habits. I'm not saying you need to go through some mind-altering trip through the jungle to cleanse your thoughts. I'm just talking about today's sponsor, Fume. Not every aspect of a bad habit is wrong, so why not just remove the bad parts of your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-winning device that does just that. Instead of using complicated electronics, Fume is a completely natural flavored air device. Fume is an easy way to replace your bad habit with something good. Something that's free to enjoy without all the negative consequences. Your Fume device comes with an adjustable airflow dial that's specifically designed with moving parts and magnets, making it great for fidgeting if the need arises. Now, I'll admit, I was a bit skeptical about Fume at first. I didn't fully understand it, and I didn't really know what to expect. But I was incredibly shocked by the flavor the first time I tried it. They're super smooth and downright enjoyable. My personal favorite is the crisp mint. The entire feel of Fume is great. It's evenly weighted, perfectly balanced, and it's great to just sit and fiddle with. I didn't even realize it at the time, but I was sitting here fiddling with it the entire time I was writing this video. Stopping is something that we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/truecrime or scan the QR code and use code TRUECRIME to get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. The Fume Solano just launched on November 6th, and you can upgrade your Journey Pack to the Solano to enjoy the premium walnut barrel and onyx black coated mouthpiece that has a smoother finish and still get 10% off. That's tryfum.com and use the code TRUECRIME to save an additional 10% off your order today. Thanks to Fume for sponsoring today's video. Janine Vaughn grew up in New South Wales's Hunter Valley region. Janine had a largely happy childhood, but she certainly had a few struggles as well. She lived in a household filled with various members of her extended family, but even with all these people around, there were still times that she felt alone. See, Janine's mother had stepped out of the picture when she was quite young. The circumstances surrounding this are unclear, but one source indicates that her mother abandoned her shortly after she was born, leaving her to be raised by other members of her family. By the time she was a young adult, she decided to move to Bathurst with her boyfriend. The two lived in Bathurst for quite some time together, but their relationship eventually broke down. At this point, Janine had already made a home for herself here, so rather than head back to Hunter Valley, she opted to stay in the area of Bathurst, making a really solid life for herself. Janine soon found a job at an Ed Harry menswear store, selling suits, pants, pretty much everything a businessman could need. She was the manager of the store and seems to have taken great pride in her work. Even though Janine had left many of her friends and family members behind in Hunter Valley, she'd found a close-knit group of friends in Bathurst as well, so she wasn't really missing out on much in terms of her social life. Janine's best friend, Rebecca, was always around when she needed someone, and the two were virtually inseparable. Rebecca remembers Janine as being a fun, easygoing person who was super outgoing. Rebecca says that Janine was always there for anyone who needed a friend, and she loved taking care of other people. She was also a very social person and looked for any excuse to head out into the town to have a good time. On top of all this, Rebecca says that Janine was also a very careful person. Even though she loved meeting new people and making new friends, she always kept her wits about her and kept people at a safe distance until she felt that she could truly trust them. For Rebecca, this made things all the more bizarre when she learned from investigators that Janine had vanished after getting into a car with someone that she'd never met before. According to Rebecca, there was a 0% chance Janine would have done this. She claims that she and Janine shared all of their friends. Janine didn't have a single acquaintance or friend that Rebecca wasn't fully aware of. To her, Janine would have never entered a car with someone she didn't know. And according to Rebecca, this means that whoever took Janine on that warm December evening, she knew them. It was December 6th, 2001. Janine had met up with two of her close friends to head out into the town and spend the evening at one of the bars in Bathurst. Her friends were Jordan Morris and Juanita Murphy, who appeared to have been dating at the time. The three spent the evening at the Metro Tavern, also known as the Metro Nightclub. They spent the entirety of the evening here, carrying over their affairs into the early morning hours of December 7th, finally leaving the bar at about 3:45 a.m. CCTV footage from the evening showed that shortly before leaving the bar, Jordan and Juanita had gotten into an argument. While this was going on, Janine had lost her handbag and was desperately searching for it. She never did find her bag, but the three decided to leave the bar anyway. Several hours later, her bag was found by a member of the cleaning crew. When her bag was investigated later on, it was found to have contained her cell phone, keys, money, and identification. So Janine would have been virtually helpless without it. After they left the Metro Tavern, the three decided to head toward the Oxford Hotel nearby, planning to have one final round of drinks before calling it a night, or a morning at this point. It seems that Janine was growing tired of hearing the couple bickering all the time because, according to police, Janine was walking about 40 meters ahead of the couple as they made their way toward the hotel. They all made their way onto Keppel Street, and that's when Jordan and Juanita noticed a car up ahead. The car suddenly popped a U-turn and pulled up alongside Janine. The grainy CCTV footage shows that the car had stopped for about 27 seconds before Janine agreed to get inside. Multiple witnesses at the time remembered that the car was red, but that's about all they could say with any certainty. A few sources claim that the car was also a Mazda, but it's unclear how they came to this assumption, though police are accepting this information as likely factual. Investigators have supplied a reconstruction image of the vehicle they believe to be a close match to the one that Janine was seen getting into, but this reconstruction looks more like a BMW than a Mazda if you ask me. Janine's friends were, rather obviously, confused by her sudden decision to hop into a car that evening. But one thing I haven't seen anyone else report on is the fact that it was raining very heavily that night. As the three left the bar, it was merely a drizzle, but at the time that Janine got into the car, it was pouring. Janine's family and friends, Rebecca specifically, says that there's no chance she would have gotten into that car if she didn't know the person who was driving. But what we have to keep in mind is that when people are desperate for help, for example if it's pouring down rain and they have no ride, they can do some rather unusual things. To top this off, not only was it pouring down rain, but Janine and her friends had been at a bar for hours upon hours that night. It's safe to assume that she was probably pretty drunk, so I don't personally find it too crazy to believe that Janine may have gotten into a vehicle with someone she wasn't familiar with that night. When Janine rode off with this unknown individual that evening, her friends didn't bother reporting her to the police. After all, they were operating under the assumption that she likely knew this person. Because of this, alarms weren't raised until hours later when Janine failed to show up to her store later that morning. After she was reported missing, everyone in the town began to fear the worst. Not because Janine was a fairly vulnerable young woman who was kidnapped under highly suspicious circumstances, but because of something much worse. See, in the weeks leading up to Janine's disappearance, the town of Bathurst was already on edge. A series of unusual and unsettling crimes had been taking place over the last few weeks, and police were beginning to fear that they may have a much bigger problem on their hands, and a serial attacker may have been lurking the streets. To say that Janine Vaughn vanished without a trace would be the understatement of the century. Janine left behind zero evidence, the very definition of nothing. In all seriousness, she may as well have been abducted by aliens because there wasn't even the slightest inkling of where she may have gone. One interesting bit of information that makes this case all the more suspicious is, according to the cleaner who found Janine's purse, the purse appeared to have been deliberately hidden. The cleaner says that when they found the purse, it had been forcefully wedged into a corner and was being covered up by a couple of bags of chips. Whoever put the purse here didn't want it to be found. According to the Sydney Morning Herald, a total of 3 police forces investigated her disappearance, including the Strike Force Toko, the Mountbatten PD, and Toko 2. Toko 2 is still actively investigating the case, but they've still largely come up empty-handed even after all this time. When speaking with various officers and police departments who were assigned to the case, they all say that the case was contaminated and doomed from the start. One officer reported at the beginning of the investigation that resources were plentiful, and they felt optimistic that they would be able to get to the bottom of this relatively quickly. With CCTV evidence and various witness reports collected during the beginning stages of the investigation, things were looking up. But as time passed by, resources quickly needed to be allocated to other investigations, leading Janine's case to run cold sooner than anyone had hoped. By 2005, the case had begun to fall apart. This is because of an investigation into the potential involvement of a local police detective. This detective had a romantic interest in Janine, and showed this shortly before she went missing. But he was also the lead investigator in her disappearance, according to the Sydney Morning Herald. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence in this case is Janine's diary. In her diary, she repeatedly wrote about a detective by the name of Mr. Hosemans. Janine claims that Mr. Hosemans was stalking her and refused to leave her alone. He was very obviously interested in her, but the feeling was not mutual. It's assumed that Janine made this known to Mr. Hosemans, but he simply wasn't getting the message or didn't care. Multiple investigations helped to clear this detective's name, but rather mysteriously, the diary that implicated this detective in the first place has miraculously vanished from evidence archives, which is pretty fishy if you ask me. By 2006, an alternative task force was established to help continue the investigation into Janine's disappearance. And this new task force pulled the case away from the desk of Mr. Hosemans, who again was the lead investigator into a case that he was also the primary suspect for, finally giving this case a fair shot at actually being solved. This new task force announced that they were closing in on a person of interest, but this person has never been named publicly. It was around this same time that the Sydney Morning Herald, the simple news and media company, made a heroic effort to try to help push the case along, assigning their own team of investigators to push for answers and try to bring this case to a close. An investigator for this newly established force explained that when he was handed the case, it was incredibly contaminated. He said that they needed to go back and re-interview many of the witnesses and informants from years ago, but that their statements were largely unhelpful, presumably because the public's opinion on the case in the years since the crime unfolded had now swayed people's memories and perceptions about what had really taken place that evening. By 2009, the state coroner had announced that she feared the trail for Janine had completely gone cold, and she feared the criminal may never be caught, as too much time had passed since the incident. A total of 3 people of interest were privately named, but each of these people insisted they were innocent, and officers didn't have nearly enough evidence to accuse any of the 3 of them for any sort of involvement. But that's when the Sydney Herald made a groundbreaking discovery that may just help bring this case to a close. The Sydney Morning Herald was given access to a total of 47 people of interest who investigators believe may somehow be involved with the case. The Herald was able to hone in on one person in particular, who seems to have had a very strange connection to Janine's disappearance. According to the Herald, they were able to track down dozens of people who knew this man personally, including his friends, family, and people that had worked with him in the past. More specifically, they were interested in people who had visited his home around the time that Janine had vanished. 2 of the witnesses that detectives spoke with had very vivid memories of what had taken place all those years ago, and they specifically recalled visiting his home between late 2001 and 2002, just months after Janine had vanished. Each of these witnesses requested that their identities remain anonymous, and rightfully so. One of these individuals recalled an incredibly strong, quote, horrendous odor coming from an indoor area of the suspect's home. He claimed that this terrible smell lasted for several weeks before it finally began to fade. The witness remembers the time that he entered the home and says that he distinctly remembers claiming that the place smelled awful. He also remembers a very specific sound, which he described as sounding like a beehive. He says that there was a lot of buzzing, and considering this man used to live on a farm, he felt that it suggested the presence of a dead animal. But in his mind, he felt that the sheer number of bees or bugs that would be required to make such a loud noise would have been far more than the number that would have been interested in any animal. He believed something had died here, and it was quite large, maybe even the size of a human. The witness also recalls seeing a note that had been attached to the suspect's fridge. A note that he found very unusual, but the contents of this note have not been made public, as the Herald fears that it may hinder their investigation. They've since passed the contents of this note on to professional investigators. The second witness that the Herald spoke to remembers visiting the suspect's house around 2002, and she doesn't remember any particularly offensive smell, but she does remember the loud buzzing sounds. Worse yet, she witnessed the bugs firsthand. She says that she saw an incredibly unusual number of bugs that were interested in one particular area of the home. She says that this area of the home was, quote, insanely full of bugs that she described as either bees or wasps. She says that none of the insects were flying though, but they were crawling around on the ground and hundreds of them were lying there dead. She says that after sweeping them up, she would come back and hundreds more would have appeared. The woman says that this infestation lasted for several months. When speaking to a forensic biologist, the Herald says that they were led to believe that these insects were most likely hoverflies, which can often be found at the site of decomposition. She also said that these bugs closely resemble bees or wasps. But it was at this point that the case truly took a turn that, in all honesty, blew me away. The Herald looked back through various property records, and they came across a man who owned this property back in the 1980s, and he had outlined the rough location of a cellar that had since been closed up. This was found on a floor plan that the man had created many years ago. He mentioned that when he purchased the home, a cellar could have been accessed by opening up a hatch, or a trap door as he called it. He said that he used the cellar to store renovation supplies when he was carrying out the work on the home. When the work was completed, he said that he felt as though the trapdoor was a hazard, so he decided to close it up permanently, eliminating access to this cellar entirely. But the cellar was still completely intact underneath the subfloor. The cellar was never filled in. The Herald says that they passed this information on to investigators, but the detectives refused to comment on whether or not they'd followed up on this new lead. But rather interestingly, several of the witnesses that the Sydney Herald had spoken to said that they were contacted by investigators within a few weeks after the Herald reported this information to them. So this leads us to one big question here. Who was the owner of this house when Janine went missing? And who could possibly be responsible? Well, the truth may be stranger than fiction. If you remember, the Sydney Morning Herald announced that they were handed a list of 47 total people of interest. Well, one of these people was none other than the lead investigator in Janine's case, as mentioned a moment ago. This man was Detective Brad Hosemans. Brad was interviewed at length regarding Janine's disappearance after it was found that he had a romantic interest in her in the weeks leading up to her sudden disappearance. One witness claimed to have actually seen Janine with Brad on the night that Janine vanished, but that's not all. See, the witness didn't spot the two having a friendly conversation. Instead, the witness claimed to have seen Janine bound and gagged in the back of Brad's car. Brad claimed that he had no idea what had happened to Janine. To top this off, he claimed he wasn't even in Bathurst at the time that she vanished. He claimed to be in Newcastle. But police very quickly found evidence that proved otherwise. In fact, he was in Bathurst when Janine vanished. He explained this away by claiming that he had traveled multiple times around this time period and must have simply been mistaken. Hosemans has repeatedly denied any involvement in Janine's disappearance, but many people simply aren't buying this story. About 4 years after Janine had disappeared, the New South Wales police received an anonymous letter that insisted that Detective Hosemans was behind the crime. But the letter was unable to provide any irrefutable evidence that this was true. Another detective says that this letter suggested local police were covering up the crime to help protect one of their own, but there just wasn't enough evidence to back this up. There have been many eyes on Detective Hosemans ever since he was first suspected of involvement in this case, but there's truthfully no solid evidence against him, and we have no reason to believe he may have been this mysterious person of interest. Well, except for one small footnote that I found while investigating this case. One article I came across referenced an investigation that was carried out at Brad Hosemans' home. This article detailed how a team of investigators arrived at his home and drilled through the concrete floor at Brad's home. There were no other details about this investigation that were mentioned, but this begs the question, why would detectives have wanted to look underneath the floor of his home? This is just my personal theory, but is it possible that there may have been a cellar hidden underneath the floor? Maybe even the cellar that was uncovered by the Sydney Herald. Obviously, the person of interest was never named by the Sydney Morning Herald, but this just seems too specific to not be the case. Though, let me be clear, there is no proof that Brad Hosemans is responsible for this. After all, the drilling investigation allegedly didn't find anything beneath his flooring that implicated him in the case, though I've not been able to confirm when this drilling took place. So it is entirely possible that if it was Brad Hosemans' home that had the hidden cellar, and Janine's body was somehow placed down there, well, it may have already been eliminated by the hundreds of bugs by the time investigators looked for it, but again, that's just my personal input. One thing about this unknown person of interest that's incredibly interesting and can't be overlooked is that nearly all of his former coworkers recalled the man as being remarkably volatile, and you'd never know which version of him you'd be greeted by each day of the week. He was regarded as having zero respect for females, particularly his female coworkers. He was noted on multiple occasions by multiple women as making unwanted sexual advances, just like what happened to Janine. But it doesn't seem like any legal action was ever taken. Several people described him as having a Jekyll and Hyde personality type. When it came to men, he was very well composed, honest, and decent. But when women came into the picture, he would shift, coming off as arrogant, mean, and downright nasty. He was also described as showing up to work incredibly clean cut and proper one day, only to show up looking disheveled, sweaty, and dirty the next day. Several of his former coworkers recall their time working with him, saying that there were many days when they felt genuinely scared around him. He would often shout angrily at people, particularly females, and many people remarked that he seemed to have some demons buried beneath the surface. One male coworker recalled that he got along very well with the man, but said that he was in constant fighting with women and it certainly made him apprehensive about him. He specifically recalled that when dealing with women, he was, quote, a nasty person, no doubt about that. He added the confrontation was real, but he had no explanation about why the man was so mean to his female coworkers. So, is this mysterious man Detective Brad Hoseman's? Well, maybe. It has been noted by one of the more recent investigative task forces that Brad is, at this very moment, still one of the top 3 persons of interest. Even though his own police force cleared him of any involvement, that doesn't mean they were honest during their investigation. After all, cops don't rat out other cops and live to tell the tale. That's just common knowledge. But the reason I believe there may be some level of corruption going on in this case is actually tied back to one particular piece of evidence that, again, I haven't really seen mentioned in any of the write-ups about this case. See, back in 2001, police collected a knife as a piece of evidence that they strongly believed may have been tied to Janine's possible demise. Very little information is available about this knife, but what's incredibly shocking and supremely fascinating is that the knife was destroyed by police officers back in February of 2002, less than 3 months after Janine disappeared. And what investigative team was leading the case at the time? Brad Hoseman's. The same team who mysteriously lost the diary that implicated Brad in the first place. Though, in all fairness, we don't know for sure whether or not this knife was even related to Janine's case. It's just strongly suspected to have been. In fact, if this knife was involved in the case, it could possibly implicate an entirely new suspect, a man named Dennis Briggs. Dennis knew Janine, but not on a personal level. They went to the same bar quite often, but he claims to have never seen her there. Dennis says he only knew of Janine from the menswear store where she worked. There was a report that Dennis supposedly confessed to the crime, but this confession was later tossed out after Dennis claims to have been intimidated by the police in order to coerce a false confession. Several other people have spoken out about Dennis over the years, and it's even known that he owned a red car at the time of the crime. But this car was searched and no evidence was found. Dennis remains a person of interest, but there isn't really any real evidence tying into the case. The final person of interest is a man named Andrew Jones, a local pharmacist who owns a red car matching the one seen at the scene of the crime. Andrew's pharmacy was located in the same shopping center as Janine, but he claims to have never known her, though it appears he did know of her. Receipts were found that proved he visited the store where she worked, but dozens of people shop there every day, so it doesn't prove anything. Andrew also bears a bit of a resemblance to the man who was witnessed driving the red car that evening, but the description is also pretty vague, so that's not really conclusive either. Janine's family are still actively pursuing her case, and so are investigators. There's currently a $1 million reward available for any information that brings this case to a close. But Janine's family have completely lost faith in the police force at this point, and who could really blame them? Her family has spoken out as recently as 2023, saying that Janine's father is now in very poor health, and more than anything, they want to bring this case to a close before he inevitably loses his life. So if you have any information regarding what happened to Janine Vaughn, you're urged to contact Crime Stoppers Australia at 1-800-333-000. This case still remains unsolved, but let's hope it doesn't stay that way for much longer. It was February 13th, 2009, when Amber Dubois set off for school for what would unknowingly be the final time. As she arrived, she was approached by a boy who appeared to be a bit older than her, and certainly much larger. The two chatted outside for a few brief moments, and then Amber disappeared. Just a year later, in February of 2010, Chelsea King was out jogging on a local hiking trail in Rancho Bernardo Park. She planned on going on a 5-mile hike, but at some point along the way, she too disappeared. Investigators would later find pieces of her clothing scattered all around the trail, and soon after, detectives came across a crime scene. As a quick side note from today's story, did you know that your personal data is actually being sold online by data brokers right now? I believe we all have the right to keep our data private and protected, and that's where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me is a service I trust to remove all my personal data from the internet with the simple push of a button. Delete Me's proprietary system and team of experts will review hundreds of data broker websites and remove information about you and your relatives, such as name, age, address, email, phone number, photos, social media links, almost literally everything. After your first 7 days of joining Delete Me, you'll receive a personalized privacy report, detailing all the various places where Delete Me has found your info and what they'll do to get it removed. Personally, my favorite aspect of Delete Me is that I'm getting far fewer robocalls and scam calls since signing up. They've removed my phone number from so many databases and it shows. I used to get 4 or 5 calls a day, and now I'd be surprised to get more than 1 or 2 in an entire month. I'll admit I was pretty skeptical about the service at first, but I can tell you firsthand that it works, and it works well. I've been using Delete Me for several months now, and the results couldn't be better. You can join Delete Me right now using my 20% off discount code TIE20, or by clicking the link in the description. That's discount code TIE20, or by clicking the link in the description. Give it a try for yourself and let me know how it works out for you. I think you'll be impressed. Thanks to Delete Me for sponsoring today's video. Today's story involves 3 victims in total, but we'll specifically be focusing on the 2 victims that led to the criminal's eventual conviction. And remember, if you guys know of any strange or interesting cases that you'd like me to cover, be sure to leave your suggestions in the comments. I'm always looking for new stories, and most of these cases come from you guys. But with that said, let's begin the story of Amber Dubois. Amber Dubois was a very interesting girl. She was just 14 years old in 2009. But she had already made up her mind about what she wanted to do for the rest of her life. Like many young girls her age, Amber had a loving interest in animals and wildlife. She'd spent a lot of her life infatuated by farm animals, and she'd always speak to her mother about her dreams of owning a few animals of her own one day. See, Amber was a very academic young girl. While many of the other kids her age were worried about what they were going to do for the summer or where they were going to go shopping or go hang out after school, Amber was extremely focused on getting good grades, taking as many courses as possible, and trying to graduate early. And she was well on her way to doing so. Amber had been attending Escondido High School in California, just a short trip away from the heart of San Diego. When it came time to choose her classes for the year, Amber knew that she wanted to become part of the school's Future Farmers program. This program would allow the younger generation to become acquainted with farm animals and all the ins and outs of living life on a farm and taking care of the animals and livestock. This program was everything Amber had dreamed of, but there was one catch that her mother seemingly didn't see coming. This program would allow Amber to get a head start on her future goals of becoming an animal behavioral scientist, but in order for this to happen, Amber would need access to a lamb, particularly a lamb of her very own. Her mother wasn't interested in letting her buy a lamb. After all, lambs are a lot of work, at least for someone who doesn't really have access to all the necessary supplies and whatnot. And Amber certainly fell into this category. But as the weeks and months passed by, Amber continued to beg and plead with her mother to allow her to buy a baby lamb. Eventually, her mother felt obligated to agree and even offered to pay for the lamb if it meant helping Amber achieve the future that she had always dreamed of. But while she was very hesitant about the idea, Amber's mother wrote her a check for the lamb, with Amber becoming ecstatic, securely hiding the check inside of her backpack so that she could go to pick up her new baby after school. This all took place on February 13th, 2009, a date that, for reasons unexpected, her mother would never forget. Amber left her home that morning with a skip in her step, overwhelmed with excitement by the idea of finally having a lamb of her own. She couldn't wait to get to school and tell both her instructor and her friends about what the future had in store for her. But tragically, she never got the chance to do so. As soon as Amber arrived on the campus of her local high school, a witness spotted her talking to someone who was described as being much taller than Amber. The witness couldn't make out the boy's age, but seems to have believed that the person that she was speaking to was a student at their high school. To clarify, the witness didn't say this outright, but it's just the impression they gave during their interview. They described the boy as being doughy looking, quite tall and dark complected. After Amber was spotted talking to this person, she would never be seen again. This particular day was a Friday, It had been raining on and off throughout the day, but by all means, it was a day like any other. That is, until Amber failed to return home that afternoon. One thing to note is that Amber's parents had separated at some point during her childhood, leading her mother to begin dating again. While Amber's mother appears to have been at work on this particular afternoon, her mother's boyfriend had been at home and was anticipating Amber's return from school, but she never came back. Naturally, the boyfriend, named Dave, assumed that Amber had just become caught up in her newly purchased lamb and had lost track of time. But as minutes and hours eventually ticked by, Dave became extremely worried. He decided to drive over to Amber's school and try to find her. No sooner than he arrived, he spotted one of Amber's teachers and asked if she had seen Amber. In a disturbing twist, she replied that Amber hadn't been in class that day. This was particularly odd because not only should Amber have been at school for the entire day, but she'd also never missed a day prior to this. Her mother recalled that Amber was hyper-focused on her school attendance and her studies, and she wouldn't miss a day of school no matter what. So where had she gone? Dave grew incredibly concerned at this point and called Amber's mother to report what had happened. Soon after, Amber was officially reported missing and the search was on. Hundreds of volunteers caught wind of Amber's disappearance and turned up to help search for her. The search area spanned for miles, but no matter how far or wide the search was, no one managed to find any evidence that would explain where she had gone or who could have been responsible. When police began to dig deeper into her disappearance, they realized that Amber's phone was still active in the area a short time after she had disappeared. There was no mention of what time her phone was specifically turned off for good, but we know that wherever she had gone, it had likely been within a span of just a few miles, as Amber's home and school were both within the proximity of the same cell tower, and there was no indication that she'd been anywhere near another cell tower during the beginning stages of her disappearance. Now, it's obviously possible that her phone could have been disabled before she left the area, but police didn't seem to believe that this was a likely scenario, though it's unclear why. When police began looking further into her cell phone data, they quickly learned that Amber's voicemail had been accessed shortly after she had disappeared. This voicemail again pinged off the same cell tower that connected to both Amber's home and her school. Investigators had now begun to feel confident that Amber had been abducted. But the only real evidence they had to go on was the eyewitness account from earlier that morning, describing the unknown male that she'd been speaking with just moments before she vanished. Police, now taking the case far more seriously, began to interview all of the registered offenders in the area, as well as Amber's friends and family. A total of 1,200 tips were followed up on, and police conducted at least 500 interviews, but none of these interviews produced any leads or additional evidence. The captain of the police force recalled that no matter how much they investigated the case, they only ended up with more dead ends. Just over a year later, things would only get worse. Chelsea King was just 17 years old on February 25, 2010. She was a straight-A student at Poway High School in California. Much like Amber, Chelsea lived just a few miles from the heart of San Diego. Chelsea was also a girl who took her schoolwork very seriously. Outside of her usual classes, she was a member of the school's cross-country team and would spend a couple hours each day training, running, and hiking. One particular trail that she often visited was in the Rancho Bernardo Community Park. The trek would have taken her about 5 miles from beginning to end, and it was a trail that her family said that she would take time and time again, a trail she knew like the back of her hand. Chelsea had spent her last few months researching more than 100 colleges. Considering she had excellent grades and a remarkable work ethic, she'd been accepted into a few of these schools already, but it seems as though she was trying to decide between the University of Washington and the University of British Columbia. But unfortunately, she wouldn't attend either of these schools. That's because after she was out hiking her favorite trail at Rancho Bernardo one day, she wouldn't return home. It was February 25th, 2010, almost exactly a year after the devastating disappearance of Amber Dubois. Chelsea had been following her typical 5-mile route, with her parents expecting her home at her usual time. But that time came and went with no signs of Chelsea. Chelsea's family and friends searched all over the park for any sign of her, but there was simply no trace of her. Before long, the police were called in to investigate. The police worked alongside a group of countless volunteers. With their combined efforts, they began to make a bit of progress in Chelsea's case, but it wasn't the progress that they had hoped for. Rather than finding evidence that Chelsea was alive and well, all of their discoveries proved the exact opposite. First, volunteers came across one of Chelsea's socks, found about 2 miles away from where she had parked her car. But then came the most shocking evidence of all. A volunteer came across her undergarments, combined with evidence that Chelsea had met with a terrible fate. A short while later, one of her shoes was found as well, less than a mile away from the 2 previous discoveries. A police sergeant says that the location of this evidence proved to them that foul play was almost certainly involved. The FBI was called in to investigate soon after, with them interviewing people at least 300 homes in the surrounding area and following up on at least 600 tips. And again, registered offenders were interviewed, but no one seemed suspicious or gave any indication that they may have had ties to Chelsea's disappearance. But investigators would finally have a breakthrough in the case when they sent in the underwear that they had found for a DNA analysis. When the results came back, they found that the DNA obviously matched Chelsea, but they also found DNA that belonged to a man that was known to the local police far too well, a man named John Gardner. John Gardner was well known to the police near San Diego. That's because back in 2000, he'd been convicted in another case involving a minor. In this particular case, the victim made it away with her life, but just barely. He had ambushed a 13-year-old girl and taken advantage of her. In a truly chilling twist, the young girl had actually been his neighbor. John had been about 21 years old at the time of his offense. He was sentenced to serve just 6 years behind bars, being released early on good behavior. The prisons were known to have been incredibly overcrowded at this time, and it's likely that this played a part in his early release as well. John was eventually released from parole in 2008, but a later investigation found that during the stint of his parole, he violated it at least 7 times, including one time in which he lived too close to a school in 2007. John was also given an anklet to wear during his parole, during which time he was documented as having violated that 168 times, but nothing was done about this. When the GPS data was looked over later on, it was found that he'd spent countless hours in close proximity to several schools. He was also spotted in front of a daycare, as well as visiting prisons, with police believing he may have been delivering contraband to inmates. When police connected John to the case of Chelsea King, everything began to fall into place. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots and understand that John had stalked Chelsea along her jogging route that day, striking when she least expected it. It was reported that he took advantage of Chelsea and also claimed her life, but police never revealed the order in which these events took place. But as investigators were digging up all the details that connected John to Chelsea's disappearance, they began to realize that Chelsea's case had striking similarities to the case of Amber Dubois. Police would eventually track John down to a bar, where they found him to be soaking wet, covered in mud, and clearly drunk. They brought him in for questioning regardless, and it became apparent that he wasn't telling the truth about his knowledge of Chelsea's disappearance. But things got a lot darker when, without being provoked, John brought up Amber's disappearance as well. We have no idea why he would have spoken about Amber, and police say that her name came up at random during their interview. During the process of John's interrogation, it became clear to him that investigators had enough evidence to pin him to the crime. He eventually called in an attorney, and the attorney knew that they had a very solid case against him. It also became clear that prosecutors were going to do their best to secure the death penalty. Throughout this process, John quickly began to realize that, by all means, his life was essentially over. This realization set in even more when he found out that just 5 days later, on March 2nd, 2010, a team of FBI investigators had located the remains of Chelsea, buried near Lake Hodges. This was the moment that John knew the jig was up. He'd been found out, and there was little he could do to stop his conviction. Unless he got crafty. Investigators obviously had enough evidence to pin him to the case of Chelsea King, with the DNA match on Chelsea's clothing being the most crucial piece of this. But the evidence connecting him to the disappearance of Amber Dubois was trivial at best. They believed her case had many similarities to the case of Chelsea, but they had virtually no evidence tying him to her disappearance. Just because he mentioned her name in an interview doesn't prove he was guilty. It just proves he watched the local news back in early 2009. But that's when investigators came up with a plan. As mentioned, John was staring down the barrel of capital punishment, but they offered him a plea bargain that he couldn't afford to refuse. If he would lead them to the grave of Amber Dubois, they would agree to stop pursuing capital punishment, and instead simply pursue a life sentence. The only problem with this is that Chelsea's family would need to agree with these terms. Up until this point, Amber's family had been living in utter turmoil, hoping, begging, and praying to learn what had happened to their beloved daughter. The only thing worse than finding out that your loved one passed away is finding out that they're just missing, and you have no idea if they may still be out there begging to be found. After hearing about the heartache that the Dubois family had been forced into, Chelsea's family agreed without hesitation to waive the possibility of capital punishment in exchange for a plea deal. Everyone was in agreement, and John decided to open up about what had happened to both Amber and Chelsea. He told police everything, and he led them to an old dirt road, taking them to a rusted-out water tank. Nearby, police found the shallow grave that belonged to Amber. When John explained the details of her final moments and what he had done to her, they confirmed these details after digging up her remains, and it appeared that John had in fact been telling the truth. He was later convicted and given 2 life sentences, one for each of the girls, as well as an additional 25 years for assault and an additional 24 years for other convictions. Needless to say, John Gardner will never be leaving prison again. But one of the headlines and comments that I continually see in regards to this case is that the system somehow failed these 2 girls. Now, I'll admit, at first, I didn't understand what these people were talking about. After all, the criminal was caught and put away for life 2 times over. The system worked as well as it ever has. Now, I'm often the first one to criticize law enforcement when they make ridiculous mistakes, but this is a prime example of an investigation firing on all cylinders and putting a killer behind bars. But there is a bigger problem here. If John hadn't been released from prison in the first place, or maybe if he'd at least served a longer, more beneficial sentence, these girls may still be here. After all, the whole point of being put behind bars is to be rehabilitated and learn from your mistakes, but that didn't happen with John. If you remember, John was arrested back in 2000 for what he did to the 13-year-old girl. That girl's life was changed forever in the blink of an eye. He took something away from that child that can never be given back and left her with a lifetime of fear and resentment. A lifetime. Yet he served just 6 years behind bars. In response to this outrageous sentence, the family of Chelsea King worked alongside attorneys and law enforcement to instate a new law, now known as Chelsea's Law. This law is the first of its kind to allow criminals to be placed behind bars for life for crimes that didn't involve claiming the life of another person. If John had been given the proper punishment for his crime against the 13-year-old girl all those years ago, both Chelsea and Amber would likely still be here. To top this off, if investigators had done something about the 168 violations of parole that John committed, these girls would still be here. If they'd arrested him when he was found stalking a children's daycare, these girls would still be here. If they had arrested him for moving to a home that was within walking distance of a school, well, you get the point. The most important thing is that John Gardner is now locked behind bars, where he will remain for the rest of his days. But I can't help but shake the feeling that if police had actually done something about this man years prior, then the King and Dubois families may still be sharing holidays with their beloved daughters. It was April 16th, 2003, a day like any other in San Antonio, Texas. Traffic along the I-10 was carrying on as usual, when out of nowhere and without any warning, a gold Mercury Tracer swerved towards the median and struck something, causing the car to launch into the air, bounce around for more than 1,000 feet, then crash back down onto the concrete. Every witness to the crash naturally assumed that something awful had likely happened to the driver. But here's the kicker. The car then just kept driving along as if nothing happened. The car continued down the highway for several more miles before finally veering off the road near the Johns Road exit and crashing into a patch of trees. When investigators arrived at the scene of the crash, they very quickly learned something wasn't right here. The driver of the car had been mortally wounded, but his injuries weren't caused by the crash. Craziest of all, the victim's nipples had been removed, and he was missing a portion of his pinky finger. When detectives noticed that his hands and feet had also been duct taped together, well, that's when they knew they uncovered much more than a car crash. They had just stumbled onto a very bizarre crime scene. Before we keep going, I want to let you guys know about the sponsor of today's video, Factor. If you're getting too busy with your summer plans to cook, Factor can help you skip the process of making a menu, going to the store, prepping everything, and cooking meals that ultimately take you hours. Factor offers incredible flavor and nutrition that you just can't beat. With Factor's fresh, never-frozen meals, you can have an amazing dinner ready to go in just 2 minutes, giving you more time to take care of the things that matter most to you. If you're ready to stick to your wellness goals while also saving heaps of time, I strongly suggest you give Factor a try. Every meal features high-quality ingredients such as broccolini, leeks, or asparagus. The meal I had last night came with some shockingly delicious carrots, and I've never even liked carrots until now. There are more than 34 weekly restaurant-quality meals to choose from, including bruschetta shrimp risotto, green goddess chicken, and grilled steakhouse filet mignon, all of which are ready in just 2 minutes. Now, I've been super busy with the channel lately, so meals like this are incredibly convenient for me. If I'm in the middle of making a video, I can literally take just 2 minutes to make some dinner, then get right back to work. Without having to go to the grocery store multiple times a week, I've got so much more free time in my schedule. One of my favorite things about Factor is that it's extremely flexible as well. For example, if I know I have dinner plans with friends or family one day next week, I can adjust the size of my order or even skip that week entirely. That way I won't be wasting money on a meal that I know I won't end up eating. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code TIEKNOTS50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. That's factor75.com and use code TIEKNOTS50 for 50% off your first order. Thanks to Factor for sponsoring today's video. Colonel Philip Shue was a licensed doctor who worked for the Wilford Hall Medical Center, located on the Lackland Air Force Base. Colonel Shue was a soon-to-be-employed psychiatrist at the facility and had worked for the Air Force for more than 23 years, with plans to retire in October of 2003. Philip wasn't your average veteran. He'd been decorated with more awards and honors than I can count, and was a man deeply dedicated to his country. His wife, Tracy, recalled Philip and said that she'd never met anyone else who had such a passion for life and all the little things that go along with it. Philip was fiercely loyal to his country and his uniform. Philip and Tracy had met back in 1988 when both of them were stationed at the Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. Philip had just been coming down from a very difficult divorce from his former wife, Nancy, with her seemingly taking every opportunity to make Philip's life difficult, at least in his eyes. Strangely, around the time of their divorce, his ex, Nancy, took out 2 life insurance policies on Philip, with each being valued at around $500,000. Philip did his best to have these policies canceled later on, but he wasn't able to do so, as the insurance agency claimed that he hadn't been the one who opened the policy, so they couldn't have them canceled without the policyholder's consent. Now, I'm certainly not a lawyer, but I don't understand how Nancy would have been able to take out a policy on Philip after the two had already been divorced, especially considering that their marriage had ended on very bad terms. But according to various sources, this was certainly the case. In fact, some sources even claim that these policies were given to Nancy as part of their divorce settlement. I just can't wrap my head around this, so if there's any divorce lawyers watching, be sure to let us know in the comments how all of this would have played out, because this just seems incredibly bizarre. And in reality, I'm not the only one who thinks this is strange. In fact, Philip found it very concerning as well. Philip wrote a letter to USAA Life Insurance, the company that offered the policy, and explained that the policy caused him to fear for his life, worrying that his former wife and her new husband may do anything within their power to claim the benefits of this plan, even if it meant ending his life. In his letter, Philip said, quote, "My former wife and her husband would prefer that I die of natural causes. However, the longer I live, the more tempting it becomes for them to act on their plans for my murder." While there isn't any foolproof evidence to claim that Nancy was in any way involved in the case, Philip certainly believed otherwise. His fears were heightened even more when he began receiving a strange series of letters in mid-1999. But these letters weren't from some deranged killer, as you may expect. Instead, they were from an anonymous author who was actually trying to help Philip, or so it seemed. The first letter was received in May of 1999. Philip had told his wife about the letters, and they scared him to such a degree that he even told his supervisors at work about them. The only problem is that no one outside of Philip's wife seemed to believe that the letters were anything to be concerned about. These letters Philip had begun receiving were more than just a little bit creepy, they were downright haunting. Just take a look at the first one and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Please read this letter. You may be in danger. I'm writing because I remember you as such a kind and caring doctor, and I can't just sit by and not help you by telling you what I know. I'll try to keep it short so you're certain to read it. A friend of mine who worked with Don, your ex-wife's husband, told me some scary things. I don't know Don or your ex-wife myself. Sorry, I don't even know her name. My friend told me they wish you were dead so they could collect life insurance. I don't understand why they would have life insurance on you, but that's what my friend told me. My friend thinks they may actually be planning something. I don't know if they would actually hurt you, but please be careful. I had to write. If I didn't, I couldn't bear the thought of something bad happening to you that I could have prevented by telling you what I heard. If I hear anything more specific, I'll let you know. Please be careful.
Shortly after this, things started to go missing. For Philip, the most concerning item that was stolen was his laptop, which contained his nearly complete master's thesis. Philip reported his stolen laptop to the police in June of 1999, saying that he was working in the library when he stood up and left his table to go use the restroom. When he returned, his laptop was gone. Evidence confirms that Philip's laptop was returned later on in July of 1999, after being left on the hood of his car. When he approached his car, he found a note that said if he reported anything else to the police, other people would die. When he booted up his laptop later on, he found that his entire hard drive had been wiped, taking his master's thesis with it. Philip would eventually confront his ex-wife about the letters and the rumors that she'd been plotting something. Naturally, Nancy claimed she had no idea what the author of the letter was talking about, and she claimed it was probably just some kind of joke. While Philip did his best to brush off the thought of someone coming after him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Throughout 1999, Philip was still attending schooling so that he could receive his master's degree, and ultimately become a psychiatrist for the Lackland Air Force Base, as mentioned a moment ago. Just to clarify, it was during his final year of schooling that his laptop was stolen. One of Philip's counselors at the school had approached Philip about his master's thesis, explaining that he needed to turn it in soon if he planned on graduating on time. It was during one of these meetings with the counselor that Philip revealed that his laptop had been stolen, but he was doing everything he could to get his thesis completed, though the only copy of it was on his laptop, and that had obviously been deleted during the theft. Around this same time, Philip also told the counselor about the threats on his life, as they'd been stressing him out severely. His counselor seems to have been one of the only people to take these threats seriously, and he immediately told Philip that he should contact the police. Philip was apprehensive about going to the police, insisting that they simply wouldn't care or wouldn't take him seriously. Though in reality, it's more likely that he just feared someone else may get hurt if he were to raise any more awareness about his situation. As far as the counselor knows, Philip never spoke with investigators about these allegations. Philip did eventually complete and turn in his master's thesis, though. But things only got more strange from here. Just over a year later, in October of 2000, Philip was scheduled to take his aerospace medical board exam. He had obviously been preparing heavily for the exam, but when the results came back in, Philip scored 0 points. It was as if he had never taken the test at all, but several people confirmed that he had been present that day, and had actually turned in his exam personally. The crazy thing is, his test was multiple choice, so at some point during the exam, even if he had guessed most of the answers, he was bound to at least get one response correct. The professors believe that, for whatever reason, Philip intentionally failed the test, though no one knows why. One theory is that Philip had become dissatisfied with the Air Force and wanted to send a message to his superiors. This rumor is furthered by the fact that he planned on retiring from the Air Force entirely and beginning to practice psychiatry in a private environment. This has never been proven, but it's certainly an interesting theory, though I don't understand why failing his exam would have proven anything to his superiors. In all reality, it would have just made things more difficult for Philip in the long run. But when looking at Philip's medical history, things get pretty concerning. He began reporting panic attacks in June of 1999, the month after he received that first creepy letter. His records indicate that by the end of 1999, his anxiety had grown to such a degree that it had progressed into symptoms of depression. He was placed on medication for depression, and in December of 1999, his symptoms had improved, but his underlying fears did not. He still feared for his life, but the medication took the edge off so that he wasn't so focused on it all the time. Over the following 3 years, up until April of 2003, Philip worked alongside a psychiatrist trying various medications to help remedy his panic attacks, but they persisted all throughout this time. Philip's paranoia grew to a worrying degree, and his panic attacks continued to worsen in severity, to the point that Philip began to fear he was going to have a heart attack. Philip's psychiatrist worried that he wasn't being entirely truthful in their conversations. It wasn't necessarily that Philip was lying to him, but he felt that Philip was instead withholding important details in some of the scenarios. But that's when Philip finally dropped a bombshell on the psychiatrist and revealed the story about the threatening letters. Philip knew that the story sounded crazy, but the psychiatrist noted that Philip's anxious response to telling the story indicated that he was, without a doubt, telling the truth. Around this same time, on April 11, 2003, Philip updated his will. He had previously had his son listed as a beneficiary. The problem is that his son was in the midst of some marital issues, and Philip feared that if he lost his life and his son received the money, he may end up losing most of it in a divorce settlement. To fix this, Philip updated his will, and everything that was going to be given to his son was now going to be given to his wife. While this is the official explanation to this sudden change in plans, other people believe Philip was making final arrangements as he knew his life was about to end. But more on that in a moment. Philip's concerns about his job performance were taking a heavy toll on him. He knew his anxiety and paranoia were affecting his ability to work, and he confided in his psychiatrist that he was worried he was soon going to be unable to do his job. But that's when Philip revealed the most concerning thing of all. He came in one day and revealed to his psychiatrist that he'd experienced what he called a dissociative episode. Philip elaborates on this by saying that he had an episode, or a vision would be a better way to put this, about driving to work one day and losing control of his car after a great deal of violence had been inflicted on him. Now, this may sound like something out of an episode of The Twilight Zone, but I assure you this story is entirely true, and unfortunately for Philip and his family, his worst fears, right down to the very last detail, were about to come true. It was the morning of April 16, 2003, just days after his last meeting with his psychiatrist. Colonel Philip Shue was traveling along Interstate 10 just outside of San Antonio, Texas, just minutes after 8 a.m. Two witnesses reported seeing Philip on the highway just after mile marker 543. They reported that immediately after this marker, Philip's car began to behave erratically. He would swerve in and out of lanes, eventually crossing the median and remaining here for several hundred yards, then weaving in between light poles. As he was traveling along the median, his car struck something, though we don't know what specifically. After hitting this object, his car became airborne, with some reports suggesting the car bounced several times over a span of 1,000 feet. I'm not sure what these reports mean when they say that the car bounced, but judging by the photos of the aftermath, it seems safe to assume the car had been through quite the ordeal. Regardless of the obvious damage to the car, Philip continued traveling down the highway for several more miles, with witnesses saying that Philip corrected the car and seemingly drove normally again throughout this time. However, 4 or 5 miles later, as soon as the car passed the Johns Road exit, it crossed the side median and drove directly into a patch of trees, striking 3 of the trees and coming to a halt after the driver's side smashed into one final tree with some serious force. Both of the witnesses claimed that the car had been seen driving between 60 and 65 miles per hour throughout the entire ordeal, and neither witness ever saw the brake lights on the car light up, not even once. Reports indicate that Tracy says that Philip left home early that day, at about 5:30 a.m., so that he could catch up on some paperwork that he'd been lagging behind on. He had coffee with his wife as usual, and the two talked about their plans for the future. Then he left afterward, telling his wife, "See you later." When he crashed his car later that morning, police noticed that Philip was actually headed in the opposite direction from his work, and no one knows what he had been doing between 5:30 and 8 a.m. It doesn't seem that anyone ever reported seeing him at work that morning, and none of the evidence found at the scene suggested that he had been there either. What he'd been up to during this time remains a mystery. When investigators and detectives arrived at the scene of the crash, they quickly determined that Philip had suffered fatal injuries. He was in such a bad state that there was never any attempt to resuscitate him. Police and first responders were initially treating the case as a simple car crash, but that's when they noticed the duct tape. When investigators made it to the scene of the crash where Philip's car had come to rest, they removed the door of the car and uncovered several pieces of evidence that just didn't make sense. They first noticed the strips of duct tape that had been wrapped around his wrists and ankles, with around 4 or 5 inches of tape dangling off of each extremity. Stranger yet, his work uniform had been ripped open and was covered in blood. When they examined him even further, that's when they noticed that both of his nipples had been removed, leaving disturbing wounds on his chest. While most videos and articles covering this case claim that his pinky had been entirely removed as well, in reality only the tip had been removed, and this tip has never been found. Philip's cell phone was found inside the car. It was a clamshell-style phone, and while no calls had been made that morning, there was blood found on the inside of the phone, suggesting that it had been opened up at some point after Philip had been attacked. Philip was known to have had at least $47 in his wallet, but his wallet was missing and the wallet pocket on his pants had been cut open. But investigators don't believe this would have been a severe enough cut to cause his wallet to fall out somewhere, suggesting that they believe it was either ditched or stolen. The only other suspicious items found inside the car were a straight razor, 2 pocket knives, a latex glove, and some medical needles. Philip's DNA was later found on both the glove and one of the knives, but there was no DNA from anyone else inside the car or on any of the other items. The latex glove doesn't appear to have been ever worn, and detectives claim that the knives they found would not have been sharp enough to inflict the injuries that Philip was found with. A large wound was found in Philip's chest during the autopsy. This wound, according to the autopsy report, does not appear to have been caused by the crash. It seems as though it was inflicted just minutes or hours beforehand. The coroner reported signs of hesitation around the wound, suggesting the perpetrator was either nervous or wanted to make the wound as painful as possible. The same hesitation was not found around his nipples, and they appear to have been removed with the utmost confidence and precision. The coroner ultimately found no evidence or any signs of a struggle, as is true in many of these cases. But this is where the investigation takes a nosedive. After all of this evidence was gathered, after learning the man had been possibly restrained and duct taped by all 4 limbs, after his nipples had been removed, after his shirt and pants had been torn open, and after the tip of his pinky had been removed, the coroner ruled that Philip did this to himself. At the request of Philip's late wife, Tracy, a second autopsy was performed. The doctor who performed the second autopsy agreed with most of the findings from the first autopsy, but with a few exceptions. Mainly, this doctor didn't believe that all these wounds could have been inflicted by Philip himself. He did admit that there was a distinct possibility that Philip could have done this to himself, but most of the evidence suggested otherwise. The main bit of evidence that I personally find most concerning is the fact that there were no fingerprints found on the duct tape that was wrapped around his limbs. This would suggest that whoever put the tape there was wearing gloves or was being particularly cautious. But there's a bigger picture here that, to some extent, could actually help prove that Philip didn't do this to himself. Philip had recently announced that he planned on retiring from the military, with this retirement being scheduled to take place in just a few months. Philip had also been accepted into a fellowship program that he'd been highly anticipating, and he'd just purchased a new home with his wife Tracy outside of town. But to top all of this off, Philip's psychiatrist found no indication that Philip had any sort of plans to claim his own life, none whatsoever. In fact, Philip was looking forward to the future, though the creepy letters that he'd been receiving certainly put a damper on things. Philip's medical records showed no signs of mental illness outside of his depression and justifiable paranoia. When a toxicology report was conducted, the only thing found in his system was his prescribed medications and a small amount of lidocaine. Interestingly, the reports show that Philip had stopped taking his antidepressant medication at least a week before the crash, but both his psychiatrist and his wife say that they were not aware that he had discontinued his medicines. Worse yet, the levels of lidocaine in his blood were initially reported to have come from pain cream, but upon further analysis, it was determined that the levels in his system were far, far higher than what would have been usual in pain cream. And that's when investigators remembered the pack of surgical needles that had been found in his car. Investigators have concocted a narrative that, when you really think about it, could make sense. They believe since Philip worked in a hospital, he was able to procure lidocaine injections for himself. They believe that he would have used the lidocaine prior to inflicting the injuries on himself. While this does make sense in a way, it doesn't explain the hesitation that was found around his chest wound or why he would have done this in the first place. Now, some reports say that this chest wound was quite deep, as were the wounds to his nipples. But I was able to locate an official legal report about the incident, and this report claims that all of Philip's unusual wounds were just superficial, meaning that they didn't penetrate deep enough to cause any lasting damage or threaten his life. So if this is true, the hesitation found around his chest wound may have meant that Philip did, in fact, inflict the wound upon himself, but he was apprehensive about doing so, either because of the pain or because he was unsure that he wanted to go through with it. To make things even more interesting, the duct tape that was found wrapped around his wrists was not tied in a way that would indicate that he was fully restrained by someone. In fact, the method in which the tape was applied wouldn't have restrained him at all. Now, I don't fully understand how the police described the tape being wrapped around his wrists, and there's no public photos from the case to prove anything. But they claim that any grown person would have been able to break the tape due to the way that it had been wrapped, even if it was tied behind their back. There were also no signs of stretching on the tape, as you might expect if someone was struggling to break free. But there's still one other piece of evidence that just doesn't make sense. The missing tip of his pinky finger. According to first responders, while this is certainly a strange clue, it's most likely that he lost the tip of his pinky in the car crash. First responders noted that while there was a sizable amount of blood on Philip's clothing from his other injuries, there wasn't a large amount of blood coming from his finger, suggesting that it may have been cut off after he passed away, possibly being severed by glass or by his own car door during the crash. Now, we're all obviously asking the same question here. Did Philip really do all of this to himself? And if not, who's to blame? Well, according to his wife Tracy, the answer lies in another question. Who stood to gain the most? Tracy Shue has been very outspoken about Nancy, Philip's first wife, and her potential involvement in Philip's demise. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, there's no evidence to suggest that Nancy or her husband were involved outside of the mysterious letters that Philip had received. But in 2008, Tracy and Nancy were involved in a lawsuit with one another. During this lawsuit, Philip's passing was officially reclassified, and it's now being listed as a full-blown homicide. This allowed USAA to release the funds of Philip's life insurance. And who received them? Nancy and her husband. Tracy did her best to sue for the money, but she ultimately lost the court battle, and the funds were handed over to Nancy. It's been reported that only $500,000 was paid out to Nancy, though, and we know that Philip had 2 policies, so I don't know where the other money went. It may be best to assume that this is why Philip changed his will, and he somehow managed to get the second policy switched to his current wife's name, but this is just a guess. I really don't know what happened to the rest of the money. So who's to blame here? Well, we still don't know. More than 20 years later, the case remains as mysterious as the day that it happened. There's so much that can't be explained here, such as why Nancy was given 2 life insurance policies on Philip's life, who had been writing the mysterious letters that Philip received leading up to the crime, and even stranger, how Philip had such a bizarre premonition about his crash just days before it happened. Well, there is one explanation for Philip's bizarre premonition about his crash. He planned it. He planned it down to the last detail. Now, I have a hard time believing the theory that Philip did this to himself, but it is possible. But considering the courts in 2008 determined that the case is now reclassified as a homicide, I mean, we just don't know. I could see this case going either way, especially considering that Nancy, Philip's first wife, has refused to make any comments about the case. In fact, she's pleaded the fifth more than a dozen times when asked about Philip's final moments. In a letter to USAA, written back in 1999, Philip implicated his ex-wife, Nancy, and said, quote, "Thoroughly examine my eventual death for evidence of foul play, even if, on the surface, the cause would appear to be natural or accidental." And wiser words may never have been spoken. For Lauren Phelps, life had really just begun when she married the love of her life, Matthew Phelps, in 2016. The two were deeply involved in their local Baptist church, with Lauren being a Sunday school teacher and Matthew being a church minister. But in the fall of 2017, their lives would forever be changed. In the middle of the night, a crime of unspeakable proportions took place in the Phelps household, a crime that Lauren, unfortunately, wouldn't survive. When Matthew phoned 911 to report the crime to investigators, the statements he gave were haunting, confusing, and unlike anything investigators would have expected. Unfortunately, this is one of those cases where we don't have a lot of backstory. I'm not sure if the family of Lauren and Matthew wanted to maintain their privacy after the crime, or if it's simply that reporters didn't have too many interviews with the family. But the early lives of both Lauren and Matthew are largely a mystery. Oddly enough, most of the information I have been able to find about the couple comes from Instagram, of all places. I was able to find out that Lauren was involved with a company known as Scentsy. Scentsy is a service pretty similar to Avon and countless other programs where you can sign up on their website to sell products in exchange for a small commission. Scentsy in particular deals in fragrances such as wax warmers and candles, and they're not a sponsor, by the way. The best I can tell, Scentsy seems like it may just be another pyramid scheme, but I don't know enough about the company to say that for sure. It's just the impression that they give. But anyway, Lauren teamed up with Scentsy sometime in 2015 or 2016, and it seems as though she was doing quite well. She'd received a few awards during her time working for the company, and everything seemed to be working out great for her. As far as I can tell, the work that Lauren was able to do with Scentsy allowed her to maintain a stay-at-home lifestyle while her boyfriend and soon-to-be husband was attending schooling and training to become a pastor at the couple's Baptist church. For those of you that may not know much about the Baptist church, and I'll be the first to admit, I don't know much about the Baptist faith either, a pastor is someone who leads church services, gives sermons, and even counsels members from time to time. In a non-denominational church, which is what I'm more familiar with, a pastor is more akin to an elder, or rather someone who makes decisions about the church's donations and outreach projects and the overall directions of the church. But in the Baptist faith, this isn't really the case typically. It appears as though Lauren met Matthew sometime in mid-2014. The first mention of Matthew on Lauren's social media was in the fall of that year, and the two seemed to have hit it off immediately, officially becoming a couple in November of 2014. Matthew and Lauren seemed to have been great for one another, and all of Lauren's family members agree, saying that the two seemed destined to be together, with Matthew being a very honest, clean-cut guy. It seemed that, for Lauren, the stars were finally aligning, and she'd found the one that she'd been looking for all this time. Matthew allowed Lauren to be herself, and he loved her for it. We don't know if Lauren had any ambitions of college or a long-term career path, but we know that once she met Matthew, her life began to change for the better. She became even more deeply involved with her local church, and when Matthew announced that he wanted to begin studying to become a pastor, Lauren was more than happy to support him. After dating for just under 2 years, the two got engaged on Valentine's Day in 2016, and they would get married later on that year. According to social media, the two were beyond happy together. In fact, their lives seemed to be perfect. But you always have to remember, social media is only a slight glimpse into the lives that people are actually living. As it would turn out, no sooner than their marriage had begun, it had begun to fall apart. According to Lauren's family, despite how happy Lauren may have seemed, she was miserable. and most of this misery stemmed from her new husband, Matthew. As it would turn out, Matthew wasn't at all the man that he claimed to be. You would never guess it, but Lauren and Matthew were walking on very thin ice from the moment they got married. I'm sure most of us already know that when you marry someone, typically you combine finances. I know there are certain couples out there that don't do this, but more often than not, couples share everything with one another, including their money. This is where things began to cause trouble for the Phelps household, though. See, when they were single, everything was working out great between Matthew and Lauren. After all, they each had control over their own lives, and they were able to share only what they felt comfortable sharing with one another. But now that they were married, they more or less felt obligated to share every little detail with one another. And that's when Lauren began to make a few discoveries about Matthew that she never would have expected. After living together for a few short months, Lauren began to realize that Matthew had a serious problem with money. We don't know for sure just how deep the rabbit hole really goes, but according to Lauren's family and friends, Matthew was spending like he was a member of Congress. But in reality, his income was virtually nothing. At least it was nothing compared to the amount that he was spending. It's pretty safe to assume that Matthew was likely in a lot of debt, but I haven't been able to confirm this for certain, so don't take that as fact. But according to Lauren's peers, Matthew was living a lifestyle that simply wasn't sustainable, no matter how you looked at it. This naturally caused serious problems in the couple's relationship, and Lauren was at wit's end no sooner than their marriage had begun. Lauren was known for being a very resourceful, honest, and caring person about how she lived her life. Matthew, on the other hand, was a bit more rambunctious and careless. Lauren had spoken with him time and time again about the sheer amount of money that he was spending, and Matthew seems to have made every attempt to cut down on his spending, but he just couldn't shake the habit. After all, for some people, buying things can be an addiction, even a way to hide their pain and discomfort in various aspects of their lives. And this certainly seems to have been true for Matthew. Matthew was unhappy with his life. On the surface, he had everything: a beautiful wife, a fulfilling job, a nice car, everything most people would ever aspire to have. But that just wasn't enough for him. Lauren grew so concerned about Matthew's spending habits that she began limiting access that he had to their bank accounts. But even this didn't seem to work, as he'd always find ways around Lauren's safeguards. This led to one argument after another, and before they knew it, both Lauren and Matthew were at wit's end with one another. Lauren seems to have been set on working out whatever flaws the couple had, but she could only take so much. In mid-2017, Lauren had been speaking with a few of her friends about Matthew, and she began to fear that their relationship wasn't going to work out. No matter what she did, she felt like Matthew wasn't willing to cut back on his spending. And if the couple were ever going to start a family together, big changes would need to be made, but Matthew wasn't willing to make these changes. To top this off, Lauren had begun to suspect that Matthew was being unfaithful, but she couldn't prove anything just yet. At this point, it was more of just a gut feeling than anything else. Lauren did her best to see past Matthew's flaws, but they were becoming too large to ignore, and it was causing their lives to spiral out of control. While Lauren was obsessed with things like her cute outfits, Star Wars, dogs, and children, Matthew's priorities were elsewhere. See, Matthew wasn't the man that he portrayed himself to be. Matthew had a dark side. Contrary to Lauren's more lighthearted interests and hobbies, Matthew seemed to have had an affinity for horror movies and the macabre, particularly the movie American Psycho. If you've never seen the movie, a quick rundown is that the main character, Patrick Bateman, is an investment banker who lives a double life as a serial killer. According to Matthew's friends, he was truly obsessed with the film to a concerning degree. He even dressed up as some of the characters from the film on holidays from time to time. But things got much darker and much more concerning when Matthew was casually talking with one of his friends over drinks one day. This friend says that, seemingly unprovoked, Matthew brought up serial killers. But not only this, he confessed that he often wondered what it would be like to claim someone's life. Now, I'm sure this is a thought that's crossed all of our minds at some point in our lives, but Matthew seemed strangely curious. This wasn't just a passing thought for him. The friend said that he could tell there was a strange energy that encompassed Matthew as he pondered the thought of this. It wasn't too long after this that tragedy struck. It was September 1st, 2017. The Phelps couple were happily asleep in their apartment, and it was, by all means, a night like any other. The two had turned in for the evening and went to bed as they always did, but at some point in the middle of the night, Matthew was haunted by twisted dreams that he couldn't seem to shake off. Matthew had actually revealed that he struggled to sleep most nights. This led him to go to various means to try to get some rest, oftentimes relying on over-the-counter medications to get to sleep, though there are some rumors that he may have been involved in much harder substances as well. On this particular night, Matthew had taken a high dose of cough medicine, as he'd heard from a friend that it was the easiest way to turn in for the night. But one of the side effects of this medicine is that it can cause some rather wild dreams, and Matthew was experiencing this firsthand. He never revealed specifically what these crazy dreams were about, but they were so disturbing that he eventually got out of bed to clear his mind for a bit, trying to calm down. As he crept out of bed, he stumbled over to the bedroom doorway and turned on the light. But when he turned to face the room, he couldn't believe his eyes. At first, he thought he was still dreaming, but he quickly realized this was no dream, this was real life. When he turned around, Matthew found Lauren lying on the floor, the entire bedroom covered in red stains. On the bed, he noticed a knife, and when he looked down at his clothing, he noticed he was covered in red from head to toe. Unsure of what to do, Matthew did the only sensible thing and called the police. After dialing 911, Matthew made a truly disturbing revelation to the dispatcher. As he spoke with the 911 operator, he explained that he had a terrible dream, but when he turned the lights on, he found his wife on the floor. He followed this by saying, "I think I killed my," and then he trailed off. The dispatcher began desperately asking how something like this could have happened, but all Matthew could do was describe the scene of the crime. He was very clearly in shock by what had taken place. All he was able to explain was that he had taken a large amount of cough syrup, then woke up to the scene of a crime. As the call came to an end, Matthew began sobbing, saying that his wife didn't deserve this. But Matthew's shock wouldn't last for very long. As investigators later made their way to the scene of the crime to collect whatever evidence they could, they realized a particular aspect of the crime scene didn't make any sense. When they arrived to speak with Matthew, they realized that he was strangely clean. Even though he had told the dispatcher he was covered in red stains, they found he was in pretty good shape for someone who had just woken up to a crime scene. It didn't take detectives long at all to prove that Matthew had, in fact, cleaned up long before the 911 call. Now, I don't know about you, but if I awoke to find my wife on the floor in a bedroom covered from floor to ceiling in evidence, I don't think taking a shower would be the first thing on my mind, and police picked up on this clue immediately. All throughout his interrogation and interviews with police, Matthew maintained his story. Each time he was asked, he'd say the same thing. He took a much larger dose of cough medicine than he should have, and then he went to bed and woke up to the scene of a crime. Police didn't have any evidence to prove otherwise, outside of the strange fact that he had cleaned up before calling 911, but this isn't a crime by any means, it's just weird. But while Matthew had initially maintained his innocence during the investigation, he would soon make a bizarre confession that took everyone by surprise. At this point, investigators were unsure of what to believe. The evidence told a clear story of what had taken place that evening, but the account that Matthew had given made an equal amount of sense, at least to a certain point. Matthew claimed he was under the influence of cough syrup when the crime occurred, and this appeared to have been true. But the manufacturer of the cough syrup in question explained that in their countless years of research, they found zero evidence that could link the medication to violence. Police were highly suspicious, but they weren't able to prove much of anything, at least not yet. As his trial was underway, Matthew was speaking with the judge who would be overseeing his case. As he spoke with the judge, Matthew's demeanor began to change. Up to this point, Matthew had shown no signs of remorse. In fact, when investigators spoke with him at the scene of the crime, they noted that he showed no significant signs of emotion, claiming he didn't even shed real tears. But as he spoke with the judge, Matthew underwent a major shift and actually admitted to the crime. He told his side of the story, and he opened up about the possibility of being responsible for the crime. Then, just a few brief moments later, he more or less confessed the cough syrup probably had nothing to do with his actions that evening. The judge asked, "Are you admitting guilt?" And Matthew agreed. Some prosecutors believe Matthew only did this as a way to avoid the death penalty, while others believe he really was beginning to show signs of remorse. It's difficult to say one way or the other, if I'm being honest, but this is nowhere near the end of the story, and things would only get worse for Matthew from here. As the case was still undergoing investigation and the trial was underway, detectives managed to track down multiple social media accounts that Matthew owned. He had 2 Instagram accounts, one titled Marty Radical and another titled Uncanny Maddie. On his Marty Radical page, Matthew almost exclusively posted screenshots and quotes from the film American Psycho. This account has since been set to private, so I can't confirm any of the specific posts that Matthew made, but the profile image from this account is still visible, and it's an image of Christian Bale from the film covered in red spatter, so it's pretty safe to say that the allegations there are most likely true. As for Matthew's other account, well, let's just say that his bio didn't age well. The only part of this page that is still visible is the message in his bio that reads, "I'm just a pitiful anonymous, drifting into the abstract. I can't seem to tell if I'm dreaming anymore." Police have made a few bold suggestions, claiming that Matthew was so fascinated with American Psycho and so frustrated with his wife for trying to control their finances and threatening divorce that he snapped. In a fit of rage, they claimed that he enacted one of his favorite scenes from American Psycho, inflicting more than 120 individual wounds on his wife, then taking the time to clean himself up before ever calling the police. While Matthew has never admitted directly to all of these allegations, I don't think it would be much of a stretch to assume that investigators are probably correct in these assumptions. In the aftermath of the crime, Lauren's family has spoken out about the case, and Lauren's father has expressed regret over the last few weeks of Lauren's life. He mentioned that just a few weeks before his daughter lost her life, he noticed that her demeanor had changed. She seemed paranoid, afraid, and worried about something. He regrets that he didn't question her further about this, and he believes that this may allude to Matthew's crime having been premeditated, and Lauren may have felt that something bad was about to happen. To make matters even worse, Lauren also learned that Matthew had been cheating on her. Lauren's sister says that she spoke with Lauren just hours before the crime unfolded, and she discovered that Lauren and Matthew had been arguing about Matthew's alleged affair, after Lauren had witnessed her husband sneaking out of the house to be with another woman. Lauren's sister believes that the two were most likely revisiting this argument when Matthew lost his temper and began attacking Lauren, but this has never been proven, though it would certainly make sense. We may never know for sure, but Lauren's family has been beyond heartbroken by the entire situation, though I'm sure that really goes without saying at this point. Lauren's mother describes Matthew as a master manipulator, also believing the crime was premeditated for months before it took place, though in all honesty, I've found no reason to believe that this is true. According to Lauren's mother, police allegedly told her that most of Lauren's wounds had also come from behind, and they have reason to believe that he had knocked her to the ground, sat on top of her, and inflicted most of the wounds while she was defenseless against him. In response, Lauren's father said, "I think about it every day. What I did wrong, what I missed. Till this day, I just regret not knowing or keeping my eyes open and watching. I took everything as it was." When asked about the possibility of forgiving Matthew one day, Lauren's father replied, "No, I'll take it to my grave and I'll still hate him." In the end, Matthew was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, I can already tell that a few select people watching this video are going to run to the comments and start ranting about how this Christian man killed his wife. Let me just tell you, Matthew was not a Christian man. Matthew was a fraud, a joke even. In fact, one of his social media accounts didn't even describe himself as being a pastor or even a pastor in training. It described him as an entrepreneur. Christianity is about living up to the example that Christ set for his people, helping those who are less fortunate, loving our neighbors, and being in the world but not of the world, and following the very simple commands that God has given to his followers. Matthew was none of those things. Matthew was a hateful man who turned his back on religion a long time ago. He is not representative of any Christian I've ever met, and it pains me to have even mentioned him in the context of being a minister of God's word. He's nothing but a wolf in a sheep's den, and Matthew got exactly what he deserved. But in the real world of Christianity, as painful as it may be to hear at times, there's always a possibility of redemption, and I certainly hope that Before his life is over, Matthew is able to truly turn his life around and realize the pain and the grief that he's inflicted on so many innocent people, and maybe even turn himself around before it's too late. Carolyn Crouch was just 19 years old when a trio of criminals broke into her home that she shared with her husband. These criminals ambushed Carolyn, tying up her husband and leaving him to watch the crime unfold. After the crime took place, Carolyn and her beloved 7-month-old puppy had both lost their lives, leaving only Carolyn's husband and their infant daughter behind. The crime that was left behind shook the entire country of Greece, and investigators couldn't understand what the couple could have been in possession of that would have been so valuable to warrant such a vicious and heartless crime. But that's when they realized there was much more to this story than meets the eye. Investigators and prosecutors soon uncovered a plethora of evidence that no one could have expected, landing one man in prison for the rest of his life. Before we get started with today's video, I want to let you know about an amazing new game called Love and Pies. Love and Pies is a free-to-download mobile game that can be played either on your mobile phone or tablet. It's a surprisingly addictive game that I can't recommend enough, mostly because it's just so easy to pick up and play. It's super easy to just pick up and play when you're taking a short break from work or maybe taking a warm bath after a particularly long day. The story involves you taking over your mother's cafe that burnt down, where you aim to rebuild the cafe into a thriving business. Along the way, there's also a mystery to unravel as you try to uncover all the chilling details surrounding your mother's sudden disappearance, taking you down a rabbit hole of small-town gossip and an unexpected romance. Love and Pies is a great way to unplug from the busy, overwhelming world around us. And if you love juicy secrets, mystery, and captivating drama, I can't recommend the app enough. As someone who has a soft spot for those classic mystery TV shows like Desperate Housewives or Pretty Little Liars, this game is just perfect. One of the best aspects of this game is that you get to customize your newly rebuilt cafe however you want. And with a diverse cast of characters, this is a game you won't want to miss. Now it's your turn to jump into the world of Love and Pies, and join me in unraveling this mystery and uncovering the many dark secrets that Love and Pies has to offer. So what are you waiting for? Download Love and Pies now using my link below. Thanks to Love and Pies for sponsoring today's video. Carolyn Crouch was born and raised in the UK for much of her childhood. Her transition to Greece isn't very well documented, and her parents haven't shared too many details about Carolyn's personal life and upbringing. One source stated that Carolyn moved to Greece when she was just 8 years old, but we don't know what prompted such an unexpected move. Some sources suggest that Carolyn's father remained in the UK for much of Carolyn's life, so it's probably safe to assume that her father and mother must have split up at some point, but other sources claim that Carolyn moved to Greece alongside both her mother and father. So what caused Carolyn to end up in Greece? Well, we really don't know. Most of the sources I found claim that she moved there with both of her parents, so that's the version of events that we'll run with here. Just know that that may not be completely accurate. But either way, Carolyn spent the majority of her childhood years in Greece, following Greek customs and being raised in a traditionally Greek lifestyle. And this, believe it or not, is what caused things to get a bit weird, at least from an American's perspective. See, Carolyn was the daughter of a retired engineer, with some sources claiming that this engineering experience was spent working with oil and gas companies, suggesting her father had quite a reasonable income for much of Carolyn's life. And when looking at some of the photos of Carolyn's later years, it certainly seems that the family lived a pretty comfortable lifestyle. And that's what makes this next series of events seem rather unusual. I'm sure most of us are familiar with two things. The first being that love has no age limits. That's just a simple fact. The second is that around the world, many cultures will marry for financial or political gain. Keep both of these things in mind, and we'll get back to this in just a moment. When Carolyn was entering her teenage years, she'd been considering what she planned on doing for the rest of her life. She'd been actively attending school and was doing quite well for herself, but that's when she met a man named Babis. Carolyn met Babis when she was just 15 years old, sometime in 2017. The two hit it off, but I can't, for the life of me, understand how. Like I said, Carolyn was 15 at the time, still presumably living with her parents. But Babis was 29 when they met, twice her age, and Carolyn was still a minor. Now, there may be some sort of cultural difference here that I just don't understand, hence why I suggested that this just seems a bit odd, specifically from an American perspective. But keep in mind, in Greece, just like in America, you can't legally marry until you're 18, so by all means, Babis was in an intimate relationship with an underage girl, and her parents were totally fine with this. We know that her parents were aware of this unusual relationship because in 2019, just 2 years later, the two got married. Even at this point, Carolyn was still underage, meaning her parents needed to sign the documents to allow this marriage to take place. Now, I'm not going to judge someone for a situation I don't fully understand due to potential cultural differences, but this just seems a bit off to me. As mentioned, love has no age limits, but if you want my opinion, that rule only applies if you're of a legal age, not still considered a child. Either way, Carolyn and Babis were married, and everything seemed great afterward. The two appeared to be very happily in love, and everything was going well, at least to the outside world. See, behind closed doors, things were not at all what they seemed. Allegations of abuse had begun to run rampant, and to this day, we still don't know whose allegations were more closely aligned with reality. But things were about to change for the Crouch family, and in ways no one could have ever seen coming. The following version of events has been told from the perspective of David Crouch, Carolyn's father. This story has been passed along by him as being completely truthful, so for the sake of this video, I'll be presenting it in the same way, but in the interest of full transparency, this exact series of events has not been proven, at least not as far as I can tell. David says that Carolyn and Babis would frequently go to a local restaurant near Athens. They'd been to the restaurant countless times in the past, and it was one of their favorite places to visit. As time passed by, Babis would become close friends with the owner of the restaurant, a man who's never been named publicly. At this same point in time, Babis was a helicopter operator, and it was a job he seems to have been quite proud of. Babis was a very confident pilot, seemingly with many hours under his belt, and anyone who knew him knew that being a pilot wasn't just a job for Babis, it was part of his identity. Naturally, as Babis and the restaurant owner spoke time and time again, Babis's time spent working as a pilot was a frequent topic of their conversations. But one day, these conversations took a dark turn that no one could have seen coming. According to David Crouch, the restaurant owner began to speak to Babis about his secret business that involved smuggling illegal goods all around the country. This restaurant owner was deeply involved in this business. In fact, it may have been the whole reason behind him owning the restaurant in the first place. After all, what better way to clean dirty money than to funnel it through a highly profitable business? David says that the restaurant owner approached Babis and told him about a gang that he'd been involved with. The gang had recently been dealing with some pipeline issues, so to speak, and he felt that Babis would be the perfect man to fix these issues. With Babis's easy access to helicopters, there would be no better way to smuggle goods around the country than through the air. This would keep the police off the trail of any potential drops, as sniffer dogs and drug enforcement agents can't really patrol the air, at least not very easily. Babis, whether willingly or by coercion, allegedly agreed to this business endeavor, and in the process struck up a deal with the devil. Babis seemingly had no idea that this job would take everything from him, including his wife and daughter. According to David Crouch, Babis was, quote, very stupid. While Babis may have been an excellent pilot, he didn't have a good sense of business, nor did he know about keeping people on a need-to-know basis. So instead of keeping his mouth shut about his new shady business deal, he told Carolyn about it, essentially sealing her fate. Now, I'm sure most of us are familiar with this idea, but anytime someone conducts shady business deals, it's always the best practice to never tell anyone about it. That's just common knowledge. This isn't usually done in an attempt to lie to the people you love, but rather to keep them safe. After all, if they don't know anything about your crimes, they won't be the ones to go down when the ship inevitably sinks. This keeps your family and loved ones at a safe distance from anything going on, so that if things do start to go south, you're the only one that has to atone for what you've done, not them. But Babis didn't seem to have understood this concept, because as soon as he struck up the deal with the restaurant owner, Carolyn was the first person that he told. Naturally, being a good person, Carolyn wasn't okay with this new line of work. Yet it was going to bring in a massive sum of money for the small family, but it wasn't money that Carolyn was interested in accepting. She fought back against these plans every chance she got, but there was little she could do to stop her husband. Worse yet, there was even less that she could do to stop her husband's new employers. When Carolyn realized that her words had no weight in the eyes of her husband, Carolyn's father says that Carolyn started to walk out on Babis. Babis couldn't stand by and watch this happen, but the problem was, Babis's new employers weren't willing to sit by and watch this happen either. Thus, they forced Babis to silence his wife once and for all. David Crouch says that all of this was revealed to him in a handwritten letter that was given to him by Babis while Babis was incarcerated. David says that Babis wanted to set the record straight once and for all, and he felt that Carolyn's father deserved to know the truth. But for many people, this so-called truth was just a bit too much to believe, especially considering that Babis had told a dramatically different story up to this point. In fact, Babis' attorney says that this entire story is nothing more than a fabrication on the part of Carolyn's father, and he even goes on to claim that such a letter was never handed over to David because that letter doesn't even exist. And according to Babis' public statements, he wasn't involved in the crime at all. In reality, he was just another victim. It was May 11th, 2021. It was a day like any other for Babis and Carolyn. That is, until nighttime rolled around. At some point in the middle of the night, a trio of armed robbers broke into the couple's home, which at the time was occupied by Carolyn, Babis, their 7-month-old husky puppy, and their infant daughter, Lydia. When the three broke into the home, they immediately grabbed the puppy and heartbreakingly ended its life using its own leash. Once this was done, the three made their way upstairs where they pulled out weapons and demanded all the money that the couple had to offer. Babis told the men that they had about 10,000 euros and even told them where to find the money. But Carolyn wasn't going to let them take it without a fight. Carolyn had been trained in martial arts and she began to fight back against the robbers. But when they began to resist, they threatened little Lydia, who'd been in the room with the couple that evening. The leader of the three robbers managed to overpower Carolyn after making threats against her child, then ended her life by restricting her breathing, leaving her on the couple's bed and fleeing the home. But before they left, they tied up Babis and gagged him, with him fainting just a few minutes later. This all took place around 4:30 a.m., and when Babis eventually woke up, he managed to free himself from his restraints and call the police for help. When officers arrived at the scene, initially everything that Babis had told them seemed to have been true. Unfortunately, when they checked the home's security camera for evidence, they found that the robbers had stolen the SD card, meaning that nothing was left behind outside of an obvious mess and a disturbing crime scene. The Crouch family and Babis would later mourn the loss of Carolyn, with photos from the funeral showing Babis embracing Carolyn's mother as she wept. But just a few weeks later, police would reach a breakthrough in the case, finding new information that would turn the investigation on its head and paint Babis in a much different light. As investigators were doing their best to get to the bottom of the awful crime that transpired in the couple's home that night, they began to notice some inconsistencies in Babis' story. Police requested access to Carolyn's phone on the night of her passing, in an effort to better pin down her final moments and what took place leading up to the crime, likely in an effort to find out if she'd been in contact with anyone suspicious in the days or weeks leading up to her demise. It was when searching through her phone that they gained access to her fitness data. This is when things get very interesting. So if you have a modern smartphone or smartwatch, you should know that your devices are always collecting data on you. Most of us think of this as purely being your location data, but if you have a smartwatch, such as an Apple Watch, then your phone is also documenting things such as your heart rate, your physical movements, and in some cases even your temperature or other details about your health. When investigators looked into Carolyn's health data, they found something interesting. According to her health data that was pulled from her Apple Watch, which documented her sleep patterns, Carolyn had been fast asleep immediately before losing her life. Worse yet, her location data showed that she never once got out of bed, which was inconsistent with what Babis told investigators about Carolyn doing her best to physically fight off the assailants using martial arts. To make matters worse, Babis also claimed that the attack had taken place sometime around 4:30 a.m. But investigators learned from their home security system that the memory card had been removed at precisely 1:20 a.m., more than 3 hours before Babis claims that the crime began. Carolyn's Apple Watch also showed that her heart stopped beating at about 4:20 a.m., again disputing the timeline that Babis had claimed. With all of this information taken into account, police theorized that from 1:20 a.m. to 4:20 a.m., Babis had been staging the scene of the crime. They believe he made multiple attempts on Carolyn's life during this time, making sure to cover his tracks along the way, to make sure that things appear as though there was a break-in. But the bigger question here that many of us are wondering is, why? Well, that's the problem. There are multiple answers, depending on which version of events you believe. Was Babis truly threatened by an elusive gang member? If so, then he probably took his wife's life because he was told to. Did Carolyn truly find out about Babis's smuggling crimes and threaten to leave, sending him into a fit of rage? Well, that's certainly possible too. But in more recent accounts from Babis during his trial, he even claimed that the marriage between the two had been filled with physical abuse. He claimed that his reason for taking Carolyn's life was because he was sick of her assaulting him, referencing several occasions in which she would punch and kick him when things didn't go her way. He says that he grew so tired of this that he smothered Carolyn with her own pillow while she slept. But if this were true, then why did he also take the life of her dog? That part just seems excessive. If you want my personal opinion, I think the guy's just a cold-blooded monster. He likely had a million different reasons that he was able to justify in his own mind, none of which hold water when you look at them from a logical perspective. Ultimately, though, none of these theories matter. The only thing that we know for sure is that Babis was, in fact, responsible for taking the life of his wife, regardless of his reasons. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 11 years for the crimes against Carolyn's dog, though unfortunately his so-called life sentence only lasts around 20 years. He's expected to remain behind bars until he's in his 50s, at which point he'll be eligible for parole. In the aftermath of the crime and Babis's conviction, Carolyn's family has been highly critical of the investigation and the allegations that Babis has made. Carolyn's father, in particular, believes that there's much more to the story than Babis is letting on, and considering Babis has changed his version of events at least 3 times since his initial interrogation, there's a good chance that Carolyn's father may be right, and we may never know just how deep this rabbit hole really goes. Holly Bobo was a 20-year-old girl from Tennessee who was studying to become a nurse. Midway through her studies, Holly unexpectedly went missing in April of 2011. The last time anybody saw Holly alive was when she was spotted by her brother inside the family's garage, speaking with a man sounding distraught and terrified. This unidentified man kidnapped Holly and forced her into a nearby patch of woods. Police were called, but it was too late. By the time they arrived, the man was gone. Holly Bobo was your average girl from Darden, Tennessee. She loved all things outdoors, as is evidenced by the many photos showing her and her family in camouflage outfits wandering the wilderness. But Holly wasn't the outgoing woman that she may have appeared to be on the outside. She was actually quite shy and timid, but was certainly confident in herself as an individual. Holly grew up in Darden, Tennessee, a relatively small community with a population of just under 3,000 people. Darden appears to be a fairly quiet, secluded area as far as I can tell, a great place to raise a family. Most people regard Darden as a middle-class community, with crime being very low and the cost of living being equally low. All things considered, Darden is the perfect place to settle down and begin life with the people that you hold close. When she wasn't spending time with her family in Darden, Holly was attending her usual college classes in Parsons at the University of Tennessee's Martin Parsons Center, studying to become a nurse. The center was a relatively small building that housed a few hundred students, predominantly teens and young adults, who were studying for a profession in the medical field. You could think of this campus as somewhat of an outlet, so to speak. For example, you may see large clothing stores in major cities. Take Kohl's, for example. But in smaller towns, you may only have access to a Kohl's outlet, which is more or less just a smaller version of Kohl's with fewer options. Well, that's essentially what the Martin Parsons Center is, just a small outlet version of the much larger University of Tennessee, which is several cities away in Knoxville. Despite being a small town with a large college community, though, Parsons wasn't too far off from Darden, both in terms of location and amenities. Parsons is also a very small town, and there isn't much really going on here outside of college classes and a few small shops. Parsons would be a great place to visit to get away from all the noise and interference of daily life, but it certainly wouldn't be the place where you would expect a strange, shockingly violent crime to occur, one that would gain nationwide attention and lead police on a multi-year hunt for a dangerous criminal. It was the morning of April 13th, 2011. Holly woke up early that morning at around 4:30 a.m. to begin studying for an upcoming exam. Everything went as expected for several hours. At around 7:30 a.m., Holly received a call from her boyfriend, Drew Scott, who'd spent most of the morning turkey hunting on his grandparents' property. By this point, Holly's parents had already left for work, and Holly's brother Clint was asleep in his bedroom. It would be just 12 minutes later, at about 7:45 a.m., when Holly would make her final phone call. After this, every call and text that rang through would remain unanswered, leaving Holly's family desperately wondering what could have happened. Just minutes after Holly ended the call with her boyfriend, neighbors reported hearing screams coming from the Bobo household. The neighbor, a young man who lived with his parents, called his mother to report what he had heard. The mother, in turn, called Holly's mother to let her know that something was wrong. By this point, Holly's brother had been woken up by the family dogs barking and growling, so he jumped up to go see what was going on. As he looked out the window, he reported that he saw Holly and an unidentified man standing near the family's garage. He mentioned that the man looked remarkably similar to Drew, Holly's boyfriend. In fact, at first, he believed the man was Drew. He said that it seemed as though the two were kneeled down looking at one another. They were talking back and forth, but he couldn't make out anything that they were saying. All he knew is that Holly sounded incredibly upset, but she wasn't saying much. The man was doing most of the talking. The only thing Holly's brother was able to make out was that Holly at one point replied to the man saying no, then later began asking him why. At some point during the argument, Holly's brother Clint received a call from his mother. Clint detailed everything that he had seen to his mom, adding that he thought Holly and Drew were breaking up in the garage. It was clear at this point, Clint had no idea that Holly was in danger. But that's when Holly's mother told Clint that's not Drew. Clint was then ordered by his mother to fire at the man, but Clint was in disbelief. While he couldn't see the man clearly, he fully believed that this was Holly's boyfriend. Clint replied to his mother, pleading, "You want me to fire at Drew?" It seems likely Holly's mother grew frustrated at this point because she hung up the phone and called the police. But because she was calling from her work phone, her number rang through to the wrong county of officers, wasting precious time and ultimately giving the unidentified man further time to conceal the situation even further. By the time Clint was informed of all this and looked out the window again, the two had already left the garage and were headed towards the nearby woods. It was at this point that Clint finally realized for himself this man was not Drew. He was much larger than Drew, but Clint still couldn't get a good look at him. Clint tried to call Holly's phone at this point, but she obviously didn't answer. He tried to call Drew as well, but Drew wasn't answering. By this point, Holly's mother called Clint once again, saying that she was having no luck contacting the police. She asked Clint to call the police instead, and Clint then grabbed his weapon and headed outside, and that's when he found red stains near the garage that presumably belonged to Holly. It was at this point that he agreed to call the police. It would take investigators around 10 minutes to reach the Bobo household, by which point Holly and the suspect were long gone. Police searched the area, but they didn't find anything that would lead them to either Holly or the criminal. Police requested phone records for Holly's phone, and they soon began using the GPS data from her device to pinpoint her last known location. They quickly determined that her cell phone had traveled through the woods near her home just as Clint had suggested. Movement stopped near Interstate 40, then picked up again, returning in the direction from where the device originally came from. Detectives were sent out to investigate the section of woods where the phone movement had stopped, but they came up empty-handed. The area didn't appear to have been recently disturbed, and there were no signs of Holly. Unfortunately, this left officers at a dead end as the case reached its first roadblock. But search teams were about to uncover mountains of evidence pertaining to Holly's case. After they uncovered Holly's personal items that had been scattered all throughout the town, almost as if the suspect was taunting the family and the locals. When officers went back to the family home and began speaking with Clint, he described the unidentified man as being about 5'10" and maybe as tall as 6 feet, weighing about 200 pounds with dark hair and a hat. He added that the man appeared to be wearing Mossy Oak brand camouflage and that he had a very deep, low voice. He couldn't make out any distinguishing features about the man's face. And considering Parsons was a fairly rural town filled with hunters and outdoorsmen, the description that Clint gave police essentially described every male living within a 30-mile radius. Search teams were sent all over the town to search for any clues or possible witness sightings. It didn't take investigators long to come across several pieces of evidence scattered all throughout the town. As police patrolled the area, they found several items that belonged to Holly, abandoned throughout the town. They found her lunchbox, a receipt with her name on it, a card from her school, and some reports even claim that they found her cell phone and later her SIM card, though other reports indicate that the phone and SIM card were found in the woods, much closer to Holly's home, so take that as you will. Police initially narrowed down their list of suspects and began investigating one man in particular, named Terry Britt. Terry was a registered offender who fit the bill of the man that Clint had seen in the garage that day. Investigators went as far as wiretapping Britt's home and searching his property, but they ultimately found nothing of interest and he was cleared as a suspect. It wouldn't be until 3 years later, in 2014, that the case would see any more progress. Ginseng hunters were traveling through the woods near Interstate 40 when they came across a crime scene unlike anything they could have ever expected. Police were called to the scene and they unfortunately revealed that they had uncovered the partial remains of Holly Bobo. She was about 20 miles away from Darden. When investigators spoke with the owner of the property, he revealed it wasn't uncommon for locals to hunt in the area without permission, so he wasn't too terribly shocked that the hunters and investigators managed to find her there all these years later. When investigating the scene of the crime, police revealed that bones had been scattered all throughout the area, but that Holly had likely lost her life after taking a single round to the head. It was at this point that police revealed that they'd honed in on their primary suspect, but as it would turn out, they'd been investigating the man for at least 6 months prior to this discovery. But what makes things incredibly strange is that he was just one of 6 men who are believed to have had connections to Holly's case. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. The first of the arrests in Holly's case took place in March of 2014, several months before the discovery of the crime scene. Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, and their friend Jason were all suspected of aggravated kidnapping. On top of this, police had enough evidence to suggest that the men had taken advantage of Holly before claiming her life. After bringing these 3 in for questioning, police also arrested 2 other men who they believed helped to conceal Holly's remains. There was another man who investigators believed may have been involved as well, but he claimed his own life before he could be properly investigated. One detail that we don't know much about is what led police to suspect any of these men had any connection to the case. For some reason, police have never explained this aspect of the investigation, though it's probably safe to assume that it's either none of our business, as it may have been a private matter, or to protect the integrity of the investigation, or both, we just don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that Dylan Adams had been arrested on an unrelated weapons charge in 2014. While he was speaking with police, Dylan explained that he had seen Holly alive at his brother's house quite some time after her abduction. The details of a search warrant claimed that Dylan had witnessed Holly at Zach Adams' home on April 13, 2011, the same day that Holly disappeared. Dylan revealed that he'd visited his brother's home that day to borrow his truck, but when he went inside, he noticed Holly sitting in a chair in the living room in a very bad state. Dylan claims that his brother then revealed that he'd taken advantage of Holly and recorded the entire ordeal, but this recording has never been found. Dylan also explained that Zach had been wearing camouflage clothing that day, which matched the description that Holly's brother had given to investigators. The only problem with all this information is that Dylan would later recant his confession, claiming he was coerced by investigators. Worse yet, this seems to be true, because some of the finer details that he'd shared with police simply don't add up with the evidence that's been uncovered, and this may be why the aforementioned video has never been found, because it doesn't exist. Regardless of this, the confession proved to be useful enough to allow investigators to arrest Zach Adams, Jason Autry, and Shane Austin, all three of which were men who police heavily suspected were involved in the case, with Shane being the man that I mentioned a moment ago who took his own life before going to trial. This left Zach and Jason to tell their side of the story. In a dramatic turn of events, it didn't take police long at all to convince Jason that he would be looking at spending the rest of his life behind bars if he didn't help investigators close the case. Naturally, he changed his tune rather quickly once he was in police custody, and offered to testify against Zach in exchange for a lesser sentence. Police agreed to these terms, and it was at this point that the case was blown wide open. In the months leading up to the trial, an attorney for Shane Austin, the man who took his own life, spoke out against the police who were investigating the case, and announced that detectives had no evidence against Shane whatsoever. He claims that police were pursuing theories, hearsay, and rumors rather than actual evidence. He claims that they continually threatened Shane, leading him to believe he was going to be pinned for a crime that he didn't commit. His attorney claims that this is the reason why Shane took his life, and his family holds the police responsible for his demise. There's been no word of any lawsuits that may be filed, but I think it's safe to say that those will eventually be coming sooner or later. But by September of 2017, Zach Adams was sent to trial. During his trial, it was alleged that Clint, Holly's brother, actually knew her attackers. Jason, the man who agreed to testify against Zach, claims that he, Zach, and Dylan had all visited the Bobo household that day in order to teach Clint how to make illegal substances. At some point during this process, Holly found out about it and began to freak out, exiting the house while shouting. These would have been the shouts that the neighbor initially heard, prompting the police to be called a short while later. This would have explained why Clint was so reluctant to spring into action when it became painfully clear that his sister was in trouble, because he knew the attackers and what they were capable of. Once Holly began shouting and trying to flee the home, the men allegedly grabbed her and abducted her in order to keep her quiet. They later took her to a barn where they took advantage of her and took her life. The only problem with these allegations is that Clint claims they're untrue, and there's no real evidence to suggest that things took place one way or the other, so we're ultimately forced to take them as nothing more than hearsay and false rumors. Both Jason and Dylan gave conflicting accounts about what took place on the day that Holly disappeared. The most accurate form of the story that I can gather seems to suggest that following whatever took place at Holly's home that day, Holly was taken to the aforementioned barn. Zach, Dylan, and Jason were all involved somehow or another, with Zach being the mastermind behind the operation. Zach eventually attempted to claim Holly's life, then rolled her up in a rug, placed her in the back of his truck, taking her out to the woods off of Interstate 40. But once the trio arrived in the woods, they learned that Holly was still alive. This is what led to the single round to the back of her head. This weapon was later found abandoned in a body of water cleared of any fingerprints or DNA. Before his trial, Zach's girlfriend had spoken out against him, claiming that he had admitted to the crime and claimed he'd do the same thing to her if she mentioned a word of it to anyone. Zach had allegedly also threatened his brother Dylan with the same consequence if he spoke to anyone about the case. In the end, Zach was found guilty of all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, with Dylan, his brother, being given 50 years, serving 35 before parole will be considered. Jason, on the other hand, doesn't appear to have played any active role in the crime outside of helping the two brothers cover their tracks. For his participation in the trial and the conviction, it appears as though he was allowed to walk away a free man. Now, I need to reiterate, the story of Holly's abduction and her subsequent demise have not been fully proven. There were so many lies and rumors being tossed around during the trial that it's difficult to make heads or tails of the situation. The story I shared regarding the consequences of events leading to Holly being dumped in the woods is purely the aspects of the story that make the most sense based on the evidence that's been found. In the end, there's so much more to the story that I couldn't share here because it would take literal hours to cover every aspect of the investigation and the arrests. So I'd urge you, if you're interested, take a closer look at this case on your own and establish your own conclusions. All we know for sure is that, for one reason or another, Holly was taken from this world far too soon by two sadistic and evil brothers who had nothing better to do with their time than wreak havoc on a small town and torment a young woman who just wanted nothing more than to live her life in peace. Holly's tragic demise has left a permanent scar on an otherwise beautiful town, and her memory will not be soon forgotten. It was August 25th, 2016, and Shanda Grice was home alone. What's crazy about this case is that Shanda had already complained to the police 5 times about fears that she was being stalked. In fact, during one of these reports, she was reprimanded by the police and handed a fine of $90 for wasting police time. If only officers knew just how wrong they would be about Shanda. They'd be forced to learn the hard way that Shanda's fears were justified, and her life was in serious danger. Shanda Grice grew up near Brighton in Sussex, and she had a pretty ordinary childhood. Shanda was an only child, but she had plenty of friends at school to make up for her time that was spent alone at home. We don't know too terribly much about Shanda's upbringing or her time in school. Her family haven't really shared much personal information about her since that awful crime took place. What we do know is that she was described as incredibly lively and vivacious, so it's clear to see that she was a young girl who had a passion for life. As far as we know, Shanda's early years played out without too much of a fuss. By the time Shanda had entered secondary school, or high school as we call it here in the States, she'd already taken her life into her own hands and started crafting a future for herself. It was while she was attending high school that she ran into a boy named Ashley Cook. The two met sometime around 2013, when Ashley was 17 and Shanda was 16. From the outset, the two were inseparable. What began as a passive interest in one another grew to something far, far greater within a matter of a few months. Before they knew it, the two started dating, and not long after that, things began to get quite serious between them. After graduating from high school and moving on with their lives, the two remained together and were deeply dedicated to one another. Or so it seemed. See, Ashley was dedicated to the relationship more than anything. But Shanda, well, she was beginning to have a change of heart. After school, Shanda had found a job at a local fire alarm company. And when starting a new job, you're bound to meet all sorts of new people. And one of these people was Michael Lane. Up until this point, the relationship between Shanda and Ashley had been nothing but perfect. But after meeting Michael, Shanda began to have second thoughts. See, as far as I can tell, neither Shanda nor Ashley had ever been in another serious relationship before this point. And I mean, how could they have been? They were literal children when they first started dating. And while this is nothing to really be concerned about, the two obviously didn't have much life experience behind them. So when Shanda met Michael Lane, well, she began to wonder if Ashley really was the one like she had thought. Michael and Shanda were always able to laugh with one another, no matter what they did, whether at work or otherwise, they had fun. The same was true between Shanda and Ashley, but with Michael, things were different. He had an energy about him that was captivating and infectious. To top this off, he made Shanda feel like she was the only thing in the world that really mattered. Before long, Shanda realized that she'd started to develop feelings for him. Now, we don't know how the situation played out specifically, but one thing led to another, and Shanda started to feel like she and Ashley may not have been the perfect couple that she thought they were. She proposed the idea of the two taking a break, testing the waters, and making sure they'd explored all of their options before dedicating themselves to one another at such a young age. It seems that Ashley likely disagreed with this idea, but what was there that he could have done to stop it? After all was said and done, the two agreed to take a break, and they went their separate ways. Immediately after setting their feelings aside for a while, Shanda began dating Michael Lane. But there was one big problem here. See, Michael was definitely the sweetheart that he portrayed himself to be, at least in the early days. But as time passed by, Shanda began to realize that there was much more to Michael than meets the eye. Rather quickly, Shanda began to feel trapped, smothered. It took her less than 3 months to realize Michael was not the person she thought he was. She knew she'd made a big mistake. Before we keep going with the video, I wanted to show you guys a great new mobile game called June's Journey. If you're into true crime and mysteries as much as I am, this game will be perfect for you. June's Journey is a hidden object game, but with a pretty captivating story involving a murder mystery. It takes place back in the 1920s, and each new scene and level takes you through a different chapter of the story, setting up June Parker, the main character, to solve the mysterious murder of her sister. This game is completely free to download, and the basic idea of the game is hunting for clues and hidden objects that may help bring June one step closer to solving the case. You can customize and remodel your mansion as well as your garden island along the way. Now, I grew up playing seek and find games like this, so this game is right up my alley, and I feel like you guys will enjoy it as well. It's super relaxing to play and easy to pick up when you have a few free minutes here or there throughout the day. You can click the link below in the description to download the game on iOS and Android devices, but it's also available on PC through Facebook Games. So if you're ready to dive headfirst into a captivating murder mystery and help June solve the mysterious case surrounding her sister, just click the link below to download June's Journey. When Shanda first met Michael had been working as a mechanic at Brighton Fire Alarms, while she held a position somewhere else in the company. Needless to say, there was a serious attraction between the two, but this is likely because Shanda had no idea about Michael's colorful past. See, by the time Michael and Shanda had met, Michael had already been arrested just a few years prior. The specific number has never been revealed, but we know that several women had filed complaints against Michael. Now, I don't know about your specific definition of the word several, but to me that means it must have been at least 3 or more women. These women had filed complaints against Michael that covered a span of around 10 years. Mind you, he was only in his late 20s when he met Shanda, so this guy had been in constant trouble for his entire adult life. One of these women who filed charges against him described him as being, quote, very controlling in their relationship. A few of these women accused him of obsessive and stalker-like behavior. At least one woman claimed that he sent her erotic photos against her will, and this report seems to suggest that he might have done this on several occasions involving multiple women. Several of these women claimed that he would show up to their homes unannounced, harassing them by loitering outside of their doors or windows. One of these women even claimed Michael had become physically aggressive with her at one point. Since Shanda was blissfully unaware of Michael's history, it's clear to see that she had no idea what sort of red flags she should be looking out for. The two continued dating for a period of around 3 months, but all of a sudden, Shanda had a change of heart that seems to have come from nowhere. Ashley, Shanda's former boyfriend, has never revealed why Shanda decided to do this, but he says that he got a call from her out of the blue one day, and she admitted that she'd made an awful mistake by breaking up with him. She made it clear that the time that she'd spent with Michael only helped to prove how deep her love for Ashley had really gone. She begged for Ashley to take her back, and considering he'd spent most of his time hoping and praying for a call like this to come through, he had no issues with reigniting the relationship. But that doesn't mean there wasn't trouble in paradise, because you've got to remember, Michael had fallen head over heels for Shanda by this point. Michael knew that he'd been somewhat of a third wheel from the very beginning. It was clear to see that the bond between Shanda and Ashley went much deeper than anything he could have ever hoped to have with Shanda. After all, the two had essentially grown up together. That's not a bond that can be easily replaced. Needless to say, Michael was angry. Not only angry, but enraged and downright ticked off. Immediately following their breakup, Michael confided in a friend about how he had been feeling, ending their conversation by saying, quote, "She'll pay for what she's done." If you're watching this video, chances are you're familiar with a man by the name of Ted Bundy. The interesting thing about Ted Bundy is that he was able to lure women in by making them feel safe, valued, heard, and respected. He had a charisma about him that was unrivaled. While we all know the monster that he turned out to be, the women he attacked could never be blamed for falling into his trap. He was a master manipulator, but he put on a front like no one else. He gave the impression of being someone you could let your guard down when you were near, someone you could trust. See, Michael Lane was the same way. He was a man that you and I both clearly know was a bully, and that's putting it incredibly lightly. But for the women that he had an interest in, he was able to put on a front that was downright irresistible. In the days after Shanna and Michael had broken up, he became incredibly depressed. Not only this, but he began to obsess over the months that he'd shared with Shanna, and he vowed to do whatever it may take to get her back. He initially took to harassing Ashley, first by leaving a note on his car taunting him, saying Shanna will always cheat on you. Thankfully, Ashley knew that this simply wasn't true and didn't really let it get to him. Shanna, on the other hand, wasn't as willing to let it go. She contacted the police and reported Michael's actions, but they didn't really do much to help. They showed up and gave Michael a verbal warning, but that was pretty much the end of it. But soon after this happened, Michael installed a tracking device on Shanna's car. This device would alert his phone anytime Shanna's car moved, giving Michael time to jump into action and follow her wherever she went. One day, he followed her home. He approached her as she was just outside the front door and grabbed her phone. He then chased her around while Shanna did everything she could to escape his grasp. But that's when he lunged toward her, grabbed her hair, pulling her closer to him. Once Shanna was able to break free, she called the police, and it seemed like they were willing to take the case more seriously at this point. When officers showed up, they immediately arrested Michael for assault. But rather strangely, no sooner than he was taken to the station, he was released. When officers were questioned about this, they explained that they let him go because, as far as they could tell, no crime was committed. They believed that this was nothing more than an argument between a young couple, so they wrote the whole situation off rather quickly. The reason they believed this to be the case was because as they searched through Michael's phone records and his text messages, they noticed that some of the texts that were sent by Shanna had been signed with 5 kiss emojis. Investigators' exact words were, quote, Shanna would be signing texts to Michael with 5 kisses. This is not harassment. Now, I'll admit, it is certainly a bit bizarre that if Shanna felt so threatened by Michael that she would be signing her texts with kisses, especially after just getting back together with Ashley. I don't really understand what's going on here, but to top this off, Shanna was hit with a $90 fine for supposedly wasting police time. The thing is, just prior to Michael being picked up by the police, Shanna had reported him for stalking and leaving unwanted flowers on her car. So if the two were already at odds with one another weeks prior to this, it just makes the kiss emojis all the more bizarre. A couple months after this, the situation escalated dramatically when Michael stole a key from Shanna and let himself into her home without her knowledge. He snuck in the middle of the night while he thought she was sleeping, just standing beside her bed and watching her. After a while, he turned and left. As it would turn out, Shanna wasn't asleep. She'd heard someone enter her home, so rather than running or trying to hide, she thought it was best to just fake being asleep, hoping that whoever had broken in would just take whatever they wanted and leave her alone. She only realized that the criminal had in fact been Michael when she saw him walk past her window as he was leaving. Needless to say, Shanna reported this incident to the police as well. Michael was once again arrested, but was once again let go, simply being told by the police to stay away from Shanna. The very next day, Shanna would receive 7 phone calls from a blocked number, believed to have been Michael, in which he would do nothing but heavily breathe into the phone. When Shanna tried to report this, police basically shut down and said that they would not be looking into the situation any further. 2 days later, when Michael was seen stalking Shanna, she reported him once again, with the responding officer claiming that this was nothing more than a low-risk case, adding that he'd make the case leader aware of it, but we all know that this means he basically wrote the whole situation off and never spoke of it again. Finally, on August 4th, 2016, Shanna spotted Michael hanging outside of her home. She confided in a friend that she was terrified the police wouldn't believe her, obviously based on her previous 5 experiences. Her friend actually witnessed this particular situation, so we know without a shadow of a doubt, Shanna was telling the full truth. Ashley backed up Shanna's claims as well. Regardless, this time, Shanna didn't call the police. And unfortunately, this would prove to be a fatal mistake. It was August 25th, 2016. Shanna was at home with her roommate, but at some point in the evening, the roommate stepped out for a while. As it would turn out, this ended up being an evening in which Michael was loitering outside of Shanna's home, keeping tabs on her and watching for when she'd be left alone. No sooner than he saw Shanna's roommate leave, Michael jumped into action and let himself inside of her home, presumably using the same key he'd stolen a few months prior when he watched her sleep. The only problem was, this time, Michael had much more nefarious intentions. As he burst into Shanna's home, he made quick work of the situation. He headed straight towards Shanna's room and used a knife to end her life. No one could have ever seen this coming. This was a rapid escalation, unlike anything that could have been predicted. But that wasn't all. Before he left, he deactivated the fire alarm in the home, then set Shanna's bedroom on fire while she was still inside. He then locked the door and just walked away. Ashley had last seen Shanna a few hours before. He'd kissed her goodbye and left for work as he always did, not knowing that this would take place just hours later. He said he didn't realize anything was wrong until he got a message from one of Shanna's coworkers later on, claiming Shanna never showed up for work. He wasn't able to stop by her apartment on his own, so Ashley called his younger sister and asked her to stop by and check on Shanna. No sooner than she arrived, she called him back, sobbing and panicking because she noticed a red-stained footprint near the door, and no one was answering the door to let her inside. At this point, Ashley began panicking as well. He called his father immediately and asked him to stop by and see what was going on. He arrived a few minutes later and made his way into the apartment. The moment he stepped inside, it was clear what had taken place. He found Shanna in her bedroom in a state which he's never put into words. Investigators would later reveal that Shanna had in fact lost her life in her bedroom that day. We don't know if Michael took her life himself or if the flames and smoke did it after he left, but needless to say, the situation was incredibly grim. Ashley remembers that day and says that he hates that his father will have that memory stuck in his head for the rest of his life. But Ashley's father says that he's simply thankful that it wasn't Ashley who had to find her that way. Needless to say, there was one primary suspect in this case: Michael. Police closed in on him immediately, and when questioned, Michael obviously denied any involvement. He admitted to being over at Shanna's home that evening, but insisted he hadn't been involved in the crime. Even though investigators had been pretty well useless up until now, they made quick work of the investigation and immediately charged Michael for claiming Shanna's life. But there's one big issue here for many people. Why had it taken such a tragedy for police to actually do something about Michael? The thing is, Shanna had obviously reported Michael to the police on 5 separate occasions. If they'd even spent as much as 2 minutes searching his record, they could have easily seen that he was a terrible, awful person with a colorful history that perfectly documented what he was capable of. Yet they did nothing to protect Shanna. How is it that after all this time and all these reports, no one ever even bothered to once open up his criminal record? After Shanna lost her life, a police watchdog group intervened and investigated the way the Sussex police handled the case. A total of 13 officers were investigated, and 3 were held accountable and faced disciplinary actions. One officer defended himself, claiming that Shanna admitted to having an affair with Michael while she was in a relationship with Ashley. But how is this a defense? What does that even prove? Affair or not, the girl was clearly being stalked. She reported Michael's violence towards her as clearly as she possibly could, and Michael had an obvious history of violence towards other women as well. I was able to confirm that the 3 aforementioned officers did in fact get punished, but I haven't found any reports that claim any of them faced any jail time or really any sort of repercussions for their actions outside of a gentle slap on the wrist. In the words of Shanna's family, the whole situation was a joke and the hearing was a sham. In the end, I'm grateful that Michael was finally caught and put behind bars. He'll be facing a sentence of 25 years for what he's done. But in no world should it have taken such disastrous consequences for police to have acted on this man. This whole case is just sickening, and the loss of Shanna's life was, well, pointless. Police had more than enough information to arrest this man and actually charge him with something, but they chose not to. Shanna begged and begged for help 5 times or more, but police turned a blind eye to this heinous serial criminal. I just hope that at the very least, these 3 officers lost a great deal of sleep over the next few weeks, months, and hopefully years, because the loss of Shanna's life rests solely on their shoulders. Jason Corbett was known for being a family man through and through. He loved his kids more than anything and was willing to do whatever it took to keep them safe and happy. But according to detectives and even some of the crime scene investigators, there was much more to Jason's story than meets the eye. Police have conflicting opinions about this case. Some officers believe that Jason truly was the family man he portrayed himself to be, but others believe he had a dark side that only showed up behind closed doors. Whatever the case, in August of 2015, Jason lost his life in one of the most vicious crimes I've ever covered here on True Crime Stories. But what makes this case so incredibly disturbing isn't just that someone took Jason's life, it's who took it and why. Jason Corbett was born and raised in Limerick, Ireland. His two children, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah, were the light of his world, and he did all he could to make sure that they had the best life possible. But unfortunately, Jason couldn't protect his kids from one of the most tragic days of their lives. See, when their kids were very young, their mother, Margaret, passed away unexpectedly from a severe asthma attack. Her passing came as a complete shock to the family and was particularly devastating for Jason, as you can probably imagine. While Margaret had issues with asthma in the past, no one expected her to lose her life in such a sudden, painful, and terrifying series of events. It was just so out of left field. This tragedy left Jason in a really difficult spot. Considering Jason was a plant manager for an international packaging company, his job required him to spend large amounts of time away from his children. Before, Margaret would help pick up the slack and ensure the kids had a pretty normal home life. But now that she was gone, well, it was incredibly difficult for the young family. It didn't take Jason long at all to admit that he needed help, and quickly. This led him to find the help of a woman named Molly Martins, who offered to help look after the children for Jason while he was at work. But the thing about Molly is that she lived in the United States, halfway across the world from Jason in Ireland. She agreed to move in with the family, crossing the ocean over to Ireland, and in exchange, Jason would help her get citizenship there. Molly has been described as an au pair, or here in America, many people refer to this type of situation as a mail-order bride, but that's admittedly a pretty derogatory term if you ask me, and it oversimplifies what's usually a pretty complicated situation for the men and women who choose this sort of job. Truth be told, Molly didn't seem to have any nefarious intentions. She wasn't moving here with the hopes of becoming Jason's wife, nor did she plan on essentially becoming a replacement for the children's mother. But by the end of it all, that is exactly what happened. Now, Molly insists that she didn't have an ulterior motive when she moved in with Jason, but considering Jason is no longer around to tell his side of the story, we'll never really know what his intentions were. But considering this guy was so dedicated to making sure his children were safe and cared for, I'd find it hard to believe if he had any hidden intentions either. But either way, the relationship between Jason and Molly began innocently enough at first. But before long, the two had fallen for each other. But rather than remain in Ireland, the family now decided that their best chance at getting a fresh start would be to move to the United States. And that's exactly what they did, finding a place to call home in Davidson County, North Carolina. That same year, Jason and Molly officially tied the knot and got married. Everything went amazingly well for the family for the first several years. Jason went to work at the packaging plant while Molly helped out around the house and with the children, and eventually even took on a role of a children's swimming coach. But by the end of August of 2015, things had changed. In the early hours of the morning, a 911 call rang through to emergency operators. On the other end of the line was Molly's father, Tom.
My daughter's husband, my son-in-law, got in a fight with my daughter. I intervened, and I think he's in bad shape. We need help.
Okay, what do you mean he's in bad shape? He's hurt?
He's bleeding all over, and I may have killed him.
Molly's father, Tom, a former FBI agent, had been spending some time with the family, visiting with his daughter, her new husband, and his newfound grandchildren. When the entire family was asleep, but all of a sudden, around 3 a.m. in the morning, Molly says that Sarah, their youngest daughter, woke up from a bad dream and a panic, believing that the fairies that were printed on her bed sheets were actually lizards and bugs. Molly ran in to calm the girl down with Jason close behind. But Molly suggests that rather than being calm and understanding of the girl's bad dream, Jason flew into a fit of rage. He began shouting at Molly as if this were somehow her fault. The two quickly got into a heated argument, and that's when Jason reportedly grabbed Molly by the throat. And that's when Tom walked in and, as he put it, intervened. By the time Tom was finished with Jason, he was left lying on the floor, bleeding profusely. Tom immediately called 911 for help. The 911 operator told Tom how to administer CPR, and he and Molly took turns doing this until paramedics arrived, less than 10 minutes later. But by the time they got to Jason's side, there was nothing they could do. He was gone. To say they found Jason in a bad state, well, that doesn't even begin to describe it. The amount of anger that Tom unleashed on Jason was unreal. This man had trauma consistent with being struck by a car or falling off a cliff, not being restrained by his father-in-law. When detectives showed up a short while later, they admitted that evidence was everywhere. They collected forensic samples from the floor, the walls, the bed, everywhere. This attack had clearly dragged on for quite some time, and Tom just wasn't letting up. As investigators began combing through all the clues and evidence left around the scene of the crime, they found a 28-inch baseball bat that had been leaning against a dresser in the couple's bedroom. It's believed that this was the primary item that was used to, in Tom's words, intervene. But as they kept looking, they noticed a small brick paver had also been dropped in the bedroom. This paver was found to have been covered in blood, which wasn't painting a good picture of what had unfolded here. When Molly and Tom were asked to come by the police station to issue a statement, Molly told detectives the story of Sarah waking up and being frightened by the characters printed on her bedsheets. Tom explained how he'd heard a commotion and went inside the bedroom to find Jason holding Molly by her neck, and that's when he jumped in. At this point, police were uncertain of how to proceed. If the attack had taken place exactly as these two claimed, well, then Jason likely lost his life in a bit of self-defense. Case closed. But considering the detectives found two separate weapons at the crime scene, both of which had clearly been used against Jason, this was beginning to look like something much more nefarious. Police were now looking more closely at the crime scene. When officers arrived at the home that morning, there was one particular scenario that just didn't make sense to them. If Tom stated that he'd woken up after hearing a commotion, and Molly stated that Sarah had woken up shouting out of fear, and their fight began immediately afterward, then wouldn't the children have heard the struggle? Yet, when investigators arrived, both of the children were fast asleep in their bedrooms as if nothing happened. This led police to a frightening theory. Jason didn't attack Molly that evening. In fact, he couldn't have. That's because when the crime unfolded, Jason was fast asleep. As police continued to dig deeper and deeper into the situation, they'd convinced themselves that Molly and Tom had to be lying. The evidence just wasn't adding up to the story these two had told to investigators. This is when they decided to press charges against both Molly and Tom for second-degree homicide, as well as voluntary manslaughter. It would now be up to the jury to decide who did what and how exactly this crime had played out. The defense team, the team working for Molly and Tom, painted Jason as being an angry, bitter man who would often lash out at Molly. But the prosecution, the team working on Jason's behalf, insisted that there was no indication and no evidence that Jason was an angry or violent person. He'd never exhibited this behavior before, and no one had anything bad to say about him. On the evening of the crime, Jason even offered to help bring Molly's parents' luggage inside for them, as they'd obviously planned on spending the night with them. He all around seemed like a great, family-oriented man. The family's neighbor admitted that he'd never really noticed any aggression between Tom and Molly. He even stated that Jason was known for his very calm demeanor. The two had actually been hanging out all afternoon on that day, and he said that nothing seemed out of the ordinary about Jason. They'd been chatting from about 3:30 p.m. to about 8:30 p.m. that afternoon, and their get-together only stopped when Molly's parents pulled up in the driveway, at which point Jason left to greet them. The neighbor added that when Jason saw them pulling up, his demeanor didn't change one bit. It was still completely calm, and he may have even been happy to see them. This is when detectives began to dig up some suspicious evidence against Molly and Tom. It would come to light that Jason had been making plans to move back to Ireland, but Molly didn't want to go. Jason felt that it would be best for his kids and for the family as a whole But Molly was strictly against this idea. She feared that if she didn't agree, Jason may even take the children and move countries without her. And this wasn't just some theory that police concocted, this was somewhat of a proven fact. Evidence was later shown to the court that proved that Tom had struck Jason with a bat on the evening of the crime, and Molly openly admitted to striking Jason with the brick paver that was found in the bedroom. According to Tom and Molly, as soon as Jason fell to the ground, their attack stopped and they immediately called 911. But one of the paramedics noticed something odd. There was dried blood on Jason's body. The paramedics had arrived in less than 10 minutes, so how could this have already dried? One of the paramedics spoke at the trial and admitted that the scene of the crime was beyond gruesome. The trauma that was noted to Jason's head was just downright repulsive. There was nothing left of him. This was leading the court to a fairly universal opinion. This crime was no accident. Molly's parents hadn't just happened to stop by for the night, and that's because they've been planning on taking Jason's life all along. When Chief Medical Examiner Craig Nelson testified in the court proceedings, he announced that the cause of Jason's passing was rather obviously blunt force trauma. He noted a total of 12 injuries to Jason's skull, with several of these injuries showing repeated blows. He concluded that Jason had been struck in the head over a dozen times, but he believed this number could have been much, much higher. There just wasn't any way to say for certain, as there was nothing left of the guy. But this is where things get very interesting. When a toxicology report was done on Jason's body, it was found that he had a small amount of alcohol in his system, likely from when he was hanging out with his neighbor. But he also had trazodone in his system. Interestingly, trazodone is considered to be an antidepressant, but Jason wasn't considered to be depressed, nor had any doctor ever prescribed him this medication. This is when the family's doctor was asked to take the stand. When questioned about this medication, she admitted that Molly had recently come in and claimed that she was having trouble sleeping. Trazodone, as it turns out, isn't actually very effective at treating depression, but it works great for helping you fall asleep. Thus, Molly was given a prescription for the medication, not Jason. When Molly was initially taken in for questioning after calling 911 that night, detectives took several photos of her to document any injuries that she may have incurred at the hands of Jason. But there were none. She was completely clean aside from a small amount of Jason's blood that was on her. During her interrogation, she was seen repeatedly pulling and grasping at her own neck, to which an officer requested that she stop. But all throughout the interview, she just kept grabbing at her neck, as if she was trying to hurt herself. Maybe so that she'd have bruises show up in the photos later on, but this obviously didn't work if it truly was her plan. When Tom was questioned, there were no injuries or bruises found on him either. Both of these two were completely free and clear. Now, to be fair, when paramedics arrived at the scene, they did note that Molly had a bit of redness on her neck, but they also noticed that she kept grabbing at her own neck the entire time they were there as well. So it's unclear whether this redness would have come from an injury or if it was just the fact that she kept grabbing it herself. It would then come to light that Molly had also been struggling with some mental health issues, but it's not clear if these were previous issues or current issues she was dealing with. But whatever the case, the prosecution suggested that her mental health issues caused her to repeatedly ask Jason to allow her to officially adopt his children. Though, let's be real, the two have been married 4 or 5 years. It's not particularly unusual for a new spouse to want to adopt her stepchildren. But either way, Jason wasn't okay with this, and he repeatedly denied her request, which caused an understandable amount of anger in Molly. Molly was deeply in love with these children, and according to one report, one of her biggest fears was that Jason would one day take the children away from her. But it's never been explained why she believed this. After all, the two were married, their lives were tightly intertwined, and they were reportedly quite happy with one another. So unless she had underlying abandonment issues, I just can't understand why she would be so terrified of losing these kids. But then came the most shocking revelation of all: the insurance policy. As it turns out, Jason had quite a bit of money. In fact, when they purchased their super nice home in North Carolina, he paid for the entire thing in cash, just wired the money right over to the United States without even being there in person. He also wired money over to pay for furniture. We're talking hundreds upon thousands of dollars. He even wired a $49,000 payment to Molly's father around this same time. And the note attached to this payment simply read, "For the marriage." This payment has never been explained, but considering Molly was proven to have been an au pair, well, many people are a bit suspicious about this payment. When it was revealed that Jason's life insurance policy totaled around $600,000, there was a very clear image appearing here, and it didn't paint Molly or her father in a very good light. When you combine this with the fact that Molly refused to testify at trial, well, I don't know about you, but that's just downright suspicious. With all of this evidence stacked against her, the only reason I can come up with that would cause her to refuse to testify would simply be that she didn't want to be caught in a lie. After all, her father was a former FBI agent, so he would likely be pretty good at keeping a story straight. But when you throw Molly into the mix, well, that makes 2 potential points of failure rather than 1. So it's best for their sake that she remains silent, but again, this is just a theory. Molly claims that Jason had been abusive toward her all throughout their marriage, but not a single shred of evidence was found to prove this. She never filed any police reports against him, and no one in the local community had anything bad to say about him. Molly insisted that Jason's children be asked to give a statement at the trial, insisting their version of events would perfectly line up with what she and her father had been claiming unfolded that night. But the children had already been taken back home to Ireland, presumably to live with Tom's parents. Because of this, their statements were never heard by the jury. But here's where things, once again, get very interesting. The defense team was able to dig up 2 interviews that were conducted with Jason's children. One interview was taken on the day that he lost his life, and another was taken after his funeral. In these reports, what the children had to say about their father was not nice. These interviews conducted with Jason's children really call this whole case into question, and really make you wonder if Molly and Tom may actually have been telling the truth. A social worker who was employed by the Union County Department of Social Services conducted the interviews with each of the kids. Both of the children referred to Jason getting mad at Molly, and they claimed that this would happen on a regular basis. They also claimed to have once witnessed Jason grab Molly by the hair and, quote, smack her in the face. In another interview, the children reported that Jason would get angry over simple things such as bills or leaving the lights on. The kids each referred to multiple instances where Jason would hurt Molly. In one interview, Sarah explained that she would occasionally have nightmares, and Molly would come in to comfort her in the middle of the night. She continued by saying that her father would sometimes get incredibly angry if she accidentally woke him up. Now, one thing that a lot of us have probably been asking is, what about the brick paver that Molly used to attack Jason? I don't know about you, but it's always seemed suspicious to me. Who keeps a brick in their bedroom? Well, the children explained this too. They claimed that they planned on painting the brick with Molly as a decoration, but that day it had been raining, so they weren't able to get the brick painted. In the end, none of these statements from the children were allowed to be used at the trial, as the children had already left the country. This meant that when all was said and done, both Molly and Tom were found guilty, and they were each sentenced to 25 years behind bars. But all hope was not lost. Both Tom and Molly appealed their sentences. Molly's first attempt failed, but after a while they were both allowed to bring their appeals before the North Carolina Supreme Court. Here, the court ruled that the two were allowed to be released on a bail of $200,000 each, pending a retrial. They were both ordered to give up their passports, and they were not allowed to make any contact with either Jack or Sarah. But believe it or not, the twists in this story aren't over. After Molly and Tom were released, the children were finally able to be contacted for a follow-up interview. During this interview, they both admitted that they were, quote, coached to lie in their statements, admitting that none of the domestic abuse ever happened. They furthered this by saying that Molly was the one who convinced them to lie to the police, as well as to the social worker. So with all that said, where does this leave us? Well, it was announced in June of 2024 that a retrial had been completed. Both Molly and Tom took a plea deal in which they both pleaded guilty to charges of manslaughter. They each could have been held in prison for up to an additional 17 years, but the judge decided to only sentence them to 51 months each, while also giving them credit for the time they'd already served. When you consider that they each already spent about 4 years in prison, that meant that their time was essentially already completed. I'll save you the math and just say that 4 years is equivalent to about 48 months. In the end, they each served about an additional 7 months in prison, and they were now allowed to walk free. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure what to say about this case. Were Tom and Molly truly defending themselves that evening? I don't know. Were the kids lying when they mentioned the abuse Molly had endured, or were they actually lying about lying? No one really knows. All we know for sure is that Jason lost his life that day, and innocent or not, that simply didn't deserve to happen. Even if we assume that Jason was the monster Molly made him out to be, who is she to decide whether he lives or dies? Everyone deserves a chance at redemption, and if Jason was as violent and angry as Molly claims, calling the police would have been the best option. Though I do admit, in abusive relationships, sometimes this only makes things worse when there truly is no way to escape. On the other hand, if Molly and Tom made the whole thing up, then this innocent man lost his life for no reason at all. Literally, no reason at all. Because Molly isn't even eligible for the life insurance payout now that she pleaded guilty as part of the plea deal. This case is just tragic from all angles, and I just hate it for Jason's kids more than anything, because regardless of whether he was an angry man or one of the greatest fathers to ever live, every child deserves to spend a childhood with their parents. But for these two incredibly unfortunate souls, both of their parents have now been taken away. Thank you guys for tuning in to another episode of True Crime Stories. If you enjoyed this video, check out this other interesting case I covered, and don't forget to subscribe. It's totally free and keeps you up to date with all of my future videos. You can also click that join button below to help support the channel and see new videos long before everyone else does. But my name is Ty Knotts, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.